Lu Xuan traversed into a fantastical realm, where he spent half a year in a minor sect but failed to reach the foundational stage, ultimately being expelled from the sect and descending the mountain, only to be rescued from humiliation by his junior sister Bai Ling, who had entered the sect alongside him. Bai Ling made a selfless sacrifice, leading Lu Xuan to unexpectedly awaken the system of abundant progeny and fortune. As long as he marries and begets children, he would receive abundant rewards. Upon descending the mountain to take a wife, he found that each of his offspring possessed the bearing of an emperor. Huangdi Lu Hao, Jiandi Lu Pinyin, Huindi Tong San. Lu Xuan gazed at the throng of imperial sons at his feet, unable to contain his laughter. Oh dear, I merely live casually. Yet how is it that they are all emperors? Chapter 1. The System of Abundant Progeny and Fortune. The autumn assessment of the Tinghu sect has concluded. The following disciples, having practiced for 50 years without reaching the foundational level, shall be expelled according to sect regulations. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Matzi Lu Xuan. You five are no longer disciples of Tinghu sect. You shall descend the mountain immediately to seek your own paths. Furthermore, after being expelled, remember not to use the name of Tinghu, or do not blame the law enforcement hall of Tinghu sect for enforcing the sect's laws. All right, off you go. In the southern region of the Huangyu of Tianshuan continent, at the entrance of a secluded minor sect, 5 elderly men, nearing the twilight of their years, stood trembling before an ancient sect. We are grateful for the sect's nurturing over the years. After a solemn farewell, the 5 began their descent down the mountain. Among them, Lu Xuan stood out as an obvious misfit, his expression one of utter despondency. Having traversed for 60 years and practiced for 50, he had achieved nothing but solitude. Not to mention reaching the foundational stage, he hadn't even attained the mid-stage of qi refinement. Without reaching the foundational stage, his lifespan would be limited. By all calculations, he had less than 10 years left. Now, descending the mountain, it was impossible to even hope for a peaceful old age in the mortal realm, let alone marry and have children. Alas, I must be the most worthless of all-time travelers. As Lu Xuan lamented, a sudden waft of fragrant breeze enveloped him. Lu Xixiao. A voice as clear as a lark's rang out from behind him. Lu Xuan turned to behold a young woman of merely 18 years, and a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. Bailing, what brings you here? Bailing and Lu Xuan entered the sect together as disciples, both possessing inferior spiritual roots and belonging to the outer sect, where Lu Xuan often took care of Bailing. Gradually, the two became familiar with one another. However, later on, Bailing unexpectedly caught the attention of an inner sect elder, soaring to prominence as their personal disciple. In contrast, Lu Xuan remained stuck in the early stages of qi cultivation, performing menial tasks in the outer sect. Although Bailing did not look down on Lu Xuan and frequently sought him out, he, aware of their disparities, began to distance himself from her. Now, having been expelled from the sect, he wished even less for Bailing to discover his plight. Lu Shijun, why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter? Bailing gazed at the weary Lu Xuan, her eyes devoid of any contempt, instead revealing an inexplicable sentiment. Lu Xuan was well aware of Bailing's feelings, yet observing their current situation, he did not wish to mislead her. Thus, stealing his heart, Lu Xuan feigned indifference and replied, "Do you want me to tell you so you can come and mock me?" Upon hearing this, Bailing's eyes misted over, shaking her head in a display of grievance. "Shijun, it's not like that." Bailing is not. Not what? Lu Xuan rudely interrupted Bailing. "Enough, you've seen enough, and the mockery has been made. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Xuan leaned on his cane and began to walk down the mountain. "Hold on, are you just going to walk away after bullying Bailing's shimmy?" A cold and haughty voice echoed through the mountain, causing Lu Xuan to furrow his brow at the sound. Zhangyo? Indeed, wherever Bailing was, this clingy pest would surely be present. He recalled how, over the years, Zhangyu had often made trouble for him behind his back due to Bailing. If it weren't for the sect rules prohibiting infighting among disciples, he suspected he would have been eliminated long ago. Dressed in white, Zhangyu descended like an otherworldly being beside Bailing. Looking down at Lu Xuan, who seemed no more significant than an ant, Zhang Yo's eyes brimmed with disdain. Bailing's shimmy, Why bother getting angry over a ninth-grade waste with inferior spiritual roots who hasn't even reached the mid-stage of Qi cultivation in 50 years? As he spoke, Zhang Yu suddenly released his formidable aura at the later stage of Qi refining, causing Lu Xian to be overwhelmed and fall to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. You stop right there. Kneel and apologize to Shimmy Bailey, otherwise. With that, his pressure intensified, forcing Lu Xian to spit blood. Upon seeing Lu Xian's condition, Bailey grew anxious and swiftly appeared at his side, enveloping him in her own spiritual energy for protection. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Bailey glared at Zhang Yu with fury, prompting him to retract his oppressive aura and speak in a conciliatory tone. Shimmy, I'm just avenging you. However, Bailey showed no gratitude, retorting, Do I need your vengeance? Just leave. Otherwise, I'll inform Shifu that you bullied me. At the mention of Shifu, Zhang Yu hastily waved his hands in denial. All right, Shimmy. I'm leaving. With that, he cast a dark glance at Lu Xian before swiftly departing. Xixiao, are you all right? Once Zhang Yu had left, Bailey let out a sigh of relief and hurried to check on Lu Xian's injuries. Yet, Lu Xian remained ungrateful, stating, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I want to go down the mountain. Seeing Lu Xian's cold demeanor, Bailey felt a pang of sorrow and began to cry, feeling wronged. Xixiao, why are you treating me this way? Lu Xian looked at Bailey, her face streaked with tears, and felt a deep ache in his heart. Alas, Shimmy, let's part ways from here. Without looking back, he turned and walked down the mountain. However, Bailey remained stubborn, watching the hunched figure before her and recalling the memories they had shared over the years. Her gaze fell into turmoil, and finally, with determination, she retrieved a small green porcelain vial from her bosom. Bailey, this is a life-saving elixir I obtained by humbling myself before my master. This medicine can remedy any ailment below the foundation stage, and even if one is healthy, it can extend life by 30 years. Recalling her master's words, Bailey swiftly appeared before Lu Xian and forcefully placed the pill into his mouth. At that moment, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sadness, and before he could react, the pill exploded within his abdomen. A surge of medicinal power, unbearable to his body, coursed through his organs. Toof! Lu Xuan could no longer bear it, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, startling Bai Ling at the sight of his distress. This cannot be right. Did not the master say it was a pill for prolonging life? How could this happen? Xixiao, how are you? Bai Ling hurriedly supported Lu Xuan, who at that moment had a flushed face and a hazy consciousness. His body felt unusually hot, yet leaning against Bai Ling brought a wave of coolness. Instinctively, Lu Xuan embraced Bai Ling, only to find that this coolness could not quell his restlessness. In a state of complete confusion, Lu Xuan, guided by his body's instincts, acted unruly in Bai Ling's embrace. Bai Ling, her face flushed, began to notice Lu Xuan's peculiar behavior. Seeing Lu Xuan in discomfort, Bai Ling steeled her heart and carried him to a secluded spot on the mountainside. After activating the concealment array, Bai Ling shyly gazed at Lu Xuan, who had regained the handsome appearance of his youth. Xixiao, Bai Ling murmured, slowly removing her garments. Lu Xuan felt a rush of coolness, akin to a spring breeze and the joy of rain after a long drought. As his awareness sharpened, he looked at the person before him, momentarily stunned. Yet, the voice that soon echoed in his mind brought tears to his eyes. Ding! Detection of host virginity broken. Multi-child blessing system activated. More children, more blessings. Bear children of exceptional talent to receive rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package. System, my system. You have finally arrived. So it turns out that activation is possible as long as one is not a virgin. Why did you not say so earlier? Lu Xuan wept tears of joy, embracing Bai Ling. Turning the tables, he transformed from a guest to the host and began to sing like a carefree fish. Chapter 2. Yeqing's Alchemical Duel. The potent medicinal power finally dissipated with the cooperation of the two. After a full 2 hours, Lu Xuan's cultivation, which had not advanced in 30 years, unexpectedly ascended a small step, reaching the 4th stage of Qi refinement. After the clouds and rain, Lu Xuan looked at Bai Ling with a puzzled expression. Bai Ling, why must you do this? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ling hurriedly donned her clothes. Xixiao, do not say much. The medicine earlier can allow you to live another 30 years. After you descend the mountain, find a good girl and live a stable life." As she spoke, Bai cast a reluctant glance at Xuan, tears brimming in her eyes, and swiftly departed. Bai Xuan gazed at the vanishing Bai, a wave of despondency washing over him. However, he soon became excited again. After all, he possessed a system, so what was there to be disheartened about? Once his strength was sufficient in the future, he would certainly marry Bai in grand style. As for now, it was imperative to descend the mountain and take a few concubines. With that thought, Xuan opened the system's grand gift package while heading down the mountain. "Ding! The grand gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 years of lifespan, a divine level technique, Tianyi Wuyang Xingong, an 8th grade special spirit root, Dihuolingen, one of the 4 master level cultivation arts. Please choose one from the 4 arts: alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, or formation." At that moment, Xuan did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he stood still, savoring the divine level technique and spirit root he had just acquired. The so-called divine level technique was nearly unparalleled in Xuan's world, a rare treasure that surpassed the realms of heaven and earth. Their long human could establish a sect and dominate a region merely with a mysterious level technique, let alone a divine level technique that was several tiers higher. Even among the 3 top sects at the pinnacle of the continent's hierarchy, only one possessed a divine level technique, and that technique was incomplete. Thus, armed with that divine level technique, it overshadowed the other 2 sects entirely. One can only imagine how precious the divine level technique in Xuan's hands was. As he carefully sensed its unique qualities, his expression became somewhat peculiar. This technique was immensely powerful, almost absurdly so, yet also strange. An ordinary person would not be able to cultivate it to reach stellar prowess. The so-called Tianyi Wuyang technique did not consider aptitude or comprehension. One could only enhance their cultivation by absorbing and compressing spiritual energy. To put it plainly, regardless of whether one cultivated by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, spirit stones, spirit veins, or consumed spirit elixirs, anything containing spiritual energy could elevate their realm. Goodness, this thing is not meant for the ordinary wealthy to practice. It appears that in order to enhance my strength, I must venture to a capital city inhabited by cultivators. After making up his mind, Xuan discerned that his 8th grade spiritual vein was a special fire spiritual vein required for alchemy, and without hesitation, he opted for master-level alchemy. Alchemy, as an endeavor, not only holds a high status, but also yields spiritual stones. And what are spiritual stones? They are power. Xuan hummed a little tune, tirelessly making his way forward. After 2 days of travel, he arrived at a capital city named Yecheng, where the majority of its inhabitants were low-level cultivators. Some disciples from lesser sects, unable to survive, returned to the mortal realm to spread their branches, gradually forming a community of cultivators. Gazing at Yecheng, Xuan cast aside the gloom of being expelled from his sect, sharpening his resolve to marry and have children while making significant strides. However, whether in his previous life or in this realm of cultivation, lacking wealth, spiritual stones, and strength, even a dog would not consider marrying you, let alone a person. Xuan fully understood the principle that wealth equates to power. He inquired about the largest pill shop in Yecheng and walked straight in. "Hey, young lad, summon your shopkeeper." The attendant of the pill shop was a 5th-level Qi practitioner, possessing a rather shifty appearance. Seeing that Xuan lacked even the slightest hint of strength and wielded a sword that could hardly be deemed a low-grade spiritual weapon, he naturally looked down upon him. "Esteemed guest, just tell me what kind of pill you desire. Our shopkeeper is currently enjoying tea with Master Li, our esteemed alchemist, and has no time to attend to you." Listening to the attendant's condescending tone, Xuan remained unperturbed. Instead, he smiled amiably at the young attendant, saying, "What a coincidence! With Master Li present, I can showcase my skills. Go on, call your shopkeeper and inform him that a great alchemist has come to collaborate." Upon hearing Xuan mention collaboration, the attendant scoffed and ceased to be polite. "All right, if you're not buying any pills, then hurry up and leave. If you don't go, don't blame me for being rude." With that, the attendant exerted his 5th-level Qi pressure, but Xuan, relying on his divine-level cultivation method, remained completely unaffected. What is happening? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the staircase at the back. The shopkeeper, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the second floor, came down. The attendant quickly retracted his pressure and approached the shopkeeper with a beaming smile. "Shopkeeper, there's a troublemaker. It's nothing serious." Just as he was speaking, Xuan stepped forward. "You must be the shopkeeper of this Dan Fengge. I wonder if you are still in need of an alchemist?" "A Dan Yao, sure." "You." Zhang Daqian, the proprietor of Danfeng Pavilion, expressed some skepticism. Noticing the proprietor's disbelief, Lu Xian showed no reservations. "Just now, the shop assistant mentioned that a Alida Dan Yaosher is here, right? If you provide me with the materials for Pei Yuan Dan, I can demonstrate my skills for you." Hearing Lu Xian's confident declaration, Zhang Daqian felt a flicker of intrigue. A Dan Yaosher is a treasure wherever they may be. Even the slightly more advanced ones are snatched away by various powerful factions. Naturally, he was tempted by someone willing to ally with him. Thus, Zhang Daqian hurriedly dashed upstairs to invite the so-called Lida Dan Yao down. "You say that a person at the 4th level of Qi refinement can concoct Pei Yuan Dan?" "Zhang Daqian, there's no need to look further. This individual is most likely a fraud." A melodious voice floated down from the staircase, and a woman clad in a blue silk robe followed Zhang Daqian down. Upon seeing Lu Xian and scrutinizing him from head to toe, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Zhang Daqian, upon hearing this, also found it hard to believe and appeared somewhat hesitant. Lu Xian, however, fixed his gaze upon the woman, saying, "Fair maiden, if you doubt my abilities, shall we have a contest?" Li Qinglian, perceiving Lu Xian's challenge, couldn't help but smile slightly. The proprietor, standing nearby, scoffed dismissively. "Enough, young brother. Fairy Qinglian is one of the only 8th-level Dan Yaosher in Yi City. Even if you can concoct Pei Yuan Dan, you may not stand a chance." Lu Xian replied with a confident smile. "While I cannot compare to you in crafting high-tier elixirs, I am certain that my Pei Yuan Dan surpasses yours. Shall we wager?" Upon hearing that she might be outdone, Li Qinglian's competitive spirit ignited, and she readily agreed. "Very well. If I win, you shall serve as my trial elixir tester for 3 years. And if you lose, I will never lose. Should you lose, you will become my Dao companion, and we shall wed at once. Do you dare?" Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Li Qinglian shot him a fierce glare. Little did she expect that this seemingly handsome man was quite the rogue. Nevertheless, she took great pride in her alchemical skills. "Regardless, you cannot win. Agreeing to this wager means nothing." Hearing this, Lu Xian's expression brightened with delight. "Good gracious, not only have I found a way to earn money, but I also have a wife now." Chapter 3. Marriage Without Hesitation. Lu Xian took the materials and followed to a pill workshop. Utilizing his master-level alchemical skills, he effortlessly ignited the cauldron with his earth-fire spiritual root and began the refining process by adding the medicinal ingredients. L'Icanglion, observing l'Uxion es unique aura, appeared somewhat taken aback. Earth-fire spiritual root? No wonder he dares to boast. However, even with such a rare root, it is impossible for you to succeed. The Qi cultivation required for refining Pei Yuan Dan demands a level above the 7th stage, and here you are, merely at the 4th stage, attempting to refine pills. How reckless! Zhang Daqian, upon hearing about the earth-fire spiritual root, showed an expression of delight. Among the myriad of spiritual roots in the world, those capable of alchemy are exceedingly rare. Although the earth-fire spiritual root is considered a low-grade root, its ability to refine pills makes its possessor highly sought after. Even if this young man cannot produce Pei Yuan Dan, he is still a valuable asset. I must cultivate a connection with him. With this resolution, Zhang Daqian grew increasingly fond of Lu Xian, as if he were gazing upon a bountiful treasure tree. At that moment, Lu Xian was oblivious to their scrutiny, fully immersed in the alchemical process. As Li Qinglian had mentioned, the refinement of Pei Yuan Dan necessitates a formidable supply of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic, resulting in either a mere explosion of the cauldron or, worse yet, death from backlash. However, this only applies to ordinary alchemists, while for a master like Lu Xian, he had mentally rehearsed the refinement of Pei Yuan Dan countless times. His control over spiritual energy was already unparalleled, and his current reserves were more than sufficient. Half an hour passed, and a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Lu Xian's forehead. Noticing his apparent strain, Li Qinglian felt a sense of smugness. You've come this far. You should withdraw now while you still can. But you? Impossible. Before Li Qinglian could finish her self-satisfied remark, a rich fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Upon inhaling that familiar scent, her pupils widened in shock. At that moment, Lu Xian poured the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the cauldron, and with a gentle sound, 10 perfectly round Pei Yuan Dawn emerged from it. Zhang Daqian, witnessing this, waved his hand to collect the pills into his sleeve. Eagerly, he opened his sleeve to inspect and gasped in astonishment. 10 pills. 6 perfect and 4 average. This is astonishing. Li Qinglian, upon hearing Zhang Daqian's words, was equally incredulous. Currently, she could only produce 5 pills from a single batch of materials. Yet Lu Xian not only yielded 10, but the majority were capable of 100% efficacy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unable to believe it, she rushed to Zhang Daqian's side and glanced at the pills in his hand, immediately feeling a wave of defeat wash over her. Qinglian, what do you think? Lu Xian, regaining his composure, approached the two with a smile, teasingly asking, So when shall we wed? Upon hearing the word wed, Li Qinglian's face flushed crimson. Internally, she was filled with regret for having made such a wager. I. Yet, the fiercely stubborn Li Qinglian found herself unable to voice her protest. Meanwhile, Zhang Daqian, being astute, recognized Lu Xian's extraordinary alchemical talent and was determined to secure him for his Danfeng pavilion. Thus, he decided to stoke the flames further. Rest assured, Brother Lu, Qinglian is known for her integrity. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian shot Zhang Daqian a glare. Meanwhile, Lu Xian secretly gave Zhang Daqian a thumbs up. Impressed by his shrewdness, Li Qinglian appeared humble and amiable on the surface, yet her pride ran deep. Although Lu Xian was strikingly handsome, his cultivation level was inferior, which left her feeling conflicted and at a loss for how to respond. Observing her predicament, Zhang Daqian pulled her aside. After a moment, a bashful Li Qinglian approached Lu Xian and declared, I will give you 2 days to prepare the 3 letters and 6 gifts. With that, her ears flushed red as she hurriedly departed. Upon hearing 3 letters and 6 gifts, Lu Xian knew that Li Qinglian had agreed. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhang Daqian, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Zhang. Zhang Daqian warmly assisted Lu Xian, stating, Since you hold Danfeng Pavilion in such regard and wish to collaborate, I must show my sincerity. You need not worry about the marriage arrangements. I shall have everything prepared for you by tomorrow. After a round of pleasantries, they finalized the marriage and collaboration details. Zhang Daqian appointed Lu Xian as the chief alchemist of Danfeng Pavilion, allocating him a generous 50% of the profits from the pills he refined. Lu Xian was no fool. He could produce double the amount of pills from a single batch of materials compared to an ordinary alchemist, so a 50% share was still profitable for them. Hence, Lu Xian accepted without hesitation and even advanced a month's worth of pill profits, acquiring 100,000 spiritual stones. 90,000 spiritual stones were used to purchase a residence with a gathering spirit formation in Yi City, while the remaining 10,000 were absorbed that very night. This influx of 10,000 spiritual stones elevated Lu Xian's cultivation to the 5th stage of qi refinement. The following morning, clad in a crimson robe and riding a magnificent steed, Lu Xian brought Li Qinglian into his home. Wife. On their wedding night, the bride sat gracefully at the edge of the bed. Lu Xian eagerly lifted the red veil, revealing her enchanting visage. It is getting late. Shall we retire? The night passed in silence, and it was not until dawn that Lu Xian concluded his endeavors. Refreshed, he stepped outside and instructed the maidservants, Today, my wife is unwell and cannot rise from bed. Please attend to her dutifully. With that, he turned his thoughts towards the alchemy room. Though childbirth is significant, the pursuit of alchemy and wealth is equally paramount. After 3 months of toil, Li Qinglian finally exhibited signs of pregnancy. Hastily, a doctor was summoned to check her pulse, confirming that she was indeed 2 months along. Lu Xian was overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful. Finally, the fruits of our labor. Meanwhile, 100 miles away at the Longhu sect, a doctor was also checking the pulse of a woman. Elder Qi, Miss Bai Ling is indeed pregnant, already 3 months along. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi, standing beside Bai Ling, was consumed with fury. Bai Ling, Whose child is this? Elder Qi had chosen Bai Ling as his disciple not solely for her talent, but also to curry favor with the powerful Xuan sect, which was allied with the Longhu sect. Bai Ling's birth chart aligned with the Yin Day. Although she was not a pure Yin body, she was still exceptional. Elder Qi had accepted Bai Ling because a disciple of the inner sect of Xuan sect required a woman with such a constitution as a cauldron for cultivation. Now that Bai Ling had lost her virginity, how would he explain it to that person? Suppressing his inner rage, Elder Qi summoned his senior disciple, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, you are often close to Bai Ling. Did you take advantage of her? Did you bully your own junior sister? Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. Master, I would not dare. Then who else could it be? Could it be Lu Xian? Zhang Yu suddenly recalled a name and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi felt a twinge of confusion. Who is Lu Xian? Zhang Yu recounted the past between Bai Ling and Lu Xian, and Elder Qi, upon hearing this, deemed it highly probable. A man expelled from the sect dares to bully my disciple. Zhang Yu, immediately take people down the mountain to capture him, regardless of life or death. The command of regardless of life or death caused Bai Ling to feel a surge of panic. Master, this matter does not concern Lu Xuan. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's demeanor, Qiling felt even more resolute. Zhang Yu, I have changed my mind. There is no need to apprehend him. Simply return with his head. After uttering these words, Qiling departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu wore a sinister grin as he gazed at the weeping and pleading Bai Ling, maliciously declaring, Junior sister, it seems your little lover is destined for hell. Chapter 4. The new elixir behind him echoed Bai Ling's anguished cries, yet Zhang Yu's face was alight with glee. A mere outcast from the sect. Does he deserve any consideration? When Lu Xuan was expelled from the sect, he left hastily, taking only 2 commonly used items. This provided Zhang Yu with the perfect opportunity to track him down as his compass pointed accurately towards the southeast. In the bustling streets of Yecheng, Lu Xuan clutched a porcelain vial, striding briskly to seek out Zhang Daqian, drawing attention to himself. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned to meet Zhang Yu's eyes. Believing Lu Xuan intended to flee upon seeing his frown, Zhang Yu rushed forward. But Lu Xuan paused, redirecting himself into a secluded alley. In a matter of moments, he led Zhang Yu into the narrow passage. This fellow had certainly quickened his pace since being cast out from the sect, Zhang Yu thought, panting heavily from the chase. Upon reaching the alley, Zhang Yu saw Lu Xuan cornered and grinned wickedly. You thought you could escape? How audacious to provoke Bai Ling. What has happened to junior sister? Lu Xuan surveyed the desolate alley, recognizing it as an ideal spot for an ambush, and decided to drop the pretense. Although Zhang Yu was puzzled by Lu Xuan's apparent lack of fear, he perceived Lu Xuan as already dead, relishing the thought of tormenting him further before his demise. Your misdeeds with junior sister Bai Ling have reached Master's ears. Once I sever your head, he will surely eliminate the abomination growing within her. How could someone like you even dare to think otherwise? Zhang Yu spat contemptuously on the ground. Upon hearing that Bai Ling was with child, Lu Xuan's brow furrowed in shock as he quickly grasped the situation that led to Zhang Yu's presence. If that were the case, it was time to rescue his junior sister. She could not remain there to bear the child. Lu Xuan declared his intentions earnestly, while Zhang Yu found the notion absurd. You scoundrel, how foolishly optimistic you are. It is a waste of breath to converse with you further. Prepare to lose your life. Zhang Yu retorted coldly. In his view, as a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, killing Lu Xuan, a mere third-stage outcast, was as easy as pie. Lu Xuan observed the faint pity in Zhang Yu's eyes. The sensation of receiving a head on a silver platter first thing in the morning was quite peculiar. As Zhang Yu seemed to underestimate him, suddenly he felt his strength dissipate, leaving him crashing to the ground. In utter disbelief, he stared wide-eyed. How could you evade my attack? He had unleashed his full might, eager to end the confrontation swiftly and claim Lu Xuan's head, only to find himself thwarted. This could only mean one thing. Lu Xuan's cultivation surpassed his own. You, a waste trained for 50 years, could not possibly achieve this. Zhang Yu scrambled to his feet, gathering his qi as a halo of energy formed in his hands, baring his teeth as he charged at Lu Xuan. The aura he exuded suggested he was on the verge of breaking through the qi refinement stage. What a pity! Lu Xuan's voice rang in his ears. In the next moment, Zhang Yu felt a tremendous force strike his chest, sending him crashing back to the ground, immobilized. Xuan shook his head in exasperation, retracting his energy. During his recent marriage to Li Qinglian, he had been tirelessly refining elixirs, and the potions he produced, aside from those given to Zhang Daqian, he consumed himself. Now, Xuan was no longer the outcast at the third stage of qi refinement, but rather had achieved the same level as Zhang Yo. He bound Zhang Yo securely, carrying him back to his residence and locking him in the woodshed for later use. After issuing these instructions, Xuan finally had the time to seek out Zhang Daqian. The newly developed elixirs could exponentially enhance one's qi in a short period. Xuan carelessly tossed the porcelain vial onto the table. Upon hearing this description, Zhang Daqian's jaw dropped in astonishment. Is there truly such a miraculous elixir? How short is this short period? True to his astute nature as a businessman, Zhang Daqian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Xuan contemplated the recent battle and the effects of the elixir he had ingested, pondering aloud. Perhaps it lasts about 3 breaths of time. Wow! Zhang Daqian gasped, realizing that if 2 equally matched opponents faced off and one consumed the elixir, gaining a surge of energy for 3 breaths, it would provide an overwhelming advantage, verging on miraculous. After all, in a contest between skilled practitioners, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. I'll buy this elixir outright, Zhang Daqian declared without hesitation, slapping a ticket worth 200,000 spirit stones on the table. You shall supply me with 100 elixirs each month, and I will pay you an additional 200,000 spirit stones. Xuan recognized the rarity of this elixir, but given his connection to Tong Darren, he was the only one capable of producing it. I will provide you with 10 elixirs per month, and the price remains unchanged. Zhang Daqian gritted his teeth, but ultimately acquiesced. Xuan leisurely returned to his residence with the 200,000 spirit stones, only to find Zhang Yo's grotesque visage awaiting him in the woodshed. Ah, you wish to send me to hell. Now I am curious to see who truly lacks skill, Xuan mused, taking a moment to revel in Zhang Yo's humiliation before straightening up and stroking his chin. If it were not for your remaining usefulness, I would have sent you to hell long ago. Zhang Yo felt a surge of pain before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Qiling pondered how to use medicine to terminate the abomination growing within Bai Ling when suddenly he received a message via a paper bird. At the third watch, if Bai Ling was not delivered to the woods at the foot of the mountain, he would seek out Zhang Yo in hell. The message included Zhang Yo's jade pendant, causing Qiling's eyes to widen. Who could have captured Zhang Yo? He had not anticipated that a simple task would lead to the downfall of his beloved disciple. A talent like Zhang Yo, poised to break through the qi refinement stage in less than 50 years, was among the elite within the sect, leaving Qiling no room for doubt. Of course, an already disgraced Bai Ling, with little value remaining, could not possibly compare to his promising disciple, Zhang Yo. With a determined stomp of his foot, Qiling resolved to take her to the woods at the foot of the mountain. Regardless of whether the messenger reneged on the agreement, he would incur no loss. If he could truly retrieve Zhang Yo, it would be a relief. Xuan observed his former master's actions from the shadows and sighed, glancing back at the unconscious Zhang Yo as he contemplated for a moment. It was only right to prepare a token of gratitude for his master. Otherwise, he would not be honoring the 50 years of mentorship. He swallowed an elixir, while Zhang Yo remained oblivious in his stupor. Chapter 5. The Spirit Fetus. A blood-curdling scream resonated from the depths of the woods. Half a stick of incense later, Xuan's former master, Qiling, entered the forest, dragging the semi-conscious Bai Ling along. I shall see which fool dares to provoke my sect. Upon entering, Qiling immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, commencing a search of the woods. In the face of absolute power, all malevolent spirits will inevitably reveal their true forms. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his head and immediately realized the gravity of the situation, hastily swallowing a medicinal pill. Little did they know, I am an alchemist. There is no hidden pill that I cannot resolve. Just as Qiling was about to locate him, the spiritual energy suddenly detected a dark spot, which abruptly vanished. A chill ran through him. Such an occurrence could either signify that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, or that the adversary had consumed a pill and employed a magical artifact. Though reluctant, he understood that the search was futile. However, he spotted his beloved disciple lying among the decaying leaves, demonstrating a modicum of sensibility and trustworthiness. Qiling hurried over, helped his disciple to his feet, and checked for signs of life, confirming that he was still alive. He then turned to carry away both Bai Ling and Zhang Yu. As anticipated, Lu Xian was not surprised at all. He consumed another medicinal pill, while Qi Ling, eager to exit the forest to avoid unforeseen complications, suddenly heard ethereal voices. I have come as promised, yet you breach our agreement. Is this what you call a righteous sect? The mocking tone struck a nerve with Qi Ling. You were the one who first laid hands on my disciple, and now you wish to claim another? Lu Xian, uninterested in engaging in a debate, casually replied, I anticipated your despicable behavior. There's no need for you to be so agitated. Investigate your disciple closely. Only I possess the antidote to that poison. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he employed his spiritual energy to scan Zhang Yu's entire body. What vile poison! Qi Ling recognized that this toxin was unfamiliar to him, yet it clung to Zhang Yu's meridians. Released by Ling, from now on, I will come here each month to drop off the antidote. Lu Xian's voice echoed. Qi Ling pondered, realizing Bai Ling had lost her value, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he discarded her. He then turned and left with his disciple in tow. Lu Xian quickly emerged to assist Bai Ling. Checking her condition, her complexion was rosy, and there were no other issues, except for a dense mass of spiritual energy in her abdomen. Lu Xian chuckled. It truly is my offspring. Even within her, she exhibits such prowess. In the next moment, Lu Xian was astonished to see the spiritual energy in Bai Ling's abdomen shift and immediately burrow into his own body. The immense spiritual energy caused Lu Xian to feel a rush within his meridians. Goodness, before I even begin nurturing her, she is already repaying me. Excitedly, he began to gradually channel the sudden surge of spiritual energy. A resonant crack echoed internally, and Lu Xian felt rejuvenated and clear-headed. What a breakthrough! This was an elegant room, where Bai Ling remained engulfed in the anguish of her beloved's impending demise. Where am I? She wondered when suddenly the door swung open. She instinctively stepped back, only to behold a familiar face she had long yearned for. Senior brother. Bai Ling's tears flowed before words could escape her lips. Lu Xian rushed forward to embrace her, calming her with, What do you mean, senior brother? I am now your husband. Address me accordingly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment of bashful hesitation, she replied, Husband. After sharing a tender moment, Bai Ling finally recalled the events preceding her arrival. How did I end up here? Were they not intent on killing you? Naturally, Lu Xian could not divulge the entire truth, and simply stated that he had devised a plan to rescue her. This deeply moved Bai Ling. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had finally awakened, only to be inundated with a chilling pain coursing through his body. Qi Ling, seated quietly nearby, rushed over upon seeing his disciple regain consciousness and inquired about what had transpired. Zhang Yu harbored resentment towards Lu Xian and recounted the entire sequence of events. Medicinal pills? His cultivation has even increased? Qi Ling's brow furrowed, followed by a cold smile. Regardless of what that scoundrel had used to shorten his lifespan, he had tricked Zhang Yu to this extent, and he would not let him off easily. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. A mere Qi refinement stage practitioner has dared to toy with me. Cool me. I shall take you to the elders to see if they can neutralize this poison. Zhang Yu's eyes mirrored his hatred. The elder in the sect scrutinized Zhang Yu with spiritual energy, carefully examining his meridians. I have never encountered such a thing, but I can assure you that without removing this poison, Zhang Yu will never cultivate again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was left dumbfounded. Once the elder departed, he immediately turned and knelt before Qi Ling, Master. Qi Ling was quite fond of Zhang Yu as a disciple. Not to mention, Zhang Yu's family background was substantial, having previously donated half a spirit mountain upon joining the sect. Even if not for their bond, Qi Ling would not abandon him for the sake of wealth. That wretched disciple is in Yicheng, is he not? I shall descend the mountain today to eliminate him. Qi Ling could no longer wait. In Yicheng, Lu Xian was introducing Bai Ling to Li Qinglian. This will be your sister from now on. Both of you are equally important to me, and since you are both with child, you can look after one another. Li Qinglian felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight. She pulled Lu Xian aside and whispered in his ear for a moment. Can you handle this alone? When Li Qinglian returned, she was notably calm, holding Bai Ling's hand and affectionately calling her Linger. Lu Xian sensed that the two truly connected, allowing him to depart with ease. Today, he needed to gather a particular herb from the green mountains outside Yicheng. A few days prior, Lu Xian had discovered a cave there, home to rare medicinal plants, rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he often visited the site, even though the spiritual energy had diminished significantly after several trips. Singing a tune, he ascended the mountain when suddenly a sense of danger washed over him, an instinctive intuition prompting him to roll aside. At that moment, a sharp sword embedded itself where he had just stood. "Wretched disciple, you have harmed your fellow sect members and deserve death." A familiar voice boomed from behind. Xuan had not anticipated encountering his former master in this place. "Fellow sect member? How amusing. Wretched disciple, today I shall take your life to uphold the heavenly path." Chapter 6. The Meeting Gift to Become an Elder of a Sect. Qi Ling's cultivation was already at the late stage of foundation establishment, while in his memory, Xuan remained at the third level of Qi refinement. However, following Xuan's previous display of trickery in the forest, Qi Ling had not prepared any contingencies this time. The formidable spiritual energy from Qi Ling's late foundation establishment surged towards Xuan like a mountain. Initially, Xuan braced himself, but upon contact, he did not experience the same suffocating pressure as before. Simultaneously, he swallowed every medicinal pill from the pouch at his waist. The spiritual energy was instantly absorbed, and the diverse powers of the pills merged, enabling Xuan to withstand the onslaught. Relying on medicinal pills is not a long-term strategy. "I shall see how many you possess." Qi Ling observed everything keenly as he charged at Xuan once more. Every strike was lethal, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Relying on the elixir, Xuan evaded the attacks, yet he understood that this could not be a sustainable strategy. After yet another dodge, he was inadvertently wounded by Qi Ling's spiritual energy. In that instant, Xuan's body stiffened, as he seemed to stumble upon a rather intriguing revelation. When Qi Ling launched another assault, Xuan did not evade at all. Instead, he boldly braced himself against the attack, lacking even a shred of armor. Qi Ling's heart soared with elation as she cried out, "I shall claim your life." However, in the next moment, the joy on Qi Ling's face shifted to one of disbelief on Xuan's. "How is this possible? What kind of unorthodox potion have you consumed?" At the very moment Qi Ling's energy made contact with Xuan's body, an unexpected force surged forth, drawing away half of Qi Ling's spiritual essence. In that moment, Xuan truly comprehended what it meant to wield a celestial-level technique, one that could absorb energy simply by its presence. However, he was not in a favorable state. The overwhelming energy, which transcended an entire realm, was more than his current body could accommodate. Even just half of this power made him feel as if his body might burst. Yet, in this critical juncture, Xuan could not afford to show weakness. "Worry not about my elixir. Come at me. I shall see whether my potion's efficacy wanes first or your energy depletes," he declared, feigning a wild bravado. His unwavering confidence began to sow seeds of doubt in Qi Ling's mind. Most importantly, she realized that the energy she had lost was not something she could easily recover in the short term, causing her to grow increasingly frantic. Seizing this opportunity, Xuan advanced, grasping a ball of spiritual energy, preparing to strike Qi Ling. Under the influence of various factors, Qi Ling instinctively dodged, allowing Xuan to crush the pill into powder and hurl it towards the face of his former master. This was no ordinary elixir. Upon contact, Qi Ling felt an intense itch spreading throughout her body as her spiritual power sharply diminished. Xuan capitalized on Qi Ling's waning momentum and retaliated with a relentless barrage of strikes. The roles of the two had swiftly reversed, with Qi Ling, the once mighty master, now desperately evading, her wounds multiplying. No longer hesitating, Qi Ling produced a golden talisman and affixed it to herself, bracing against Xuan's relentless onslaught. Spotting an opening, she turned and fled. How pitiful it was, a dignified elder of a sect, reduced to a state of utter disarray in her escape. After repelling Qi Ling, Xuan took his time returning, absorbing another wave of spiritual energy in the cave. Sitting cross-legged in meditation for a moment, Xuan discovered that the spiritual energy he had plundered from Qi Ling was gradually integrating into his own body. Such unexpected fortune filled him with exuberance as he closed his eyes, focusing intently on refining this foreign energy. Perhaps due to his current low cultivation level, he could only absorb 50% of it. The rest dissipated into the ether. Despite a hint of regret, the moment all the energy returned to him, Lu Xian felt his realm surge. This cultivation was astonishingly effortless, akin to soaring in a rocket, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. As he sensed the widening meridians within his body, a look of joy illuminated Lu Xian's face. He had reached the second stage of the foundation establishment period. A golden halo enveloped him as he stood up, astonished. The energy from a child within Bai Ling, combined with what he had seized from Qi Ling, had propelled him multiple tiers within the foundation establishment stage. How incredible! If only Qi Ling would return. He could seize even more energy than before. Initially, Lu Xian intended to relocate with the two beauties to avoid being hunted down every few days. However, upon discovering this method, he felt it unnecessary to move. Qi Ling stumbled back in her chamber, her eyes filled with malice. At that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to her disciple, Zhang Yu. What a cunning move. Lu Xian. Fine, I shall not trouble him for the time being, but I wonder if that esteemed individual will abandon Bai Ling. She chuckled coldly, penning a letter that she sealed within the grasp of a celestial crane, instructing it to deliver it to Xuan's sect, seeking Yang Jingyu. The celestial crane seemed to understand, nodding its head before taking flight. The good times had come to an end. After several days without a sign of Qi Ling, Lu Xian dismissed the matter from his mind. However, a peculiar occurrence drew his attention. Li Qinglian and Bai Ling's pregnancy seemed rather unusual. Typically, mothers would carry a child for 10 months, with their bellies only noticeably swelling after 6 or 7 months. Yet, Li Qinglian and Bai Ling's bellies were already as large as those of women in their 5th or 6th month, despite only being a month along. Initially, the three of them were somewhat concerned for the fetuses, taking turns to probe with spiritual energy, only to discover that the children were perfectly healthy, albeit infused with an abundance of energy. Strangely, there appeared to be a trace of sword energy mingled within. Lu Xian, upon inspecting once more, noted, "This child of Li Qinglian, had I not broken through, I might have never noticed." Sword energy? Li Qinglian exclaimed in surprise. In the realm of cultivation, no pregnant woman had ever exhibited such rich spiritual energy during gestation, let alone one infused with pure sword energy. Could it be that this child is exceptionally gifted? Lu Xian replied with a smile. Not merely gifted. Perhaps they are a prodigy. As if responding to their discussion, the fetus within Li Qinglian kicked, sending a pure sword energy surging through her belly that cleaved a distant tree in half. What a formidable little one, Lu Xian remarked. Placing his hand on Li Qinglian's abdomen, a wave of pure spiritual energy mixed with sword energy enveloped him, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. The gift from a son to his father must be cherished. Chapter 7. Bonding. The energy delivered by the unborn child invigorated Lu Xian, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. With both beauties' bellies noticeably round, he instructed the servants within the estate to tend to them with utmost care. Simultaneously, Lu Xian continued to absorb the spiritual stones acquired through the elixirs, steadily consolidating his cultivation. In just a few short days, he had remarkably reached the second stage of the foundation establishment period. Upon reaching this stage, a person's lifespan would extend to at least 150 years. This was an astonishingly rapid advancement. It is worth noting that in Lu Xian's previous sect, one would typically ascend to the position of elder upon reaching the later stages of foundation establishment. Yet, many spent their entire lives without ever breaking through to this tier. Once at the foundation establishment stage, it was conceivable that one might never ascend further. Now, the rate of spiritual energy absorption was tenfold compared to before. Observing the 10,000 spiritual stones reduced to powder, Lu Xian mused, after crossing that significant threshold, the new realm feels like an entirely different world. If previously, ascending a tier during the Qi refinement stage required a barrel of spiritual energy, now, the foundation establishment stage demands a pool's worth. They're worlds apart. One day, Zhang Daqian took away Lu Xian's elixir and presented him with a Qingquan bag. Inside were 200,000 spirit stones, the surplus for the month. He inquired whether the master would be interested in refining some high-grade elixirs. Although the success rate for these advanced potions was low, they were extremely scarce in the market. Once produced, they could fetch astronomical prices, leading to a lucrative profit share of 70-30 between them. Zhang Daqian, a businessman driven by profit, proved to be a commendable partner. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, but did not outright refuse. Higher-grade elixirs demanded more sophisticated herbs, which required financial investment. Having absorbed the spirit stones for himself, Xuan found himself financially constrained. Upon returning to his residence and voicing his concerns, Belan contemplated and retrieved her simple ring. This was a gift from my previous master, who mentioned a noble benefactor without revealing their identity. I have never used it before, and now that I am no longer part of that sect, I shall offer it to you as a gesture of goodwill. Use it in your time of need. Xuan was touched yet puzzled. What kind of noble could elicit such reverence from an elder? Surely, there was no one of that caliber within the sect. Belan shook her head, and Xuan employed his spiritual energy to inspect the ring's contents. He was astonished to find it filled with second and third grade spiritual herbs. Did you truly give me this? He asked incredulously. Belan, confused, replied, I do not know. I have never opened it. If you need it, please take it. Xuan was indeed in dire need. Second and third grade spiritual herbs could yield second and third grade elixirs, while he was currently limited to crafting only first grade potions, the most basic and rudimentary kind. Soon, Zhang Daqian began supplying a batch of top-tier second-grade elixirs to the external market, resulting in a significant influx of spirit stones into Yi City. Xuan's fortune flourished as a result. Just then, Belan and Li Qinglian simultaneously went into labor. The two ladies are about to give birth. Quick, summon help. The servants rushed about in a frenzy, while Xuan remained composed in the main chamber. Suddenly, the previously clear sky turned tempestuous, and spiritual energy surged forth, forming a tornado of spiritual essence. Xuan intended to intervene to prevent disruption of the birthing process. But as the wild spiritual energy approached the birthing room, it calmed. Although there remained a hint of urgency to enter, it now exuded a cautious demeanor, bowing in reverence. The townsfolk marveled at this spectacle, with some practitioners of the arcane proclaiming it a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Inside, the intertwining energies of the room reflected Belan and Li Qinglian's distress as they clutched their bellies in pain. Xuan had prepared elixirs specifically for them, and within half a day, the midwife emerged, beaming with joy. Congratulations, my lord. Both ladies have given birth to auspicious children. Xuan's face lit up as he received the two infants still swaddled in cloth. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised. The child on the left radiated a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of nobility, while the surrounding spiritual energy naturally converged to nurture the infant. The child on the right was more lively, surrounded by an intense concentration of spiritual energy, almost palpable. Yet it was the sword energy that enveloped the child like a protective barrier against the outside world. Excellent, excellent, Xuan exclaimed in excitement. He then used his spiritual energy to probe the children's inner essence and was taken aback to discover that the left child, imbued with noble qualities, possessed a supreme heavenly root, a talent that promised seamless cultivation throughout their lifetime. The right child, despite the sword energy's intensity and protective spiritual aura, was revealed to have a supreme waste root with chaotic elemental energies. Xuan found this hard to believe and rechecked with his spiritual energy, only to confirm that this was merely a facade. How could such talent be accompanied by such chaotic energies? He pondered in confusion. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. It was the system. Congratulations, host, on achieving the auspicious birth of your offspring. The connection to your children is now established. What is this? Xuan was still processing the information when he felt a unique bond forming with the two children he held. Before he could fully grasp this mysterious sensation, the system's voice chimed in again. Detection complete. Both children possess quasi-emperor potential. One has a natural sword body, while the other has an ancient sacred body. What? Quasi-emperor potential? Ancient sacred body? How remarkable! Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly inquired, is this potential merely a coincidence? The system responded, of course, host. Each time you give birth, there's a 50 chance of producing quasi-emperor potential children. The firstborn is guaranteed to have quasi-emperor potential. Xuan was both astonished and elated, and his excitement grew as the system continued. Initial detection indicates the achievement of quasi-emperor potential offspring, unlocking a new module. The more children, more blessings lottery function. Each draw costs 20 fortune points, with a minimum treasure drop rate of 20. Fortune points? Were those? Xuan was utterly perplexed. The achievement gift package has been dispatched. The following rewards for multiple offspring are as follows. Heavenly Level Technique Sword Sovereign of the World, Heavenly Level Technique 9 Character Technique, Physique Reward Sword Heart Manifest, and Physique Reward Ancient Sacred Body. A gentle reminder, the host and children have formed a unique bond, and any cultivation achievements from the children will be available for the host's use. Please guide their growth correctly. Xuan was left astounded, for these rewards were the kind he had only dreamed of, and the unique physique was a rarity indeed. Had the rewards truly been bestowed? This was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, he could utilize his children's cultivation in the future. How extraordinary! Understanding the implications, Xuan swiftly kissed his two precious children. You two are truly my beloved children. After returning the children to their room, Xuan received another prompt from the system. The achievement gift package remains incomplete. Please check. More? He thought, exhilarated. Xuan eagerly opened the gift package. Host rewards. An upgrade in alchemy skills by 1 level. A heavenly level defensive artifact heavenly calamity armor. And a fortune points reward of 1,000 points. So, fortune points were waiting here? He mused. 1,000 points allow for 50 draws. I'll save them. The system was proving to be incredibly generous. Xuan delightedly toyed with the spirit stones in his hands. He took a moment to check on the now conscious Balan and Li Qinglian, who, thanks to the rejuvenation elixirs he had prepared, quickly regained their figures and vitality. Chapter 8. Captured Qinglian. Do you harbor some troubles? You seem rather troubled, Xuan remarked, initially approaching with joy but noticing Li Qinglian's furrowed brows. While the birth of children should be a joyous occasion, she expressed, recently, I have felt a heaviness in my heart, as if something momentous is about to happen. As she spoke, Qinglian forced a smile, adding, perhaps I am overthinking it. They say women who have just given birth tend to have anxious thoughts. I fear I may be caught in that strange cycle. I ought to learn from Balan to better care for the two children. Xuan recalled the tales of postpartum depression he had encountered before his transmigration, attributing her mood to youthful melancholy, and paid little heed to it. However, not paying attention does not equate to indifference. Seizing the moment while the two beauties attended to the children, Xuan made his way to the largest auction house in Yicheng, intending to select some gifts for the two children, as well as for Qinglian and Bai Ling. This auction house is a time-honored establishment, reputedly run by a woman. Yet, what sort of ordinary character could manage such an enterprise across the entire continent? These rumors had little bearing on Xuan. He was here solely for shopping. Upon entering, he chose a private room without uttering a word and began perusing the list provided by the auction house staff. Just as Xuan was meticulously selecting gifts, an unexpected visitor arrived at his residence. This was a masked individual who forcibly entered the estate, heading straight for the quarters of Li Qinglian and Bai Ling. Li Qinglian was gazing affectionately at her child, occasionally discussing with Bai Ling beside her. The day was splendid, making it an opportune moment to take the children out to bask in the sun. However, before her words could conclude, the door was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing the intruder, Li Qinglian's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, she thrust the child into Bai Ling's arms. Sister, take care of your child. I have matters to attend to. Bai Ling, perplexed, barely had time to comprehend the situation before Li Qinglian engaged in a fierce struggle with the intruder. The masked individual exuded an overwhelming aura, while Li Qinglian, still recovering from childbirth, though she possessed elixirs, had not yet returned to her peak condition. In mere moments, she found her arms and legs ensnared by a golden chain. Tell my husband not to seek me. There is no need. Li Qinglian cast a final, reluctant glance at the child thrust into Bai Ling's embrace before being taken away. The abrupt turn of events transpired too swiftly for Bai Ling to offer assistance, and she was left behind. As if sensing their mother's distress, Li Qinglian's child cried incessantly, prompting Bai Ling to cradle the child and offer comfort. When Xuan emerged, night had fallen, and he held 4 precious treasures. Yet, upon returning home while humming a tune, he was greeted by the disarray and Bai Ling's anxious expression. In Xuan's absence, Bai Ling had been the backbone of the estate. Upon his return, she finally unburdened herself and relayed the entire ordeal. Taken away? How can anyone dare abduct my wife so easily? Do you know the force behind this? Xuan, filled with rage, smashed a nearby table to splinters. The 4 items he had yet to present were now overshadowed by the loss of his wife. Bai Ling shook her head, suddenly recalling something. Sister Qing Lian mentioned she seemed to have emerged from a sect in the south, predominantly composed of women, situated on a remote island, seemingly isolated from the world. However, that sect specializes in alchemy, and Sister Qing Lian learned her craft there. Lu Xian meticulously noted these clues. At that moment, he noticed a glimmer of gold among the grasses in the courtyard and hurriedly retrieved the object. It was a small waist token, no larger than a fingernail, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns. This token must have been left behind by those who abducted Sister Qing Lian. She did not possess such an item. Bai Ling, familiar with Li Qing Lian from their days spent together, recognized its significance. Clutching the golden token tightly, Lu Xian's resolve solidified. These were gifts for you and the children, originally intended for a family gathering, but plans have changed. Gather your belongings. We prepare to depart immediately. Bai Ling paused, bewildered. Where to? Lu Xian gazed toward the azure sky. To the south, to find Qing Lian. He produced 2 longevity locks, placing one on each child. The child enveloped in nobility bore the name Lu Xian Yuan, while the child with a weak spirit root, yet imbued with spiritual energy and sword intent. Where the peace lock inscribed with Lu Ping and time was of the essence. If they set out now, they might still uncover some traces. Should they delay, they would be left with no leads. The servants in the estate were mere mortals. Lu Xian dispensed some silver to them before sending them away. On this journey, he took only Bai Ling and the 2 children. However, as they ventured a short distance from Yicheng, Lu Xian sensed a lingering gaze upon him. Bai Ling, hold on to this vial of medicine. Take the children to a nearby open area to rest. I shall join you shortly. Lu Xian instructed before turning in another direction. Just as he suspected, the sensation of being watched persisted. There is no need for theatrics. Do not mimic those nameless scoundrels who hide in the shadows to strike from behind. Whatever you are, come forth and face me. Lu Xian scoffed. You are not worth my time to ambush. A deep voice resonated in reply, and Lu Xian's gaze fell upon a figure emerging from the eastern woods, a robust man clad in black. Despite his imposing stature, his features resembled those of a refined scholar, creating a dissonance in appearance. Who are you? Why have you been lurking about? Lu Xian inquired, though he was already gathering spiritual energy in secret. The man scoffed. You are quite amusing. Not only have you taken my people, but now you attempt to turn the tables? Now that Bai Ling's virtue has been compromised, you have thwarted my plans, and thus your life will serve as compensation. As his words faded, spiritual energy surged from the man's hands, and Lu Xian, having prepared his own energy, countered. However, the moment the man struck, Lu Xian recognized the gravity of the situation. This man's cultivation surpassed that of Qi Ling, who was already at the foundational stage. It indicated that this man was at least at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, facing someone 7 levels above him. Lu Xian already felt the strain. The man, slightly surprised, had initially expected to extinguish this small ant with ease. The outcome was indeed unexpected. This time, let us see how you evade me. As the man launched his attack, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, forming a terrifying vortex. The energy gradually transformed into golden light. This man was a golden spiritual root. Lu Xian understood that he could not withstand such an onslaught. The disparity in cultivation was too great. Thus, he evaded with remarkable speed, skimming the edge of the spiritual energy while absorbing a portion of it. Simultaneously, he crushed a medicinal pill in his hand. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air. The black-clad man, perplexed, ceased his attack and crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground with force. Strange, he has vanished. His confusion quickly morphed into a sinister smile. Excellent. Things are becoming interesting. Do not let me catch you next time. The medicinal pill in Lu Xian's hand was known as the Earth Escape Pill, capable of temporarily merging with the ground upon being crushed. While it could not cover vast distances swiftly, traversing 100 miles was certainly achievable. When he emerged from the earth before Bai Ling and the children, they were taken aback. Husband, what is happening? Lu Xian had no time to explain. He thrust an Earth Escape Pill into each of their hands, including the children's. Grasping their hands, he initiated the Earth Escape. When they emerged once more, they were no longer the pristine figures they once were. Bai Ling performed a simple cleaning spell for the 3 of them. Remarkably, the 2 children had not cried at all since the appearance of the cloaked figure, merely gazing wide-eyed around this world, perhaps sensing their father's distress. The two infants waved their chubby arms and cooed, as if greeting Xuan. At that moment, Xuan had absorbed a portion of the dark figure's spiritual energy, which was particularly domineering compared to Qi Ling's, wreaking havoc within his meridians. However, Xuan did not concern himself with this. Wounds could always be nurtured back to health. Grasping the little one's arm, he intended to amuse the children and relish in the joys of family life. Yet, the instant he held Lu Xuanyuan's arm, a gentle force transmitted from their point of contact, soothing the injuries within Lu Xian's body and even restraining the erratic golden spiritual energy. "Ah, you are quite remarkable." Lu Xian regarded Lu Xianyuan with a deep gaze as he played with his hands. There was an inn ahead. Let us rest there and allow the children a moment to recuperate. Lu Xian took the lead toward the inn. Bai Ling frowned slightly, expressing her unease about the solitary inn in such a desolate area. Lu Xian chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not, whether divine or malevolent. We shall uncover the truth upon entering. At the very least, we will have shelter from the elements." With this remark, Bai Ling's anxiety began to dissipate. However, just as they were about to enter the inn, Lu Pingyan, engulfed in spiritual energy, suddenly began to wail. Lu Xian took the child, attempting to soothe him, but to no avail. With each step toward the inn, Lu Xuanyuan's cries intensified. Since Li Qinglian had entrusted the children to Bai Ling before her abduction, Bai Ling, being kind-hearted, viewed these two little ones as her own. Hearing their distress filled her with sorrow. If Xiao Bao cries like this, perhaps we should not go in. We could manage the night in the woods. The infants were affectionately named Bao and Xiao Bao. Lu Xian contemplated yielding, but to his surprise, Lu Xianyuan ceased crying at that moment. Tentatively, he moved toward the inn, and Xiao Bao showed no reaction. Perhaps the earlier cries had worn him out. Then let us disturb the inn for the night. Lu Xian ushered everyone into the establishment. From the outside, the inn appeared brightly lit, yet upon entering, they found the lighting inadequate, the space vast, but the lantern small, casting an overwhelmingly dark atmosphere. A pale-faced innkeeper approached, his tone somewhat stiff as he inquired, "Welcome. Do you wish to dine or stay?" Lu Xian scrutinized the establishment, which seemed ordinary at first glance, yet unease lingered in his heart. "Please provide us with a larger room. We shall stay together." The innkeeper hesitated, then replied, "I apologize, but we have no larger rooms available. Would 2 smaller rooms suffice?" Lu Xian felt dissatisfaction stir within him, yet with no other options nearby, he acquiesced. "Then let us see those rooms." The innkeeper led them to a wooden staircase, his figure wavering in the dim light, almost merging into the shadows. As they traversed the corridor, they overheard whispered conversations from the adjacent rooms. Upon reaching the upper floor, the innkeeper opened a door, allowing them into a small room. Inside, there was a bed and a table, modest yet sufficient for their needs. Once settled, Lu Xian began to inspect the room, his instincts alerting him to something unusual about the inn. He opened the window and peered outside, recognizing the familiar sight of an abandoned temple they had encountered earlier in the forest, dilapidated and devoid of visitors. At that moment, Bai Ling was in the adjacent room, tending to Lu Xianyuan and Xiao Bao. She retrieved the protective talisman left by Li Qinglian, softly praying as she caressed Xiao Bao. "May we pass the night safely, and may the children remain unharmed." Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from outside the inn, reminiscent of a beast murmuring in the night. Alarmed, everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Lu Xian dashed from the room, followed closely by the others, all aware that this night at the inn would not be tranquil. A cold wind swept through the window, sending a shiver down Lu Xian's spine. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, yet the chill seemed to seep into his very bones, rendering him powerless against it. An unprecedented fear enveloped him, as if something dreadful was imminent. In that moment, Lu Xian realized a disturbing truth. There was no spiritual energy within this inn. This was a profoundly alarming revelation. For even towns inhabited by mortals possessed a trace of spiritual energy, let alone the abundant energy he had felt in the woods. This indicated that the area was either ensnared in a formation that barred spiritual energy from entering or was a peculiar vacuum devoid of it. The latter possibility was exceedingly slim. The innkeeper appeared to be occupied downstairs. Perhaps sensing the anomaly, the children began to fidget. "Stay still, dear Bao," Bai Ling urged, flustered as she tended to them. She had intended to perform a cleansing spell to ease the infants for sleep, but realized there was no spiritual energy to draw upon. Looking up at Lu Xian, her eyes brimmed with shock. Let us remain calm. We are here now. The best course of action is to rest early and see what the figures behind this are plotting. The two adults, accompanied by the two children, settled in as the wind howled outside. The room was enveloped in darkness. They did not genuinely sleep, instead waiting silently. Soon, they sensed someone entering the room. The infants are delicate and would be perfect offerings. While this foul man can be discarded in the kitchen to be minced, the man's mutterings echoed ominously in the room. Lu Xian noted that when the man appeared, he was imbued with an intense spiritual energy. As he approached, Lu Xian could not help but absorb some of it. The man exclaimed in surprise, "You are awake." Lu Xian reacted swiftly, shoving a prepared pill into the man's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, flooding his system. Yet he showed no signs of discomfort. The man lunged at Lu Xian, his potent energy allowing him to unleash a barrage of fierce attacks. However, Lu Xian was unexpectedly astounded. There is no spiritual energy here, so why do you speak so incessantly? After a considerable time, the man, panting heavily, separated from Lu Xian. His eyes filled with confusion. Lu Xian leisurely retrieved a pill, placed it in his mouth, and grinned. "I am a dancer. Can you guess how many Hui Ling Dan I still have in my possession?" The man's face turned ashen, and suddenly he was struck by intense abdominal pain. "So, can you guess what medicine I just made you consume? I must remind you, the more you utilize your spiritual energy, the faster it will take effect." Lu Xian blinked, casually fanning himself nearby. "I was wrong. Please spare my life." It was evident that this man cherished his existence. "Now, tell me everything about your situation." Lu Xian yawned and unceremoniously tossed the man, bound tightly, onto the ground. Soon, he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the man's mouth. It turned out that this inn was owned by an ancient tree demon, which had not yet transformed into human form due to its limited mobility. Thus, it had fashioned this inn from its branches, spending most of its time in slumber and cultivation while capturing men to lure passers-by, using their flesh and blood to nourish itself. Why is there no spiritual energy here? Lu Xian pondered. The grandmother was a formidable Yuan Ing stage adept. Although she had long been in slumber, even a fragment of her consciousness was as powerful as a Jin Dan stage. Yuan Ing stage demons possess their own unique domains. And this place was the grandmother's realm. Yuan Ing stage? Upon hearing this, both Lu Xian and Bai Ling felt a wave of despair. In the world they knew, even a Jin Dan stage cultivator could establish a sect. A Yuan Ing stage being was practically a legendary monster, with only a few existing across the continent. How unfortunate that they had encountered such a fate. Nevertheless, Lu Xian maintained a composed demeanor and kicked the man fiercely. "It seems you have caused quite a number of deaths." The man wept bitterly on the ground. "I was only captured here less than a month ago. Aside from you, I only delivered one woman to the grandmother. I know nothing. Now, how do we escape?" Lu Xian was disinterested in further discussion. The man stammered, "To escape, we must pass through the grandmother's body. She is currently asleep, but there is a conscious branch. However, you have two children. If you feed one of them to this branch, you may gain time to flee." Lu Xian's anger surged. This fellow not only sought wealth, but also aimed to sacrifice his precious son. He ordered the man to silence and instructed him to lead the way, intending to confront this branch. In the inn's backyard, there was a deep well. Jumping into it revealed a hidden world below, with wooden passages extending in all directions. Fortunately, with the man's guidance, they quickly reached a spacious area. Proceeding further, they approached the cave where the branch resided. "A few days ago, I sent in a beautiful woman. I wonder if she has been enjoyed yet. If she is still being savored, perhaps we can take the chance to escape." Lu Xian discerned that the man was also eager to flee, but recalling the man's earlier intentions to harm, he kicked him out of the way. "You go ahead and scout." As they advanced, Lu Xian turned a corner and spotted a grotesque creature, barely resembling a human form, seated on a wooden bed. Beside it was a wooden cage containing a shadowy figure. Lu Xian had collected numerous herbs along the way. After all, the grandmother was of the wood element, and the underground herbs thrived exceptionally well. The grandmother was asleep. This was an opportunity. If they held their breath, they might escape unnoticed. "I once tried, but regrettably, I couldn't hold back when leaving," the man excitedly remarked. Lu Xian decided to knock him unconscious and left him on the ground. How amusing. The last time he had tried to escape, he had failed miserably. This time, he could not allow him to sabotage their efforts. After observing for a while, Lu Xian realized that the creature was indeed in the midst of cultivation, continuously siphoning the surrounding spiritual energy into its body while breathing in and out rhythmically. A small hole above allowed moonlight to shine through, precisely what it needed to absorb lunar essence. Lu Xian stealthily approached the creature, but his peripheral vision caught a slight movement from within the cage. He turned his head slightly, locking eyes with the figure inside. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose beauty transcended mere words, and her demeanor exuded the air of someone accustomed to high status. This struck a chord deep within Lu Xian. A damsel in distress. Lu Xian could not turn a blind eye. However, he was not a savior willing to help unconditionally. He lacked that kind of altruistic heart. "How will you repay me?" Lu Xian mouthed in response. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the nearby demon before assessing Lu Xian again. With her crimson lips parting slightly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I will offer myself." Lu Xian smiled faintly and immediately shifted his direction, quietly slipping closer to the woman while using the cage to conceal himself, simultaneously unlocking it. This brought him near the woman inside, and a fragrant scent wafted toward him, reminiscent of Elan. The woman deliberately shielded Lu Xian with her body, bending slightly to whisper in his ear, "In half a stick of incense's time, it will awaken. I possess peak foundational cultivation, and although I'm being restrained to the 3rd level, I can lend you my strength at a crucial moment." Lu Xian appreciated this dependable individual, who wasted no words and willingly shared vital information. "Do you wish to kill it?" From the woman's tone, Lu Xian sensed a hint of murderous intent. She nodded, her expression proud. Such a creature should not exist among humans. Even as a mere branch, it must be eradicated. Lu Xian felt invigorated in the woman's presence, her words igniting a fire within him. Estimating the creature's strength at the initial gene dance stage, Lu Xian knew that 10 peak foundational cultivators would not stand a chance against one of that caliber. Yet, with the woman by his side, he felt a glimmer of hope. Even if it did not plot the demon's demise now, it would awaken in half a stick of incense's time, and there would be no opportunity to move Bai Ling and the children to safety. Thus, the best defense was offense. "Let's take action." Lu Xian's eyes ignited with determination as he retrieved a Qianquan bag, handing it to the woman. It contains hundreds of Hui Ling Dan. This demon specializes in draining spiritual energy. These will replenish you. For the first time since their encounter, Lu Xian witnessed shock in the woman's eyes. "Hundreds? Reading done? What is your background to possess so many?" she exclaimed incredulously. Lu Xian nonchalantly replied, "I usually consume them like candy. It's no trouble to gather more." As the woman gasped in shock, the creature stirred. Its eyes opened, precisely locking onto the direction of her cage, clearly delighted by the arrival of a new offering. This creature was utterly ignorant of the nuances of human language, its consciousness still rooted in a primitive era. It rose, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from it, and slowly approached Lu Xian. Both Lu Xian and the woman watched the creature's movements with trepidation, silently gathering their strength in preparation for its assault. The woman clutched her Qianquan bag tightly, the healing pills within providing her with considerable confidence. Just as the creature was about to strike, Lu Xian sprang into action, unsheathing his sword, which transformed into a beam of light and charged toward the creature. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated Lu Xian's decisive attack. Their actions startled Bai Ling and the 2 children hiding nearby, who turned to observe the unfolding scene. Lu Xian understood that this battle needed to be resolved swiftly. Should the creature awaken fully, their chances of victory would diminish significantly. Lu Xian's strike was both rapid and precise, his spiritual weapon piercing through the creature's defenses and striking its form. The creature let out a pained roar and lunged at Lu Xian. He deftly evaded, refusing to grant the creature any opportunity. Meanwhile, the woman joined the fray, swiftly tossing hundreds of healing pills into the air, channeling her spiritual energy to cause them to explode, releasing a formidable force equivalent to a mid-stage golden core explosion. The creature staggered back, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Lu Xian was taken aback by the woman's resourcefulness in employing the healing pills in such a manner, showcasing her meticulous and bold nature. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lu Xian launched another attack, targeting the creature's weakness directly. With a cry of anguish, the creature collapsed to the ground. Although Lu Xian's assault had severely wounded the creature, he remained vigilant, aware that the creature still possessed a final trump card. Indeed, the creature rose once more, determination flashing in its eyes, seemingly prepared to expend its last ounce of strength. Xuan and the woman exchanged glances, both readying themselves for a decisive strike. At that moment, Xuan frantically consumed more medicinal pills, crushing some into powder and scattering around them. During the previous battle, he had discerned the creature's weakness, its ears. As the creature prepared to unleash its ultimate attack, Xuan readied his final blow. With their coordinated effort, the creature was ultimately brought down, unable to rise again. The woman sighed in relief, sharing a smile with Xuan. After a brief moment, Xuan retrieved Bai Ling and the two children, while the woman skillfully began searching the cave. This creature had hoarded treasures for years. There must be plenty of valuables. The woman's melodious voice echoed in the cave. Having witnessed the battle, Bai Ling recognized her own shortcomings in combat skills and adaptability compared to this woman, feeling deep admiration for her. This is the creature's treasure trove. You saved my life, so all of this is yours. Unexpectedly, the woman displayed remarkable generosity upon receiving the items. Xuan did not hesitate to accept, knowing that had he not intervened, the beautiful woman might have perished. Just then, the two children began to cry, one pointing incessantly at the creature's treasure. Xuan seemed to grasp their intent and led them into the trove to choose their treasures. Two treasures. I knew you would want something, he thought, relishing the experience of nurturing children. Following the children's guidance, he retrieved a vial of golden liquid to feed them, along with 2 pieces of richly green jade. Upon receiving the jade pendants, the children became tranquil, sucking on their fingers and drifting into slumber. Xuan hastily led the group out, remembering to stuff everything into his Xuan bag. After all, these items could not be discarded. He would sort through them later. As they emerged from the woods, dawn had broken, and warm sunlight bathed them. The enchanting woman looked up at the sun, a smile gracing her lips. "What is your name?" Xuan inquired softly. "Young Wu Zhao." Upon hearing this name, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it possibly be that person? He thought to himself. It was known that this name was not one to be taken lightly. Ordinary people using it would not survive long, given the weight of its significance. "What is your status among mortals?" Xuan instinctively asked, causing the woman to regard him quizzically. "Among mortals? I am the 3rd daughter of a Yang family in Jiangnan. I merely encountered a venerable white-haired immortal who granted me a cultivation technique and told me that my fate was suited for the south, where I would meet my benefactor." As she spoke, her eyes brightened, and she examined Xuan closely, saying, "Could you be the benefactor she spoke of?" At this point, Xuan was nearly convinced that this woman was the reincarnation of the historical empress. Folklore suggested that the empress bore a phoenix lotus birthmark, and Xuan sought to verify this. "How could I possibly be a benefactor? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me in that creature's cave?" Xuan observed her with a half-smile. She suddenly recalled the commitment made in the cave, contemplating her circumstances at the time, believing she would face death and considering that marrying and leaving would be better than dying there. Moreover, Xuan was handsome, leading her to feel she had not lost out. "I'm not one to break my promises. Once I make a commitment, I will uphold it. However, I see you already have a wife and children, and I, Yang Wu Zhao, do not accept being a concubine." True to her nature as a reincarnated empress, she exhibited a strong and domineering disposition. Xuan smiled gently. "In my view, there is no distinction between wives and concubines. We are all equals. After marriage, you will not be my subordinate, and you, Bai Ling, and the others will share an equal bond of trust as sisters." Having come from the mortal realm, Yang Wu Zhao was accustomed to the hierarchical views of society, and hearing such a novel theory from Xuan intrigued her. "Everyone is equal? Sisters?" After pondering for a moment, she nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, then let us marry." In the realm of cultivators, marriage held fewer formalities. Nevertheless, Xuan retrieved beautiful and vibrant flowers from the nearby mountains and rummaged through the creature's treasures to find an exquisite feathered garment, both attractive and protective. He presented these as betrothal gifts, and under the heavens and upon the earth, he and Yang Wu Zhao became husband and wife. True to her lineage, she possessed greater stamina than the average woman. However, Lucian's thoughts were already focused on the pressing matters that lay ahead. Yet, compared to before, his party had gained a beautiful woman, which relieved Bai Ling, as managing 2 children alone was indeed challenging. Lu Xian often led the way, while the 2 women engaged in conversation behind him. Compared to the innocent Bai Ling, the reincarnated Empress Wu Zhao exhibited greater wisdom and shrewdness. In just a few short days, the 2 had formed a sisterly bond, with Bai Ling divulging all her past experiences to Wu Zhao. Being a man, Lu Xian had overlooked certain details, yet Wu Zhao quickly pieced together the truth from subtle clues. Years ago, your aptitude was unremarkable, yet you were admitted as an inner disciple. This peculiar circumstance suggests that you possess something they desire, Wu Zhao remarked during their meal of barbecued meat, her phoenix-like eyes suddenly sparkling. Ancient texts record that in the realm of cultivation, there exist 10 extraordinary physiques, with a pure Yin physique being the rarest, ranked first. Typically, women with this physique appear delicate, yet harbor immense potential. However, while self-cultivation is slow, becoming another's furnace can accelerate their progress 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling and Lu Xian exchanged glances. Lu Xian reached out to grasp Bai Ling's wrist. Let me check. The flow of spiritual energy within a pure Yin physique is entirely opposite to that of an ordinary person. Lu Xian had never contemplated this before, thus failing to notice the spiritual energy within Bai Ling's body. After his examination, he confirmed Wu Zhao's assertions with certainty. You possess the pure Yin physique. The moment these words were uttered, both Lu Xian and Bai Ling comprehended why Qi Ling had insisted on taking Bai Ling as a disciple, and they understood why the cloak figure had claimed that Lu Xian had ruined his plans. So all along, my master saw me merely as a furnace for cultivation. Tears welled in Bai Ling's eyes, filled with both fear and regret. She had nearly jeopardized her entire life. Wu Zhao, noticing her distress, handed Bai Ling a clean handkerchief. Do not dwell on the past. From today onwards, you must conceal your physique. After all, individuals with your traits are exceedingly rare. And should your secret be revealed, you will become the object of desire for numerous sects and factions. Bai Ling understood this well, and it was precisely this incident that deepened her trust in Yang Wu Zhao. Lu Xian, too, shared everything about Li Qinglian without reservation. In the future, we are all family, and I hope we can work together in harmony, avoiding any internal strife. Lu Xian's stance was unequivocal. The 2 women nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly thickened. Lu Xian immediately stood alert, as did the other 2 women. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the source of the anomalous spiritual energy was none other than the 2 infants still in their swaddling. The children were silent, their wide eyes seemingly exerting effort. Spiritual energy surged wildly into their bodies, creating vacuums around them. Lu Xian assessed the magnitude of the energy vortex, realizing it far exceeded what a mere foundation layer could absorb. Simultaneously, a tremendous golden spiritual energy erupted from Dabao's body, sweeping through the surroundings and cleaving mountain peaks. Xiao Bao released sharp sword energy, which manifested as myriad sword shadows encircling him protectively. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian and the others at that moment, all beasts within 100 miles bowed in submission, regardless of rank. This was the awakening of their bloodline. It was the suppression of their bloodline. At some point, an increasing number of birds flocked around the 2 children, chirping softly. Witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon, Yang Wu Zhao was left astounded. Ancient texts state that when 100 birds bow to the phoenix, it signifies the awakening of the purest power in the world, she murmured softly. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 2 children gradually settled into tranquility as they continued to sleep soundly. However, the 3 adults were particularly astonished. At this moment, they realized that the 2 children had already reached the early stages of foundation establishment. Is it truly this simple to advance? Bai Ling stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Just a day prior, these 2 children hadn't even reached the Qi training stage. Is this the mark of extraordinary talent? While the trio was still in shock, Lu Xian suddenly turned. Who dares to lurk about? Show yourself. Chapter 13. The mysterious black energy at Lu Xian's stern command. A figure hastily emerged from the bushes. It was a man of about 30, his face haggard and his clothing tattered. He raised his hands, trembling, and stammered. I'm a villager from nearby. I merely came to take a look. Lu Xian stepped forward, his gaze piercing. What are you doing sneaking around here? Bai Ling and the other woman retreated a few steps, eyeing the sudden intruder warily. The man, with a distressed expression, explained, "I heard rumors of a celestial phenomenon here, and I sought to absorb some spiritual energy to hasten my recovery." Yang Wuzhao advanced a step, her eyes sharp. "Who are you? How did you learn of this celestial occurrence?" The man, flustered, replied, I saw a notice at the foot of the mountain that spoke of a celestial phenomenon and the stirring of cloud from all directions, so I came out of curiosity." Lu Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. From the man's words, it was clear he had been incited by someone else. The celestial phenomenon caused by the two children had only occurred moments ago, yet someone had managed to disseminate the information to the foot of the mountain in such a short time. After deliberating, his gaze returned to the man. "Since you claim to be gravely ill and have come to absorb some spiritual energy, I will perform a good deed today and treat your ailment." Lu Xian considered that the man hardly seemed malicious. Thus, it would be better to send him on his way early. Furthermore, there were no lodging options nearby, so resting at the man's home for a night would also be convenient. Hearing that the immortal would treat his illness, the man was filled with joy. "Whatever you say, Immortal, I will comply." As Lu Xian examined the man's pulse, he grew increasingly suspicious. Initially, it appeared that the man lacked vitality, which explained his desire to seek out a place rich in spiritual energy. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Xian discovered a mass of black energy swirling within his body. After administering a dispelling pill, the black energy dissipated, and the man instantly appeared revitalized. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." He recognized his good fortune and knelt, bowing repeatedly. Once he was helped to his feet, he expressed his request. "We lack a place to rest, and we hope you can provide one." Not only did he wish for lodging, but Lu Xian and the others would be willing to reach for the stars if necessary. He led them onward, and not long after, they arrived at a dilapidated village. This village was situated in a concealed ravine. Without deliberate searching, one would never uncover such a place. Why does it seem so deserted here? The sudden appearance of this hidden, shabby village raised Lu Xian and the two women's suspicions. Just 10 days ago, our village thrived, but during this time, many, like me, have fallen ill and passed away. Now, less than 10 households remain. The man's words were filled with poignant sorrow. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, for it was evident that the man was not suffering from the natural cycle of life and death, but rather was afflicted by a dark energy within him. If the entire village shared this fate, it would indicate something peculiar about this settlement. Yang Wuzhao, like Lu Xian, examined the man's body. From Lu Xian's expression and the man's words, she sensed that something was amiss. She gently took Lu Xian's hand and said, "Since we are here, we must find peace." The village had not seen a living soul in ages. With the arrival of newcomers, other houses opened their doors to take a look. Upon entering the man's abode, he was exceedingly hospitable, serving tea and water, even wishing to clean the floor. Lu Xian sighed. "Li Daqiang, speak plainly about your concerns." Li Daqiang's expression momentarily stiffened, before he suddenly knelt down and bowed his head fervently. "I implore the immortal to save those outside." Lu Xian had anticipated this situation. The village's demeanor was more hospitable than they had imagined. Even upon seeing Li Daqiang return, full of vitality, the others did not rush forward to pry or plunder. Bai Ling, unable to bear it, tugged at Lu Xian's sleeve while holding her child. Lu Xian understood that Bai Ling's heart was softening, but at that moment, they could not intervene recklessly. He glanced at Yang Wuzhao, only to find her wearing a look of helplessness as well. "To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda," Bai Ling murmured. Lu Xian felt a stir of emotion, but rationally he shook his head. "We cannot act impulsively." "Why not?" Bai Ling inquired, perplexed. "We could save them. Why refrain from doing so?" Lu Xian offered no response, merely observing Yang Wuzhao. She smiled wryly. "Bai Ling, it is not that we do not wish to help, but rather that we cannot. The villagers are afflicted by an unknown ailment, and their origins are undoubtedly complex. If we intervene without understanding the situation, what if we attract grave trouble? Moreover, this village is exceedingly strange. We must not take unnecessary risks." Bai Ling, though still reluctant, nodded in agreement. Li Daqiang, pale but silent, listened intently. Lu Xian addressed him. "Li Daqiang, go find some people. We need to understand the circumstances of this village." Li Daqiang nodded and exited. Lu Xian turned to Bai Ling and Yang Wuzhao. "We must not act recklessly, yet we cannot turn a blind eye. Let's first investigate the origins of this matter before considering our next steps." Both Bai Ling and Yang Wuzhao nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Lu Xian's words. In the following days, the three of them conducted inquiries within the village and finally uncovered some clues. The villagers were afflicted by a peculiar illness that seemed to be akin to a curse, with each person's temperament becoming increasingly volatile, gradually succumbing to dementia and weakness, ultimately leading to death. Are we cursed by the gods? Li Daqiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Xian shook his head. To put plainly, the gods do not have the leisure to curse this or that. It is ultimately human calamity. They meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the village, discovering that it lay nestled within a ravine between two mountains, a concealed and damp terrain, with a peculiar dark energy nearby. This dark energy felt eerily familiar to Lu Xian, as if he had encountered it before. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before a realization dawned upon him. I understand now. What do you understand? Bai Ling and Yang Wuzhao inquired with curiosity. Lu Xian took a deep breath. I comprehend the origin of this dark energy. Do you remember that man in black from Xuan sect? The dark energy bore his aura. Upon hearing this, both Bai Ling and Yang Wuzhao were taken aback, then instantly enlightened. Chapter 14. A familiar face, now it makes sense. Yang Wuzhao exclaimed. If we locate the source, we can resolve this issue. Lu Xuan Nuda Li Daqiang. You may return for now. Li Daqiang understood that as an ordinary person, he should keep his distance during the conflict of the formidable. Follow the trail of the dark energy. The deeper they ventured, the denser the dark energy became. However, Yang Wuzhao noticed that within the dark energy, there was a faint glimmer of white light, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the blackness, yet persisting tenaciously. The ravine grew dimmer, and the spiritual aura thinned, making it difficult to discern the source of the dark energy. Suddenly, Lu Xian spotted a cave and, driven by a sense of exploration, they entered. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard voices within, prompting them to slow their steps. Darling, just yield to me. You've resisted long enough. You have little strength left. Lu Xian halted abruptly and nodded, recognizing the voice of the burly man from Xuan sect who had come to cause trouble. Zhou Tian, you will never succeed. If Xuan sect discovers you have fallen into darkness, they will not assist you. Withdraw. A weak female voice echoed. Nonsense. I am not in darkness. I am merely tainted. Once we cultivate together, I shall cleanse this contamination from your exquisite body, and it will no longer be dark energy. Using the commotion from their argument as cover, Lu Xian and the others stealthily approached, remaining hidden within 10 meters of the two. Before them stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her peach blossom eyes and cherry lips creating a visage that evoked immense tenderness. Even Bai Ling could not help but utter softly, so lovely, a beauty of the nation. Lu Xian, too, was captivated by her beauty. Only Yang Wuzhao wore an odd expression, lost in thought. Zhou Tian began to approach the woman with dark energy, and the beautiful woman, suspended within the cave, appeared weak and powerless. Just as Lu Xian was about to intervene, Yang Wuzhao restrained him, for the moment was fleeting. Astonishingly, it was Zhou Tian who cried out in pain, not the woman. At that moment, the cave filled with the rich fragrance of peonies, and a white light enveloped the woman, even as blood trickled from her lips. You wretched being! Zhou Tian seethed, grinding his teeth. Your protective aura has weakened significantly. I will wait until I can seize you. It was then that Lu Xian struck, gathering his fire spirit energy into a concentrated sphere. Here, take this grenade. Zhou Tian, taken aback by the unexpected attack, relied on his instinct honed by years of experience to narrowly evade it, even managing to counterattack. Wait, a golden core? Lu Xian was astonished. It had only been a few days since their last encounter, and Zhou Tian had already advanced to the golden core stage. A fierce brawl ensued, with Zhou Tian countering and summoning a massive black dragon that roared toward Lu Xian. In response, Lu Xian quickly produced a pill, channeling his spiritual energy to form a golden barrier, blocking the dragon's assault. Quite impressive, Zhou Tian sneered, gesturing as dark energy coalesced into a three-headed, six-armed demonic figure that lunged at Lu Xian. Unfazed, Lu Xian recited incantations, his body radiating golden light as he grew several times larger, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, ready to confront the demonic figure. At that moment, Yang Wuzhao joined the fray, her hands moving gracefully as she summoned a massive sword aura directed at Zhou Tian. Seeing Yang Wuzhao's sword aura, Zhou Tian sneered. instantly conjuring a demonic mirror of black energy to deflect the impact. At this moment, Xuan evidently felt the strain. The disparity between the second stage of the foundation building phase and the first stage of the golden core phase was insurmountable, akin to a chasm. Were it not for Yang Wuzhao's support beside him, Xuan would have long since found himself at a disadvantage. I still possess the cultivation of my son, who is poised to become an emperor. I refuse to believe that we cannot prevail as a trio of father and sons. System. Activate the cultivation of my 2 sons. Understood, host. In an instant, the cries of the 2 boys ceased, and boundless spiritual energy radiated from them, surging madly into Xuan. Countless sword shadows erupted from Xiaobao, and in that moment, the sword aura was overwhelming, causing a third of the demonic energy in the cave to dissipate. Damn it! Xuan roared, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows towards Zhou Tian. The sensation of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart left Zhou Tian immediately weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Xuan continued to harness the Bao's cultivation, transforming the abundant spiritual energy before him into an ancient colossal dragon. The dragon, with bared fangs and claws, glared fiercely at Zhou Tian, who now displayed signs of trepidation. Impossible. How can this be the strength of a foundation-building disciple? Damn it! He retreated step by step, but Xuan was unwilling to grant him any respite. Thinking of escaping? Dream on. Kill. The murderous intent swelled in Xuan's eyes, and the ancient dragon mirrored this bloodlust. The dragon lunged forward, delivering a heart-piercing blow, followed by a claw that extracted Zhou Tian's golden core before tearing him apart. A scream escaped Zhou Tian as he was swiftly devoured by the ancient dragon. The battle concluded. Xuan and Yang Wuzhao approached the woman. "Thank you for saving my life," Xuan said with a smile. "There is no need for gratitude. It is rather you who saved me. Had you not intervened, I would have been unable to contend with him," the woman replied calmly. "Regardless, I must still express my thanks. I am Xuan, and this is Yang Wuzhao," Xuan introduced. "I am a rogue cultivator from Mengshan, Luo, the woman stated. It was unexpected that this woman was a rogue cultivator. During their brief respite, they learned the backstory from Luo. It turned out that after Zhou Tian's confrontation with Xuan, he passed through Mengshan and stumbled upon Luo's unique physique, desiring to cultivate together. Luo, however, resolutely refused. Zhou Tian, taking advantage of her status as a rogue cultivator, forcibly abducted her to a cave, and the subsequent events were clear to Xuan and the others. "So, when he sought you out, had he already succumbed to demonic influence?" Xuan astutely inquired. "Yes. Initially it was not so severe, but the demonic energy became increasingly oppressive," she replied, with these enigmas weighing upon them. The group returned to the village to purify the demonic energy. At the crossroads, Xuan, Yang Wuzhao, and Luo prepared to part ways. After exchanging pleasantries, Xuan noticed that Yang Wuzhao had remained silent since Luo's arrival. Seizing the moment while Bai Ling bid farewell to Luo, Xuan pulled Yang Wuzhao aside for a private inquiry. "Every time I interact with her, I feel a twinge of aversion and agitation, and fragments of memories flicker in my mind, as if I have known her before," Yang Wuzhao confessed. Xuan found this perplexing. How could there be any connection between Luo and Yang Wuzhao? Perhaps I am overthinking it. It's nothing. Upon their return, they suddenly noticed that Luo was not leaving and wished to accompany them. Upon inquiry, it became clear that Bai Ling had mentioned the plan to rescue Li Qinglian, and Luo felt compelled to assist, believing she owed her life to them. Serendipitously, Xuan did not wish for this enigmatic and beautiful woman to depart so swiftly. Far above the clouds, within an ancient, stately palace, an elder approached, performing his customary inspection of the disciples' soul lamps. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Quickly, inform the hall master of Huan Hall that the soul lamp of his inner disciple, Zhou Tian, has been extinguished." On their journey, Xuan was flanked by beauty, attending to the tasks of both traveling and child-rearing with care for Luo. Luo's graceful presence naturally drew attention, and alongside Bai Ling and Yang Wuzhao, whose appearances were also striking, it wasn't long before they attracted the gaze of others. Chapter 15. Attracting Trouble. "Excuse me. May I have a word?" A burly man gestured, signaling them to halt. Lu Xian and the others stopped, eyeing the man warily. This brute was evidently no ordinary individual. His aura surpassed even Zhou Tian's, likely a disciple of some sect. "Where are you headed?" the man inquired, his gaze sweeping over Luo and Bai Ling, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "We are merely passing through. Is there something you need?" Yang Wujiao replied, her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The man appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yang Wujiao's response, and then sneered, "Passing through? This territory belongs to me. If you wish to pass, leave something behind. With so many beauties, I must sample." Before he could finish, the man blurred into motion, appearing before Yang Wujiao in an instant, his palm raised to strike her. Lu Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he moved to shield Yang Wujiao, extending his right hand forward. A formidable aura erupted from his palm, colliding with the man's strike. "You seek death." The man roared, enraged by Lu Xian's intervention. He clenched his right hand, unleashing a beam of light directed at Lu Xian. Luo and Bai Ling's expressions changed as they witnessed Lu Xian's unprecedented display of power, realizing that this man was beyond their capability to confront. Yang Wujiao's face paled slightly, but she was acutely aware of Lu Xian's strength. Despite the formidable adversary before them, she held immense confidence in him. Unfazed by the man's assault, Lu Xian's demeanor remained resolute. He tightened his grip, unleashing an even more potent aura that clashed against the man's attack. A thunderous roar echoed, sending shockwaves through the air, stirring up a tempest of wind and dust. The force of the collision pushed everyone back, and as the dust settled, Lu Xian remained standing, albeit somewhat disheveled. The burly man, however, appeared pallid as he staggered backward, ultimately regaining his footing. "Who are you?" he demanded, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Xian, clearly astonished that Lu Xian's strength could rival his own. "I am merely a traveler passing through, my friend. Must it come to this?" Lu Xian replied, his voice laced with an unyielding authority. The man hesitated momentarily before letting out a cold snort and turning to leave. The group collectively exhaled in relief. The encounter had been harrowing, and they had never anticipated Lu Xian's prowess to be so formidable. "Let us depart swiftly. It appears we have drawn attention. And we must leave post-haste," Yang Wujiao urged. "Agreed," Lu Xian nodded, and the group continued on their journey. Following behind, Luo suddenly sensed a wave of danger. She swiftly dodged, turning to find a masked man before her. Bai Ling's pupils constricted as she pointed at the masked figure, exclaiming, "That's him. He is the one who abducted Sister Qinglian." Upon hearing this, everyone tensed, and Yang Wujiao prepared to charge forward, only to feel a sharp pain in her abdomen. Her complexion paling. Gritting her teeth, she instructed Bai Ling, "Go help. I'll handle the child." Without hesitation, Bai Ling transformed her spiritual energy into a sword and surged forward. Lu Xian also gathered his spiritual energy, preparing for battle. However, unexpectedly, the masked man suddenly turned to retreat, leaving behind a chilling remark. "If you wish to find Li Qinglian, bring the Tianshan Zixuanko to Xianmen. If you cannot procure it by the end of next month, you shall never find Li Qinglian." Lu Xian rushed forward with fervor, aiming a fierce thrust, only to pierce the emptiness. The figure had vanished into thin air. Luo furrowed her brow. "It's a domain. That man must be a doppelganger of a Yuan Ing stage old monster. What formidable force lies behind Li Qinglian to command such a Yuan Ing creature? And what of the Zixuanko?" Lu Xian, having recently arrived in this world, was utterly perplexed. Luo continued, "I have read about it. It is a 7th-grade immortal herb that only grows in the Jingyu secret realm. However," Bai Ling queried, puzzled, "that secret realm only permits those at the golden core stage to enter. But how could a golden core cultivator possibly contend with the guardian beasts of a 7th-grade immortal herb? That requires at least the strength of a Yuaning." An oppressive silence enveloped the group. Lu Xian gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will not abandon my quest for Qinglian, though I am at the foundation establishment stage. I possess the strength to confront a golden core. I shall go. You all remain here." "Lu Xian, I understand your determination, but this course of action is exceedingly perilous. Let us all enter together and combine our strengths to retrieve the Zixuanko," Luo urged, her eyes reflecting admiration for Lu Xian. "Indeed, we cannot allow you to face this peril alone," Yang Wujiao asserted resolutely. Bai Ling shook her head. "I will not let you go alone. I shall accompany you. Suddenly, Luo noticed Yang Wuzhao's pale complexion. What is wrong with you? Yang Wuzhao, drenched in cold sweat, replied, I am experiencing excruciating pain in my abdomen, and I do not know the cause. Alarmed, everyone used their spiritual energy to inspect him but found no issues. His meridians were intact, and there were no traces of demonic energy or injuries. It is not far to the town. We must seek a doctor, Lucian exclaimed, lifting Yang Wuzhao into a princess carry and hastening their steps. Inside the clinic, the doctor leisurely checked Yang Wuzhao's pulse. The group waited anxiously, with Lucian sweating profusely from nervousness. Finally, the doctor announced that Yang Wuzhao's pulse had stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he withdrew his hand. Doctor, how is my wife? Lucian asked urgently. The doctor smiled and shook his head. Do not worry. This lady is merely physically weak, compounded by previous fatigue and emotional fluctuations, which have caused her discomfort. Lucian felt the weight lift from his heart. Yang Wuzhao gently to get Xuan, signaling him to remain calm. However, there is one matter, the doctor continued. I congratulate you. This lady is with child. The fetal image is faint, likely due to the early stage of pregnancy, but my decades of experience assure me this is certain. The group gazed in astonishment at the doctor, then turned to Yang Wuzhao, whose face flushed crimson as she bowed her head in silence, her emotions a jumble. Lucian, filled with excitement, grasped Yang Wuzhao's hand, his eyes alight with joy. Is this true? Is it really happening? Yang Wuzhao nodded gently, surprised yet slightly apprehensive about having fought while pregnant, relief washing over her that the child was unharmed. Just then, a voice echoed in Lucian's ears. Congratulations, host, on achieving the half-year pregnant with triplets achievement. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Lucian hastily opened his rewards. Upon glancing through the contents, his jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Is the bounty for having triplets truly so generous? Yes. Chapter 16. The grand prize will host rewards. 1 mysterious sachet, 1 7th grade gathering spirit pill, 3 Xian grade armors, and 500 fortune points. Upon seeing these rewards, Lucian was already greatly impressed. The 7th grade gathering spirit pill alone was an invaluable item. The highest grade of pill known across the continent thus far was merely 8th grade. What is the mysterious sachet? Lucian curiously inquired of the system. The mysterious sachet has the potential to yield unexpected items. It is advisable to use it in critical situations. The more perilous the circumstance, the more astonishing the outcome. The system replied amiably. Hearing the system's friendly advice, Lucian nodded. I am one to heed counsel, so I shall refrain from opening it for now. As Lucian's gaze lingered on the 3 Xian grade armors, his eyes lit up. The so-called Xian grade armor resembled exquisite green jade hairpins, both beautiful and unique in design. Lucian immediately understood the utility of these 3 jade hairpins. Accumulating to this point, Lucian had amassed 1,500 fortune points, 20 points permitted 1 draw, and he had yet to try his luck. He pondered for a moment. Let us draw 500 fortune points first. I wish to familiarize myself with the prize draw. Request for a draw received. Executing immediately. Please spin the prize wheel. A vibrant, multicolored lucky wheel appeared before Lucian, though it bore no inscriptions. He reached out and spun the pointer, and the wheel began to whirl vigorously. Soon, several items cascaded down. Lucian waited with keen interest for the wheel to come to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a total of 25 prizes, including 10 third-grade immortal herbs, 10 yellow-grade weapons, 3 yellow-grade attack formations, and 2 items for enhancing fetal qualifications. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Such a haul was overwhelming, and he realized a single ring could scarcely contain it all. Remarkably, there were even items for enhancing fetal qualifications, since only Yang Wuzhao was pregnant. All items would be utilized for her benefit. Upon hearing Lucian's decision, the system promptly commenced execution. Items used to enhance fetal qualifications. Current potential score has reached 60. Now Lucian understood that the allure of the prize draw lay not only in the various techniques and weapons, but particularly in enhancing fetal qualifications. What if the qualification score reaches 100? He inquired. Then it would be 100% imperial qualification. The system replied. Lucian's eyes brightened. Is this enhancement item only obtainable through the lottery? Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Xuan grasped the significance of a lottery. The higher the fortune points, the more draws one could make, increasing the probability of obtaining such valuable items. He was clear on the logic. Thus, he resolved to acquire more fortune points. Xuan's determination grew stronger. However, following the masked man's instructions to collect the Xuan meant entering the secret realm. The Jingyu secret realm is not a place where ordinary people could emerge victorious. Hence, the more treasures he amassed, the better his chances of success. The Jingyu secret realm opens in 3 days. We must hasten our preparations, Xuan declared, rousing a sense of duty among the group, with no one wavering. He paused, then suddenly turned to Yang Wuzhao and Bai Ling, producing 2 jade hairpins from his sleeve. You have both endured hardships during this time, tirelessly traveling day and night. I present these 2 gifts to you, hoping they provide some comfort. The 2 women were deeply touched by Xuan's thoughtful gesture. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed, their eyes glistening with emotion. They could discern the exceptional nature of the jade hairpins, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, both understated and elegant. Additionally, the design of the hairpins was exquisitely beautiful. Originally, it was presumed that everyone would soon be hastily on their way, but unexpectedly, Xuan produced a green jade hairpin and handed it to the slightly envious Luo. Miss Luo, your unwavering loyalty along this journey deserves this gift. Luo was taken aback. I receive one too? Her eyes sparkled with delight. Xuan smiled and nodded. You are a lady who cherishes beauty. How could you not have one? Once the hairpin was in her possession, she couldn't bear to part with it. Bai Ling approached with a smile, deftly styling Luo's hair and adorning it with the hairpin, making her look ethereal. Xuan laughed heartily. Let us set forth. We shall embark for the Jingyu secret realm. Amidst swirling sands and desolate Gobi, Xuan and his companions appeared against the backdrop of this harsh desert. Where on earth is the Jingyu secret realm? Bai Ling exclaimed, weariness evident in her voice after searching for so long. Just as fatigue began to weigh on them, Xuan suddenly halted, pointing ahead. Look, that towering peak. The group followed his gaze to a majestic mountain rising against the skyline, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding an enigmatic aura. That is the entrance to the Jingyu secret realm, Xuan explained. Spirits lifted, they began to concentrate, preparing to enter the secret realm. Xuan surveyed the group with a smile. We must exercise caution. The Jingyu secret realm is fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could lead to our demise. His words cast a shadow over their spirits, yet they understood the gravity of the situation. Observing their serious expressions, Xuan chuckled, but we are not unprepared. We have each other to rely on and the treasures in our possession. As long as we unite, no challenge can overcome us. His words rejuvenated their spirits, and they exchanged glances, finding resolve in one another's eyes. Now that they had located the secret realm, they approached the towering peak, but found no entrance. How peculiar. Where's the entrance? Xuan and his companions searched in vain when, at that moment, a man emerged from a nearby thicket. Are you also heading to the Jingyu secret realm? He inquired. Yang Wu's vigilant gaze fell upon him, but the man quickly smiled and reassured them, do not worry. I mean no harm. I too seek the secret realm and merely wish for companionship. If you allow me to join your party, I can guide you inside, provided you protect me in times of danger. Xuan appraised him carefully. There was little to lose in following this man to find the entrance. Very well. We can draft a contract for a temporary alliance. Luo, possessing considerable experience as a rogue cultivator, suggested. No problem. The man replied readily. Soon, with a guide leading the way, Xuan and his group finally discovered the entrance to the secret realm, hidden underground, which explained their earlier difficulties in locating it. Chapter 17. In search of Xuan grass as they passed through the entrance, a wave of dizziness overcame them, and upon opening their eyes, they beheld a lush expanse. The scenery was nothing short of a terrestrial paradise. Is so beautiful, Luo exclaimed, enchanted by the myriad of rare, celestial herbs growing freely. Be cautious. There could be traps within. Bai Ling warned, having noticed that since entering the secret realm, both Dabao and Xiao Bao had become restless. What are you searching for? The newly joined man asked. Xuan replied evasively. We are hoping for a stroke of luck, as we are on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Many predecessors have mentioned that this place is rife with opportunities, so we thought we would come and see. The man did not press further. I am Duan Yang, a rogue cultivator. I have come in search of Xuan grass. In contrast to Lu Xian's caution, Duan Yang seemed rather carefree. Lu Xian inquired nonchalantly, "You seek Xuan grass?" "That is no small feat," Duan Yang smiled optimistically. "My sister is gravely ill, and this is her only hope. To be candid, I noticed you had 1 man and 3 women, and assumed you must possess considerable strength to bring children along." Lu Xian gradually relaxed. Duan Yang did not appear to harbor ill intentions. "Flattery will get you nowhere. I simply believe in strength in numbers, and have no one at home to care for the children, so I brought them along." As they conversed, Luo suddenly halted. Their movement. Just as she spoke, a thunderous roar echoed, and a massive 2-headed white tiger leapt from the forest. Duan Yang instantly assumed a battle stance, and the others quickly prepared to confront the impending threat. "Everyone, stay together and maintain formation," Lu Xian urged. The 2-headed white tiger roared, its imposing aura suffocating. Without hesitation, Duan Yang charged forward, unleashing his martial skills in a fierce clash with the beast. However, as a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he found himself struggling against a creature of evident golden core strength. At that moment, Lu Xian intervened, summoning a dragon shadow that ensnared the white tiger, swiftly diminishing its speed. Seizing the opportunity, Luo unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck true, further hampering the tiger's agility. Feeling the support from Luo, Duan Yang's heart warmed as he channeled all his strength into a fiery punch that landed heavily on the tiger's abdomen, eliciting a pained roar as it staggered back. Bai Ling swiftly advanced, chanting an incantation. An icy spell coalesced, freezing the tiger in place. Lu Xian seized the moment, soaring into the air, and with his sword descending with lethal precision, struck the beast's head. Following this barrage of attacks, the 2-headed white tiger was rendered incapable of further combat, and Duan Yang and his companions emerged victorious, breathing heavily as they reveled in their triumph. Lu Xian delivered the final blow, extracting the tiger's demon core. For it was known that magical beasts cultivated power by absorbing spiritual energy, and the higher the grade, the more potent the spiritual force contained within. This was precisely what Lu Xian sought. However, considering the shared effort in defeating the creature, he pondered and offered several 3rd-grade celestial herbs to Duan Yang. "Duan Yang declined. I could not have done it without your assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have been finished." Lu Xian chuckled and shook his head. "It was my quick thinking. Without your distraction, I might not have prevailed either. Moreover, this is merely a low-grade demon core. It may not be of use to us. So let's exchange it for something more practical." Duan Yang, intrigued by Lu Xian's words, asked, "What do you desire?" "I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Lu Xian contemplated, his gaze flickering. "I have always wished to learn a particular cultivation method, but have been unable to find the right approach. If you could assist me, I would exchange this celestial herb for your guidance." Duan Yang, somewhat taken aback, was not particularly versed in cultivation methods, yet Lu Xian exuded confidence. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your proposal." Lu Xian directly posed his current cultivation challenges, and Duan Yang listened earnestly. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian rapidly absorbed a wealth of foundational knowledge of the cultivation world. Ultimately, the demon core remained with Lu Xian, who absorbed all its spiritual energy. However, upon completion, he felt an unusual warmth within his body. The 3 women sensed something amiss and promptly began to protect him, assisting Lu Xian to a secluded area. "I feel so hot. It feels as if the spiritual energy within me is about to explode." Lu Xuan silently endured. This pain persisted for a prolonged duration, and Lu Xuan felt as though his body was being torn apart by an immense force, as if it were on the brink of disintegration. He gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious, yet his vision grew increasingly blurred and his body became unbearably hot. Just as he was about to succumb, the anxious voices of the 3 women echoed in his ears. "Lu Xuan, are you all right? What should we do?" Lu Xuan exerted himself to lift his head and glanced at them, saying, "Stay back for a moment. I feel my spiritual energy is somewhat out of control, and I do not wish to harm you." A flicker of worry crossed the eyes of the 3 women, yet they ultimately heeded Lu Xuan's words and stepped aside. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, focusing his mind as he sensed the powerful force within him. He began to attempt to control it, guiding it to flow to every corner of his body, striving to augment his strength. This process was excruciating, but Xuan persevered, aware that he could not afford to give up. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would be in vain. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xuan felt that the force was finally under his control. He slowly opened his eyes and beheld the three women watching him with a mix of admiration and joy. "You succeeded," they exclaimed in unison. Xuan smiled, fully aware that all of this was thanks to the assistance of the three women, and his heart was filled with gratitude. At that moment, Xuan realized he seemed to have undergone a transformation. "What? I have directly reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage?" Xuan was astonished, having leaped several levels in an instant, a feat unprecedented in history. He discovered that he had indeed attained the peak of the foundation establishment stage and felt a surge of amazement and exhilaration. He understood that his rapid ascension in power was primarily due to the help of the three women and his own diligence. "This is truly incredible," Xuan marveled. His heart brimmed with joy and pride, but he also recognized the arduous effort and sweat that lay behind this achievement. They did not linger for long, but pressed onward, hoping to discover more spiritual herbs and medicines to enhance their strength. They traversed numerous mountains and meadows, encountering various dangers and challenges. Yet, not a single Xuan herb could be found. How peculiar! Where could it have gone? Chapter 18. Resolving the environment during their quest for spiritual herbs and medicines. Xuan and the three women noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy had suddenly become sparse, as if it had been extracted. Shortly thereafter, they all found themselves tumbling into a vortex that had appeared out of thin air. "What is happening?" Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. The three women, having never encountered such a scenario, began to feel uneasy and afraid. Just as they were engulfed in confusion and helplessness, a voice suddenly resonated in their ears. "Are you searching for me?" Xuan and the three women were taken aback and turned to discover an elderly man clad in a black robe standing before them, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "Who are you?" Xuan asked, his voice tinged with tension. "I'm a guardian of this world. Are you in search of those spiritual herbs and medicines?" The old man replied with a smile. "Indeed, those herbs are of utmost importance to us." Xuan nodded. "Then you must pass my test to obtain those herbs," the old man stated nonchalantly. Xuan and the three women exchanged glances, uncertain of their predicament. Duanyang remarked, "We must have fallen into a minor illusion. This old man is likely the master of this illusion. Let us see what the test entails." Xuan and the three women had no choice but to accept the challenge, engaging in a fierce battle with the old man, who was equally formidable, resulting in a stalemate. However, during the skirmish, Xuan suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within this illusion was remarkably abundant, far surpassing that of the outside world. "Why is the spiritual energy so dense here?" Xuan wondered in surprise. "This illusion is under my control. Thus, the spiritual energy is naturally rich." The old man replied with a smile. Xuan's heart stirred, and he began to attempt to absorb the abundant spiritual energy, seeking a more rapid enhancement of his strength. This endeavor was painful, yet Xuan remained resolute, understanding that only through relentless effort could he become more powerful. The plentiful spiritual energy within the illusion allowed Xuan to feel his strength escalating swiftly, and he was elated to discover that he had, in a brief span, broken through the foundation establishment stage and entered the golden core stage. "This is too incredible," Xuan exclaimed in shock. "Such is the nature of this world. Only through continuous effort can one achieve success," the old man remarked with a smile. Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and respect, knowing that all of this was due to the old man's assistance and guidance. Ultimately, Xuan, Duanyang, and the three women successfully passed the old man's test, acquiring precious spiritual herbs and medicines, along with enhanced strength and invaluable experience. "Thank you for your help. We will cherish all of this." Xuan expressed his gratitude to the old man. "No need for thanks. You are a part of this world, and I merely aid you in your growth." The old man replied with a smile. "And here's a gift for you," he said, directing a beam of light toward Yang Wuzhao's abdomen, before sending the group out of the miner's secret realm. At that very moment, Yang Wuzhao suddenly clutched her belly and exclaimed, "It hurts." Xuan's expression changed, and he immediately pulled Yang Wuzhao out of the illusion, prompting the others to follow suit. "Are you about to give birth?" The other two women became anxious. They were still in the Jing Yu's secret realm. What would they do if she actually gave birth? Moreover, Yang Wuzhao had only been pregnant for less than 2 months. How could this happen? However, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. Prepare for the delivery, Xuan urged, leading Yang Wuzhao to his side, while the other two women followed closely, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. I didn't expect this to happen here. Yang Wuzhao gritted her teeth, her face pale. I feel the baby is eager to come out. What should we do? One of the women inquired. Let us find a place for her to lie down. And then we must seek some clean water and towels, Xuan instructed. The two women hurried to gather supplies, while Xuan stayed by Yang Wuzhao's side, holding her hand and reassuring her not to be afraid. Soon, everything was prepared, and Xuan and the two women gently washed Yang Wuzhao's body, helping her to recline. I feel the baby is almost here. Yang Wuzhao gritted her teeth. What should we do? One of the women asked. Xuan took a deep breath, aware that time was of the essence, and he needed to make a decision. We three will assist in the delivery. Do either of you have any experience? Both women shook their heads. Very well then, I will take charge of the delivery, and you two will comfort Yang Wuzhao and help her remain calm, Xuan declared. The two women nodded, understanding that now was not the time for questions. They needed to stay composed to navigate this crisis. Xuan began preparing for the delivery. He had learned some birthing knowledge in the past, but had never put into practice. Nevertheless, he had to overcome his fear and anxiety to help Yang Wuzhao successfully bring forth her child. At that moment, the sky above the secret realm was filled with an overwhelming amount of lightning, relentlessly flashing as the storm gathered. The more Yang Wuzhao cried out in pain, the denser the lightning above became, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Xuan and his companions established a sanctuary infused with spiritual energy. However, in comparison to the might of thunder and lightning, it appeared rather diminutive, lacking any deterrent power. Suddenly, the tempest of thunderclouds dissipated, and a brilliant beam of golden sunlight pierced through the secret realm, bathing the surroundings in its warmth. Unbeknownst to anyone outside the realm, a fierce sandstorm erupted, causing many creatures on the Gobi Desert to tremble in fear. Among them was a boy. Xuan took the child, washed him with pure water, and entrusted him to Yang Wuzhao. Yang Wuzhao, exhausted yet filled with joy, cradled the child, and Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This individual, who had just endured a life-and-death trial, witnessed the birth of a new life within the Jingyu secret realm. At that moment, as the golden sunlight flooded the secret realm, the entire space seemed to illuminate. A dazzling splendor enveloped their vision, leaving only a sea of gold. As the brilliance gradually waned, they began to perceive the scene outside. Beyond the secret realm, the raging sands had vanished, replaced by a verdant meadow adorned with a plethora of wildflowers, vibrant and breathtaking. In the meadow, a majestic qilin raised its head and let out a resonant roar, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, a harbinger of blessings for the newborn. At that moment, Xuan received a substantial reward from the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a reward box. Upon opening the box, he discovered a singular item, a spell scroll. Spiritual energy scroll. Used to randomly acquire a type of spiritual energy, it can only be utilized once per battle. This scroll proved to be invaluable at this juncture, and Xuan silently rejoiced. Meanwhile, the thunder within the secret realm had reached its zenith, seemingly on the brink of eruption. Yang Wuzhao's pain surged to its peak, and Xuan understood that they had no retreat. They could only exert every ounce of strength to protect this new life. He retrieved the spell scroll, preparing to employ it, but suddenly realized that in such a perilous situation, its use might yield unpredictable consequences. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to reserve it for the most critical moment. Chapter 19. Zixian grass. After the child was born, Xuan and the others noticed something peculiar about him. Aside from the thunder and lightning that accompanied his birth, there was another distressing aspect. The child's cries were faint, resembling the mewling of a kitten, which pained Yang Wuzhao deeply. Why was the child so frail? The others gathered around, concerned. Xuan approached to examine the child closely. There was ample spiritual energy, yet the reason for his weakness remained unclear. Suddenly, at that moment, the sky rapidly gathered dark thunderclouds, which soon enveloped the area within 100 miles. With a thunderous crash, a thick bolt of lightning descended, instantly enveloping the child. Yang Wuzhao shrieked, for it was her newborn child. The others were equally astonished. Only Xuan quickly regained his composure upon hearing the system's voice. Detected that the host child has completed the lightning body tempering achievement, rewarding the host with a level up. Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, this is the lightning body tempering. A mere newborn can undergo such a process. How remarkable! Moreover, a direct level up. This reward is exceedingly generous. Noticing the other's lingering worry, Xuan hurriedly explained that this was the result of lightning body tempering. Yang Wuzhao was equally astonished. So my son is so formidable. After undergoing the lightning body tempering, he will possess an incredibly strong physique, destined to cultivate into a Vajra body. As the thunderclouds dispersed, they were delighted to observe that the child's health had significantly improved. Listen, how resounding his cries now are. Just as everyone was filled with joy, Luo suddenly remarked, "We face many dangers within this secret realm, and with so many infants among us. Our burden has increased considerably." Xuan smiled and said, "The children are small, and I possess a treasure, an infant care pouch, that contains a separate space for the children to rest." He produced a golden pouch from his sleeve, with the children safely contained. The group felt a renewed sense of determination. Meanwhile, Xuan chose to consume the elixir he had received as a reward from the system. His singular goal was the golden core. The system's reward swiftly coursed through his body, flooding him with rich, almost tangible spiritual energy, which surged through his meridians. It was a dominantly forceful presence, yet it integrated gently into his being, as if breaking free from shackles. Xuan felt a serene tranquility wash over him, a sensation of elevation that enveloped him entirely. This was the golden core. "Marvelous! I have finally found you." At that moment, Duan Yang's voice emerged from behind. He had inexplicably vanished since entering the small secret realm, only to reappear now. "Where have you been?" Luo inquired. Duan Yang chuckled heartily. "I heard some commotion and thought it might be danger, so I went to investigate, only to lose track of you all upon returning. But no matter, I have discovered the location of the Xian grass." Yang Wuzhao immediately asked, "Where is it?" "In this valley, but uniquely, it grows atop a two-headed demon beast." The mention of the two-headed demon beast startled everyone. A two-headed demon beast. "What level is it?" Duan Yang replied, "It is equivalent to the mid-level of the golden core." Many felt a wave of hopelessness wash over them. However, Yang Wuzhao's eyes sparkled. She had identified the beast's weakness. "Fear not. While the two-headed demon beast is formidable, I have a method to subdue it." Hearing Yang Wuzhao's confidence, everyone felt a sense of relief. Soon, under Duan Yang's guidance, they arrived at the valley of the two-headed demon beast. Upon noticing them, the beast roared ferociously and charged at Yang Wuzhao with its gaping maw. Yang Wuzhao frowned and swiftly produced a talisman from her Qinquan pouch. The talisman ignited instantly, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix that surged toward the two-headed demon beast, radiating an overwhelming heat. One of the beast's heads let out a pained howl as its flesh was seared black. Furious, the other head exhaled a frigid mist, instantly freezing the burned head. However, at that moment, a spear lunged from another direction, piercing the unsuspecting head of the two-headed demon beast with a resounding crack, pinning it to the ground. Before the beast could struggle, Xuan's flying sword descended, swiftly dispatching the demon beast. With its demise, Xuan immediately collected the Xian grass. "Let's go." With bountiful rewards in hand, Xuan called out and led the way toward the exit of the small secret realm. As they departed, a butterfly fluttered from the distance, landing on the corpse of the two-headed demon beast, seemingly searching for something. As they walked, Yang Wuzhao inquired of Xuan, "Your flying sword and the talisman you used earlier were impressive. How did you acquire such skills?" Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "My family possesses an ancient scroll of teachings passed down through generations, which records various extraordinary martial arts. I have been studying the talismans and sword techniques since childhood, so it seems I must seek opportunities to learn these skills from you." Yang Wuzhao remarked with an expression of eager anticipation. The group engaged in light-hearted banter as they soon arrived at the exit of the small secret realm. Before departing, Xuan distributed some spiritual herbs and demon pills among the crowd, and everyone left with bountiful rewards. On the journey back to the sect, Duan Yang suddenly inquired, "Xuan, what was the method you mentioned for refining the Shengling Dan?" Xuan smiled faintly and replied, "The method is not difficult. It merely requires the collection of specific materials and the mastery of unique refining techniques. However, to successfully concoct the Shengling Dan, one must also possess a certain degree of timing and opportunity. Opportunity? That is indeed something one can only hope to encounter. Duanyang lowered his head, concealing his expression from those around him. In the next moment, Xuan decisively drew his sword and thrust it towards Duanyang. How did you discover my true identity? Duanyang raised his head again, revealing a pale visage that had transformed drastically, appearing almost unrecognizable. When you reappear, I will know you are not the real Duanyang. Xuan huffed coldly. It appears I have revealed myself too soon, but what does it matter? You are all merely pawns in my game. The impostor Duanyang declared. You have killed my two-headed steed. I shall take one of you as a companion. As soon as the words left his lips, a colossal, nine-headed demon serpent, towering 3 meters high, manifested before Xuan and the others. Chapter 20. Xuan. No wonder the two-headed demon beast, which was clearly at the mid-golden core stage, had been so easily vanquished earlier. With the situation at hand, the three women and Xuan understood the source of their previous inexplicable ease. Clearly, everything was a trap laid by this nine-headed demon serpent, the true guardian of the Zhixian Chao. Xuan hastily retrieved the Zhixian Chao he had stored away, only to find it had transformed into a pile of foam. It's an illusion, young Wuzhou exclaimed coldly. Everyone be cautious. This creature can cast illusions, he warned, simultaneously unleashing his sword aura to encircle the nine-headed serpent. You human cultivators, today is your day of demise. The nine-headed serpent hissed in unison, emanating a formidable aura. The group was not to be underestimated. Having seen through the creature's illusion, they prepared to defend themselves to avoid falling victim again. Let us attack in unison. Do not let it pick us off one by one. Xuan shouted, swinging his Qingling sword with all his might toward one of the serpent's heads. Yang Wuzhao and Bai Ling also joined the fray, launching various talismans and spells at the nine-headed serpent. Faced with their combined assault, the nine-headed serpent struggled to cope, evading their strikes. However, its speed seemed to surpass that of the previous two-headed beast, leaving the group momentarily at a loss. This won't do. We must devise a plan to eliminate it. At that moment of difficulty, Xuan suddenly produced a spiritual energy scroll. Use fire, he uttered succinctly, feeling an intense heat in his hands. In the next instant, the scroll shot toward the nine-headed serpent. As Xuan's words echoed, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the scroll, surging toward the nine-headed serpent. Arg! The nine-headed serpent let out a deafening wail as the flames struck it. Now it's our chance, Xuan shouted, and the Qingling sword transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through one of the serpent's heads in an instant. Yang Wuzhao, Luo, and the others seized the opportunity, bombarding the nine-headed serpent with a tempest of talismans and spells. Under the relentless onslaught, the nine-headed serpent writhed in agony, its 9 heads succumbing one by one to the relentless attacks. We finally defeated it. Xuan exhaled, feeling utterly drained. Everyone, be cautious. The creature appears to possess great vitality, Luo warned, as they witnessed the serpent's heads regenerating, roaring menacingly at the group. Continue the attack. We cannot afford to give it any chances, Xuan urged, activating the spiritual energy scroll once more to envelop the nine-headed serpent in searing flames. With sustained effort, the group finally subdued the nine-headed serpent, which disintegrated into a plume of black smoke. Phew, that was close. Xuan sighed in relief, feeling as though his body could barely withstand the strain. Are you all right? Yang Wuzhao approached Xuan with concern. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Xuan replied with a wry smile, having expended too much energy during the battle. We should leave this place quickly, lest other monsters appear, Luo advised. And everyone nodded in agreement. Xuan walked to the spot where the serpent had vanished and picked up a piece of fabric. This fabric was familiar. It belonged to Duanyang. Let us go. Seeing the piece of fabric, a somber mood settled over the group. Duanyang had mentioned he had a sister, and he ventured into the secret realm in search of the Zhixian Chao for her sake. I possess a secret skill that allows me to track his home using this item, Luo spoke with a heavy tone. Being Yangfu, a small town not far from the secret realm, was remarkably prosperous. Guided by a red thread, Xuan and the others arrived at an unassuming flat house. Coming. A weak, melodious female voice rang out from within as they knocked on the door. Upon opening it, a pale yet charming young woman appeared, clad in a simple blue dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. "Who are you?" the group asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar young lady. "I am Duan Yang's sister. Are you here to find him?" she inquired curiously, her voice tinged with frailty, indicating she might be unwell. "Indeed, we are friends of your brother, and he sent us to check on you," they responded. The young woman quickly deduced, "Has something happened to my brother? I knew he shouldn't have gone to that secret realm for my sake." Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. The group felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Such news was something no one wished to hear. "Please come in and take a seat. I will pour you some tea," she said, quickly regaining her composure and turning to enter the house. Xuan and the others followed, observing the simple yet warm decor within. "My name is Lu Wanner, but you may call me Xuan." The young woman poured tea for everyone and then began recounting her and her brother Duan Yang's story. It turned out that Duan Yang was an ordinary resident of Pingyang Fu, living modestly with his sister. Though their lives were difficult, they were content. However, one day, many monsters appeared in Pingyang Fu, attacking humans and devouring their flesh. To protect his sister, Duan Yang bravely confronted the monsters, but he was ultimately taken to a mysterious place. There, he encountered a mysterious figure who told Duan Yang that if he was willing to sacrifice his flesh and blood, he could save his sister. Without hesitation, Duan Yang agreed, and the mysterious figure granted his blood and flesh to Xuan, allowing her to survive, though she remained frail and often fainted. Upon hearing this, Xuan and the others began to comprehend the course of events. "What are your plans moving forward?" Xuan inquired. Xuan lowered her head, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly raised her gaze to Xuan, saying, "In this Pingyang prefecture, as a frail woman, I cannot survive for long. Since you came to see me after my brother's passing, you must be a decent person. If you are willing, I shall follow you." The sincerity in her eyes was palpable. Xuan sighed and glanced at the other women, who had already softened in their hearts. "You should join us, otherwise. How could a delicate woman like you survive in such a world? If you are willing, you can become our sister. My husband is a wonderful man," Belan urged Xuan. "If you don't mind, I am rather shy about such matters," Xuan replied. Xuan laughed heartily. "Do not worry, I'm not a bad person. If you follow me, I will treat you with the utmost respect, and you will not suffer any injustice regarding your status." Xuan was not one to be bashful. In the humble dwelling of Pingyang Prefecture, the newlyweds' chamber was anything but shabby. Chapter 21. Bonds. While Xuan and Xuan were newlyweds, Yang Wuzhao noticed that Luo seemed somewhat off. "What is wrong with you lately? You appear rather distracted," he remarked. Although Yang Wuzhao had complex feelings towards Luo, he was still quite perceptive in such matters. Luo sighed as she sat by the river. "I do not know why, but I feel rather unsettled." Yang Wuzhao frowned. "I have felt the same lately. Sometimes in the midst of a half-sleep, I feel as though I see fragments of something, but upon waking, I cannot grasp those memories." Luo's eyes widened. "Indeed, I have had that very same sensation recently. Your description is remarkably accurate." Just as the two women were conversing, Xuan approached, brimming with confidence, holding a blooming peony flower. It was not a real flower, but a magical artifact he had purchased from the Baibao Pavilion the previous day. For some reason, the sight of this flower immediately reminded him of Luo, prompting him to buy it. "This artifact is for you." As Xuan placed the item in Luo's hands, the three noticed a sudden burst of white light emanating from it, encircling Luo before diving into her forehead. "What is this?" Xuan exclaimed, hastily attempting to retrieve the object, but the white light vanished without leaving a trace. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Wuzhao quickly asked. From that moment, Luo closed her eyes as if deep in thought. Hearing Yang Wuzhao's voice, she struggled to open her eyes. "I seem to remember something," she said, her brow furrowed, with a hint of uncertainty and affirmation. However, after uttering those words, Luo collapsed, losing consciousness. Xuan immediately lifted her and laid her on the bed inside. He administered some spiritual elixir to Luo, but regardless of the measures taken, she remained unconscious. A more bizarre occurrence followed. Just as Luo Luo fell into a deep slumber, Yang Wuzhao suddenly fainted without warning. Belan and Lu Xian exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. That afternoon, Lu Xian returned to check on Luo Luo's condition. As he infused her with spiritual energy, he made a startling discovery. Within Luo Luo's body was a golden dance shaped like a peony. It was known that Luo Luo's cultivation had previously been at the foundation establishment stage. How could she have ascended to the golden dance stage during her unconsciousness? Gradually, Lu Xian noticed that Luo Luo's body was becoming increasingly warm, and at that moment, she opened her eyes, appearing slightly dazed. So hot, the beauty murmured, her elevated temperature causing her to gasp lightly. Just as Lu Xian was unsure how to assist her, Luo Luo's wrist entwined around his neck. Are you certain? Lu Xian sighed, leaning closer to her ear. I know who you are. I am willing, came her soft reply. As the candle flickered through the night, the dawn's sunlight streamed in, and Luo Luo opened her eyes, recalling all that had transpired the previous day, along with memories of her past. Lu Xian also rose, noticing that Luo Luo's complexion had regained its color, suffused with rich spiritual energy, which eased his concerns. If I am not mistaken, Yang Wuzhao should also still be in a deep slumber. Let us check on her. Once we see her, everything will be clarified. Luo Luo sighed, attempting to rise only to feel an unusual sensation in her body, her face flushing. Lu Xian was about to assist her when she playfully swatted him away. You nuisance. That morning, Belan had cared for Yang Wuzhao throughout the night, and just as Lu Xian and Luo Luo entered, Yang Wuzhao awakened. Lu Xian observed a remarkable transformation in the aura of both women as they faced each other. One exuded a restrained power, while the other radiated grace. In that moment, both women sighed in unison. I remember everything. Belan, still perplexed, remarked, why does it feel like everyone is speaking in riddles? Let's sit down and discuss. The understanding Xuan suggested. As they sat, the events began to unravel. In my previous life, I was the goddess of peonies, Luo Luo shared, and Yang Wuzhao was the empress of the mortal realm. One day, when the empress ascended to the throne and summoned the flower deities of the heavenly realm, I happened to be weary and did not attend. At this point, Luo Luo's expression grew calm, and Yang Wuzhao continued her narrative. When I ascended to the throne in the mortal realm, harnessing the dragon's energy, all flowers bloomed, save for the peony. Henceforth, I developed a disdain for peonies. Belan's innocent eyes widened. No wonder I sensed some tension between you two. It seems there is a deeper reason. Lu Xian's earlier suspicions were confirmed. He had sensed that the connection between these two women was profound. It feels as if your energies have shifted. Have both of you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Belan inquired. The two women nodded. If our assumptions are correct, we should have both ascended to the golden dance stage. The others, apart from Lu Xian, were astonished. Lu Xian boldly stated, have you both awakened your ancestral memories? The two women nodded. There is much information within our memories, but we are still adjusting to it. Yang Wuzhao smiled gently, extending her hand. This is what Luo Luo just transmitted to me. A tricolored peony, blooming once, wilting twice, destined to wither. Everyone observed carefully. It was indeed a strikingly beautiful flower, with three colors merging into one stem, resembling a fairy from a painting. Yang Wuzhao cautioned, do not be deceived by its appearance. It is also known as the flower of peril. The flower of peril. The name was indeed chilling. Yet, how could such a captivating flower be associated with peril? Yang Wuzhao slowly began to speak. Surely you have all heard the saying, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a romantic ghost, right? The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Xian chuckled, saying, it is good that you have awakened. Soon, you too will possess the means for self-defense. Xuan and Bai Ling appeared somewhat despondent, lamenting, currently, our cultivation is holding everyone back. Lu Xian, smiling, reached out to touch their hands, declaring, not at all. I happen to have two gifts for you both. He presented them with two Earth-level cultivation manuals, stating, I believe these are well-suited for you. From today onward, you shall practice with these. I trust they will prove beneficial. Inspired by the examples set by Yang Wuzhao and Luo Luo, the remaining two women were now filled with renewed vigor. Chapter 22. The leader of Xuan's sect in the distance, beneath Qingqing Mountain. The elder Qing Feng of Xuan's sect was meeting with a mysterious woman in a pavilion. According to the divination, the murderer of Xuan was nearby, yet he could not discern the exact location of this individual. Opposite him sat the woman, veiled in golden silk, holding a star chart. According to the star signs, the person you seek is indeed in this vicinity, but they must be accompanied by a figure of great fortune, thus concealing their presence. If you wish to find this person, there is a way, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion, as if she were merely a machine designed for divination. Elder Qing Feng furrowed his brow, replying, Xing Yao, speak plainly of your conditions. If I can fulfill them, I will not hesitate. Zhou Tian's connection to He Huan's sect is of great significance. Xing Yao manipulated the star chart, saying, I require a spiritual vein. If you provide me with one, I shall surely reveal the whereabouts of this individual. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, accompanied by several women and carrying Zixuan grass, felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching them. Regardless of his attempts to scan the area with spiritual energy or observe with his naked eyes, he found nothing unusual. What troubles you? The observant Xuan soon noticed Lu Xian's frequent frowning. For some reason, I feel as though I am being scrutinized from the shadows, he confessed. Xuan glanced around, stating, I seem to share that sentiment. Luo and the others echoed similar feelings of being watched. Since we all experience this, it is likely not my imagination. There must be someone observing us from the dark. We must change our course immediately, Lu Xian urged, leading them in the opposite direction. However, the sensation of being watched did not subside. Yang Wuzhao performed a hand gesture, casting a barrier to envelop the group. This is a protective spell from my inherited memories, meant to prevent prying eyes. I cannot ascertain its effectiveness, but it appears we have become targets. The situation was dire, and the expressions of the group turned serious. We are in the dark while they are in the light. We can only remain vigilant. At that moment, an elderly man with a long beard approached from a distance. Upon drawing near, he scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Luo, which prompted Lu Xian's displeasure. You have no business here. The old man looked momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What a sharp-tongued young lad. I merely found this girl intriguing. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold. You would do well to leave now, or I shall not be courteous. The old man dismissed Lu Xian entirely, deeming him unworthy of his attention. For a mere golden core cultivator was beneath his concern. This girl possesses an aura of divinity. This matter surely pertains to He Huan's sect, he scoffed, leaving with a glint of malice in his eyes. A sense of unease gripped Lu Xian. He felt as if he were overlooking something crucial. Please wait here. I must investigate something, he announced. Where are you going? It feels unsafe. Xuan protested. I sense I have forgotten something important. Just wait. I shall return shortly. Despite Xuan's worries, Lu Xian's determination compelled them to remain behind. Not long after Lu Xian departed, the group sensed the prying gaze once more. This time even more intense. This is bad. We are surrounded. Lu Xian's voice broke through as 4 golden core cultivators materialized around them, encircling the group. One of the purple-robed elders laughed heartily. What a stroke of fortune, to stumble upon the remnants of He Huan's sect. Today shall be your last. In this perilous moment, Lu Xian swiftly formed a hand seal, attempting to escape. However, the 4 golden core cultivators seemed to sense his intent, releasing a powerful divine consciousness that swept across the area. A mere golden core novice dares to play tricks on us? The purple-robed elder sneered, raising his hand to prepare an attack. Just then, a melodious flute tune echoed from afar, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring, soothing yet intoxicating. As the music drew near, a formidable presence surged forth. The faces of the purple-robed elder and his companions changed drastically, filled with terror as they turned their gazes to the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian and the others concealed themselves. From the sky, a figure descended. A handsome man with flowing hair and garments dancing in the wind, holding a jade-green flute, advancing gracefully toward them. The purple-robed elder and his companions immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We welcome our sect leader." The arrival of the sect leader of He Huan sect alleviated much of the pressure on the group. He approached the 4 nascent soul cultivators, inquiring with an air of authority what transpired. The purple-robed elder stammered, "Sect leader. We discovered remnants of He Huan sect here and intended to capture them." The sect leader furrowed his brow slightly. then turned his gaze toward Lu Xian and the others hidden in the shadows. His eyes were deep as the ocean, seemingly able to see through everything. Lu Xian felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that if his concealment technique did not fool the sect leader, their chances of escape would be bleak. When did remnants of Xuan sect wander into the open? Why has no elder reported this to me? Recently, an inner disciple named Zhou Tian inexplicably perished. Are you all here seeking vengeance for him? Speak the truth. Do not attempt to deceive me. Though the sect leader spoke with a calm demeanor, both the strong cultivators and Lu Xian felt an inexplicable pressure, as if their lives hung in the balance should they utter a falsehood. The purple-robed elder hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth when suddenly the sect leader appeared before him, grasping his throat. Now that I am here, you dare to lie before me? Would you like to take my place as sect leader? A powerful pressure descended upon the elder, causing him to sweat profusely, his face pale and helpless. Sect leader, I did not. I am merely following orders to find the one who killed Zhou Tian. A scream escaped his lips as the elder's head was crushed, leaving only a lifeless body behind. The sect leader casually extracted the elder's nascent soul. And what about you? Hidden friends? Chapter 23. Terrifying presence. A jolt coursed through Lu Xian's heart. From a moment this person revealed himself, Lu Xian had sensed an unfathomable terror emanating from him. If these concealed allies do not show themselves soon, I fear I shall have to resort to some extraordinary measures. Extraordinary measures? Upon hearing those words, the expressions of Lu Xian and his companions shifted subtly. The leader of Xuan's zone was outrightly issuing a threat. In light of this, we have no choice but to reveal ourselves. With no other option, Lu Xian led his companions out into the open, for they had already been discovered, and hiding was futile. As they emerged, the gaze of the Xuan zone leader finally shifted away from the corpse of the purple-robed elder. At that moment, the other members of Xuan zone were prostrated on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Lu Xian could not fathom the leader's cultivation level. He glanced at Lu Xian and his companions, speaking in a calm tone. I am quite curious. A Zhou Tian, after all, is one of my Xuan zone's people. How dare you lay hands on him? Now, I shall grant you an opportunity to end your lives voluntarily, thus sparing you some suffering. At the leader's proclamation, the expressions of Lu Xian and the others became exceedingly grim. Xuan zone exuded immense authority, utterly disregarding reason. Lu Xian spoke coldly, while the others quietly prepared themselves. Without further ado, the Xuan zone leader unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. A Huang-level high-grade flying sword, an earth element mid-grade spell, the blindness technique, upper-grade talismans, fire, thunder talismans. A cacophony of whistling filled the air as various magical artifacts and spells hurtled towards the Xuan zone leader. These were the ultimate techniques of Bai Ling and the others, employed without reservation, demonstrating the enormous pressure the leader exerted upon them. Facing the barrage of magical artifacts and spells, the Xuan zone leader regarded them with indifference. As the artifacts and spells neared him, his body suddenly dissolved into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Yet his voice echoed from the void. Do you think you can kill me with such pathetic abilities? As his words fell, the magical artifacts and spells detonated when they were mere several feet from the Xuan zone leader. Waves of energy surged forth, and dust was sent flying. In the wake of such a terrifying explosion, even the battle chariot-like refining pills were blasted away. At that moment, the Xuan zone leader had already seized hold of Luo's neck. You small sect-s lackeys, possessing these magical artifacts is already your limit, isn't it? With the Xuan zone leader's voice resonating, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Lu Xian and his companions. Under this immense pressure, their bodies felt extraordinarily fragile, as if they could be crushed with a mere squeeze. Damn it, do if you dare. Not only Lu Xian, but the other companions were in no better state. Under the Xuan zone leader's pressure, they lacked even the strength to resist. Were they truly to perish here? Just as despair enveloped them, Lu Xian summoned the mysterious pouch he had acquired from the system lottery. Initially, he had intended to open it, but the system suggested doing so in times of crisis, as it could prove to be a timely aid. Open! Lu Xian shouted with all his might. The pouch unfurled. And congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak Yuanying period attack. Splendid, let me utilize it. Lu Xian was overcome with joy. As soon as he spoke, An aura of unparalleled terror erupted from within him. What? The Xuan's own leader was sent flying by this aura, spitting blood. He stared in astonishment at the source of this power, only to find Lu Xian standing there with an expression of calm. Peak Yuanying? The Xuan's own leader swallowed hard, disbelief etched in his eyes. He scanned the crowd, his voice dropping to a low growl. Who are you? Previously, their concealment had led them to believe that Lu Xian and his companions were unaware of his arrival. Yet now, it appeared they had been fully aware, deliberately toying with him. Lu Xian glanced at Luo and the others, speaking with a hint of indifference. We are merely a group of nameless juniors, unworthy of the Master S strike. You intentionally concealed your strength? The Xuan's own leader's gaze turned icy as it swept over the crowd. The others exchanged glances between the Xuan's own leader and Lu Xian, at last grasping the situation. They had been outmaneuvered by Lu Xian. From the very beginning, Lu Xian had seen through their concealments with his incredibly profound spell and feigned ignorance to lead the Xuan's own leader into revealing his identity. Coupled with the earlier death of the purple-robed elder, he had likely seen through everything when the elder perished. Regardless of whether Lu Xian had schemed all of this, he had now solidified this perception in the minds of the Xuan's own members. Nothing more than this. The Xuan's own leader turned his gaze back to Lu Xian, speaking coldly. I initially believed you possessed some remarkable techniques, but it seems you're nothing extraordinary. Your strength, while capable of threatening cultivators below the peak of Yuanying, is insufficient against the leader of Xuan's own. In that case, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you first. With that, the Xuan's own leader transformed into a shadow, hurtling toward Lu Xian. His fist struck the very fabric of space, shattering it, and a fearsome gale rushed toward Lu Xian. Faced with such a formidable assault, even Lu Xian dared not confront it head-on. He planted his foot against the ground, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from its bow. Heavenly Net. Bai Ling and the others sprang into action, deploying defensive spells just in time to shield Lu Xian from the Xuan's own leader's attack. Stubborn fools. The Xuan's own leader's cold gaze swept over the group, his patience seemingly exhausted. He pressed his hands against the void. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth coalesced into a colossal palm shadow, shattering the very fabric of space. Not good. Lu Xian's expression shifted as he formed hand seals, exclaiming, Sword, come. As Lu Xian's voice echoed, a sword aura of several feet in size erupted from behind him. This sword aura radiated with fierce, killing intent as it sliced toward the massive palm shadow. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, obliterating the surrounding space for miles in an instant. The violent energy ravaged the entirety of Pingxin Peak. Even though Lu Xian had managed to deflect most of the assault with the sword aura, the residual shockwaves compelled everyone present to spit blood. Gazing at the Xuan's own leader's mocking grin, the group felt a chill run down their spines. This was hardly the strength of a Yuanying early-stage cultivator. This was an existence at the peak of Yuanying. Lu Xian too could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Just as Bai Ling and the others had suspected, he had been unable to discern the Xuan's own leader's true level of cultivation from the outset. But now, it was clear that the opponent's strength had indeed reached the peak of Yuanying. Chapter 24. The Three Treasures Strike Now. They had truly cornered Lu Xian and his companions into a dire situation. At this moment, Lu Xian could only continuously swallow pills to replenish his energy. Today shall mark the time of your demise, the enraged leader declared fiercely. Just as the leader prepared for a full-force strike, Lu Xian felt his magical artifact, the nurturing pouch, warming slightly. Indeed, I can also borrow the cultivation of my sons. Lu Xian's spirit momentarily soared, only to be quickly dampened again. The cultivation of his sons was merely at the foundational level. What was he to do? However, as the infant carrier grew increasingly warm, Lu Xian had no choice but to open it. The leader of the Xuan sect was launching an attack when suddenly, 3 small infants appeared in Lu Xian's arms. What? Are we all to perish together? The leader of the Xuan sect was utterly bewildered. Upon releasing the 3 children, Lu Xian noticed that San Bao's body was exceptionally warm. The heat emanating from San Bao intensified, and Lu Xian felt a powerful force surging within him. The sky above darkened with ominous clouds, and lightning flickered, the thunderclouds looming low, creating a suffocating atmosphere. This sensation resembled a thunder tribulation. The leader's complexion turned pale as he anxiously gazed at San Bao, only to find that he was merely an infant. Lu Xian sensed a force releasing from San Bao's body. He attempted to harness this power and discovered that it responded to his call. Just then, thunder roared from the heavens once more, this time more ferociously than before. The leader tightly shut his eyes, feeling utterly powerless to prevent the impending chaos. Resorting to expending all his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around himself in preparation for the coming lightning. Lu Xian felt enveloped by a force akin to the power of the heavens and earth, vast and formidable. In that moment, he sensed his very soul tremble, as though his purpose was to yield to this force rather than control it. San Bao, though merely an infant, appeared exceptionally serene amidst the storm, embodying an otherworldly dignity. His eyes opened, gaze piercing through the lightning, as if perceiving some profound truth. Lu Xian suddenly realized that this power originated from San Bao. It was now entirely within his command. The lightning in the sky intensified, as if the very fabric of existence were to be pierced by it. However, around Lu Xian, a domain emerged untouched by the lightning. This was his power, a force gained from San Bao. He felt his body brimming with strength, as if he could command the lightning, control everything. He turned to the leader of the Xuan sect, noting his ashen face and trembling body. He understood that the leader had lost all capacity for resistance, awaiting the arrival of death. However, the leader would not merely resign himself to fate. He suddenly slashed his wrist, drawing blood to inscribe a formation on the ground, seemingly concocting something. Yet, Lu Xian noticed that San Bao's body gradually radiated brilliance, as if a light were emanating from him. This light pierced through the lightning and entered Lu Xian's body, amplifying his strength. Lu Xian experienced an unprecedented sensation, feeling as though he had become one with the lightning, capable of commanding it, and in essence, to become it. Ultimately, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, striking the leader of the Xuan sect directly. His body was instantly pierced by the lightning, transforming into a wisp of green smoke. "Is he dead?" Bai Ling asked in surprise, feeling the conclusion was rather abrupt. Luo furrowed her brow and said, "It doesn't seem like the true body. There's no Yuan Ying or Yuan Shun." Bai Ling instantly understood that the leader of the Xuan sect had likely not perished, but instead utilized a clone. Lu Xian remained enveloped in the light emitted by San Bao, feeling his strength continuously augment, as if his body could barely contain such overwhelming power. The lightning in the sky gradually dissipated, and San Bao's body returned to normal. Yet, that force had not yet vanished. Lu Xian sensed that he had reached his limits, attempting to control this power, only to find it beyond his grasp. "This power is too formidable," he whispered, his tone laced with dread. At that moment, San Bao transformed into a beam of light, swiftly approaching Lu Xian, hesitating for a moment before resolutely merging into Lu Xian's body. In an instant, Lu Xian's body was filled with a powerful force, feeling as though he had reached his utmost limit, on the verge of collapse. However, guided by this force, he gradually mastered it, bending it to his will. Ultimately, Lu Xian succeeded in assimilating this power into his being, feeling as though he was reborn, his body revitalized. Mid-stage Jindan, Lu Xian was ecstatic. The women were equally astonished, marveling at his rapid advancement. At that moment, the remaining members of the Xuan sect sought to discreetly escape while Lu Xian was distracted. "Wait, I want to make things difficult for you. I merely need you to convey a message to your sect leader." One of the Xuan sect members immediately replied, "If you let us go, we will deliver the message." Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, "Inform the leader that the heavenly thunder has descended, and it is time for him to return." The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the meaning, yet those words echoed in their hearts like thunder. They dared not inquire further and swiftly took to the skies, vanishing into the horizon. Lu Xian turned around only to find a woman's gazes fixed upon him, as if he were some sort of monster. He instinctively touched his face and found it perfectly normal. "What is wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Bai Ling, ever quick of tongue, replied, "We envy you for achieving mid-stage Jindan so swiftly." Luo added, "Indeed, it takes us years of cultivation to reach this realm, yet you attained it in an instant. It's truly enviable." Lu Xian felt a swell of pride, but he was also acutely aware that this was largely thanks to San Bao's assistance. It was indeed peculiar. Sanbao, this infant, seemed to share an inexplicable bond with lightning, having been tempered by it at birth, and now wielding it against others. While Lucian pondered his upgrade, within the Xuan sect mountain peak, the true form of the sect leader opened its eyes. Very well, you have destroyed one of my clones, costing me a century of cultivation. The leader of the Xuan sect gritted his teeth, for a century of cultivation equated to 100 years of arduous toil. Lost in an instant, this was more painful than death. Lucian, I will remember you. The true form of the leader rose from the bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. He understood that if Lucian were allowed to continue growing, his safety would soon be compromised. I cannot allow them to flourish, he silently vowed, his gaze growing increasingly malevolent. Just then, his body suddenly stiffened, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 25. Who is it? His body was immobilized, as if an overwhelming force had taken control of him. How dare you treat me this way? The true form of the leader of the Xuan sect exclaimed in terror. Yet his body remained unresponsive, the powerful force gradually dissipating, leaving only a faint glow. Who dares to use binding techniques against me? The true form of the leader of the Xuan sect shouted in fury. However, his voice could not reach Zhou Xian's ears, as the faint glow continued to fade. This is your weakness. Your true form has already been bound by me. Sanbao's voice echoed in the air. A mere little Lu Xian, and you cannot handle him. Then what use is there in keeping you alive? The true form of the leader of the Xuan sect looked on in terror as the glow completely faded. He attempted to struggle, but found his body had regained its freedom. Who are you? He thought in fear, sensing that the immense power he felt was far beyond that which ordinary beings could possess. A strange voice reverberated through the air. I am the existence you cannot provoke. If you seek revenge, you may find me anytime. With those words, the enigmatic voice vanished, leaving the true form of the Xuanzong's leader in a state of deep terror. He understood all too well that this mysterious entity could easily take his life, and he was no match for their power. Furthermore, it was evident that this being sought the lives of Lu Xian and his companions. Cursed be it! The leader of Xuanzong seethed with rage, fully aware that he had been marked by this mysterious presence. Though he yearned for immediate retribution, he recognized that he was not capable of confronting this foe. Any attempt to act against them would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, he resolved to endure, burying his hatred deep within his heart. Meanwhile, far away at Xuanzong, Lu Xian was oblivious to these events, joyfully sharing his achievements of reaching the mid-stage of Jindan with the women around him. He was aware that his cultivation had ascended, yet he did not intend to rest on his laurels. On the contrary, he was determined to continue his arduous training, striving for an even more promising future. In the days that followed, Lu Xian intensified his efforts, eager to reach the late stage of Jindan or even the Yuaning stage. He recognized that this would demand considerable time and resources, yet he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, the Xuanzong appear to have abandoned their pursuit of Lu Xian, which puzzled the women, though they chose not to inquire further. As time passed, Lu Xian, in addition to his training, sought the whereabouts of Li Qinglian. Initially believing that acquiring the Zixuan grass would prompt the masked figure to come to his aid, he was met with silence. Perhaps we should try the compass divination technique. If that fails, there is a renowned practitioner in the nearby town known for their accurate predictions. We might seek their help, suggested Yang Wuzhao, noticing Lu Xian's urgency. I tried the compass, but it yielded no results. We might as well consult this practitioner of astrology, Lu Xian replied. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, they returned to the familiar pavilion, where the mysterious masked woman awaited them. If you wish for me to divine your fate, something must be offered in exchange, she said languidly. What do you desire? What will be the price? Lu Xian inquired, understanding her intentions. A spiritual vein, she replied. What? The others gasped at her audacity. Alternatively, anything of equal value will suffice. I am rather accommodating, she added, nonchalantly brewing a pot of tea. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, surveying her aura, which was rich in spiritual energy, suggesting she was no charlatan. Having worried about Li Qinglian's prolonged absence, he pondered momentarily before retrieving a medicinal box from his Chinquan pouch. This is a supreme beauty elixir, of a value you know well. Will this suffice? Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman sat up straight in her seat. A supreme beauty elixir? Are you certain? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, for such elixirs were not easily crafted. Even with the right ingredients, success was not guaranteed. Indeed, Yang Wuzhao, give her the elixir, Lu Xin commanded. Yang Wuzhao nodded in understanding and approached the enigmatic woman. She did not hastily open her eyes to behold the elixir, but instead inhaled its fragrance before nodding in approval and accepting it. Supreme beauty elixirs were rare throughout the continent, and their allure was irresistible to women, promising eternal youth and radiant beauty. Who would not desire such a treasure? This elixir is commendable, yet to invoke my assistance, you shall need to wait. I must set up a formation, she stated. A formation? Lu Xian and the others were intrigued, but she had already closed her eyes, her hands swiftly forming seals, her figure swaying as she engaged in some mysterious activity. Before long, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously. In the pavilion, a yin-yang fish materialized in the center, and the woman retreated to stand beside the Fun Lei Hai. Qingko in positioning, all methods converge, ancestral orifice unify, yin and yang move, separate heaven and earth, she chanted, leaving Lu Xian bewildered. This seemed to be a form of advanced sorcery, employing the dual forces of yin and yang to establish a grand formation. Found it, she declared after a brief period, opening her eyes and producing a piece from her hand, casting it in a specific direction. Follow me. With that, she darted off in that direction, and Lu Xian and his companions quickly followed. Before long, they arrived at the rear mountain of Qingcheng. This is indeed the spot, though it seems something lies below. The mysterious woman remarked, furrowing her brow. What do you mean? Is something down there? Is Li Qinglian above? Lu Xian questioned eagerly. No, not above. Her words stirred Lu Xian's anxiety anew. What do you know? Luo asked impatiently. Do not fret. Since I am here, I shall surely find her. The mysterious woman assured them. Are you not a bit late? Had you arrived sooner, things might have been different. Lu Xian's words were cut short as he caught sight of the scene within the subterranean palace. Did you arrive too late? Lu Xian anxiously inquired, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the underground chamber. The mysterious woman frowned, seemingly displeased by Lu Xian's comment, yet she refrained from elaborating further, stating merely, It is pointless to dwell on such matters now. We must enter swiftly. Lu Xian and Luo hurriedly followed the woman into the underground palace. Upon entering, they discovered the place had been ravaged, clearly indicating a fierce battle had transpired. They navigated the path of destruction deeper into the palace, soon discovering the unconscious form of Li Qinglian. Qinglian? Lu Xian exclaimed, filled with dread at the thought of her suffering. However, Li Qinglian showed no signs of consciousness, her breath faint as a whisper. Chapter 26. How to save a person. The mysterious woman did not linger, continuing deeper into the palace. They passed the site of Li Qinglian's misfortune and ultimately arrived at a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a colossal cauldron, adorned with intricate inscriptions and patterns. The mysterious woman approached the cauldron, inspecting it closely, before stating, She is within there. Lu Xian and the others rushed to examine the cauldron, discovering that indeed, a trapped wandering spirit resided within. They recognized the spirit's identity. It was none other than the long-missing Li Qinglian. It appears your friend has been refined into a spirit tool. TSK. Such a cruel method of converting a living being into a spirit tool. The mysterious woman remarked knowingly, suggesting she might have a means to rescue her. Do you have a way to save her? I possess a supreme longevity pill. Consume it, and you will gain 300 additional years of life. Lu Xian implored, fully aware of the precious pill in his possession that could be invaluable for saving her. However, the mysterious woman shook her head. Such a restrained spirit tool cannot be restored simply by life essence. Unless what? Lu Xian pressed, sensing her hesitation. Unless you can locate her life-bound flying sword and use it to break the seal. Life-bound flying sword? What is that? Lu Xian and the others were bewildered. They had never heard of such a term. A life-bound flying sword is a special treasure, unique to each cultivator, a sword that is intrinsically linked to their very essence. The flying sword is intimately connected to the soul of the cultivator, serving as the most essential companion on their path of cultivation. Should one lose their life sword, their power would significantly diminish, and they might even find themselves in an irretrievable crisis. How can we locate his life sword? Lu Xian inquired. I am uncertain, the mysterious woman replied. The life sword is nurtured from the cultivator's own soul and vitality. Once separated, it dissipates into nothingness. Locating it requires certain special methods and fortuitous circumstances. Her words left Lu Xian and the others feeling disheartened, for they were still unaware of the whereabouts of Li Qinglian's life sword, let alone how to unravel the seal. However, before we proceed, you must assist me in a task for me to aid you in finding the life sword, the mysterious woman suddenly stated. What do you need help with? Lu Xian and the others queried, perplexed. Help me find the true entrance to this underground palace. The entrance is cleverly concealed. Although I managed to enter, I lost track of its location. If you can assist me in locating the entrance, I shall then prepare to help you find the life sword. The woman's request surprised Lu Xian and the others, yet they understood this was their only chance. It seems you intended to come to the underground palace yourself. Rest assured, as long as you save Li Qinglian, I shall take care of the rest. Lu Xian affirmed. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. Very well, let us first find the entrance. Agreeing to her request, Lu Xian and the others began to search alongside her, navigating through various traps and obstacles until they arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary wall. This is it. The entrance is cleverly concealed. Had I not known its secret, you could search for 100 years without discovering it. Her words astonished Lu Xian and the others as they watched her gently tap several stones on the wall, causing it to slowly open, revealing a passage leading deep into the underground palace. Lu Xian and the others were left speechless, never anticipating that this mysterious woman was one of the developers of the underground palace. The woman paid no heed to their astonishment and stepped into the passage, prompting Lu Xian and the others to follow her. At the end of the passage lay a vast treasure chamber filled with various rare treasures and ancient tomes. The woman walked to a corner and picked up a small golden cauldron. This is where I need your assistance, she said, handing the cauldron to Lu Xian. Confused, he accepted the cauldron, noting its peculiar nature and the mysterious aura it exuded. This cauldron is an extremely precious artifact capable of refining various wondrous elixirs. However, it requires a special flame to activate. This flame is known as Sanwei Jinhua, and it can only be produced with a high level of cultivation. I need one of you to help me refine Sanwei Jinhua. Lu Xian and the others exchanged glances, and he clenched his teeth. I will do it. Taking the golden cauldron, he focused his energy and began to refine the Sanwei Jinhua. After some time, a pale yellow flame finally emerged from his palm, radiating immense heat. Seeing the successful refinement of Sanwei Jinhua, the mysterious woman sighed in relief. She took the golden cauldron and directed the pale, yellow flame into it. Then, she began to add various rare herbs and minerals, and soon a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron. After refining for about the duration of an incense stick, she poured out a golden elixir from the cauldron. Lu Xian and the others were taken aback by the sight of the elixir. Its rich aroma emanated a mysterious essence, as though it possessed extraordinary power. This is a sealing-breaking elixir. Once ingested, it can temporarily unseal the seal on Li Qinglian. Lu Xian and the others hurriedly took the elixir and administered it to Li Qinglian. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a golden light enveloped her, and the seal on her body began to gradually dissolve. All right, now that you have unsealed me, it is time for me to leave, the woman said, turning to depart. Wait, when will you help us find Li Qinglian's life sword? Lu Xian quickly asked. There is no rush. I will assist you in finding the life sword at an appropriate time. For now, you should leave this underground palace. The treasures and tomes within are sufficient to occupy you for a lifetime. Her words rendered Lu Xian and the others speechless, aware that lingering here would surely attract other cultivators. Thus, they departed the underground palace with Li Qinglian and the sealing-breaking elixir in hand. Along the way, Li Qinglian had awakened, expressing great surprise at Lu Xian and the others, perhaps not expecting to see them again. Although they had yet to find her life sword, they now possessed a general direction. The priority was to ensure her safety and not remain submerged in the cauldron. After leaving the underground palace, the group swiftly navigated the area under the woman's guidance, fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen changes. They pressed on and eventually reached a relatively safe location after a day's journey. Here, they decided to take a brief respite and discuss their next course of action. Li Qinglian was deeply moved, never anticipating Lu Xian would come to her rescue. Simultaneously, her thoughts lingered on her life sword, hoping to locate it soon. After some rest and discussion, they They resolved to split into two groups. Lu Xian and Li Qinglian would continue the search for the life sword, while Wanner and Yang Wujiao would explore the surrounding areas for more treasures and tomes. As Lu Xian and Li Qinglian sought clues regarding the life sword, they also exchanged words. Did you suffer during the time you were taken? Lu Xian asked with a furrowed brow, a tender concern in his voice. Li Qinglian shook her head, replying, the masked man was not harsh with me. He did not employ severe measures, merely confining me to a location from which I could not escape. Are you certain it was that mysterious man who sealed your life sword? Li Qinglian nudda firmly, stutting. Indeed, I am certain he sealed my life sword. During my confinement, I overheard his conversations with others, mentioning the sealing of the life sword. Lu Xian pondered thoughtfully, saying, it seems we must locate that mysterious man to unravel this mystery. However, I have heard that his whereabouts are unpredictable, making it difficult to find him. Li Qinglian expressed her concerns. I worry about that. We can gradually uncover his whereabouts through inquiries. Lu Xian reassured her. Yes, it appears we have no other choice. Li Qinglian acknowledged, casting a grateful glance at Lu Xian. In this unfamiliar world, having someone who cared for her by her side felt like a form of happiness. Meanwhile, Wanner and Yang Wujiao had begun their own exploration in the surrounding area. They discovered numerous hidden treasures and ancient tomes, leaving them dazzled and elated. Wow, there's a treasure here, Wanner exclaimed as she stumbled upon a shimmering hoard, engraved with ancient runes that exuded a mysterious aura. Quick, let us open it. Yang Wujiao eagerly rushed over, intent on unveiling the treasure. Be careful, Wanner suddenly shouted, yanking him back. At that moment, the treasure suddenly erupted, unleashing a powerful energy that rapidly spread throughout the vicinity. The two individuals, through their harmonious cooperation and formidable strength, managed to withstand this force. However, the surrounding landscape was left in ruins, causing them both to feel a pang of fear. That was close. Fortunately, your timely warning saved us, Yang Wujiao said, still shaken. Indeed, we must exercise caution in the future. There may be hidden mechanisms and traps within the treasure that could ensnare us if we are not vigilant, Wanner replied, nodding. Her heart also filled with trepidation. In a shadowy corner, a man's face was obscured by darkness. The person has been taken according to plan, correct? A voice from behind him inquired. Yes, Li Qinglian has been extracted, came the reply. Excellent. The goo worms have been implanted, I presume? Yes, the goo worms have been sown as per your instructions. Very well. Once this matter is concluded, I shall provide you with what you desire. The man in the shadows nodded slightly, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. On the other end of the treasure area, a vast, bottomless cave loomed, evoking a sense of dread as it seemed to lead to an unknown abyss. Are we headed there? Yang Wujiao asked hesitantly, a hint of unease in his gaze. Wanner furrowed her brows, peering into the depths of the cave, feeling a surge of anxiety. Yet, she understood that they must delve deeper in search of more treasures and ancient tomes. We can only press forward, Wanner declared resolutely, taking a deep breath. Yang Wujiao nodded, grasping her intent. They encouraged one another, igniting a flame of fearless courage within. As they entered the cave, darkness enveloped them. The only sensations were the chilling aura emanating from the distance and the damp earth beneath their feet. They proceeded cautiously, each step meticulously placed upon the ground. In this shadowy realm, even the slightest sound was jarringly loud. Suddenly, a ghostly white figure flitted before them, causing both to tense instinctively. What was that? Yang Wujiao whispered. Wanner shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Their anxiety escalated, the apparition seemingly heralding greater dangers ahead. They ventured further, gradually hearing peculiar sounds akin to ancient creatures' breaths. As they descended deeper, the scenery became clearer. On the stone walls of the cave's depths lay the massive skeleton of an ancient beast, radiating a ghastly luminescence that illuminated the entire cavern. This is astonishing, Wanner exclaimed. A dragon skeleton? Yang Wujiao gasped, his voice betraying his astonishment. They had not anticipated discovering such a colossal relic of an ancient creature in this uncharted cave. It was undoubtedly a priceless treasure, yet it also concealed unknown perils. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the stone wall beneath the skeleton, and a gigantic shadow surged forth, lunging at Wanner and Yang Wujiao. Reacting swiftly, they summoned their potent spiritual energy to confront this colossal beast in a fierce battle. From the crevice beneath the dragon's skeleton, a massive shadow darted toward them. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming pressure, as if facing a ferocious beast from antiquity. Xuan and Yang Wuzhao swiftly unleashed their formidable spiritual energy, forcing back the shadow. However, upon discerning its true form, they both gasped in horror. "It's a phantom dragon." Yang Wuzhao stammered. Xuan nodded, her heart racing with tension. Although they had anticipated a confrontation, they had not expected to encounter this legendary creature under such dire circumstances. The phantom dragon's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, as if it could penetrate their very souls. Under the threat of this mighty dragon, both Xuan and Yang Wuzhao felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, they refused to yield. Vena in hate deeply, sensing hell hots. She knew they must unite to combat the phantom dragon to navigate this perilous juncture. Yang Wuzhao regained his composure, gripping his spirit sword tightly, ready to join Xuan in facing the dragon. The dragon, exuding disdain for the two women, growled die. In Chapter 28, the celestial spirit pet descends. This dragon ultimately met its demise at the hands of Xuan, for the two women were no match for a peak Jindan giant dragon. When Xuan arrived, the dragon's claws had already ensnared Yang Wuzhao, preparing to devour her. In that instant, Xuan summoned his son's power for a decisive strike against the dragon. At the foot of Qingchang Mountain, the same pavilion stood, and the same mysterious woman appeared, but this time, she was far less composed. The life sword? That comes at a different price. The mysterious woman regretted taking on the task Xuan had given. The divination indicated that a veil of fog obscured Xuan, rendering his future unclear. Xuan locked eyes with the woman, stating, "Should the life sword be found, I shall grant you half of all the treasures encountered on this journey." Star Yao was reluctant, yet Xuan's offer was too generous to decline. "I suppose I can manage this journey," she finally acquiesced. Upon meeting Li Qinglian, Xuan felt as if they were newlyweds, reveling in a blissful reunion. Yet, one peculiar detail caught his attention. Li Qinglian seemed easily fatigued. "Perhaps my husband is too formidable, and my body simply cannot keep up," she mused internally. The group embarked on their quest to find the life sword, and Xuan took the opportunity to let his 3 sons out of the nurturing pouch for some fresh air. As soon as the 3 infants emerged, they eagerly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a vacuum in the area. Sensing the depletion of spiritual energy, the infants began to wail. Without hesitation, Xuan extracted 100,000 spirit stones from the Qingquan pouch and crushed them. After absorbing the energy from the spirit stones, the 3 infants exhibited signs of growth, yet still craved more. Thus, Xuan produced 1,000,000 spirit stones and shattered them all at once. In an instant, the 3 infants seemed to receive bountiful nourishment. Rapidly maturing, bathed in the radiant spiritual energy, their bodies expanded, transforming from infants to the size of 3-year-olds. Their skin became smooth, their eyes sparkled with intelligence, and their entire presence exuded an aura of authority and mystery. Now, the 3 infants no longer needed to rely on the nurturing pouch. They could roam freely, absorbing boundless spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse, as if it had all been consumed by the 3 children. As the 3 children reached the size of 3-year-olds, their bodies radiated an even more resplendent glow, brimming with boundless energy. At that moment, the heavens began to exhibit extraordinary phenomena. The clouds churned ominously, and thunder rolled, as if a mysterious power was surging forth. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from the 3 children towards the sky, piercing the clouds and connecting with the cosmos. The entire realm was illuminated by this golden radiance, suggesting a powerful force was in motion. With the emergence of the golden light, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex continuously spun, drawing in the surrounding energies, coalescing into a tremendous sphere of power. The energy within this sphere intensified, radiating overwhelming pressure, as if an enigmatic force was orchestrating everything. Xing Yao and Li Qinglian were both taken aback by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the energy orb, fully aware that the power it contained could obliterate the world. "What is happening?" Li Qinglian asked in terror. "I do not know," Xing Yao replied, trembling. Suddenly, The energy orb began to ascend slowly into the sky, as if it intended to depart from this realm. "This is bad. We must stop it," Xing Yao shouted. However, it was too late. The orb had already risen above the clouds and detonated in an instant. The entire world trembled, as though everything within the heavens and the earth had been annihilated. Xing Yao and Li Qinglian were propelled away, realizing that a cataclysmic transformation had occurred in the world. Meanwhile, the three children became increasingly radiant and powerful under the influence of the golden light and spiritual energy. At that moment, the entire cosmos quaked, as if a momentous event was imminent. Xing Yao observed all of this in awe, understanding that these three infants were destined to become extraordinary figures, all thanks to Lu Xian's generosity and determination. As the celestial phenomenon unfolded, myriad beasts approached in submission, kneeling before the three children as if venerating new sovereigns. Among the multitude of creatures, three cubs stepped forward, exuding formidable demonic energy, as if the very heavens and earth were under their dominion. Luo Luo gazed at the three cubs, feeling a stirring within her. She approached them, gently stroking their heads and inquiring, "Are you the offspring of celestial-grade, demonic beasts?" Upon hearing Luo Luo's words, everyone stared at her in astonishment, puzzled as to how she knew. Nevertheless, the three cubs seemed to comprehend her words, nodding their heads with flashes of wisdom in their eyes. "Incredible! These three cubs are indeed celestial-grade, demonic beasts," Xing Yao exclaimed in surprise. "Celestial-grade, demonic beasts," Li Qinglian silently repeated, recognizing it as a legendary classification of beasts powerful enough to bring about destruction. "It appears that fortune is on our side," Lu Xian remarked with a smile. With a sudden realization, he decided to forge a blood pact between the three children and the celestial cubs, establishing them as their masters. Thus, he instructed the children and the cubs to prick their fingers and let their blood fall into the air, forming a blood-red contract rune. As the blood dripped, the rune gradually took shape, emanating a potent force that sealed the entire space. Under the embrace of the contract rune, the three cubs and the three children began to undergo remarkable transformations, their essences converging as if they had become one. Once the pact was completed, the cubs radiated an even more resplendent light, their power significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, Lu Xian received a notification from his system. "Congratulations to the host for nurturing children and forging a blood pact with demonic beasts, earning 2,000 fortune points." Lu Xian's heart soared with joy. This fortune was a precious resource for acquiring treasures, making the reward exceedingly generous. Just then, the conspicuous celestial phenomenon began to attract unwanted attention. Strange auras appeared nearby. "Who goes there? You rogue cultivator. Hand over the demonic beasts or face death." At the sound of this arrogant voice, everyone furrowed their brows. Lu Xian turned to see several young rogue cultivators emerging behind them, their eyes greedily fixated on the three celestial cubs. "What do you want?" Luo Luo asked warily. "Do not misunderstand. We merely wish to observe." One of the young men replied with a smile, his gaze never leaving the cubs. "These are ours. We prefer not to have any interference," Lu Xian said coldly. "Boy, do not overestimate yourself. We are members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Hand over the cubs, but do not blame us for being rude," another young man threatened. Upon hearing the name of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, both Luo Luo and Xing Yao exchanged worried glances at Lu Xian. "Do not fear. They are merely small fish." Li Qinglian remarca nonchalantly. "Do not speak. Leave this to me," Lu Xian said calmly. He understood that these rogue cultivators were after the celestial cubs and were not to be trifled with. If they were not taught a lesson, they would likely continue to cause trouble in the future. Consequently, he stepped forward to face the rogue cultivators, stating, "You should know who we are. If you do not wish to meet your demise, I suggest you leave at once." The rogue cultivators were momentarily taken aback, never expecting this seemingly young boy to be so audacious. "Boy, do you know who we are?" one of the rogue cultivators threatened. "I do not care who you are. If you dare to lay a hand on us, prepare to become a corpse," Lu Xian replied icily. The rogue cultivators were intimidated by Lu Xian's threat. Exchanging glances before one of them said, "Boy, do not push your luck. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance is not to be trifled with. Think carefully. I have thought it over. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being impolite," Lu Xian said coldly. The rogue cultivator scoffed. "You should reconsider." The Rogue Cultivator Alliance is not easy to provoke. You should not be so self-righteous. Without a sect to rely on, hand over the 3 cubs, and we will show you the way to join us. The Rogue Cultivators tried to entice. Xuan sneered, interrupting. I do not care where you come from. I only know that if you do not leave, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Rogue Cultivators' faces turned pale with anger, but they recognized that this young man's strength was formidable. If they truly engaged him, they might suffer a great loss. Thus, they could only glare at Xuan in frustration before turning to leave. Let us hurry and depart, Li Qinglian sighed in relief. Wait, we still have something to do. Xuan stated. What else is there? Li Qinglian asked. We must erase their memories to prevent them from reporting back. Xuan replied. Li Qinglian nudda. Consequently, Xuan and Li Qinglian each took action, placing a dissolvable pill into the mouths of the Rogue Cultivators. What did you give us? The Rogue Cultivators struggled to expel the pill, only for it to dissolve within their stomachs. Let's go. Taking advantage of the moment, Xuan led the girls to make a hasty retreat. After a while, the Rogue Cultivators, who had been gagging, suddenly displayed a momentary daze. How we end up here? However, unbeknownst to Xuan and his companions, a Rogue Cultivator had been stealthily observing them from the nearby woods. Once Xuan and Li Qinglian departed with the 3 girls, this Rogue Cultivator quietly emerged from the trees, watching their retreating figures with a faint sigh before vanishing into the night. Little did he know, just after he left, a shadowy figure leaped down from a large tree, stealthily trailing him from afar. Xuan and his party hurried along, carefully surveying their surroundings while discussing their previous encounter. Xuan, I never anticipated that these individuals would attempt to extort us, even resorting to pressuring us with the Sanxiu Lianmeng. It is truly despicable, Bai Ling exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. Had it not been for my husband's fortitude, we would have been taken away by them, Luo added, still shaken. My dear, your strength is remarkable. You frightened them away with ease, Yang Wuzhao remarked with admiration. Xuan smiled faintly, but refrained from engaging further, stating, we must remain vigilant. The Yuang Dan can only deceive those of lower cultivation and will not suffice against those of profound skill. It appears we will need to conceal ourselves for a while. Yes, I know a location where we can take refuge, Li Qinglian interjected. Where is that? Xuan inquired. I have a master, a skilled Sanxiu, who once confided to me his hideout in Jiangzhou City. We can seek shelter there temporarily, Li Qinglian explained. Jiangzhou City? That seems a bit far. Xuan furrowed his brows. However, it is quite safe, and my master will likely protect us, Li Qinglian reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan nodded in agreement. Then we shall proceed to Jiangzhou City. Thus, the group hastened their journey, swiftly departing the desolate wilderness and heading towards Jiangzhou City. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure trailed them, its eyes glinting with greed as it awaited an opportunity. Throughout their journey, Xuan and Li Qinglian remained highly alert, continuously surveying their surroundings and the situation behind them. They were also mindful of the safety of the young women, ensuring none were being followed or attacked. Upon passing through a small town, they purchased ordinary clothing and weapons, changing out of their cultivator attire to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. After some trials, they finally arrived at Jiangzhou City, a bustling metropolis filled with throngs of people and busy streets. They found a secluded inn within the city to settle down and began discussing their next course of action. Qinglian Mei, what is your master's name? How shall we contact him? Xuan asked. He mentioned that if I were in danger, I could find him at the Zui Xianlu in the city, as he frequently visits there, Li Qinglian replied. Then let us head to Zui Xianlu, Xuan decided. The group soon arrived at the Zui Xianlu, a grand structure bustling with activity at its entrance. Upon entering, they began to survey their surroundings. Suddenly, a woman clad in red approached, addressing Li Qinglian. Young friend, you appear unfamiliar. Are you not from this locality? Li Qinglian nodded. Yes, we are outsiders. Who are you seeking here? The woman in red continued her inquiry. We are looking for my master. Li Qinglian hesitated to respond. A flicker of doubt crossed the red-clad woman's eyes. Your master? What is his name? Just as Li Qinglian was about to reveal her master's name, her expression shifted dramatically, and she coughed up blood, collapsing weakly. Chapter 30. A moment of crisis. Li Qinglian's master, Li Xiaoyao, is a cultivator in Jiangzhou City and the owner of Zui Xianlu. The woman in red is one of his subordinates, who suspected Li Qinglian of being an enemy spy. Consequently, Li Xiaoyao employed a secret technique to render Li Qinglian unconscious for interrogation. Lu Xian and the remaining young women hurriedly carried Li Qinglian to the inn and summoned a physician for her treatment. After a frantic rescue, Li Qinglian finally regained consciousness. Master, Li Qinglian weakly called out. Qinglian, you have finally arrived. Li Xiaoyao appeared at her bedside. Master, they're not enemies. They're my friends. Li Yinglian explained to Li Yo. Very well, I understand, Li Xiaoyao replied, but your current situation is perilous. The enemies have already tracked you to Jiangzhou City. It is best for you to leave here swiftly. Enemies? Lu Xian questioned, perplexed. Li Xiaoyao spoke coldly. There's a tail following you. However, I also have adversaries seeking me, so I cannot assist you. Presently, you may be entangled in my troubles. Do not take risks. Your safety is paramount, Li Xiaoyao advised. Master, you once taught us that cultivators must bear responsibility and cannot evade difficulties, Li Qinglian asserted. Very well, since you possess such determination. I shall inform you that my enemies belong to the Shui Mo Zone, an evil cultivation organization engaged in nefarious deeds. Their aim is to acquire a treasure in my possession, which is why they have pursued us here, Li Xiaoyao disclosed. Xuan, Lu Xian and Li Qinglian exclaimed in unison. Yes, indeed, it is the Shui Mo Zone, Li Xiaoyao confirmed. I have set traps awaiting them. Tonight we shall act together to capture them all. Under Li Xiaoyao's guidance, Lu Xian, Li Qinglian, and the remaining young women arrived at the Shui Mo Zone as stronghold, situated in an abandoned mine filled with demonic and sinister energy. Everyone, be cautious, Li Xiaoyao warned. Their strength is formidable, and we must not let our guard down for a moment. Led by Li Xiaoyao, they quickly surrounded the stronghold and initiated their assault. In a flurry of flying swords, spells, and spirit beasts, they caught the disciples of Shui Mo Zone off guard. The disciples of Shui Mo Zone quickly regrouped and began to retaliate. Their power was overwhelming. Lu Xian and Li Qinglian found themselves unable to contend against them, and the young women were utterly incapable of withstanding their attacks. Everyone retreat. Seeing the situation turned dire, Li Xiaoyao urgently called out, I will hold them off. He summoned his life-bound treasure and unleashed his most potent strike. The force of this attack was immense, obliterating the entire stronghold. However, not a single disciple of Shui Mo Zone was slain. They swiftly withdrew into the darkness. Damn it, Li Xiaofumat. We did not capture a single disciple of Shui Mo Zone. Master, we have not completely failed, Li Qinglian remarked. At least we have discerned their movements. You are correct, Lu Xian added. We now know the names and whereabouts of our enemies. We can return to report to our sect and request reinforcements. Very well. Let us hasten back to the inn to discuss our next course of action, Li Xiaoyao suggested. On their way back to the inn, Li Qinglian suddenly spoke. Master, I have an unsettling feeling. What kind of unsettling feeling? Li Xiaoyao winkidat. I sense a chilling presence behind us, Li Qinglian revealed. What? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, in surprise. How did you notice? I can feel a cold aura trailing us, Li Qinglian responded. I understand, Li Xiaoyao nodded. This is the tracking technique of Shui Mo Zone. They intend to launch an attack before we reach the inn. What shall we do? Lu Xian asked. We will split up. The three of you will divert their attention while I lead Qinglian to safety, Li Xiaoyao commanded. No, we must stay together, Lu Xian countered. This is the best course of action, Li Xiaoyao insisted. I will take Qinglian to a secure location, and then we will find a way to reunite with you. Reluctantly, under Li Xiaoyao's insistence, Lu Xian and the young women agreed to his plan. They divided into 3 groups and fled in different directions, while Li Xiaoyao and Li Qinglian made their escape towards the outskirts of the city. During the course of their escape, Li Qinglian felt a chilling presence enveloping her. It was the dark aura of the Shui Mo Zone, which was gradually closing in on them. At that moment, a crimson light descended from the heavens, encircling them. A figure clad in black robes emerged from the shadows, charging directly towards Li Qinglian. What do you want with me? Touch my disciple, and you shall pay, Li Xiaoyao shouted, drawing his sword and lunging forward. However, his spiritual energy was swiftly consumed by the malevolent aura, which surrounded him with immense power, toppling him to the ground. Surrender the item, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will first slay your disciple and then annihilate your entire sect. The menace in his voice was palpable. "I do not possess it." Li Xiaoyao's eyes revealed despair. "I truly cannot fight back." The black-robed figure appeared unconvinced by Li Xiaoyao's words, advancing step by step towards Li Qinglian, the dark energy swirling around him. "Master," Li Qinglian cried in fear. "Do not worry, I am here." Li Xiaoyao shielded Li Qinglian closely, contemplating the worst possible outcome. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance as a group of armed warriors rushed towards them. "Shuemo, Zong scoundrels, cease your arrogance." A figure wielding a spear emerged from the shadows with a commanding shout. Li Qinglian turned to see the newcomer, and her expression fell. It was none other than Lu Xian. "His strength is nearing the Yuan Ing stage. You cannot defeat him." Li Xiaoyao coughed blood as he spoke. "No matter. I will handle this," Lu Xian replied calmly, his gaze fixed solely on the black-robed figure. "Be careful," Li Xiaoyao cautioned. Lu Xian nodded, the spear in his hand beginning to emit a faint glow, a sign of his full preparedness. Upon seeing Lu Xian's arrival, the black-robed figure's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He turned to face Lu Xian, the dark energy around him surging. A fierce battle was imminent. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his form vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage. In the next moment, he appeared behind the black-robed figure, thrusting his spear with tremendous force. The black-robed figure sidestepped the attack, countering with a claw that sent Lu Xian flying. From afar, Li Xiaoyao and Li Qinglian watched in horror, anxiety gripping their hearts. Chapter 31. What treasure is this? "Lu Xian," Li Xiaoyao shouted, unable to move. Li Qinglian clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. She inhaled deeply and charged towards the black-robed figure. "All of you, attack together," the black-robed figure coldly commanded, waving his hand as the dark energy surged like a tide towards Li Xiaoyao and Li Qinglian. Qinglian sword song, Li Qinglian exclaimat, gathering sword light before her, which transformed into a colossal sword aura that clashed against the dark energy. Simultaneously, Li Xiaoyao unleashed his own assault, casting talismans that hurled towards the black-robed figure. Yet, their attacks seemed ineffective against him, as the dark energy continued to envelop them. "It is over," the black-robed figure declared coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the dark energy swiftly surrounded Li Xiaoyao and Li Qinglian. Their screams echoed in despair. In the distance, witnessing this scene, Lu Xian's eyes glimmered with resolve. He took a deep breath and charged once more at the black-robed figure. Hearing the sound of air being sliced behind him, the black-robed figure sneered, retaliating with a claw that sent Lu Xian crashing to the ground. "Lu Xian," Li Xiaoyao shouted again, paralyzed by the situation. Lu Xian struggled to rise, just as the child, Dabao, connected with Qinglian, began to wail from the pouch. This moment reminded Lu Xian. Utilize Dabao's spiritual energy. He thought fervently. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced in the gentle breeze, while the black-robed figure chuckled, his dark robe billowing in the night wind. Lu Xian's mind received a system notification that the energy transfer was successful. Suddenly, his power erupted, his stature expanding to that of a mountain, his fists wielding an unparalleled might, crashing towards the black-robed figure. This punch was not merely the combined strength of Dabao and Lu Xian, but also the fury and resolve from deep within him, surging forth like a tempest. The black-robed figure's complexion shifted as the force of the punch sent his robe flying backward. Hastily, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of black energy that formed a net, attempting to intercept Lu Xian's strike. However, Lu Xian's fist seemed to disregard this black energy net entirely, landing a devastating blow to the black-robed figure's chest. The impact resonated like the mightiest thunderclap in existence, causing leaves to rain down around them. The black-robed figure was sent hurtling away, tracing a long arc through the night sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed into the air, and the black-robed figure lay motionless, silent for a moment. Lu Xian withdrew his fist, his eyes glinting with caution as he approached the fallen figure, lifting his chin with his foot. "Not dead yet?" Lu Xian's lips curled into a confident smirk. The black-robed figure's eyes flickered with fear. He hadn't anticipated Lu Xian's strength would be so formidable, severely wounding him with a single strike. Yet, Lu Xian provided no opportunity for escape. He swiftly closed the distance and delivered another heavy punch. "This is for daring to lay a hand on my woman." Lu Xian's voice echoed through the night. The black-robed figure was once again sent flying by Lucian's punch, his body disintegrating mid-air, ultimately falling to the ground as a puddle of ichor, vanishing into the darkness. Standing beneath the night sky, Lucian gazed in the direction where the black-robed figure had disappeared, taking a deep breath. He did not perish. Li Xiaoyao exhaled with a sigh. Our sect has always excelled in employing various avatars to achieve their aims. What we encountered today was merely one of them. The arriving Luo and the others were taken aback by this revelation. If such power resides in just an avatar, how formidable must the true entity be? Li Xiaoyao fell silent, eventually sighing. All of this turmoil stems from the treasures I possess. Otherwise, we would not have attracted such sinister forces. Now that you risked your life to save both my disciple and me, and as Qinglian's destined partner, I feel compelled to trust you. Thus, I shall share this matter with you. After these events, Li Xiaoyao's trust in Lucian soared. Lucian and his companions learned the unfolding events from Li Xiaoyao's narrative. Li Xiaoyao and Li Qinglian belonged to the Qinglian sword sect, a mid-tier sect. Li Xiaoyao had not originally been the sect leader. Years ago, a treasure fell into their sect, and the previous leader perished while battling covetous foes, entrusting the sect to Li Xiaoyao in a moment of crisis. Ironically, Li Xiaoyao was not a swordsman but a pill master, which also explained why Li Qinglian was a master of alchemy. Perhaps to others, those treasures seemed valuable. Yet to me, had it not been for them, the core strength of our sect would not have fallen. Li Xiaoyao spoke with tears glistening in his eyes. Lucian recalled the moment when he first encountered Li Xiaoyao and his disciples hiding in the inn, and he too felt a surge of emotions. In fact, even Li Qinglian had never heard this tale before, as it was the first time her master had mentioned it. So, master, what exactly is this treasure? If this treasure has brought such calamity upon our sect, why not simply cast it away? After listening to the entire story, Li Qinglian felt a mix of anger and frustration. Upon hearing her apprentice's words, Li Xiaoyao sighed deeply. He seemed to have made a decision. Raising his head to look at Lucian and said, "Cultivator Lu, I wish to speak with you privately." The others were somewhat surprised, but since Li Xiaoyao was insistent, Lucian nodded in agreement. Once the others had departed, Li Xiaoyao suddenly knelt before Lucian. Lucian was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, exclaiming, "You are embarrassing me. Please rise. Let us discuss this matter while seated." However, Li Xiaoyao gazed at Lucian with a forlorn expression and said, "The request I am about to make may seem rather rude, even to me. Yet, given the dire circumstances we find ourselves in, I must summon the courage to speak. I am willing to sacrifice my dignity for this request, and if it leads to a favorable outcome, I will have no regrets." Lucian felt a headache coming on, wondering why Li Xiaoyao was being so cryptic. Noticing Lucian's slight frown, Li Xiaoyao sighed again and finally articulated his need. When his words were spoken, Lucian was left utterly speechless. The treasure is right beside you. Qinglian is that treasure. Chapter 32. No wonder deep within the forest. Luo and her companions were comforting Li Qinglian. "Sister Qinglian, you need not worry. With your husband by your side, everything will be fine." At this moment, Bai Ling's trust in Lucian was absolute. She believed there was nothing he could not achieve. Meanwhile, Yang Wuzhao began to realize certain truths. If your sect has offended such a powerful adversary, it explains why you were abducted by a mysterious individual. Was the person who took you away sent by the faction your sect has offended? Li Qinglian paused for a moment and then nodded. The reason I find it difficult to confide in my husband is precisely this matter. If I were to reveal the identity of that person, it would involve disclosing a secret related to my sect. The other women soon grasped the situation, realizing how it all connected. Just as they were conversing, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw Lucian and Li Xiaoyao approaching. The women quickly gathered around them. Accompanying them were a few surviving disciples of the Qinglian sword sect. Li Xiaoyao regarded these individuals and Qinglian with a complex expression. Ultimately, after taking a deep breath, he summoned all the members of the Qinglian sword sect. "I have called you here to announce something important." He glanced at the flowers and plants in the world around him, then at the fewer than 20 remaining disciples of the sect. He sighed and said, "I, Li Xiaoyao, feel unworthy as the leader of the Qinglian sword sect. My sins are threefold. First, I have failed to promote the sword techniques of the Qinglian sword sect. Second, I have failed to protect the treasures of the sect. And third, I have failed to safeguard the disciples of the Qinglian sword sect." Upon hearing this, Tears welled up in the eyes of the others, as they were aware of the hardships the sect had faced over the years. Therefore I, Li Xiaoyao, shall heed the will of heaven and pass the position of sect leader to Lu Xian. From this day forward, there shall be only one leader of the Qinglian sword sect, and that is he. In the future, you, as brothers and sisters, must support one another and assist Lu Xian, for I believe there will come a day when the Qinglian sword sect will rise again. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could fully comprehend the gravity of his words, Li Xiaoyao suddenly struck his own crown and ended his life. Master, sect leader, Uncle Master. A wail of grief echoed through the forest. Li Qinglian wept uncontrollably, memories of the tender moments shared with Li Xiaoyao flooding her mind. Lu Xian sighed and stepped forward to embrace Qinglian. At that moment, his thoughts drifted back to Li Xiaoyao's solemn request. The treasure is right beside you. Qinglian is that treasure. Years ago, on a tranquil afternoon, the Qinglian sword sect was unexpectedly struck by a radiant beam of light. The light descended upon the lotus pond in the sect's rear mountain, and when the crowd rushed to investigate the strange sound, they beheld an enormous lotus slowly blooming. Nestled within its petals sat a playful little girl. Oblivious to her surroundings, she was captivated by the myriad of lotus flowers. When she noticed the people standing beside the pond, she giggled and crawled toward them. Just as everyone feared she might tumble into the pond, they witnessed the lotus flowers blooming in unison, each petal supporting her weight and guiding her safely to the shore. This little girl was Qinglian. Li Xiaoyao was lost in nostalgic memories, his gaze filled with longing. Only my predecessor and my junior sister were present that day, and together we chose to keep the secret, nurturing Qinglian as she grew. Sometimes, when the sect leader would lift Qinglian onto his horse, he would exclaim, "This is the treasure of our Qinglian sword sect." However, this bliss was short-lived. Soon, rumors began to circulate that the extraordinary sight heralded a treasure falling into the Qinglian sword sect, attracting many ill-intentioned individuals. Eventually, this led to the current state of affairs. Li Xiaoyao's voice dripped with regret as he pondered how it had come to this, acknowledging that indeed, the Qinglian sword sect had fallen into decline. In the recent battle with that figure in black, I realized my internal organs had already shifted. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian rushed forward to assist Li Xiaoyao, only to be stopped by him. After all these years, I am weary. I do not wish to continue. My kneeling earlier was a plea for your help. Lu Xian suddenly understood, quickly responding, "Since Qinglian is my wife, I will do everything in my power to protect her." Li Xiaoyao nodded through tears. "I have never doubted your commitment to this. The way you defended Qinglian has shown me your resolve. However, my request is of a different nature." Lu Xian's brows furrowed. "I have already resigned myself to death, but there are still others in the Qinglian sword sect. Thus, I implore you to take my place as the sect leader. Although the Qinglian sword sect has diminished, we still possess some foundation. This can be entrusted to you, provided you can ensure the safety and peace of the remaining disciples." Reflecting on this, Lu Xian gazed sadly at the grief-stricken Li Xiaoyao, who was being held by the weeping disciples. We all know that Master has long been resigned to his fate. Li Qinglian struggled to control her emotions, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her master's lifeless body. "Do not dwell on it. Master is merely tired and wishes to rest for a while." Lu Xian comforted her gently. In the present day, Li Xiaoyao has departed from this world, yet the Qinglian sword sect remains vibrant. Esteemed members, you are all brothers and sisters of Qinglian. Today, the revered sect leader has entrusted the position of master to me. I have also taken the oath of heaven, declaring that as long as I, Lu Xian, draw breath, the Qinglian sword sect shall never perish. Lu Xian pledged this in front of the gathered members and the tablet of Li Xiaoyao. In that moment, all remaining members of the Qinglian sword sect were wholly convinced by Lu Xian. This conviction stemmed from the fact that Lu Xian was the rightful sect leader appointed by Li Xiaoyao, and from the dedicated efforts he had shown in managing the affairs of the sect during Li Xiaoyao's funeral. Rest assured, Master, though our sect is currently diminished in numbers, we will not hesitate to face any challenges. Lu Xian gazed at the young disciples, whose unwavering resolve profoundly impressed him. It was evident that this small sect possessed a remarkable spirit of unity. Thus, upon assuming the role of sect leader, my foremost task shall be to annihilate the demon sect. Chapter 33. Reward the Demon Sect is the very organization that relentlessly pursued Li Xiaoyao and his companions. This sect is infamous within the realm of cultivation, notorious for recruiting numerous fallen individuals and adeptly consuming spiritual energy with demonic aura. Rumors even suggest their proficiency in concocting elixirs from human blood and crafting puppet avatars. It can be said that they are a significant blight upon the realm of cultivation. To be targeted by such a sect, it is no wonder that the Qinglian sword sect struggles to survive. However, when others heard Lu Xian's declaration, their initial reaction was not one of exhilaration, but rather of caution. Master, while we acknowledge your prowess, the demon sect is notoriously sinister, often appearing without warning. We are not cowards. We are merely concerned for your safety. The disciples of the Qinglian sword sect spoke earnestly, and Lu Xian smiled softly. You need not worry. I am not one to underestimate my capabilities. Yet, as long as such a sect exists, even if we retreat to the most remote corners of Penglai Zhou, they will eventually find us, and you will live in perpetual fear. From this moment forth, since I have become your sect leader, there shall be no oppressed disciples under my watch. Remember this. Lu Xian's words resonated with conviction, igniting a fire within the eyes of the disciples, who were now filled with fervor. Their hearts surged with passionate determination. Let us act. I have had enough of this cowardice, being hunted daily, hiding incessantly. I would rather sacrifice my life if it means taking down a few of theirs. It is also for the sake of avenging Master Xiaoyao. At the mention of vengeance, some disciples became even more impassioned, rallying around Lu Xian as if forming an invisible bond, a steadfast belief blossoming in their hearts. What of us, Master? At that moment, other disciples of Li Xiaoyao also stepped forward, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as they looked towards Lu Xian, seemingly imploring, Master, please do not show favoritism. You all. Lu Xian laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exuberance. You are the pride of the Qinglian sword sect, the very foundation of my standing within this realm of cultivation, and indeed, my trump card. From today onward, your identity shall no longer be merely as disciples of Li Xiaoyao. You are now my people, nurtured by me, Lu Xian. In the future, as you traverse the realm of cultivation, even if not for the protection of our sect, you must strive to eradicate the demon sect and restore tranquility to this world. At this point, Lu Xian paused, then continued. However, before any of this can occur, you must grow stronger. Only when you have attained greater strength can I lead you to obliterate the demon sect. Train. The disciples of Li Xiaoyao shouted in unison, their voices filled with unwavering resolve and dedication. Subsequently, Lu Xian meticulously handed over the sect's affairs before preparing for the impending confrontation with the demon sect. Before that, he returned with the disciples to the original location of the Qinglian sword sect. There, atop the elegant and resplendent Qinglian peak, which had once radiated tranquility, the area now lay shrouded in dark miasma due to the frequent incursions by the demon sect. Master Xiaoyao informed me of certain matters. I have returned to extract the foundational essence of the Qinglian sword sect. Lu Xian explained, having brought only the women along on this trip, leaving the disciples behind. Li Qinglian returned to the familiar grounds of the sect, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at every blade of grass and every tree. Lu Xian stepped forward to embrace Li Qinglian, intending to offer comfort, only to find her body suddenly succumbing to weakness and collapsing into his arms. What is happening? Lu Xian felt a surge of concern and hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy through Li Qinglian's body. At that moment, he heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived again. A spiritual embryo is now within Li Qinglian's womb. There is no need for concern. With that, Lu Xian's anxiety eased. Reflecting on the events since rescuing Li Qinglian, he realized they had shared a night of intimacy. To his astonishment, it had resulted in conception. Truly my lineage. Lu Xian mused inwardly. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Detection in progress. Success. Lu Xian was puzzled about what was being detected when he suddenly heard another announcement from the system. Detection reveals that the spiritual embryo possesses extraordinary talent, boasting divine-level qualifications. Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. What constitutes divine-level qualifications? In this world, if one were to reincarnate as figures akin to the ancient emperors, such as the Huangdu Dadi, Huayun Dadi, or Fengdu Dadi, they would be deemed to possess divine-level qualifications. Upon hearing this, Xuan was astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that I am to father an emperor? Detection of exceptional spiritual embryo qualifications has yielded a reward bag. Please check your inventory. Xuan examined the reward bag, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback. 4 top-tier skills had been unlocked for him, along with a comprehensive tome on formations. Additionally, various commonly used tools for a formation master were included. Holding these items, Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of power. Believing that the eradication of the demon sect was now within reach, he resolved to personally confront the demon sect. Although his current cultivation was sufficient to wipe them out entirely, he refrained from doing so, understanding that he needed to uproot the sect entirely to prevent any future calamity. However, prior to any action, he needed to prepare certain items. Among them, the most crucial was the Tianlei Z, used for breaking formations. However, this item was quite rare. By a remarkable stroke of luck, it just so happened that the system had provided him with the Tianlei Z, a top-tier item that many would consider unattainable. The Tianlei Z is traditionally nurtured within the Tian Dao Pearl, and the system provided it in that very form. This was akin to acquiring 2 valuable items without cost. Moreover, they were in excellent condition and ready for immediate use, securely stored within the system's inventory, ensuring easy access in times of need. In this moment of urgent necessity, Xuan opened the Grand Compendium of Formations. This time, he intended to directly employ 3 Tianlei Z. It is well known that the explosive power of a single Tianlei Z is already terrifying, capable of annihilating an unsuspecting gold core stage master in a mutual destruction. The combined explosion of 2 Tianlei Z is said to have the potential to obliterate a master at the early Yuanying stage. Utilizing 3 Tianlei Z simultaneously is a luxury unprecedented in the realm of cultivation, leaving many to wonder at the sheer might such an act would unleash. Should this knowledge become public, it would surely leave many in awe. Chapter 34. Proceeding with caution, the use of Tianlei Z requires utmost caution. A single Tianlei Z equates to the full explosive might of a cultivator at the 4th level of the gold core stage. If such a cultivator were to self-detonate, it could render a 1,000-mile radius into desolation. Xuan calculated that the simultaneous detonation of 3 Tianlei Z would likely devastate a 5,000-mile expanse. This level of destruction parallels the full force of a Yuanying stage cultivator strike. If all 3 Tianlei Z were to explode in unison at a single location, the resulting power could erase an entire sect from existence. However, this was evidently not feasible, for Tianlei Z are not simple tools. They possess tracking capabilities, thus, once Xuan ignited one, it would lock onto its target until either the target was annihilated or both were destroyed together. Should the target escape its tracking range, it would return. Clearly, the Mo Min zone would not flee beyond 100,000 miles. With all preparations in place, Xuan commenced his mission. He did not assemble a large force to approach Mo Min zone. Instead, he chose to venture alone, although others from the Qing Lian sword sect wished to accompany him. Xuan firmly forbade it. The women, too, expressed a desire to follow. Yet he cited the current pregnancies within Qing Lian and the relative immaturity of the disciples as reasons to keep them safe. Xuan was acutely aware that the Tianlei Z were rewards bestowed upon him by the system, and with so many women having shared his company, it would be cumbersome to explain the sudden appearance of such a formidable artifact. More importantly, having never employed 3 Tianlei Z concurrently, he harbored concerns about potential mishaps and the safety of the women. Thus, it was preferable to act alone. After employing a concealment technique, Xuan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards Mo Min zone. Even though he understood that no one could withstand the explosion of the Tianlei Z, the challenge of controlling them was daunting. A careless detonation within the sect could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, obliterating not only the sect but also the surrounding villages for miles. While the demise of Mo Min zone would be of little consequence, the innocence of those villagers weighed heavily on Xuan's conscience. He wished to avoid such devastation. As he approached the vicinity of Mo Min zone, where the demonic energy surged, he remained vigilant. This malignant energy was particularly sensitive to spiritual energy, and a single misstep could lead to exposure. Thus, when he was still 5,000 miles away, he began to exercise even greater caution. It took him 3 days to traverse this distance before he finally arrived at the sect stronghold. The stronghold of Mo Min Zone was a massive mountain, an artificial structure formed from immense boulders. These stones possessed a hardness surpassing that of steel, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary artifacts to leave a mark upon them. Moreover, the mountain was riddled with formidable protective formations, capable of exhausting even a Yuanying stage cultivator attempting a direct assault. Halfway up the mountain, there existed a teleportation array. This array was unidirectional, allowing transport from within the sect to the outside world, but it was impossible to activate it from the exterior. The teleportation array was exceedingly well concealed. Without precise knowledge of its location, even those with boundless spiritual perception would be unable to detect it. However, this array could not withstand a forceful breach by a Yuanying stage cultivator, as it would be akin to an attack from a tribulation stage master. Yet, within Mo Min Zone, no one possessed the strength to withstand such an onslaught. Thus, while the teleportation array was hidden, it was a dead end, operational solely from the inside. Mo Min Zone ranked in the middle among the demonic sects, not at the pinnacle, yet still formidable. Although the Mo Min and the demon tribes were considered weaker among the 5 great powers, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. They still stood in league with the most elite forces of the immortal realm. The reason Mo Min Zone could assert itself so boldly in the realm of cultivation was due to the formidable backing of the 12 protective formations surrounding the stronghold. Each of these formations was exceptionally intricate, with various attack formations constituting half of their number, while the remainder included defensive and restraining formations. This description pertains solely to the stronghold. The sect's leader, a peak Yuanying stage master, possessed 2 formidable artifacts of the same level. These artifacts were considered exceptionally powerful among their kind, and were exclusive to their wielders. Even a Yuanying stage master could not utilize artifacts of such caliber. The leader of Mo Min Zone specialized in defensive techniques and the manipulation of formations, with both artifacts being formations themselves. 1. The Jiu Mo Shi Xian formation unleashed a surge of demonic energy capable of devouring one's very consciousness upon activation, inducing sheer terror. The other, the Mo Yun Long Zhao formation, would drain all spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand miles, creating a vast protective barrier that nullified all incoming attacks. Essentially, within this expansive area, no assault would succeed. When combined, these 2 artifacts rendered even peak Yuanying stage cultivators incapable of breaching the defenses of Mo Min Zone. Otherwise, they would have been overrun by rival forces long ago. However, with great power comes great cost, despite the immense resources of Mo Min Zone. Such potent artifacts demanded significant spiritual energy. Consequently, the leader would not casually deploy them, reserving their use for dire circumstances. He remained confident that with these 2 formidable artifacts at his disposal, not even the weakest Yuanying stage cultivators could breach his defenses. Thus, he continued to cultivate atop the mountain, delegating all matters to 2 mid-Yuanying stage elders. The 2 mid-stage Yuanying elders were his junior brother and junior sister, and the 3 of them were fellow disciples who had rebelled against their sect thousands of years ago to establish the Mo Min Zone in the celestial realm. The junior brother was a defensive cultivator wielding a massive shield that, when unfurled, transformed into a colossal protective barrier enveloping the entire peak. In contrast, the junior sister was an offensive cultivator, brandishing a gigantic demon sword that unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, morphing into a sword stretching 1,000 meters long. Surrounded by numerous smaller swords that roamed, ready to unleash devastating power upon encountering an attack. Lu Xian, masquerading as a beggar in a nearby village, gleaned this information. Upon learning these circumstances, Lu Xian found himself in a precarious situation. He was merely at the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm, while the adversaries he faced were peak Yuanying experts. Moreover, demonic energy was inherently more oppressive than spiritual energy, making direct confrontation unwise. At that moment, Lu Xian felt fortunate to be alone. Had he brought along the members of the Qinglian Sword sect and the other women, they would have drawn unwanted attention, rendering them more vulnerable against the formidable Mo Min Zone. Given the current scenario, he realized that cunning would be his only recourse. Even with the addition of 30 Tianlei Zi, he doubted he could annihilate the sect entirely. Any surviving members could seek revenge later. Xuan was acutely aware of this. At this juncture, he concealed himself in a thicket and opened the tome of formations provided by the system. Frankly, the two formations from Mo Min Zone were merely a few pages within this compendium. It even detailed their arrangements and weaknesses. This book was indeed a treasure. The Yuaning Grandmaster of Mo Min Zone could never have anticipated that someone like Xuan would possess such comprehensive knowledge of these formations' vulnerabilities. Inwardly, Xuan relished the thought while formulating his plans. He meticulously studied the weaknesses of the Jiao Mo, Shi Xian Zhun, and Mo Yun Long Zhao Zhun, contemplating how to exploit these flaws to breach the two formidable formations. The Jiao Mo, Shi Xian Zhun's weakness lay in the gathering of demonic energy, requiring substantial amounts for support. The more demonic energy present, the stronger the allure of the heart demon. He could exploit this vulnerability by deploying formations that could disperse the demonic energy, thereby diminishing the formation's potency. Xuan conceived a strategy, learning some formations capable of dispersing demonic energy from the system, and began to set them up in the vicinity. Concurrently, he crafted traps that could ignite flames using a Tianlai Z, preparing them for crucial moments. After several days, feeling everything was in place, he approached the peak of Mo Min Zone. At that moment, the two mid-stage Yuaning elders were patrolling the summit while the Yuaning Grandmaster was in seclusion, engrossed in cultivation. Utilizing some minor formations he had observed, Xuan set traps to ignite flames near the peak and commenced his ascent. He successfully drew the attention of the two mid-stage elders with his talismans and spells, leading them to mistakenly believe he was an intruder intent on attack. "Who dares to trespass upon the Mo Min Zone?" the junior brother exclaimed, alert and swiftly pursuing him. Consequently, he unfurled his enormous shield, creating a vast barrier enveloping the entire peak, while the junior sister unleashed her demon sword, transforming it into a 1,000-meter-long blade, with smaller swords swirling in the vicinity. However, Xuan did not engage. Instead, he hastened toward the summit, and though the two elders were perplexed, they did not let the opportunity slip away and chased after him. "Fool, where do you think you can run? In the territory of Mo Min Zone, it's merely a matter of time before you meet your demise. Cease your struggles." Just then, the fire traps Xuan had set finally activated, engulfing the entire peak in flames. The two elders were struck with terror and attempted to retreat for aid. But it was too late. The entire mountain was consumed by fire. They had initially believed the flames could be extinguished by spells. Yet countless spells failed to quell the inferno. "Damn it, it's the Tianlai Z." The elders cried out in despair. The Tianlai Z was no ordinary flame. It was the fire of heavenly thunder. At that moment, Xuan had reached the summit, where the Yuaning Grandmaster was still in meditation, utterly unaware of the impending peril. Xuan swiftly approached the Grandmaster, using his talismans and spells. Sensing a hint of danger nearby, the Grandmaster instinctively began to open his eyes, only to hear a loud thud as a dark object landed before him. "Who dares?" The Mo Min Zone elders had just begun to speak when they noticed a flicker of flame. The tremendous explosion from the Tianlai Z reverberated throughout the sect, shaking it to its core. Both formations were simultaneously activated, leaving the disciples of Mo Min Zone in utter confusion. The disciples nearest to the Grandmaster's seclusion were already swept away by the explosion of the Tianlai Z. It was a tragic fate for the notorious sect leader of Mo Min Zone to meet such a humiliating end, blown to bits. At this moment, the entire mountain was engulfed in flames, and the two elders were consumed by the inferno. Under the simultaneous operation of the two formations, the entire peak was sealed off. Some disciples began to realize something was amiss and attempted to channel their demonic energy into the formations. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the junction between the two formations was the very weak point, which Xuan had already planted with the final Tianlai Z. "It's time to end this." Xuan retrieved a recording stone, tossing it into the air to capture this monumental moment. "Break!" With a command, the last Tianlai Z detonated. It first obliterated the two formations, exposing all disciples of Mo Min Zone to the onslaught of the Tianlai Z. The subsequent shockwave from the explosion swept away every disciple of Mo Min Zone. The explosive sound and the powerful energy wave tore open a rift in the long-enveloped demonic energy of Shantao, allowing sunlight to pierce through, illuminating the once flat land. The villagers in the distance watched in bewilderment, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Standing atop the peak, Xuan surveyed the scene with quiet satisfaction. Relieved that his plan had succeeded, he did not linger, swiftly departing, aware that the aftermath would soon be discovered. Before leaving, he searched the Yuanian Grandmaster and found a black token engraved with the character for demon, which likely served as the sect leader's command token. Xuan secured the token and hastily exited the area. Chapter 36. Remnants on the journey away. Xuan felt a sense of unease within him. He was uncertain whether his plans would be discovered by the world, and if so, he could very well become the target of widespread condemnation. However, upon reflection, he recognized that it was his duty as a person of righteousness to eradicate these nefarious forces, and thus, it was worth the risk. After departing from the mountain peak, Xuan swiftly returned to the inn where he resided. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, yet he did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged, beginning to sort through the experiences of this encounter. Firstly, he needed to ascertain whether there were any remnants of the disciples from the Mo Min zone. If so, he would need to continue his efforts to eliminate them. Secondly, he contemplated how to effectively utilize the black token he had obtained from the Mo Min zone. As he considered this, Xuan summoned his spiritual sense and cautiously began to explore the interior of the token. The moment his spiritual awareness penetrated the token, he felt as though his soul was being drawn into another realm. It was a world brimming with mystery and treasures, where countless gems radiated dazzling light, leaving him awestruck. Startled, he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense, secretly relieved that his composure had not been swayed by the allure of the treasures. Taking a deep breath, he again probed the interior of the token, this time fully prepared to maintain his mental focus and resist any external temptations. Within the token, he discovered a treasure map marked with unusual locations, seemingly indicating the whereabouts of hidden treasures. To his astonishment, the token possessed a treasure map. He had no idea what riches lay within its confines. As he examined the map, he felt a sense of familiarity about the locations indicated. Suddenly, clarity struck him as he realized the source of this familiarity. The treasure map depicted the mountain stronghold of the Qing Lianjian zone. Recognizing the site of the treasure, Xuan resolved to construct a teleportation array to return to the Qing Lianjian zone without delay. At that moment, a dark figure appeared outside his window, and a low voice, akin to a haunting specter, sent a shiver down his spine. "Hand over the token, or I shall take your life." Xuan tightened his grip on the token, his muscles tensing as he braced for battle. The visitor exuded a formidable aura, clearly a remnant of the Mo Min zone, likely a stray from a previous mission. Xuan felt fortunate that his strength had significantly recovered, and having recently been engaged in constructing formations, he possessed various tools at his disposal. "Did you destroy my sect's mountain stronghold?" The remnant of the Mo Min zone's eyes flickered with fear, realizing that one capable of annihilating a sect must possess considerable power. Yet, upon noting that Xuan was merely at the Jindan stage, he felt emboldened to confront him. "It was I. What of it?" Xuan did not deny it. In his view, this individual had come seeking defeat. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the formation he had recently devised. The remnant's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he formed hand seals, conjuring a massive dark sword from the potent demonic energy behind him, striking toward Xuan. Undeterred, Xuan held the token firmly, murmuring incantations as a formation rapidly coalesced before him. This was a small-scale feng shui array, capable of gathering surrounding spiritual energy and various essences, forming an immense force. As the dark sword descended, the token emitted a black light, merging with the feng shui array. The array's power surged several-fold, generating a formidable pull that consumed the dark sword entirely. The Mo Min zone remnant was taken aback, astonished that this youth at the Jindan stage could withstand his attack. However, this was only the beginning. Xuan formed seals again, unleashing a flurry of runes that integrated into the feng shui array. The array's power intensified once more, culminating in a devastating explosive force that shattered the dark sword into fragments. The remnant was violently propelled backward by the explosion, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his eyes wide with terror. He had never anticipated that this young man's strength would surpass his expectations. "Who are you?" he stammered in fear, still unaware of Xuan's identity and background. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have failed, Xuan replied calmly, forming seals once more as a powerful aura gathered before him. The remnant, witnessing the solidifying mark in Xuan's hand, understood that he could not withstand this impending strike. He yearned to flee, but his body was already weakened from the explosion, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Xuan's palm approached him. Just as Xuan's hand was about to make contact, a white light descended from above, enveloping his form in an instant. In the next moment, a tremendous force whisked him away. "Senior, please show mercy." A voice emerged from the white light, causing Xuan's hand to halt in midair. He focused his gaze, and from the luminous aura stepped forth a young man clad in white robes, his features refined, appearing to be in his 30s. Yet, his eyes bore the weight of experience and wisdom, indicating a mature individual. "Who are you?" Xuan inquired, puzzled, as he had never encountered this young man before. Nevertheless, the young man's immense strength instilled a sense of caution in him. "I am Bai Fan, a disciple of the Shisheng Fo Men," the young man replied respectfully. "Shisheng Fo Men?" Xuan questioned, his confusion evident as he had not heard of this name before. Bai Fan seemed to sense Xuan's bewilderment and elaborated. "I am the chief disciple of this generation at Shisheng Fo Men. I heard of the Mo Men Zong situation while meditating, which prompted my swift arrival." Realization dawned upon Xuan. He had not anticipated that the news of the Mo Men Zong's annihilation would spread so rapidly within a single day. "Why did you save me?" the remnant of the Mo Men Zong asked, his desire to live evident. "You may be a disciple of the Mo Men Zong, yet you have not committed any heinous acts. I cannot bear to witness your demise," Bai Fan replied calmly. The remnant felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he was not destined to die today. Bai Fan then turned to Xuan and respectfully stated, "Senior, you witnessed what transpired. Allow me to handle this individual." Chapter 37. Departure in Pursuit. Xuan furrowed his brow, reluctant to complicate matters further, yet he sensed that Bai Fan was not a malevolent individual. "Very well, I entrust him to you, but remember, good and evil will ultimately be repaid," Xuan remarked sternly, hoping Bai Fan would discern right from wrong. "Bai Fan note that how says the pledging. I shall always remember your teachings, senior." Xuan gave a slight nod before turning to depart. As he gazed upon the departing figure of Xuan, Bai Fan's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions, leaving him perplexed as to why he felt such profound respect for this elder, whose cultivation was merely at the gene dance stage. Perhaps it was the aura of authority and dignity that emanated from the elder, evoking a sense of reverence within him. Bai Fan then turned his attention to the remnants of the demon sect, groaning on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Junior brothers, take this person away," Bai Fan stated in a calm voice. Soon, several disciples of the Western Holy Buddha sect approached to carry away the remnants of the demon sect. Bai Fan remained in place, contemplative for a moment, before turning to leave. Xuan was unaware of how Bai Fan intended to deal with the remnants. Yet he felt indifferent. The pressing matter at hand was for Xuan to return to the Qinglian sword sect with the token and thoroughly search for the corresponding treasure. Speeding along, Xuan finally returned to the Qinglian sword sect, where the women, delighted by his return, gathered around him. "Did you really acquire the token from the demon sect?" they asked, their faces painted with disbelief. Xuan replied nonchalantly, "From this day forth, no one from the demon sect shall disturb the Qinglian sword sect again. This is my promise as the sect leader." The others of the Qinglian sword sect, upon hearing his declaration, felt tears welling in their eyes. Thus, the century-long pursuit of the Qinglian sword sect came to an end. Meanwhile, Bai Fan had entrusted the remnants of the demon sect to his junior brothers for handling and returned to his chamber to cultivate. His junior brothers took the remnants to a desolate location, preparing to execute them. "You intend to kill me? How can you go back on your word when you clearly did not mention such a fate?" The remnants of the demon sect exclaimed in terror. "You requested it yourself. We are merely fulfilling your wishes," his junior brothers replied in unison. A glimmer of malice flashed in the remnant's eyes, and he resolved to take action. With that, a powerful aura erupted from him as he prepared to perish alongside his captors. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. What a commotion! It was Bai Fan, who had just returned to the Western Holy Buddha sect. "Senior brother?" His junior brothers questioned in confusion. Bai Fan nodded, instructing them, "Take this individual back. I need to interrogate him properly." Though puzzled, The junior brothers complied with by Fan's orders. As by Fan watched the remnants being taken away, a cold light glimmered in his eyes. On the other side, Xuan had returned to his cave dwelling, ready to commence the search for the treasure. However, this treasure proved elusive, as Xuan spent the better part of the night with no discoveries to show for it. How peculiar. Such a vast treasure should not be so difficult to locate, Xuan mused, just as he was about to give up. His gaze fell upon an ancient painting in his cave. This painting was left behind by Li Qinglian's master, Li Xiaoyao, and was said to be a relic passed down from the ancestral master. Could the treasure be hidden behind this painting? Xuan pondered silently. He approached with the intention of removing the painting for a closer inspection. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Li Xiaoyao, Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. It quickly dawned on him that this was not the actual Li Xiaoyao, for he had already passed away. Rather, it was an illusion left behind. Since you have managed to find this place, it means the demon sect has obtained the token. Xuan's mind was flooded with questions as Li Xiaoyao's image smiled gently. I understand you have many inquiries. I can provide answers. It turned out that the demon sect of old was not as it appeared now, at least not corrupt. However, after a certain individual joined the sect, everything changed. This person had connections to me, being my former uncle. Li Xiaoyao's image recounted that the demon sect was once filled with righteousness, but this uncle's heart darkened due to a series of events. He not only stole the sect's ultimate teachings, but also murdered the sect leader, leading the demon sect to its current state. What is your uncle's name? Xuan inquired. His name is Li Wuhan, Li Xiaoyao replied. It is he. Xuan gasped, having heard tales of his genius during his earlier days as a mere underling. Li Wuhan was a prodigy with innate spiritual roots who had broken through to the Huashan stage at a young age. We do not know what transpired. One day, Li Wuhan simply defected to the demon sect. My master searched for him afterward, but could not find him. We believed he was trapped somewhere, and we have been seeking our senior brother, hoping to rescue him. Li Xiaoyao sighed. These are old tales now. Since you have acquired the token, it is clear you hold great importance to Qinglian. Now, you should receive what you deserve. You can begin your search for the treasure. Li Xiaoyao's image declared before slowly fading away. Xuan approached the ancient painting and forcefully removed it from the wall. Behind it, he discovered a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, he found a Qinkuan ring. Let me see what treasures lie within, he exclaimed. To his astonishment, upon inspection, he found an abundance of spirit stones. The cultivation methods he practiced required a significant amount of spirit stones, and until now, he had relied on consuming medicinal pills to gather spiritual energy. To his surprise, upon opening the Qinkuan ring, he was met with a rich essence of spiritual energy. As he used his divine sense to examine it, he trembled with excitement. This is not merely spirit stones. This is an entire spiritual vein, Xuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, he sensed some movement from the children in his nurturing pouch. Truly, my good son, just a glimpse of something intriguing, and you stirred a life. Xuan chuckled heartily. After a moment's reflection, he decided to place the nurturing pouch atop the spiritual vein, allowing its energy to nurture them. As soon as he completed his words, his smile abruptly froze. Just then, as he placed the children down to sleep, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy was voraciously absorbed by the children. Xuan watched in disbelief as the once mighty spiritual vein began to crack. At that very moment, an immense force erupted from the nurturing pouch, sending Xuan flying backward, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Xuan was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that the little ones would possess such terrifying capability. They had consumed an entire spiritual vein. Struggling to rise, an epiphany struck his mind. Of course, cultivators above the Jindan stage can establish their own blessed lands and draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. These children have certainly surpassed the Jindan stage. With this realization, Xuan, despite the pain coursing through him, mustered the strength to rise and slowly departed with the children. Xuan returned to the mountain peak of Qinglian Jinzong with several children. This is the place. Xuan scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and promptly took the children out of the childcare bag. He dug into the ground and placed the children within the soil. The moment the children entered the earth, Xuan distinctly felt a tremendous force erupting from the soil, striking him directly. He was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, landing awkwardly. How could this be? Xuan struggled to rise, feeling a profound sense of paternal pride. He truly did not anticipate that the children's descent into the ground would provoke such a powerful reaction. While Xuan was lost in thought, the ground suddenly began to surge, resembling a spiritual spring, continuously gushing forth. Observing from a distance, Xuan could sense that this was undoubtedly something extraordinary. 3 days passed. The ground finally settled into tranquility. From afar, Xuan gazed at the golden elixirs formed within the children's abdomens, wanting to approach yet hesitant. He was genuinely thrilled. A small child at the golden elixir stage. Achieving this level at birth was indeed unprecedented. Even throughout the annals of the cultivation world, such prodigies must be exceedingly rare. The mere thought filled Xuan with pride. His son was indeed remarkable. Ha! Xuan couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. All 3 sons have grown into mid-tier golden elixir cultivators, and rewards are now being distributed. A lottery-exclusive luck value of 2,000. The host is rewarded with the rank of 3rd-tier alchemist. A top-tier celestial herb is rewarded, along with several other grades of celestial herbs. The host is granted a spiritual vein. The rewards have been distributed. Please arrange them wisely and continue your efforts. What an abundance of rewards. The spiritual vein alone was a substantial gain. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xuan leaped for joy. This news was dazzling. Furthermore, Xuan's promotion to 3rd-tier alchemist was an immense surprise. Transitioning from a 1st-tier to a 3rd-tier alchemist represented a significant transformation. He could now produce vast quantities of elixirs without the previous hesitance. A top-tier celestial herb, alongside several other grades, was indeed a monumental surprise, especially the top-tier celestial herb, which was worth its weight in gold and would undoubtedly cause a stir if presented. Lastly, the acquisition of a spiritual vein was another remarkable fortune. Spiritual veins were exceedingly precious, especially as a direct reward. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary accolade within the cultivation realm. Xuan grinned widely. His strength had now reached the mid-tier golden elixir stage, and he was also a 3rd-tier alchemist, while the children were also formidable golden elixir cultivators. In battle, they would not fear even the nascent soul stage. Ha! Xuan couldn't help but chuckle foolishly again. 2 more days passed. On this day, Xuan's injuries had completely healed, and the children's golden elixir stage had stabilized. Xuan commenced the alchemical process. With the foundation of numerous elixirs previously crafted, he easily comprehended the true essence of a 3rd-tier alchemist and began to produce elixirs in abundance. Within a month, he created numerous elixirs for healing, restoring vitality, enhancing cultivation, and more. Moreover, he utilized the top-tier celestial herb and other grades to concoct a plethora of medicinal baths for the children. 2 months later, all 3 children not only stabilized their realms at the mid-tier golden elixir stage, but also visibly grew taller. Xuan continuously harnessed the celestial herbs and spiritual veins to elevate his own cultivation, achieving the high-tier golden elixir stage within 2 months. Deep within Qinglian Jinzhou, several figures sat opposite one another. One figure spoke, stating, according to reliable sources, the demon sect was annihilated by the newly appointed leader of Qinglian Jinzhou, Xuan. Indeed, it is as such. Another figure responded, this individual must not be allowed to continue growing. The first figure continued. The others nodded in agreement. Although he is currently at the golden elixir stage, his hidden cards are far too numerous and terrifying. He must be eliminated. One figure spoke again. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, stating that his disciples must also be removed. Another figure affirmed, I have a plan. One figure stood up and spoke. We are all ears. The others responded eagerly. We can send experts to eliminate him, taking advantage of his moment of weakness. That strategy is indeed sound. The others nodded in agreement. Moreover, we can also divulge this information to his disciples. That figure added once more. The others paused in surprise. If that happens, his disciples will undoubtedly risk their lives to save him. Thus, we can capture them all. The figure reiterated. The others nodded in agreement. After discussing the details, the group dispersed. 2 more months elapsed. During this time, Xuan remained within Qinglian Jinzhou, diligently crafting elixirs, particularly preparing numerous medicinal baths for the children. who enjoyed daily baths and indulged in medicines, reveling joyfully. Simultaneously, Xuan did not neglect the women, engaging in dual cultivation with them and participating in the medicinal baths, leading each woman to touch the barriers of breakthrough. Additionally, Xuan's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. One day, while Xuan was crafting elixirs indoors, several powerful auras surged into Qinglian's zone. Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that these were foolish intruders seeking to provoke him. He smiled faintly and instantly concealed himself. Like a cat playing with a mouse, who is the cat and who is the mouse? At this moment, Xuan resembled a feline, quietly awaiting the cunning mice to fall into his trap. He understood that these provocateurs were likely dispatched by some self-important sect, hoping to take him unawares and subdue him in one fell swoop. However, Xuan was not an easy target. He had long been prepared. I shall see what these individuals are up to. Several powerful cultivators burst into Qinglian's zone, searching for Xuan's whereabouts as they advanced. They were unafraid of Xuan's cultivation since they believed he had yet to break through to the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, while they themselves were all high-tier golden elixir existences. A mere golden elixir cultivator was hardly worthy of such concern from their master. Eliminating him would be trivial. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Xuan was no longer the mid-tier golden elixir cultivator they presumed him to be. After scouring Qinglian's zone, the cultivators found no trace of Xuan. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if he had fled upon hearing of their arrival. How strange. Just moments ago, he was clearly in this direction. How could he suddenly vanish? As they prepared to depart, a figure suddenly soared from the adjacent building. It was Xuan. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. One of the cultivators displayed a look of astonishment, for he believed Xuan was doomed. The sooner he was found, the sooner it would end. However, what surprised them was Xuan's calm demeanor. Rather than fleeing, he approached the cultivators with intent. The cultivators, taken aback, swiftly readied themselves for defense, wondering if Xuan harbored some scheme. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon them. Xuan held a pill in his hand, freshly concocted. With a slight smile, he tossed the pill towards a group. The cultivators were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Xuan would willingly offer them a pill. They gazed in confusion at the pill as it spun rapidly, exuding a formidable aura. At that instant, Xuan made his move once more. His figure vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the cultivators, delivering a powerful punch that sent the cultivator flying. The others were aghast. They finally realized that Xuan did not intend to engage them in a direct confrontation. Instead, he sought to lure them into a trap with the pill. Yet, Xuan harbored no intention of holding back. In a flurry of movement, he swiftly overcame the remaining cultivators. Regret filled their hearts as they realized they had severely underestimated Xuan's strength and cunning. They had assumed they could easily subdue him, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. In that moment, Xuan showed no mercy, eliminating all of them without hesitation. These cultivators died with disbelief, never imagining that a group of pinnacle Jindan cultivators could fall to one of mere mid-level Jindan. Within a pitch-black grand hall, wooden planks hung from the ceiling, swaying and colliding in the wind, producing a delicate sound reminiscent of porcelain clashing. Suddenly, several wooden planks shattered without warning. What? Had they failed their mission? An unknown voice echoed from the shadows, filled with astonishment. Within the Qinglian's zone, Xuan's expression remained cold. He was unmoved by the deaths of the cultivators. Rather, a sense of vigilance enveloped him. He had discerned their origins. They were not the self-important sect members he had presumed, but rather representatives of the so-called righteous sections. Their every move bore the hallmark of the righteous path. He pondered their sudden appearance and their ability to infiltrate Qinglian's zone. What could their true intentions be? Was it merely to eliminate him? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a hint of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. From their cultivation levels, it was evident they were specifically targeting him. Unbeknownst to them, Xuan had transcended from a mid-level Jindan cultivator to the pinnacle, making significant breakthroughs in alchemy. The demise of these cultivators was but a fleeting matter for him. It appeared that Qinglian's zone was no longer sanctuary. Contemplating the safety of the remaining disciples within the sect, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. He feared not the righteous sects. He possessed ample resources and strategies to contend with them. However, their existence would undoubtedly pose obstacles to his future endeavors. He must swiftly devise a means to eliminate these hindrances. After dispatching the cultivators, Lu Xian chose not to linger in the area. He understood that the righteous sects would soon recognize his identity and would inevitably dispatch more individuals to besiege him. Therefore, he needed to ensure that Qinglian Jianzong no longer resembled a playground, accessible to all. At that moment, Li Qinglian approached, her belly prominent. Since her pregnancy, the women had lavished her with care, primarily due to the sorrow she endured from Master Li Xiaoyao's tragic demise, which had deeply affected her health. Additionally, Li Qinglian appeared fatigued, as the child within her often disturbed her sleep at night. "Why do you come here? Shouldn't you be resting inside?" Lu Xian asked, embracing her gently. Li Qinglian coughed softly. "This little rascal in my belly has been restless, preventing me from sleeping well. Today my eyelids have been twitching incessantly, and my heart feels unsettled, so I thought I would come and check on you." Lu Xian smiled in reassurance. "Fear not, my beloved. I am capable of handling anything." Li Qinglian sighed with worry. "In recent days, I've been tossing and turning in bed, and I have finally come to a realization. The decline of Qinglian Jianzong has partially stemmed from the failure of the protective mountain formation. I see that you are quite adept in formations. Might you have the time and energy to restore our protective array?" Lu Xian was taken aback by this revelation, as he had previously believed that Qinglian Jianzong lacked any protective formation. Typically, only those mid-tier or higher righteous sects could sustain such a resource-intensive array. "Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to me," he declared confidently, patting his chest to reassure Li Qinglian. In the days that followed, Lu Xian delegated the sect's affairs to the women and began to traverse the Qinglian Jianzong, studying the terrain and researching the protective array. Through meticulous observation and study, he discovered that the protective array was a complex formation composed of several smaller arrays: the Hanshuang array, the Xuan sword array, the Jiujia array, and the Baigui array. The Hanshuang array and Xuan sword array served as the core formations, while the Jiujia array and Baigui array functioned as auxiliary formations. To restore the protective array, he first needed to repair these 4 smaller formations. After much contemplation, Lu Xian finally devised a method to restore them. The required materials were not overly rare. Most were common spiritual herbs and stones. Once he gathered all the materials, Lu Xian commenced the restoration of the formations. He first visited a riverside, using some cold attribute spiritual herbs and stones to establish the Hanshuang array. Once formed, this array would freeze the surrounding waters, trapping enemies in place. After setting up the Hanshuang array, Lu Xian proceeded to a cliffside, employing spiritual herbs and stones imbued with sword intent to create the Xuan sword array. Once activated, this array would unleash 4 streams of sword intent from the cliff, transforming into 4 massive celestial swords that would strike down enemies mid-air. Next, Lu Xian journeyed to the back mountain of the sect, utilizing spiritual herbs and stones infused with ghostly energies to establish the Baigui array. Once formed, this array would summon hundreds of spectral entities from the ground to attack and tear apart their foes. Finally, Lu Xian ventured into a grove on the right side of the sect and arranged a 9 calamity formation using spiritual herbs and stones imbued with the essence of calamity. Once this formation was established, 9 bolts of tribulation thunder would descend from the heavens, reducing enemies to ashes. After completing the 4 formations, Lu Xian skillfully interconnected them, creating a colossal protective mountain formation. Upon activation, this formation would envelop a 10-mile radius around the Qinglian sword sect, safeguarding the sect's security. Once the protective formation was set, Lu Xian hurried to Li Qinglian's side to share the good news. "Darling, you have repaired the protective mountain formation?" Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian was overjoyed, having been worried about the sect's safety for some time. Now, with the protection of the formation, she could rest easy and focus on her pregnancy. "Indeed, I have restored all 4 formations. Now, please summon a few of our sisters, and let us go see how I have arranged them," Lu Xian said with a hint of pride. Soon, Li Qinglian gathered several sisters and returned with Lu Xian to the entrance of the Qinglian sword sect. As they arrived, dusk was settling in, yet the gate remained open. On either side of the gate stood a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, each holding a bright spiritual lantern that illuminated the path ahead. Behind the gate lay a winding stone path leading into the sect, the primary route for entering and exiting. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuan mused, "It seems my protective mountain formation is functioning. This stone path is evidently secure." However, he felt that this was merely a start. The formations initially set up by the Qinglian sword sect were primarily defensive, given the relatively low cultivation of the sect's disciples. It was only a matter of time before the four formations would reveal vulnerabilities if a continuous influx of cultivators approached. In my opinion, the best strategy is to conceal ourselves. The sect's current strength is weak, and since there have been inexplicable provocations from outsiders recently, it would be wise to create a hidden formation to render the sect elusive, Yang Wuzhao remarked thoughtfully. The word struck a chord with Xuan, sparking a brilliant idea in his mind. Wuzhao was correct. These offensive formations should serve as the last line of defense for their sect, and they should ensure that outsiders could not even locate the sect beforehand. Xuan snapped his fingers and retrieved several precious items from his Qinglian pouch. A concealing formation could be established to hide the entire Qinglian sword sect, making it impossible for outsiders to find them. Without hesitation, Xuan began arranging the concealing formation. He placed several precious materials at the center of the gate and activated them with his spiritual energy. Next, he produced an ancient formation diagram from his Qinglian pouch and meticulously inscribed the formation on the ground according to the patterns depicted. At that moment, Li Qinglian and several sisters arrived at his side, curious about his actions. "My dear, what are you doing?" Li Qinglian inquired. Without pausing, Xuan explained, "I am setting up a hidden formation that can conceal the entire Qinglian sword sect, ensuring that outsiders cannot locate us." "A hidden formation?" Li Qinglian asked, surprised. "Such formations are exceedingly rare. Where did you acquire this?" Xuan cleverly refrained from revealing that it was part of a reward from the system. Fortunately, he had previously received the sect's token ring from Li Xiaoyao in front of others, so he decided to attribute this to him. "This was entrusted to me by Master Xiaoyao before his passing. He said this formation could protect the safety of our Qinglian sword sect." As Xuan continued inscribing the formation, Li Qinglian listened attentively, refraining from further questions and observing him in silence. Before long, Xuan completed the entire formation. Taking a deep breath, he stored the diagram back in his Qinglian pouch and stood upright. Gazing at the formation before him, he silently recited the incantation and, with a swift motion of his hand, a beam of spiritual light burst forth from the formation, enveloping the entire Qinglian sword sect. In an instant, the sect vanished from sight, along with the gate and the guard stationed beside it. It worked. Xuan felt a surge of joy within. This hidden formation not only concealed the entire sect, but also shielded it from external scrutiny, rendering it invisible to wandering cultivators. "My dear, this formation is truly remarkable," Li Qinglian exclaimed, joining Xuan's side, her face radiating delight. "Indeed, now we can rest assured. Those cultivators will no longer be able to find us." Xuan nodded in agreement, taking Li Qinglian's hand as they returned to the inner sanctum of the Qinglian sword sect. Meanwhile, outside the sect, a group of individuals clad in black robes with golden threads appeared. "What happened to the gate that was here just a moment ago? How peculiar. Can such a large sect truly vanish as if it had moved?" According to the map, it was indeed supposed to be here, and the surrounding spiritual energy was denser than elsewhere. There must be cultivators present. Each member of this group wore a delicate golden lotus pendant at their waist, indicating they hailed from the same place. Regardless, the task assigned by their leader was to locate these individuals, especially Xuan, unaware of the turmoil outside. Xuan was joyfully frolicking with the women in the water, completely oblivious to the presence of this group, who were frantically searching like headless flies. "Master, this is not good." At that moment, a paper crane suddenly flew toward Xuan, igniting in front of him. From within, the voice of Zhang ran. The chief disciple of the Qinglian sword sect resounded. Xuan, a junior sister of the Qinglian sword sect, was the last disciple taken under Master Xiaoyao's wing. By relation, she is Li Qinglian's junior sister. Upon hearing that something had happened to Xuan, Li Qinglian immediately stood up. "Darling, quickly listen and find out what happened." Xuan did not delay and infused a strand of spiritual energy into the ashes of the paper crane, gradually hearing the voices emerge. "Master, we are at the back mountain. Junior sister Xuan suddenly broke through to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage and was attempting to advance to the Golden Core stage. However, during her full exertion, a tiger appeared in the mountains, its demonic aura overwhelming, and it injured Junior's sister. Upon hearing this, Xuan wasted no time and rushed with the women to the back mountain of the sect. Upon arrival, they found Xuan lying in a pool of blood. Anxiously awaited by Zhang Ran. First, administer this medicine. As a third-grade alchemist, Xuan possessed countless elixirs and quickly fed her a life-saving pill. He followed this with several other pills of various effects. Xuan's previously pale complexion visibly regained a healthy hue. Where did that tiger escape to? Xuan inquired once he noticed Xuan recovering. Zhang Ran shook his head. It's strange. The tiger only bit Xuan once, interrupting her advancement, and then it vanished into the back mountain. With this information, Xuan immediately deduced that the demonic beast must have gained some level of intelligence. Luo, who had once been the peony flower spirit in a past life, also sensed a hint of something amiss. It is estimated that the demonic beast, the tiger, has awakened its intelligence and perceives this place as its domain. Thus, when a powerful cultivator suddenly appears within its territory, intending to undergo tribulation, it regards Xuan as a threat. After injuring Xuan, it believes the threat has dissipated and swiftly departs. This suggests that although the beast has gained intelligence, its intellect remains rather low. Others concur with Luo's observation. Xuan casually utilized the spiritual stones on his person, along with the demonic energy from Xuan's wound, to create a small-scale searching formation. Upon completion, a faint red light emerged, extending deep into the forest. Stay here. I shall subdue that demonic tiger. Xuan's eyes narrowed as he focused on the depth of the red line. Husband, I shall accompany you. Li Qinglian, as his wife, was well aware that although Xuan possessed great talent, caution was prudent when facing a demonic beast that had gained intelligence. I shall go as well. So shall I. Luo, Yang Wuzhao, and Bai Ling insisted on following. They could not allow Xuan to confront the unknown dangers alone. Very well. Let us proceed together. Xuan nodded in agreement. Li Qinglian summoned her Qinglian sword, while Luo and Xuan each grasped their flying swords, trailing behind Xuan in the direction indicated by the red light. This searching formation, crafted from Xuan's spiritual stones and the demonic energy at Xuan's wound, could locate the demonic tiger. It was not until an hour later that they arrived at a cave, guided by the formation. The demonic beast must be within this cave. After advancing a bit further, Xuan halted and pointed towards the cave. Be cautious. Li Qinglian summoned her flying sword to protect Xuan. The other women similarly formed a protective circle around him. However, the next scene left Li Qinglian and the others wide-eyed. Xuan's lips moved slightly, and immediately, a white light surged from his body, racing toward the cave entrance. Following this, an illusory tiger figure emerged from the white light, identical to the intelligent demonic tiger. Is this my husband's soul? Li Qinglian hesitated, for this manifestation was quite astonishing. A solid soul could only be condensed during the Yuanying stage. Yet, Xuan was merely in the mid-stage of the Jindan realm, and he had already manifested his own soul. What the women did not realize was that this was not a true soul, but rather a false soul created by Xuan utilizing the system, channeling the cultivation of his 3 Jindan stage sons. Although it was a false manifestation, it possessed all the capabilities of a true soul, albeit for a limited duration. If confronted by a powerful demonic beast, even if it could not be subdued, it could observe the beast's race and cultivation level after its departure. Furthermore, it held a certain degree of intimidation over intelligent demonic beasts. A plume of white smoke billowed from the cave, gradually coalescing into the form of a white tiger, the spiritual consciousness of the demonic beast within the cave. Roar! The white tiger's spiritual consciousness let out a roar at the cave entrance, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The demonic tiger must be inside. Be vigilant. Likinglian Brumlivarnat. Although the white tiger's spiritual consciousness possessed some intimidation, Li Qinglian and the others prepared thoroughly. They were wary not only of the intelligent demonic tiger, but also of potential ambushes from other similarly intelligent beasts. As they entered the cave, 5 beams of light split into 5 directions, ready for defense. However, What transpired next left Li Qinglian and the others momentarily stunned. They witnessed the white tiger's spiritual consciousness enter the cave, and after a brief pause, it directly merged into Lu Xian's soul. The once roaring, white tiger figure at the entrance vanished without a trace. What has happened? Luo was taken aback. Beside her, Li Qinglian displayed a look of surprise. It appears that this is the beast's innate skill of merging. She recalled her master, Xiaoyao, mentioning that there were a few intelligent demonic beasts in the back mountains, descendants of ancient savage beasts. Although their bloodlines had thinned, they still retained some innate abilities. And this white tiger must be one of them. Chapter 42, Ability Sharing. Luo added. Demonic beasts with ancient savage bloodlines can utilize their innate skills to merge into a cultivator's soul and gain access to some of the memories within. Is that so? Li Qinglian responded with astonishment. To directly invade another soul, if this were exploited by someone with ill intentions. At this point, Li Qinglian chose to remain silent and waited quietly. Being deemed a descendant of ancient savage beasts by her master, even with their bloodline diminished, it should possess abilities that other beasts lack. However, to Li Qinglian's surprise, moments later, Lu Xian merely furrowed his brow before returning to normal. With a sudden pft, Li Qinglian and the others simultaneously spat out blood. Sister Qinglian, are you all right? Luo, filled with concern, quickly inquired. Do not worry, I am fine. Lu Xian shook his head. Husband, that detestable white tiger. It has audaciously devoured your consciousness. This cannot stand. I shall slay this beast. With that, Li Qinglian prepared to delve deeper into the cave. Qinglian, wait. In a critical moment, Luo reacted. Husband, it seems that the white tiger has merged into your soul to obtain your memories. Fortunately, your soul is still in a nascent state, not yet solidified, which likely prevented the white tiger from succeeding. In this situation, we merely need to strengthen your soul, and the white tiger will naturally exit. Luo continued. That will be best. Li Qinglian immediately replied. I have long heard of Luo's extraordinary prowess in soul cultivation. Your assistance in fortifying the soul is invaluable. Very well. Luo readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Closing her eyes, a mysterious aura emanated from her, enveloping Lu Xian. Simultaneously, Lu Xian felt an invisible hand grasping his soul, gradually fortifying it. This process was not painful. Rather, it was somewhat pleasant, lulling Lu Xian into a drowsy state. After approximately 3 incense sticks of time, Luo withdrew her aura, appearing somewhat fatigued. Alas, Luo sighed. This white tiger's ability to merge into my husband's soul means that continuously fortifying the soul is an immensely taxing endeavor. Such a peculiar white tiger? Li Qinglian asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is quite strange. Luo nodded. Demonic beasts capable of directly merging into another soul are exceedingly rare. I have only heard of a few, and their bloodlines are very thin, far inferior to the strength of the white tiger you encountered. By the way, husband, how did you come across this white tiger? At this moment, Li Qinglian recalled the question. Me? Lu Xian briefly recounted his encounter with the white tiger. What incredible fortune! Li Qinglian expressed a hint of envy. To be recognized by an ancient relic reproduced in ancient texts, the identity of this white tiger must be extraordinary. Sister Qinglian, are you suggesting? Luo seemed to have thought of something. What have you two discerned? Upon hearing that, Luo and Li Qinglian seemed to grasp something. The others were filled with curiosity. We suspect that this white tiger might very well be an ancient demon beast possessing the bloodline of wild beasts from the mythical era. Li Qinglian articulate her conjecture. The mythical era? The bloodline of wild beasts? Yang Wuzhao and the others were taken aback. At that moment, Qinglian suddenly clutched her abdomen, bending over in pain, and Lu Xian rushed forward. What troubles you, Qinglian? Is the child within you causing distress? Lu Xian inquired with concern. The fetus in Qinglian's womb had just made its presence known, and it was indeed a fragile time. I'm fine just now. My child turned over and seemed a bit restless, Qinglian cautiously conveyed. An idea sparked in Lu Xian's mind. The system had mentioned that this fetus possessed the potential of a quasi-emperor. Now, encountering the white tiger, the child began to stir, leading him to a bold hypothesis. System, since the child is still in fetal form, can I also share in its abilities and cultivation? The system's mechanical voice replied, certainly. From the moment it begins to grow in the womb, as long as it does not perish. Xuan was filled with ecstatic joy. Then I shall immediately harness its power. The system chimed. Okay. The ability to comprehend the language of beasts has been successfully shared with the host. Suddenly, Qinglian felt the fetus quiet significantly, and a warm, soothing energy flowed throughout her body. Xuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, and his five senses expanded infinitely. He heard the voice of the white tiger. He also understood its language. He recalled the tiger's roar that resonated within his soul when it first entered him. That roar sent tremors through his being, imbued with an overwhelming majesty and might. He closed his eyes, attempting to recall that roar, and suddenly his body quaked. A powerful force surged from his heart, merging instantly with his soul. It was the soul energy of the fetus being transmitted through the mother. Xuan's heart became profoundly tranquil, and he felt as if he had transformed into a white tiger, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. He heard the voice of the white tiger and understood its language. The white tiger recounted its tale, its life, its experiences, its glory, and its humiliation. Xuan was filled with awe and emotion. He had never imagined that a demon beast could possess such a rich and profound inner world. He opened his eyes, gazing at the white tiger before him, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. He sensed a wondrous connection between himself and the white tiger, as if they had become parts of one another. He gently extended his hand toward the white tiger, which approached him without hesitation, nuzzling his hand affectionately. "Do you wish to become our companion?" Xuan asked softly, looking at the white tiger. The white tiger raised its head, gazing at him with wise, deep eyes, and then let out a low growl. Xuan felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the white tiger, merging into his body. His body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the sensation of strength, and he realized he had grown even more formidable. He lifted his gaze to Li Qinglian and Luo, determination glimmering in his eyes. "I will tame this white tiger and make it our companion." The other women were astonished. No one had anticipated that this once unruly white tiger would suddenly appear so docile. "My husband, you are truly remarkable." Yang Wuzhao was the first to regain her composure. She was perceptive and understood that rather than questioning why Xuan had suddenly tamed the white tiger, they should consider the immense assistance it would provide to the entire Qinglian sword sect. Suddenly, the white tiger slowly approached Qinglian. Chapter 43. It seems we cannot attract people. Qinglian gazed at the white tiger in astonishment as it lowered its head, pressing its forehead against her abdomen, seemingly greeting her. Unable to resist, Qinglian reached out, gently stroking the white tiger's head, feeling its warmth and pulse, as well as its gentle yet powerful heart. The white tiger lifted its head, meeting Qinglian's gaze before slowly turning and walking toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, it let out a resounding roar, a tremendous pressure enveloping the surroundings, causing countless animals in the forest to submit. A white spiritual light shot from its forehead, directly entering Qinglian's abdomen. "Husband." Qinglian instinctively called for Xuan. He nodded gently. As the spiritual light entered her body, Qinglian felt the fetus stretch comfortably, then drift back into slumber, warmth enveloping her. Qinglian watched the white tiger's retreating figure and suddenly spoke. "White tiger, do you wish to become our companion?" The white tiger paused, glancing back at Qinglian, then let out a low growl in agreement. Qinglian sensed the fetus within her stir once more, understanding that it was conveying trust and friendship to the white tiger. She turned to Xuan. "Husband, the white tiger has agreed to become our companion." Xuan smiled gently, stepping forward to grasp Qinglian's hand. "That is splendid. Let's embark together." The white tiger trailed closely behind the group, moving leisurely yet never straying far. The others followed suit, and Bai Ling looked at Xuan with admiration. "Husband, you are truly extraordinary." Upon returning to the sect, Zhang Xia had regained consciousness. Seeing the white tiger following the group, she instinctively trembled. Yet, she noticed that the white tiger seemed perceptive, lowering its head to nuzzle her hand, as if apologizing. "Do not fear. Now that my husband has tamed the white tiger, it shall no longer be a ferocious beast, but rather an auspicious divine beast for our sect." Li Qinglian comforta. The other disciples nodded in agreement. During this time, with Xuan's elixirs aiding them and no enemies pursuing them, each of the 12 disciples of the Qinglian sword sect had made remarkable progress in their cultivation. Now, 2 had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. 8 were in the early stages of golden core, and 2 were in the mid-stages of golden core. Their strength was formidable. Lu Xian, having inherited Li Xiaoyao's legacy, naturally aspired to elevate the Qinglian sword sect to new heights. The sect was now peaceful, and it was time to recruit disciples to strengthen the sect. Lu Xian's ambition soared. However, upon expressing this sentiment, he noticed the gazes of the women and the 12 disciples were somewhat unfocused. "What is it?" The group exchanged glances until the eldest disciple Wang Yang finally spoke. "Sect Master, it seems a bit challenging for our sect to recruit disciples. What is the difficulty?" Lu Xian inquired, puzzled, as the strength of their 12 disciples was certainly impressive. "Because our sect currently lacks renown in the cultivation world. We are unable to attract promising talents." Lu Xian suddenly understood. The Qinglian sword sect indeed had little fame, and those who sought to join were often merely looking for a means of survival. It appeared that the immediate priority was to enhance the sect's reputation. Otherwise, how could they expand? Lu Xian pondered, a light of inspiration striking him. Are there any upcoming competitions, rankings, or event for sects in the realm of cultivation? Such events are quintessential. As expected, Wang Yang replied that there was indeed one. Our mountain range is located in the northwestern region of the cultivation world and is under the jurisdiction of Qingxing County. At the end of the month, there will be a ranking selection competition among various sects in Qingxing County. Lu Xian nodded. This was exactly what he sought. Without such events, the cultivation world would lose half its charm. Then let us participate. How many days do we have left? Wang Yang fell silent for a moment before saying, "In 3 days, it will be the end of the month, and our journey will take 3 days. Lu Xian replied, "No worries. I will construct a teleportation array. You all should quickly prepare yourselves and adorn yourselves with all your valuable possessions. We are going to recruit disciples." The crowd responded eagerly. Lu Xian took out the blueprints for the teleportation array and began directing everyone in its construction. Under his guidance, the 12 disciples worked diligently and swiftly, akin to industrious little bees, completing the installation of the teleportation array in no time. "Darling, are we really going to recruit disciples?" Li Qinglian asked with some concern. Although they had the assistance of a Baihu, their sect strength was still rather weak, and recruiting disciples could potentially put them in conflict with powerful factions. "Have faith. I am here." Lu Xian gently grasped her hand, transmitting a sense of reassurance. He understood Li Qinglian's apprehension, yet he believed in his own strength and wisdom. Confident that he could lead the Qinglian sword sect to glory, the group stepped onto the teleportation array, followed closely by the Baihu. Under Lu Xian's control, the teleportation array activated instantly, and in a flash of light, they found themselves within the boundaries of Qingxingjun. The ranking selection competition among various sects was imminent. "Dear fellow sisters and brothers, we must present the finest version of ourselves as the Qinglian sword sect, so that everyone may witness our strength." Lu Xian encouraged his companions. They were dressed in flowing white garments, handsome men and beautiful women, exuding an ethereal charm. The 12 disciples were each stunningly beautiful, their exceptional demeanor capturing the attention of many. Lu Xian himself was exceptionally graceful and powerful, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze, especially with a massive Baihu trailing behind them. Their ensemble was indeed striking in any setting. "Where do we register?" Yang Wu suddenly inquired as they walked along. Wang Yang scratched his nose. "I truly do not know. Our sect has never participated in this before." Lu Xian and the others fell silent, for they indeed had never taken part. "Look over there," Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Following his gaze, they saw a large banner hanging in the distance, inscribed with a list of participating sections. Qingchun Sword Sect, Tianyin Temple, Vanshou Sect, Lingsu Cave. Lu Xian murmured, suddenly halting, a strange expression crossing his face. "What's wrong?" Yu Qingkong inquired. Lu Xian glanced toward the registration area. "We should head over to register, but the way they're looking at us seems rather unfriendly." The group turned to see an elderly man sitting behind a table at the registration area, holding a pen and looking up at Lu Xian and his companions with overt disdain and mockery. "Isn't that the one?" "Yes. The sect that was destroyed 2 years ago. How could such a pathetic group even dare to participate in the competition? Indeed, they must have no shame." The whispers reached Lu Xian's ears, causing his expression to darken. Though he could understand their perspective, Hearing it spoken so openly stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Li Qinglian clenched her fists in anger, while the others wore similarly displeased expressions. They were fully aware of their shortcomings. Yet being derided in such a manner was difficult to swallow. Lu Xian raised his gaze to the elderly man at the registration desk, who seemed to sense his stare and looked back, his eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 44. Merely registering, Lu Xian frowned slightly, although the old man was not a cultivator. His attitude incited a surge of killing intent within Lu Xian. He turned to Wang Yang. Do you know what to do? Wang Yang nodded. I understand, master. Lu Xian ceased speaking, leading the group toward the registration area. Stop. Just as they were 10 paces away from the registration desk, the old man suddenly spoke. Who are you? This is the Qingcheng Jun sect competition. Idle people are not permitted entry. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Lu Xian halted, narrowing his eyes at the old man. The crowd's gaze fell upon them, and some began to mock the Qinglian sword sect. How pitiful! A sect on the brink of annihilation still dares to participate in the competition. Lu Xian cast a deep glance at the old man before slowly unfastening his sword bag, gently drawing out the Qinglian sword. The moment the Qinglian sword appeared, the surrounding discussions fell silent, and the entire area was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Li Qinglian and the others watched Lu Xian anxiously, knowing that the moment of witnessing a miracle was upon them. Lu Xian looked up at the elderly man at the registration desk, his eyes gleaming with determination. I am Lu Xian, the sect master of Qinglian sword sect, and this is my sect's last disciple. We have come to register for the Qingcheng Jun sect competition. His voice was not loud, yet it stirred a small commotion among the crowd. Qinglian sword sect. Isn't that the one that was almost annihilated 2 years ago by a powerful faction? I can't believe they still dare to compete. Haha, how ridiculous. They are hardly enough to be considered worthy. The murmurs rose once more. But this time the ridicule and disdain were even more unabashed. The old man glanced at Lu Xian's sword, then lifted his gaze to meet Lu Xian's, revealing a sneer of derision. Just by your means? Very well, but before you register, I propose a wager between my disciple and your disciple Wang Yang. Lu Xian frowned slightly, while Wang Yang immediately stepped forward. Please speak, senior. The old man tapped the table. It's simple. If you can withstand my disciple for the duration of a stick of incense without falling, I will allow you to register for the Qinglian sword sect. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in chatter once more. How bold of this old man. A stick of incense? As long as he doesn't injure him. The odds are in his favor, especially since elderly Yang's disciple is at the peak of the golden core stage. But the disciple from Qinglian sword sect isn't weak either. This isn't just child's play. Amidst the discussions, Wang Yang and the old man's disciple had already taken their places at the center of the arena. I am Zhang Yang. The disciple certainly lived up to his name, glaring fiercely, exuding an air of arrogance. I am Wang Yang, the eldest disciple of Qinglian sword sect. I look forward to your guidance. Wang Yang was considerably more composed. The tension escalated as Wang Yang prepared himself, bracing for a sudden attack. Yet, to his surprise, Zhang Yang did not strike immediately. He stood there lighting the incense instead. As the incense ignited, a torrent of spiritual energy from the peak of the golden core stage surged toward Wang Yang. In that instant, Wang Yang's knees buckled slightly, but he grit his teeth, suppressing the taste of blood in his mouth as he stood tall. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the incense burned, time slowly slipped away, and Wang Yang's heart sank. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The likelihood of enduring a stick of incense against Zhang Yang at the peak of the golden core stage was exceedingly slim. The surrounding whispers faded from his ears. All he could see were the burning incense and Zhang Yang. It's over, Wang Yang thought to himself. Just as he felt he was about to give in, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Do you wish to lose? Wang Yang was taken aback. He turned to see Lu Xian standing beside him, looking down at him with concern. I, as a disciple, do not wish to lose. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, trembling as he spoke. Lu Xian nodded slightly. If that is the case, you shall not lose. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. I will support you. Wang Yang felt a moment of disorientation in his mind, as if a voice echoed in his ears. The spiritual energy reverses through a small circulation, with all its might attacking the blockage within your body. Utilize its pressure to realize your true self. Before he could comprehend Lu Xian's intention, he instinctively obeyed. The excruciating pain, a dual torment from within and without, led Wang Yang to feel as though he were alive, yet trapped in a hell on earth. Perhaps due to the pain reaching its zenith, he felt a loosening in his body. Immediately after, a warm current surged into his dantian, a sensation akin to a sudden influx of a clear spring in a parched field, instantly nourishing all the land. His body trembled as the warm current in his mind dissipated, replaced by an even more potent force. He widened his eyes, gazing at Lu Xian, his astonishment beyond words. Everything transpired so swiftly that he scarcely had time to react. However, that force undeniably flowed into his being, filling him with a tremendous power that made him tremble uncontrollably. Lu Xian had merely offered a few words of guidance. Could it be that he broke through to the peak of the Golden Core realm on the spot? Unbelievable. Elder Liang would surely regret his decision to assist others so readily. The discussions around him were incessant. Wang Yang exhaled deeply, gratefully regarding the composed Lu Xian. So this is the sensation of reaching the peak of the Golden Core realm. He felt a surge of delight within. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, clearly sensing Wang Yang's momentum elevate to a level comparable to his own. The peak of the Golden Core period, he was filled with doubt, yet at this moment, he had no choice but to act. The incense had been lit. He could not afford to lose. Zhang Yang held nothing back, unleashing his spiritual energy like a dragon. Surging and tumultuous, he moved swiftly, appearing before Wang Yang, and thrust his sword forward, channeling all his cultivation into the strike. Wang Yang smiled sleekly. He was now entirely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his newfound peak Golden Core state and retaliated without mercy, equally channeling his entire cultivation. Break! Both shouted in unison, their sword energies clashing, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Yet at that moment, Zhang Yang's expression changed dramatically. He distinctly felt his spiritual energy being restrained by Wang Yang, and the other's cultivation was on par with his own, even subtly surpassing it. Defeat was certain. Onlookers watched as both men were propelled backward, silently acknowledging the outcome. Zhang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at the equally fallen Wang Yang. He understood all too well that had his opponent not intentionally weakened his cultivation at the last moment, he would not merely be spitting blood. Wang Yang staggered to his feet and extended a hand to help Zhang Yang up. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Yang stood up so melhat machani chali, still struggling to fully process his defeat. You are at the peak of the Golden Core? Chapter 45. The bet Wang Yang replied with a mysterious smile. Sort of. The phrase sort of caused Zhang Yang's expression to change once more as he grasped the implications. His opponent was unwilling to divulge too much. Bastard. Zhang Yang silently cursed, yet he was compelled to wear a smile. Junior brother Wang, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow, keenly aware of the value of having an ally, especially one of such formidable strength. Then I shall thank you, senior brother. Their contest ultimately ended in a draw, although Wang Yang was aware of the true outcome. Had he not intervened, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly have lost. Of course, this was also a result of Lu Xian's influence. Otherwise, it would have been too fantastical for him to ascend from the 9th level of Qi cultivation to the peak of the Golden Core in such a short span. The competition concluded, yet there were still matters to address. After returning the venue to the guards, Wang Yang and Zhang Yang proceeded toward Elder Liang's location. Elder Liang had been awaiting their return and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them safely return. Master, Elder Liang. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, Lu Xian, I accept the terms of the bet. I agree to your participation in the competition. However, I advise you both, if you perform well, your reputation will soar. If not, your sect may face annihilation. Following this competition, Lu Xian recognized that while Elder Liang's words were harsh, he was ultimately a reasonable person. Thus, Lu Xian replied, the Qinglian sword sect will undoubtedly prevail. Elder Liang refrained from further counsel, merely sighing, then let us wait and see. Prior to the sect competition, each sect was required to send representatives to draw lots, determining the sequence of matches. There were individual competitions, as well as contests involving formations and medicinal pills. A point system would ultimately decide the overall rankings. Yang Wuzhao drew a favorable number, 58. Who among you will participate in the first individual match tomorrow afternoon? Zhang Xia stepped forward. I'll go. Luo and the others expressed some concern. I am now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. I believe I can handle it. Zhang Xia laughed heartily, brimming with confidence as she approached the competition stage. Her opponent was a man clad in a blue robe, his expression austere, clearly a formidable character. As the match commenced, Zhang Xia swiftly revealed 2 flying swords, launching them toward her opponent. The blue-robed man did not falter, brandishing a spear to parry Zhang Xia's assault. Zhang Xia relentlessly attacked with her swords, while her opponent defended with unwavering steadiness. For a time, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhang Xia's eyes. She suddenly sheathed one sword and attacked with the other. Her opponent was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, using his spear to block Zhang Xia's strike. However, at that moment, the sheathed flying sword pierced toward him from the opposite side. Taken by surprise, the opponent was slashed on the arm by Zhang Xia's sword, blood staining his robes. Zhang Xia laughed triumphantly, her flying sword vanishing in a flash of light. The opponent glared at her with a dark expression, but Zhang Xia merely smiled nonchalantly. The match concluded with Zhang Xia of the Qinglian Sword sect emerging victorious. The judge announced the result, and the crowd erupted in a clamor. Zhang Xia descended from the competition stage, and Yang Wuzhao and others cheered. Well done, Zhang Xia. You're the best. Luo and the others continuously praised her, and Zhang Xia was elated. Following the individual matches, Yang Wuzhao and others also showcased commendable strength, securing victories. After the individual matches concluded, the team competition commenced. At this moment, Lu Xian noticed a particular area outside the competition that was exceptionally lively. It was indeed a betting house. Come on, come all. Don't miss out. If you don't place a bet in this grand competition, it's as if you never came. An idea struck Lu Xian, and he entered to inquire, what are the odds for the Qinglian Sword sect? What sect is this? I've never heard of it. Oh, a dark horse sect. Odds of 150. Without hesitation, Lu Xian produced a Qinquan bag and placed his bet. 100,000 spirit stones. I wager on the Qinglian Sword sect to take first place. Onlookers laughed at the sight of this seemingly ordinary rogue, without any magical artifacts, wagering a substantial sum on the least favored Qinglian Sword sect. Dear fellow cultivator, I have calculated that if the Qinglian Jianzong triumphs, you shall reap substantial rewards. Yet, should defeat befall you, this impoverished, loose cultivator is likely to perish here. Lu Xuan chuckled, stating that if he emerges victorious, he shall gain profits, and if he loses, he will at least take away some spirit stones. Nothing too dire could occur. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt they had missed something. Why does it seem as though this lad has come to bestow spirit stones upon the Qinglian Jianzhou? Regardless, as long as they followed his lead in betting, they were sure to secure some gains. Meanwhile, the team competition featured another set of 5 disciples, led by the second senior brother, Zhang Xia. The opposing sides stood at either end of the arena, each dispatching a representative to engage in battle. Zhang Xia soared into action, while the adversary, a robust man wielding a black iron broadsword, took his position. Zhang Xia formed hand seals, conjuring 2 handprints of sword light that surged forth to suppress the opponent. With a mighty swing of his broadsword, the adversary unleashed a 3-zhang-wide blade aura that shattered the incoming handprints. Undeterred, Zhang Xia formed additional hand seals, summoning a colossal bagua diagram suspended in the air. The elements of wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water. Reciting incantations, Zhang Xia continued to weave his hand seals. The other team members deliberately positioned themselves, each taking a stance around the central figure of Zhang Xia. The bagua diagram began to rotate slowly, drawing in the surrounding celestial energies, forming a tremendous bagua slash. Go! With a forceful push of his hands, the massive bagua slash was sent flying, transforming into a beam of light aimed directly at his opponent. The adversary's expression shifted as he gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing a full-force blade aura. The blade aura and the bagua slash collided, producing a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, the opponent was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Zhang Xia descended gracefully, his expression calm. The match concluded with the Qinglian Jianzong emerging victorious, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhang Xia left the arena. His opponent lay on the ground, filled with rage and despair. Despite his defeat, he had given his all. Yet, the strength of the opponent was simply insurmountable. Yang Wuzhao and others approached, offering their congratulations. Haha, Zhang Xia, you were truly magnificent. That Bagua slash was awe-inspiring. With this victory, their points had increased significantly. The crowd erupted in praise. Zhang Xia, elated, recognized that her triumph was a result of the team's collaboration. We have now ranked among the top 10. The grand leaderboard prominently displayed the Qinglian Jinzong, prompting discussions among many regarding this formidable sect. Chapter 46. Qingqing Mijing. The final trial involved entering the Qingqing Mijing, where hunting different tiers of demonic beasts would yield varying points. A reminder to all comrades, this is your last opportunity to accumulate points. As the referee announced, a massive light screen appeared before the crowd. Is this a teleportation array? Lao Yuo and the others exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of demonic beasts inhabit the Qingqing Mijing? We are uncertain, but it is said that there are many varieties, including formidable entities. I heard that a few years ago, some ferocious beasts appeared. It remains to be seen if they will manifest this time. Whispers of concern filled the air, alarming Wang Yang and the others. Ferocious beasts. Those are akin to human cultivators at the Golden Core stage. However, this only heightened everyone's anticipation. If ferocious beasts were present, the points would undoubtedly be substantial. Are we all prepared? Xuan inquired. Ready. Yang Wuzhao and the others responded in unison. Very well. Let's proceed. Zhang Xia led the charge into the teleportation array, followed closely by the others. After a whirlwind of motion, they found themselves amidst a vast mountain range. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, almost palpable, sending shivers down their spines. With such dense spiritual energy, cultivating here would likely yield rapid progress. Indeed, those who are injured and unable to heal may recover after a few days of rest. We must explore this place thoroughly when we have a chance. The group buzzed with excitement, yet Xuan remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. There is a town ahead, Yang Wuzhao suddenly announced. The group looked up to see a grand city in the distance, majestic and imposing, seamlessly merging with the mountains. They hastened toward it and discovered a large notice board at the city gate. It displayed important information and rules regarding entry into the Qingqing Mijing, as well as known distributions of demonic beasts and their habitats. Look, there's a list of disciples from various sects. Zhang Xia from the Qinglian Jinzong. Is that the same Zhang Xia we know? Indeed, who would have thought she was so formidable? Of course. Otherwise, how could she be a core disciple of our Qinglian Jinzong? Those familiar with Zhang Xia commented. Xuan, Yang Wuzhao, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. It seems your reputation precedes you. Yang Wuzhao teased. Zhang Xia smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. All right, let us set forth swiftly. The group, while examining the notice board, moved in various directions. Master, where shall we go? We shall venture to the deepest part. That is where the highest points await. Xuan replied calmly. Yang Wuzhao and the others nodded in agreement. As they hastened forward, they encountered numerous demonic beasts, all of which were repelled through the combined efforts of Xuan and his companions, earning them considerable points. There's a ferocious beast ahead. Should we approach? Someone suddenly asked. Xuan looked up to see a colossal demonic beast lurking in the distant woods, emanating a terrifying pressure. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry over. Xiao Shuang exclaimed first. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, they quickly made their way toward the ferocious beast. It was a black-scale bull, adept in both offense and defense, comparable to a mid-golden core expert. Is it that formidable? Should we still proceed? What is there to fear? We are many. Why should we fear a single beast? Yes, we must go. The group discussed as they continued onward. Soon, they stood before the black-scaled bull. Roar. The black-scaled bull let out a thunderous roar and charged at them. Xuan unleashed a sword light, striking the black-scaled bull back. Everyone attacked together, Yang Wuzhao commanded, and they unleashed an array of spells and martial techniques. However, the bull's defenses were impenetrable. Even their combined might could not breach its guard. Let me handle this. Zhang Xia brandished a long sword, transforming into a streak of light as she charged at the black-scaled bull. Flame sword, she cried, and the long sword in her hand instantly elongated to several zhang. A massive sword aura descended from above, cleaving down upon the black-scaled bull. Roar! The black-scaled bull staggered back several steps, a gaping wound appearing on its body. Continue the assault, Xuan bellowed, once more charging toward the black-scaled bull. As the crowd unleashed their various spells and martial techniques upon the He Lin Mang Nyo, a thunderous roar erupted from its mouth. In an instant, the creature transformed into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Attempting to escape, Lu Xian smiled slightly, his figure morphing into a flash of light as he relentlessly pursued. We shall follow. The others hastily trailed behind him. As they hastened along, they soon caught up with the He Lin Mang Nyo. Sword of Wind. Yang Wuzhao unleashed a sword light that struck the He Lin Mang Nyo, forcing it back once more. Sword of Flame. Zhang Xia once again wielded the Sword of Flame, and a massive wave of sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving the He Lin Mang Nyo in two. The crowd gazed in astonishment at this scene, utterly surprised that such a ferocious beast could be so easily vanquished. Enough dawdling. Let us quickly inspect the treasures of this demonic beast, Lu Xian urged. The others snapped back to reality and hurried to the fallen He Lin Mang Nyo. This creature, a formidable opponent equivalent to a mid-stage Jindan expert, surely possessed a wealth of treasures. Indeed, let us search promptly. The crowd began to rummage through the remnants of the He Lin Mang Nyo. As they scoured the creature's body, Lu Xian suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. Who goes there? Show yourself, you sneaky one. He unleashed a wave of sword energy into the surroundings, yet nothing unusual occurred. You little brat, are you courting death? Just as the group pondered this, a voice echoed around them, and an elder clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Why do you lurk so stealthily? Lu Xian inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha ha, you dare ask who I am? That is of no concern to you. Rather, it is you who have dared to slay my demonic beast, a path to self-destruction. The elder's countenance was sinister. At that moment, Xuan, ever perceptive, pointed to the jade pendant at the elder's waist and exclaimed, I know who he is. He is an elder of the Changyang sect, for that is their jade pendant. What? You are an elder of the currently top-ranked sect? The crowd looked at the elder in astonishment, not expecting to encounter him here. Moreover, the elder's demeanor led Lu Xian and the others to suspect that the sect's rise to prominence might have involved numerous underhanded tactics. Chapter 47. The top-ranked sect what? Are you all surprised? By the way, you likely do not recognize me, as I have been in seclusion for quite some time and only recently emerged. Now tell me, will you surrender, or shall I be forced to take action? The elder coldly surveyed the crowd. You shall not harm us. Yang Wuzhao unleashed a sword light aimed directly at the elder. Oomph. Ignorant fools. The elder countered with a surge of black energy, effortlessly blocking Yang Wuzhao's attack. In the next moment, the elder vanished from his position, reappearing before Yang Wuzhao and delivered a punch that sent him sprawling. Cough. Yang Wuzhao spat out a mouthful of blood. You scoundrel. Zhang Xia cried out in alarm, launching the sword of flame towards the elder. Oomph. The elder deftly evaded the strike, then disappeared once more, reappearing behind Zhang Xia, delivering a blow that sent her flying. Cough. Zhang Xia also coughed up blood. Curse it. This old man is incredibly strong. The crowd gritted their teeth in frustration, completely unprepared for the elder of the Changyang sect to be so formidable. Just as they readied to strike again, the elder vanished once more, appearing before Lu Xian with a fist aimed to send him flying. However, Lu Xian was prepared, channeling the spiritual energy of the two children to shield himself against the elder's assault. Simultaneously, Lu Xian formed a series of miniature formations, directing them towards the elder. These small formations acted like darts. While not particularly damaging, their sheer quantity and annoyance distracted the elder, creating an opening. Everyone attacked together. We cannot allow him to continue unhindered. The crowd shouted in unison, launching a barrage of powerful attacks towards the elder. Yet, the elder's speed was overwhelming, rendering their strikes futile. However, their efforts bought Lu Xian precious time, allowing him to set up a formation using the surrounding environment. Ha ha ha! You mere ants think you can contend with me? You are merely courting death. The elder laughed heartily, vanishing once more, appearing behind one of the group, ready to deliver a lethal strike. But suddenly, he felt his spiritual energy plummet, as if a fish from the deep sea had been thrust into a shallow pond, each movement becoming sluggish. What is happening? Why can I not move? The elder was taken aback, and Xuan seized the opportunity to activate the formation. A torrent of power surged forth, pressing down upon the elder, causing him considerable distress. Never did I expect a mere child to possess such strength, but what of it? The elder gritted his teeth, attempting to summon his spiritual energy to create a defense, yet found himself utterly incapable of mobilizing it. Xuan capitalized on this moment, without hesitation unleashing a bolt of lightning, drawing upon the strength of his third son. With a shriek, the elder was reduced to a charred remnant upon the ground, leaving nothing behind. The jade pendant he wore lay shattered, signaling that his sect would soon learn of his demise. We must depart swiftly. Lucian's mind remained clear. Not long after the members of the Qinglian sword sect departed, several individuals dressed similarly to the elder arrived at the scene. The last reported location of the third elder was here, yet now it was naught but scorched earth. The disciples communicated the information via transmission talismans. Meanwhile, Xuan and his companions found themselves in a misty forest. The white tiger, which Xuan had previously captured, began to stir restlessly. Before entering the secret realm, Xuan had specifically procured a pouch from the beast-taming sect to accommodate the beast, ensuring it had a place to rest. Observing the white tiger's unusual behavior, Xuan promptly released it to ascertain the cause. As the white tiger, possessing a trace of ancient wild beast lineage, stood upon the ground of the misty forest, it let out a mighty roar. What is this? Why is the white tiger so agitated? Luo approached, surprised by the tiger's behavior. At that moment, Xuan sought to share abilities with the fetus through the system. He then heard the white tiger's voice. There's a scent within that I deeply desire, emanating from the depths of the forest. What should I do? I long to consume it. Upon hearing these words, Lucian's eyes sparkled with realization. Such a longing from the white tiger could only indicate the presence of a rare celestial herb, likely a particularly unique one. Moreover, it was common for such extraordinary herbs to be accompanied by guardian beasts. In this competition, the slaying points of the companion beasts are the highest, while the point for the demon beasts are the lowest, with one demon beast yielding approximately 200 points and a ferocious beast offering 500. However, a companion beast directly grants 3,000 points. This disparity in points illustrates that companion beasts are often the most challenging to slay and pose the greatest danger. There must be a companion beast nearby. Shall we proceed? If it were previously just Xuan, he would have charged ahead without hesitation. However, now he is not merely Xuan, but also the leader of the Qinglian sword sect. Thus he sought the opinions of his companions. Upon hearing about the companion beast, everyone's eyes lit up, though they quickly recognized the associated risks. After a moment of silence, Xuan, the usually taciturn second senior brother, spoke up with a brilliant gleam in his eyes. Our purpose here is to ensure that the Qinglian sword sect's legacy endures. If we abandon our mission for the sake of a single companion beast, how can we achieve lasting fame? How can we inspire others to choose our sect? As soon as Xuan finished speaking, Xuan began to applaud. Xuan is right. Our goal must be clear. A mere companion beast shall not deter us. The group set forth, marching grandly into the depths of the misty forest. With the white tiger leading the way, their pace was swift. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the mist thickened, and even Xuan and Luo's spells to disperse the fog proved ineffective. Let's each hold hands this way. We can at least ensure no one gets lost. The mist grew denser, and just when they thought they might soon lose sight of one another, the fog suddenly began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the white tiger's demeanor calmed, as it lowered its head to sniff the ground. Xuan maintained his connection with the white tiger, so when it halted, he immediately sensed that the herb that had excited the white tiger must be nearby. With the mist now thinning, let us scatter and search. They began to scour the vicinity, but regardless of their efforts, they found no signs of the elusive herb. Are we certain it is truly here? Why have we searched for so long without success? Bai Ling remarked with exasperation. Xuan was equally perplexed. Logically, it should have been around, especially since the white tiger's excitement had diminished significantly. Let's search once more. Perhaps we overlooked something? Just as they were engaged in their search, the white tiger's emotions fluctuated once again. At that moment, a flash of red light surged from the white tiger, and when everyone focused their gaze, the white tiger had vanished without a trace. This white tiger is utterly unreliable, Bai Ling exclaimed in frustration. However, before they could process this, a white figure darted past them, and dashed into a nearby cave. When the group rushed over, the white tiger had transformed into an ordinary little tiger, bounding out of the cave with a tender green herb clutched in its mouth. Little Xian Chao, Luo exclaimed excitedly. Initially, they had thought that even if they reached this place, finding the herb would be uncertain, as such treasures are often elusive. Yet, they were astonished that the white tiger had indeed located it. Just then, a red figure dashed out of the cave and approached the white tiger, snatching the herb from its mouth. Thank heavens, my little Xian Chao has finally been recovered. The speaker was a stunning girl clad in red, whose beauty was striking, especially as her features bore a resemblance to the white tiger. Who are you? Lu Xian asked warily. Do not be alarmed. I'm not a villain. I am a demon beast from the misty forest, and my name is Yun Lei. This little Xian Chao originally belonged to my sister, but she has ascended, leaving it behind. However, due to my weak powers, I have been unable to retrieve it. I had resigned myself to abandoning it once more, but unexpectedly, you have helped me recover it. As Yun Lei spoke, she extended the herb towards Lu Xian. Although this herb is mine, if you can help me leave this place, I shall give it to you. Lu Xian was not one to dally. If this girl was indeed as she claimed, then allowing her to leave was not out of the question, especially since she had assisted them in finding the herb. However, Lu Xian was curious. This Qingqing secret realm is not particularly high tier. Anyone above the foundation establishment stage should be able to exit on their own. Why can you not leave? Is it due to your weakness? Luo inquired tentatively. Yun Lei shook her head. No, it is because my sister does not wish for me to leave. Yun Lei sighed and turned to leave. Wait, you mentioned your sister? Lu Xian grasped her arm, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yun Lei nodded, somevat puzzled. There is no need for such alarm. Although my sister is a companion beast, she has never attacked anyone nor caused harm. Seeing Lu Xian's wary expression made Yun Lei chuckle softly. The group was astonished. They had initially believed that the companion beast they needed to slay for points was near the herb. To their surprise, the so-called companion beast had already ascended, implying that this location was devoid of such creatures. Although they felt a tinge of regret over the lost points, they all secretly sighed in relief. If they had encountered a companion beast, it would have been a life-or-death situation, and regardless of whether they could obtain the herb, their well-being would certainly not be as unscathed as it was now. Why does your sister not allow you to leave? Lu Xian inquired of the enchanting girl. Yun Lei sighed. My sister often says that the outside world is filled with wicked people, hence she forbids me from leaving. However, she also mentioned that if I ever meet a person with a pure soul, I may accompany them. Luo, perplexed, asked, what constitutes a person with a pure soul? Yun Lei innocently replied, can you not see? You all are. You possess no karmic burdens, nor any lingering resentment. Your auras are pure and clear, marking you as individuals with pure souls. My sister has said that those with pure souls can take me away, so please, take me with you. Despite Yun Lei's alluring appearance, Lu Xian and the others could sense her naivety from her words. It was no wonder her sister was so concerned for her. Then you may accompany us, Li Qingmian stated. Yun Lei bounced eagerly after them, but suddenly halted. By the way, you all seem quite fond of this herb. I actually know of a place where a vast number of such herbs grow. A vast number? Everyone was taken aback. It is known that even a single small herb is renowned as the Tianpin emperor grass. This seemingly modest herb can purify all impurities within the body and, when consumed, can significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. On Lu Xian's list of medicinal herbs, this Xian Chao is an indispensable top-tier material for concocting some extraordinary elixirs. The mere existence of such a small sprout evokes great excitement. But unexpectedly, there is more to discover. Where is it? Quickly lead us there. Lu Xian's tone was tinged with anticipation. Yun Lei scratched her head and replied, I'm not entirely certain of the exact location, but I once heard my sister mention that we need to venture deep into the monster beast forest, where we should see a mountain, and on that mountain, this kind of Xian Chao grows. The monster beast forest echoed with murmurs of the name. This young girl certainly possesses a wealth of knowledge, yet her tender age leaves her unaware of many matters. However, her ability to mention the pure-souled individuals and guide everyone in search of the Emperor Grass indicates that her sister has indeed taken great care in her protection. Yet, due to Yun Lei's innocence, she may easily fall prey to those with ulterior motives. I can see that you all genuinely desire this herb, so I shall rely on my memories to guide you. Yun Lei giggled. leading the group deeper into the forest. Why is there such a dense mist within this forest? Young Wuzhou observed intently. She noted that the areas Yunlei traversed were devoid of mist, while the places she had not walked remained shrouded in thick fog. This is because I possess a special treasure that helps me evade this mist, crafted from one of my sister's bones. As she spoke, Yunlei produced a smooth pearl. Upon seeing the pearl, Baihu became excited and nearly pounced, but was fortunately halted by Lucian. It seems you are quite eager to befriend my sister's possessions. Although Yunlei is pure-hearted, she is not naive. It appears this Baihu shares a certain affinity with your sister, Lucian remarked as they continued on their way. Chapter 49. A step ahead as they pressed forward. The pearl in Yunlei's possession emitted a soft glow, seemingly guiding their path. Despite the increasing thickness of the mist, they could clearly see the light from the pearl, as if it were leading them onward. After about an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain Yunlei had mentioned. By this time, the mist had thickened considerably, obscuring their vision. Should we climb up? Young Wuzhou inquired. Yunlei shook her head, stating, My sister mentioned that this Xian Chao grows halfway up the mountain. We only need to ascend to that point. The group exchanged glances, feeling somewhat daunted. The mountain appeared quite steep, likely making it difficult to climb. Let us first find a safe place to rest. Once the mist clears a bit, we can proceed, Lucian suggested. The others nodded in agreement, seeking a relatively flat area to recuperate. Yunlei took out some food, revealing surprisingly rare spiritual pills to share with everyone. Your sister is truly kind to you, even preparing such spiritual pills, Bai Ling exclaimed. Yunlei smiled, saying, My sister has always taken great care of me. She knows I have a poor appetite, so she prepared these delicious pills for me. As they enjoyed the spiritual pills, they discussed strategies for climbing the mountain. They decided to take turns ascending to ensure safety. After resting for a while, the mist began to dissipate slightly, and they commenced their journey. With Yunlei leading the way, Baihu closely followed, while Lucian and Yang Wuzhou protected Yunlei and Baihu from behind. Luo and Bai Ling brought up the rear, ensuring the safety of the group. They climbed cautiously, taking each step with great care. As they ascended, the slope became increasingly steep, causing their pace to slow. At this moment, unbeknownst to them, a woman in a red robe appeared from the depths of the misty forest. The woman was strikingly alluring, yet her face was concealed behind a golden mask, rendering her features indistinguishable. Damn you, Yin Yang. Do you truly believe that hiding the Xian Chao and spiritual pills here would prevent me from finding them? Considering the time, that wretched woman should be at peace by now. How could her feeble sister, Yunlei, possibly withstand my determination to obtain the Xian Chao? The woman in red flickered and vanished into the thick fog, leaving behind a faint echo of vengeful words lingering in the air. After climbing for a while, the group began to feel weary. Observing this, Yunlei retrieved a talisman from her bosom and waved it gently, enveloping everyone in a protective net. This is a defense talisman my sister specially crafted for me, capable of withstanding most attacks, Yunlei proclaimed with a hint of pride. Your sister has truly spared no expense for you, Yi Xinlan remarked in admiration. Naturally, my sister dotes on me, Yunlei responded, her face beaming with happiness. The deeper they interacted with Yunlei, the more curious the group became about her sister, to be able to care for her sibling so meticulously. Her sister must undoubtedly be an extraordinary person. With the protective talisman in place, their climbing speed increased slightly. However, as they continued upward, the mountain's incline grew steeper, and certain sections required almost vertical ascents to reach. Do you think we should change direction in our search? Yang Wuzhou asked, glancing up at the mountain's peak with concern. However, if we follow Yunlei's indicated path, it may be difficult to locate the Xian Chao, Luo added hesitantly. Lucian pondered for a moment before responding. Let us continue climbing in the direction Yunlei suggested. Although the slope is steep, we have already invested so much time. It would be a pity to abandon our efforts now. After deliberation, the group resolved to press onward. They climbed cautiously, striving to avoid any mishaps. Just as they were nearing the mountain summit, a faint sound of shattering reached their ears. Startled, they looked up to see the pearl above them suddenly shatter, scattering a multitude of lights across the ground. Oh no, the pearl has broken, Yunlei exclaimed in alarm. Following her gaze, the others saw the pearl above them burst apart, its radiant fragments raining down. A sense of dread filled their hearts, uncertain of what this signified. Yin Lei bit her lip and said, "This was my sister's guiding pearl for locating the Xian Chao. Now that it is shattered, we may have to search for a long time before finding the herb. Let us remain calm and see if there are any other clues nearby," Lu Xian suggested steadily. The group scanned their surroundings and soon noticed a faint white light flickering not far below them. They approached cautiously to discover it was a piece of parchment inscribed with the words, "The Xian Chao has been taken by someone. You have arrived too late." The group stood in stunned silence, realizing their arduous journey had been for naught, as the Xian Chao had already been claimed by another. "Look, there is someone over there." Li Qinglian suddenly pointed to a spot, and everyone hurriedly turned to see a red figure flash by, disappearing from sight. "I just saw a woman in a red robe dart past." After the Xian Chao slipped through their fingers, encountering this strange phenomenon left everyone's spirits low. "We should leave here quickly, lest that person harbors other sinister intentions," Lu Xian advised. The group nodded in agreement, cautiously retracing their steps, their hearts heavy with disappointment and frustration. On their way back, Yin Lei suddenly recalled something. "Do you think that woman in red could be the one who took the Xian Chao?" "There's a possibility," Lu Xuan pondered. "We previously overlooked her. She may have been observing us from the shadows, only to seize the Xian Cao after our departure. But can we truly give up on the Xian Cao?" Bai Ling replied, her tone tinged with sorrow. Lu Xuan shook his head, his expression growing stern. "Initially, I could forego the Xian Cao, yet the fact that this person not only took it, but also left a mocking note is intolerable. I perceive this as a provocation. Moreover, given the circumstances, it is likely that this individual has connections with some among us. Otherwise, such deliberate actions would be unfathomable." Yang Wuzhao, with his keen intellect, quickly grasped the implications. At that moment, Yunlei had a flash of insight. "It is likely because my sister mentioned before her ascension that there was a person she despised who was constantly seeking our whereabouts, coveting the Xian Cao. Thus, she placed a binding spell on it to prevent this person from taking action. However, I do not know what this enemy of my sister looks like. She refrained from revealing it to me. I wish I knew." A look of guilt crossed Yunlei's face, prompting Bai Ling to step forward to offer comfort. "This is not your fault. Solutions are devised by people, and we shall tackle this together." Chapter 50. Finally, out upon hearing this, Lu Xuan's face illuminated with understanding. "Then everything makes sense. If this is your enemy and they have taken the Xian Cao, we must retrieve it. Otherwise, it may be used against us." The other women nodded in agreement. As the secret realm was on the verge of closing, "We shall first eliminate some monstrous beast to accumulate points, and then deliberate on this matter further once we exit." Lu Xuan, always clear-headed, led the group in harvesting points from the Miwu forest. With the presence of the white tiger and Yunlei's assistance, many naive beasts were subdued with ease, making the accumulation of points rather straightforward. "It should be sufficient now. Let's exit. I surmise the secret realm is about to close," Lu Xuan remarked, glancing at the sky. The disciples of Qing Lian Jianzong and the other women nodded, following Lu Xuan out of the secret realm. As Yunlei stepped outside, she took a deep breath, her eyes filled with hope. She had lingered in this realm for far too long, and this was not merely a small step but a stride toward freedom. To their delight, Yunlei exited the secret realm without encountering any hindrances. The Qing competition and point tallying will take some time. We can utilize this interval to locate the woman in the red cloak, Lu Xuan announced upon exiting the secret realm, returning to the resting inn with everyone. Although they were eager to find the woman in red, each individual felt a sense of trepidation, for none knew her origins or whereabouts, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, Luoluo's mind was the quickest. She swiftly suggested, "The woman in red that Qing Lian saw clearly did not belong to any of the participating sects, did she?" Li Qing Lian nodded. "Everyone from the participating sects bears a mark upon entry, yet she bore none." Luoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If that is the case, it is rather simple. We merely need to inform the officials responsible for organizing this competition, and they will assist us in the search." Lu Xuan also recognized the merit in Luoluo's plan and nodded vigorously. "This is an excellent strategy. I recall that the Qing City Lord's mansion oversees the order of this competition, and the individual in charge is none other than Deputy Zhang Ji. We shall convey this matter to her." Within the Qing City Lord's mansion, they approached Zhang Ji and recounted the incident of the Xian Cao being taken by an outsider. Upon hearing this, Zhang displayed a look of surprise. I'm already aware of this matter and will expedite the investigation to identify the culprit. We hope you can locate the woman in red swiftly so that we may find peace, Li Qinglian added. I will do my utmost. Zhang replied with a slight smile. In the following days, the group rested at the Qingcheng City Lord's mansion, engaging in numerous discussions with Zhang about the path of cultivation. Zhang conveyed that the journey of cultivation is arduous, demanding considerable effort and time. The more she interacted with Xuan and his companions, the more she admired their industriousness and resilience, which stirred her affection for talent. Thus, she occasionally offered insightful guidance. If you're interested, I can teach you some basic defensive techniques, Zhang proposed. The group eagerly nodded in agreement, keen to learn the defensive spells of Qingcheng. Consequently, in the ensuing days, Zhang began instructing them in fundamental defensive techniques, enlightening them on the cultivation of spiritual energy and the use of talismans. During this learning process, they discovered that Zhang was a formidable cultivator, having reached the Yuaning stage. They felt immensely fortunate to have the opportunity to learn defensive spells from such an expert. Time flew, and the group enjoyed a delightful period within the Qingcheng City Lord's mansion. Yet, the continued absence of the woman in red left them feeling unsettled. Just as they prepared to depart the mansion, they received astonishing news. The woman in red had been captured. Have you heard? The woman in red has been apprehended. Luo exclaimed excitedly. Is that true? This is wonderful. Biling replied joyfully. The group hurried to find Zhang to inquire for details. Zhang informed them that the woman in red was a member of an evil organization known as Xuan, which specializes in nefarious activities. The Xuan organization had faced several joint crackdowns by the Qingcheng City Lord's mansion and other cultivation factions, yet they had not been completely eradicated. Zhang revealed that this woman in red was likely sent by Xuan to steal the Xian Sao. Can we see this capture member of Xuan? Xuan inquired with a furrowed brow. Having developed a good rapport with Xuan and his companions, Zhang deemed this request reasonable. The woman has not divulged any information. She is currently confined in the water prison. You may question her, Zhang responded, her busy schedule rendering such matters trivial. The group swiftly followed Zhang to the water prison. Upon seeing the woman in red, they were taken aback by her pale complexion and frail figure. The once menacing figure now appeared so vulnerable. Do you wish to interrogate her? However, it seems she is unwilling to speak, Zhang remarked. Let me give a try, Xuan suggested. Zhang nodded slightly, permitting Xuan and the others to commence the interrogation. Xuan stepped forward, gazing at the woman in red, and asked in a deep voice, Why did you attempt to steal the Xian Sao? The woman raised her head to glance at Xuan, but then lowered it again, refusing to speak. Even if you remain silent, I know the reason. Xuan continued after a pause. In truth, you do not lack for Xian Sao. Your relentless pursuit of it is merely to assert dominance over your rivalry with Yunlei, is it not? Indeed, Lu Xian's words were a test. During his recent conversations with Yunlei, he gradually came to understand that Sister Yunlei was an extraordinary woman, a beautiful, powerful, and unconventional figure. She naturally drew envy and comparisons, a commonplace occurrence. Initially, the woman in the red robe did not falter, but upon hearing Lu Xian's remarks, a flicker of madness flashed in her eyes. Why did Yin Yang have access to everything? Why did the master always favor her? Why must I forever remain her junior sister? Chapter 51. Past entanglements. The woman in the red robe suddenly cried out in agitation, her eyes brimming with endless resentment and jealousy. I have never comprehended why the master fails to see me. Why does he overlook my efforts? Why does he reserve the best for her? The onlookers regarded the woman in red with heavy hearts, beginning to realize that her actions were born from jealousy and resentment towards both the master and Yunlei. Do you understand now? You simply cannot compare to her, Lu Xian stated calmly. The woman in red widened her eyes, astonished by his bluntness. Yes, you cannot compare to her, Lu Xian reiterated. You will forever be her shadow, for you lack her talent and aptitude. You envy her, you resent her, yet you have never truly surpassed her. In that moment, the woman in red broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she cried out, No, I do not wish to be her shadow. Her voice echoed in the water prison, stirring a sense of sorrow among the spectators. They began to grasp that her actions stemmed from a twisted and narrow heart. What if you obtain that celestial herb? You cannot preserve it, Yang Wuzhao taunted. Had the woman in red been composed, she might have sensed the trap at his words, but now provoked by Lu Xian, she had lost her sanity. Consequently, she could not discern the snare and retorted, "You speak nonsense. How could I fail to preserve the celestial herb? I deliberately placed it in the extreme cold cave to maintain its medicinal properties while keeping it hidden." The audience had long ceased to care about her rambling, as Lu Xian and his companions had already gleaned the information they sought. A mere celestial herb held little significance for Zhang Ji, and their pleasant interactions over time led him to feign ignorance regarding the herb. "Well, you have completed your inquiries. You may leave now," Zhang Ji announced. The crowd nodded and turned to exit the water prison, knowing that the woman in red had completely unraveled, posing no further threat. If you plan to venture into the extreme cold cave for the celestial herb, it would be wise to carry a spirit pill from the fire spirit beast, as it will help you withstand the cave's frigid temperatures, Zhang Ji advised. Lu Xian and his companions felt immense gratitude toward Zhang Ji, for this single piece of information could spare them considerable harm. Thus, before embarking on their quest for the Jihong cave, Lu Xian intentionally left a Qinquan bag with Zhang Ji. Although Zhang Ji accepted it, he thought little of the modest Qinglian sword sect, believing there to be nothing of value within. He merely wished to honor their goodwill. After Lu Xian's group departed, Zhang Ji initially intended to toss the Qinquan bag into a corner, but, inexplicably, opened it instead. My heavens! How can there be so many exquisite spirit pills for healing and enhancing spiritual energy, even those for advancement? Zhang Ji's heart was profoundly shaken. Initially intending to discard the bag, he completely abandoned that thought and began to tuck it away in the most concealed and secure part of his attire. This truly is a life-saving pouch. The fire spirit beast, a creature dwelling on steep cliffs, is known for its untamed temperament, possessing an exceptionally pure fire spirit energy. It often poses a lethal threat to cultivators, verging on the brink of becoming a ferocious beast. After Lu Xian and his companions left the water prison, they set off toward the extreme cold cave as per the woman in red's directions. Along the way, they admired the scenery while discussing the legends surrounding the fire spirit beast. This fire spirit beast is said to be an exceedingly rare spiritual creature, endowed with pure fire spirit energy, capable of concocting immensely valuable elixirs. For those cultivating fire attribute techniques, it is an invaluable treasure, Yang Wuzhao remarked. However, this fire spirit beast is not easy to deal with. Its fire spirit energy is formidable, capable of unleashing high-temperature flames that can reduce anything to ashes upon contact. Qi Ming added. As the group engaged in their discussions, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat echoed from afar. They exchanged glances, sensing that this must be the location of the fire spirit beast. Consequently, they quickened their pace toward the source of the noise. Upon arriving at the scene of the battle, they beheld a fierce confrontation between a group of red-robed cultivators and another clad in blue, fiercely contesting a flame-like spiritual beast. It is the Lian sect, renowned for its fire spirit techniques, and the Han men, associated with ice attributes, Lu Xian whispered, recognizing that both sects were vying for the fire spirit beast. The group nodded, realizing this was no ordinary skirmish but rather a life-and-death struggle between the two sections. Everyone be cautious, Lu Xian cautioned. We should not intervene hastily. Let us observe the situation first. They nodded in agreement, watching the battlefield. The disciples in red and blue unleashed powerful techniques, clashing fiercely, while the fire spirit beast danced nearby, emitting scorching flames to assist the red-robed disciples in fending off the blue-robed ones. The fire spirit beast has already been engaged, Li Qinglian Fronat, noting that acquiring it would not be easy. Regardless, we must make an attempt, Lu Xian declared. We can wait for an opportune moment to strike when they are mutually weakened. The group concurred with Lu Xian's plan, positioning themselves to observe the unfolding battle. The disciples in red and blue were evenly matched, unable to determine a clear victor. Although the fire spirit beast possessed immense fire spirit energy, it was gradually becoming overwhelmed by the dual onslaught from the two sections. Witnessing this, Lu Xian felt a growing sense of assurance. He resolved to wait for the right moment to act, intent on seizing the fire spirit beast. As Lu Xian and his companions awaited their opportunity, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing in the center of the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, they saw a middle-aged man in a black robe, wielding a black longsword. Exuding a formidable. This is Dire. It is a member of the demonic path, A blue-robed disciple's face turned pale at the sight of the newcomer. With the arrival of the black-robed figure, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted. The black-robed disciple displayed exceptional strength, swiftly incapacitating several red and blue-robed disciples. The fire spirit beast, sensing the presence of the black-robed disciple, began to exhibit signs of agitation. "You two sects need not quarrel any longer," the black-robed disciple proclaimed. "This fire spirit beast is one I encountered on my way here, and I have already subdued it. You must leave this place at once, or you will face dire consequences. After all, who among the cultivators is free from inner demons? This is an overt threat from the path of darkness." Chapter 52. The fate of the fire spirit beast. Li Qinglian and Lu Xian exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's concern. They understood that if this cloaked disciple had truly tamed the fire spirit beast, their quest to acquire it would become significantly more challenging. "We must devise a strategy. We cannot allow him to leave with the fire spirit beast," Lu Xian stated solemnly. "That will not be an easy feat," Li Qinglian replied, her brow furrowed. "His power far surpasses ours, making it difficult for us to confront him." As they deliberated, the cloaked disciple had already taken notice of their presence. He turned to face Lu Xian and Li Qinglian, his eyes gleaming with coldness. "Which sect do you two represent?" the cloaked disciple inquired icily. "We're merely passing through and stopped to observe the commotion," Li Qinglian responded cautiously. "Passing through?" the cloaked disciple scoffed. "You likely harbor intentions toward the fire spirit beast, do you not? However, you may abandon that notion now. I have already subdued the fire spirit beast, so your efforts are in vain." Lu Xian and Li Qinglian remained silent, their minds racing to formulate a countermeasure. They had to conceive a plan quickly in order to seize the fire spirit beast. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Li Qinglian's eyes. She seemed to have conceived a strategy. She discreetly tugged at Lu Xian's sleeve and whispered, "We must launch a joint surprise attack. I will use my newly learned illusion technique to distract him, and you must seize the opportunity to strike." Lu Xian nodded, aware that this plan was fraught with risk, yet they had no alternative. They had to seize this opportunity to have a chance at acquiring the fire spirit beast. Thus, the two began to prepare quietly, waiting for the opportune moment to act. The cloaked disciple, meanwhile, had begun to notice their unusual behavior, but dismissed it, confident in his ability to handle any challenge. Just as the cloaked disciple relaxed his guard, Li Qinglian suddenly unleashed her illusion technique, causing the entire battlefield to blur, leaving the cloaked disciple momentarily disoriented. Lu Xian seized this opportunity and unleashed his most powerful technique, a torrent of formidable energy hurtling toward the cloaked disciple. Realizing the impending danger, the cloaked disciple reacted swiftly, but due to the distraction caused by Li Qinglian's illusion, he failed to respond in time. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Xian's attack struck him, sending him flying backward. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that the cloaked disciple had been bested by the combined efforts of Lu Xian and Li Qinglian. The fire spirit beast, witnessing the cloaked disciple's retreat, became increasingly agitated. "We did it!" Li Qinglian exclaimed joyfully. "Not quite yet," Lu Xian cautioned. "We must quickly subdue the fire spirit beast. If that cloaked disciple regains his composure and attacks again, we may find ourselves overwhelmed." With the crowd watching, Lu Xian and Li Qinglian commenced their assault on the fire spirit beast. Although the creature was powerful, it gradually began to falter under their relentless combined attacks. Ultimately, after a concerted effort, the fire spirit beast was defeated and collapsed to the ground. "We succeeded," Li Qinglian shouted in excitement. "We have finally captured the fire spirit beast." Lu Xian exhaled in relief, knowing their mission was accomplished. They had successfully tamed the fire spirit beast and averted the interference of rival sections. "Now that we have the fire spirit beast, it is time to proceed to the Jihan cave. Once we retrieve the celestial herb, we can depart from this place," Lu Xian announced to the women at his side. "With the fire spirit beast in our possession, we need not fear the cold of the Jihan cave. Let us hasten," Luo interjected. With the fire spirit beast in tow, Lu Xian and Li Qinglian bid farewell to Lingshou Mountain and embarked on their journey to Jihan cave. Along the way, they felt the warmth emanating from the fire spirit beast, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within them. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at Jihan cave. As they approached the cave, a chilling wind assailed them, biting through to the bone. It is indeed frigid here, Li Qinglian shivered. Fear not, with the fire spirit beast. We can withstand this cold, Lu Xian reassured her. They entered Jihan Cave, and with the fire spirit beast's assistance, they successfully endured the cold and made their way to the depths of the cave without incident. Deep within the cave, they finally discovered the celestial herb. It grew in a secluded corner, radiating a soft, ethereal glow that exuded a sense of mystery. We have finally found it, Li Qinglian remarked. Let us quickly take the celestial herb and leave this place. Wait, Lu Xian interjected. We should examine this celestial herb closely to uncover its unique properties. Thus, they departed Jihan Cave with the celestial herb and arrived at a safe location. They began to scrutinize the herb, eager to discern its special effects. After thorough investigation, they discovered that the celestial herb could enhance the physical condition of cultivators, allowing them to perform their practices with greater ease and efficacy. This is indeed a priceless treasure. Li Qinglian marvelat. If we can bring this celestial herb back, whether for personal use or to sell, it will yield immense rewards. Indeed, Lu Xian agreed. We should hasten our departure to avoid any unforeseen complications. They set off toward Ling Shou Mountain, ready to leave. However, before they could depart, they encountered an unexpected figure. Zhangye? Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Standing before them was none other than Zhang Ji, the second in command of the Qingsheng County Lord's residence. The fire spirit beast is exceedingly rare. I never imagined you would truly find it, let alone acquire this celestial herb. I had no particular use for this herb, so when that woman mentioned it, I did not intend to contest you, Zhang Ji said, his demeanor slightly sheepish. However, there have been changes within the Lord's residence, and this celestial herb is of great significance to me. I am not one to resort to coercion. If you are willing to bestow this celestial herb upon me, I will be happy to offer something in exchange. With that, Zhang Ji produced a jade vial from his pocket and extended it to Lu Xian and Li Qinglian. Within this vial are elixirs I have treasured for many years, capable of enhancing your cultivation. Consume them, and with diligent practice, I believe you will achieve even greater accomplishments in the near future. Lu Xian pondered for a moment. Exchanging a celestial herb for a favor from Zhang Ji was undoubtedly a wise decision. Chapter 53. The Lianhua sect, after all. The Qinglian sword sect ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of Qingxing County. Having Zhang Ji as a connection would save them from numerous troubles. Thus, a well-placed smile graced Lu Xian's face as he nodded and said, given your need for it, putting it to use for those in need is certainly a virtue. Initially, Lu Xian had no intention of accepting Zhang Ji's vial, but Zhang Ji insisted, so Lu Xian had no choice but to accept it. He and the other women consumed the elixirs, and immediately they felt a surge of powerful energy within them, their cultivation levels noticeably elevated. Even Bai Ling sensed a significant improvement in her cultivation realm, experiencing a marked transformation. Thank you. Lu Xian and the other women chorused in unison. All right, you may leave this place now. However, remember not to disclose what has transpired here, Zhang Ji admonished. Lu Xian and Li Qinglian nodded in agreement and subsequently departed from the Ling Shou mountain range. On their return journey, although they no longer possessed the Xian Chao, they all felt that this trip had been immensely rewarding. Firstly, they had acquired a Hua Ling Shou, which would provide companionship and warmth in extremely cold conditions. Secondly, they had gained the friendship of Zhang Ji, a rare and invaluable connection. Thirdly, by consuming the potent Dan Yao infused with Zhang Ji's spiritual energy, each of them had experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was now time to announce the results of the points competition, and I have wagered that our Qinglian sword sect will secure first place. Lu Xian remarked with a smile. Yang Wu replied, rest assured, the first place shall be ours. The results of the points competition were to be revealed at noon the following day. Thus the leaders of various sects continued to gather in Qingxing County. Where there are many people, there are invariably troubles. As Lu Xian and his companions re-entered the city, they encountered a group of unruly disciples. Clad in yellow robes adorned with silver patterns, each wielding a long spear, these individuals emanated a significant aura, their cultivation levels hovering around the Jin dance stage. They appear to be from a formidable sect. Lu Xian and his companions were not troublemakers, yet misfortune seemed to seek them out. It has been quite some time since our esteemed gentlemen have indulged in the company of beautiful women. Let us proceed. This group hailed from the Lianhua sect of Xinsheng County, renowned for their expertise with long spears and their affiliation with Buddhism, having named their sect after a lotus that thrived in murky waters. Regrettably, such a pure symbol had been tarnished by the base thoughts of its disciples. Upon seeing Lu Xian and his companions enter the city, the Lianhua disciples mistook them for minor sect members or ordinary loose immortals. Lu Xian, tall and handsome, was accompanied by several captivating women, creating a striking ensemble that drew attention wherever they went. This misunderstanding prompted the Lianhua disciples to rush toward them. As they charged from the shadows, Lu Xian furrowed his brow, swiftly drawing a circle with his left hand while forming a sword gesture with his right, pointing forward. A powerful sword energy surged forth, toppling the frontmost attackers to the ground. By my word, this individual possesses considerable skill. Several cries of anguish echoed as the Lianhua disciples were struck by Lu Xian's sword, many collapsing to the ground in pain, unable to rise for a while. Lu Xian had no intention of wasting time on these oblivious individuals. Just as he prepared to sheath his sword, a sudden, immense wave of spiritual energy emanated from distance. Who goes there? Lu Xian's brow knitted in concern. He sensed that this formidable energy was beyond what a Jindan cultivator could wield. While Jindan cultivators were powerful, they were not the pinnacle among first-rate sects, as many elders or sect leaders had already reached the Yuan Ing stage. Suddenly, a tempest of thunderclouds roiled in the distance, the overwhelming energy contained within it rushing forth in an instant. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the city gate with tremendous force. A ferocious energy storm erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Those gathered at the city gate, the casual cultivators who had come to watch the spectacle, were caught off guard and, lacking the profound foundations of established sects, fell to the ground, severely injured. Lu Xian and his companions were swept away by the energy storm, crashing against the wall of a shop before coming to a halt. Coughing, they found themselves incapacitated by the sheer force. Though each bore protective spiritual artifacts, they proved inadequate against such a powerful energy tempest. Sister Qinglian, Bai Ling cried out anxiously, peering at Li Qinglian, who was trapped beneath the rubble. I am unharmed. Li Qinglian gritted her teeth, though she felt internal injuries that were significant but not life-threatening. How are you all? Lu Xian inquired with concern. We are fine. The other women responded, and a collective sigh of relief washed over them. As long as they were alive, all was well. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe emerged from the debris. His face concealed behind an enigmatic mask, he exuded an aura of terror that deterred any from approaching him. It is you. Suddenly, Li Qinglian, having struggled free from the rubble, emerged, clutching her chest with blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes radiated a fierce, killing intent. The dark patterns adorning the figure indicated he bore a silver-threaded embroidered lotus, revealing him as a member of the Lianhua sect. It was akin to children fighting, one of whom, in tears, called for their parents. This sensation left Lu Xian and his companions feeling quite uneasy. The elder of the Lianhua sect, named Fa Zong, was a practitioner of Buddhism with profound cultivation and vast wisdom. Witnessing his disciples being bullied by Lu Xian and his companions, he felt a mix of sorrow and rage. He strode forward and proclaimed, Amitabha, friends. What is the meaning of this? Lu Xian and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elder was a prominent figure in the Lianhua sect. However, they quickly regained their composure, fully aware that the fallen disciples were notorious rascals. Lu Xian smirked and replied, Nothing much, merely teaching this young man a lesson. Chapter 54. Disqualification. Fa Zhang's gaze hardened as he slowly approached his injured disciple, examining the wounds. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face Lu Xian and his companions, his voice low and authoritative. Friends, your actions have crossed my threshold. Now, you must pay the price for your behavior. As he spoke, a formidable aura began to emanate from his body. His palm opened, and an invisible force radiated from him, enveloping everything around in a mysterious energy field. Lu Xian and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them nearly immobile. They stared in terror at Fa Zong, realizing they had attracted significant trouble. His aura intensified, the surrounding air seemingly crushed under its weight. Although they attempted to struggle, They found themselves ensnared by Fa Zhang's mysterious power. He slowly approached Lu Xian, his cold gaze fixed upon him. Extending his hand, an invisible force enveloped Lu Xian, immobilizing him completely. "You are the instigator." Fa Zhang's voice resonated with authority. "And you must face the consequences of your actions." With a swift motion of his palm, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards Lu Xian. Attempting to evade, Lu Xian found himself paralyzed, terror gripping his heart as he beheld the oncoming force, despair enveloping him. In an instant, the energy struck Lu Xian, but fortunately, he had prepared a defensive barrier by condensing spiritual energy into a shield. "You foul monk, how unreasonable you are! It was your disciple who first provoked me. Yet you come to strike me?" Even a figure made of clay would be incensed, let alone Lu Xian, who harbored a fiery temperament. Without hesitation, Lu Xian summoned his son's power, and countless thunderclouds began to gather ominously overhead, leading distant onlookers to mistakenly believe a cultivator was undergoing tribulation. The commotion soon alerted the personnel at the city lord's mansion in Qingxing County. When Zhang Ji arrived, he was met not with chaos but with the infamous Fazang kneeling before Lu Xian, offering his apologies. Had it not been for Zhang Ji's understanding of Lu Xian and his companions, one might have thought it was Lu Xian causing a disturbance. The matter is resolved. But our Qinglian sword sect reserves the right to pursue accountability from the Lianhua sect. Lu Xian scoffed. At that moment, Zhang Ji had already gleaned the events from others. To act so brazenly in Qingchang County suggests that your sect has returned to its domain, certainly having committed numerous misdeeds. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Zhang Ji's eyes. Bring forth those responsible. Go directly to the Lianhua sect's territory and disband their sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Lu Xian, astonished, realized the extent of Zhang Ji's authority. Let go of such troublesome thoughts. Return to your resting places and await the announcement of tomorrow's competition results. Zhang Ji turned to Lu Xian and his companions with a genial demeanor. It was precisely Zhang Ji's attitude that compelled everyone to regard Lu Xian and his group with newfound respect. The following day, representatives from all sects gathered in the open space before the city lord's mansion, all awaiting the results of the competition. In a point-based system, until the final moment, who would dare claim to have the highest score? The disciples of the Qinglian sword sect also felt a twinge of anxiety. Although they knew their sect's score would be respectable, uncertainty lingered in their minds. This marked the first time in decades that the Qinglian sword sect stood in such a competitive arena. The announcer soon emerged, building anticipation. "Now, I shall declare the top 10 sects." Standing on the platform, he surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating through the air. In first place, the Qinglian sword sect. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the assembly. What? I must have misheard. How could it be the Qinglian sword sect? A cacophony of astonishment ensued. On the platform, the announcer continued. In second place, the Liang sect. At this revelation, the murmurs grew even louder. How is this possible? Am I hearing incorrectly? How could the Qinglian sword sect score higher than the Liang sect? Voices rose and fell in disbelief. Amidst the astonishment, Lu Xian and his companions were invited onto the stage to receive the congratulations and envy of representatives from other sections. Meanwhile, Fazang, observing Lu Xian and his group accepting accolades from the high platform, felt a flicker of malice. He had intended merely to teach Lu Xian a lesson, never anticipating that such actions would elevate Lu Xian's reputation to unprecedented heights, an outcome he never desired. Within the city lord's mansion, Zhang Ji examined the confidential report in his hands, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Fazang, your ambitions are grand indeed, but alas, you have chosen the wrong adversary." After a brief moment, he cast the report into the candlelight, watching as the flames consumed it, reducing it to ashes. Far away at the Lianhua sect, Fazang suddenly shivered, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Early the next morning, a disciple raced back from the city lord's mansion, seeking out Fazang. "Master, trouble has arisen," the disciple panted. "The city lord's mansion has decreed that, effective immediately, the Lianhua sect is to be disbanded." "What?" Fazang was momentarily at a loss. "Master, this is the official document from the city lord's mansion. You may read it for yourself." The disciple handed the document to Fazang. As he perused each line, his body trembled slightly. "How could this be?" he murmured. Suddenly, His gaze fell upon the document's conclusion, which detailed the rationale behind the city lord's actions, illegally annexing smaller sects and seizing their resources. Fazang suddenly recalled his actions from the previous day, never imagining that a single misstep could lead to such dire consequences. How could this be? Our Lianhua sect would never engage in such behavior. However, as he continued reading, the descriptions of their oppression of other sects and resource appropriation chilled his heart further. Some of the details were so vivid that he began to doubt whether he had truly acted as described. He closed his eyes, trying to recall the events of yesterday, but he was uncertain whether he had genuinely committed such acts. His thoughts were chaotic, his heart raced, and fear consumed him. "Master, what shall we do now?" The disciple's question disrupted his turmoil. Fazang looked at his disciple, realizing he needed to make a decision swiftly, yet felt utterly powerless. He was uncertain how to respond to this unexpected turn of events, or whether the city lord's mansion would impose even harsher actions against them. Chapter 55. The Gamble is Won. "Master, should we explain ourselves to the city lord's mansion?" The disciple inquired. Fazang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It is futile. It is too late. We must accept this reality." The situation was one of mixed emotions. While Lu Xian and his companions rejoiced at the Qinglian sword sect's victory, their first response was one of uncontainable joy. "Let's head to the gambling house and reclaim all our wagers." After receiving the grand prize awarded by Zhang Ji for their victory, Lu Xian naturally did not forget the bets he had placed elsewhere. At that time, no one had believed in the Qinglian sword sect's potential, and Lu Xian had invested his entire fortune in the gamble, betting on the Qinglian sword sect to secure the top position. Since the Qinglian sword sect had been an obscure sect at the time, the odds were exceptionally high, allowing Lu Xian to single-handedly influence the entire betting landscape. Now, the entire town recognized him, and everyone was aware of the Qinglian sword sect. Thus, the owner of the gambling house was well aware of the intensity of Lu Xian's initial bet on his sect's victory. The owner calculated the results, noting the significant winnings from this gamble. Lu Xian, smiling within the gambling house, remarked, "Let us see just how much we have won this time." The owner, wearing a sorrowful expression, had not anticipated that such a small sect could emerge as a dark horse. However, knowing the risks of undermining the credibility of his establishment, the owner begrudgingly announced, "Congratulations, sect leader Lu, you have won a total of 10 million spiritual stones." The mention of such an astronomical figure left the onlookers dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. That was a staggering sum of 10 million spiritual stones. Who wouldn't be envious? Lu Xian and his companions were somewhat astonished. Although they were aware of their victory in the wager, they had not anticipated such a substantial gain. "Master, we have prospered," several junior disciples exclaimed excitedly. This 10 million spiritual stones were sufficient to elevate their sect and transform it into a formidable power. However, Lu Xian did not share in their exuberance. He understood that such a fortune was not easily acquired. Without Zhang Ji's assistance, their triumph would have certainly been far more challenging. Let us return and deliberate on our next course of action. 10 million spiritual stones. All the disciples were exhilarated, never having imagined their sect could procure such a sum so effortlessly. The members of other sects gazed enviously, some even harboring malicious thoughts. Yet, recalling that the Qinglian sword sect was ranked first, they thought better of it, recognizing it was not a force to be trifled with. The entire sum of 10 million spiritual stones was packed into a Qinkuan bag, which Lu Xian held, feeling its weight significantly. "I believe we can enhance our reputation and recruit disciples effectively. This endeavor has indeed borne fruit." Lu Xian remained steadfast in his commitment to the sect and the purpose of his participation in the competition. His initial intent in joining the contest was to elevate the sect's visibility, thereby attracting superior disciples. This would allow potential recruits to choose to join the Qinglian sword sect due to its renown. "Tomorrow, we shall set up a stall by the roadside to promote our sect and recruit on-site." An idea struck Lu Xian. The following day, Lu Xian and his companions established a stall, drawing the attention of many. "Is this the Qinglian sword sect? I heard they secured first place, so I came to see." "Me too. I have long heard of this sect's prowess. I must learn more today." Soon, a crowd gathered, inquiring about the sect's details. Lu Xian, unreserved, shared the Qinglian sword sect's founding principles and his own cultivation experiences. Such a young master with such rich experiences is truly admirable. Indeed, and I heard they even have an ascendant among them. That must be the reason for their strength. The crowd buzzed with excitement, expressing keen interest in the Qinglian sword sect. At that moment, Lu Xian produced the 10 million spiritual stones, leaving everyone awestruck. These are rewards for disciples of the Qinglian sword sect. Anyone who joins us will receive these spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in enthusiasm, clamoring to join the Qinglian sword sect. I wish to join the Qinglian sword sect. Me too, me too. Soon, the number of applicants swelled, rendering the area nearly impassable. Wonderful. Our Qinglian sword sect will surely grow stronger. Lu Xian heard the fervent murmurs of the newly recruited disciples, their voices tinged with excitement. With the surge of applicants, supply now exceeded demand, allowing Lu Xian and his team to be selective. Joining the Qinglian sword sect would entail certain prerequisites. Lu Xian instructed his senior disciple and others to sift through candidates for their aptitude and character, ensuring that no unworthy individuals infiltrated the sect for the sake of spiritual stones. After careful consideration, they ultimately selected 100 disciples, all possessing excellent potential and commendable character, worthy of cultivation. Splendid. Our Qinglian sword sect finally has fresh blood. Gazing at the 100 disciples clad in Qinglian sword sect attire, Lu Xian felt a profound sense of fulfillment. These newly joined disciples, welcomed warmly and valued by Lu Xian and his companions, developed a deeper sense of belonging to the Qinglian sword sect. Upon returning to the Qinglian sword sect and witnessing the assembly of the 100 disciples, Lu Xian felt as though he had truly established the sect. Previously, perhaps due to the scarcity of disciples, Lu Xian sometimes felt disconnected from his role as a master. Now, with so many new disciples, it was time to establish certain rules. Lu Xian spent the night formulating a set of regulations for the sect, complementing the existing guidelines of the Qinglian sword sect to create new statutes. From this day forth, all disciples of the Qinglian sword sect must adhere to these rules. As long as we uphold them, our sect will undoubtedly grow stronger. Lu Xian surveyed the 100 disciples before him, filled with confidence. These regulations were crafted based on the unique circumstances of the Qinglian sword sect and his own experiences, and he believed they would greatly benefit the sect's development. With the rules set, it was time to address the disciples' training. The Qinglian sword sect's philosophy has always centered around swordsmanship, so your training will likewise focus on the sword. However, before delving into practice, they needed to grasp some fundamental sword techniques. Lu Xian regarded the disciples with anticipation, convinced that through their diligence, the Qinglian sword sect would surely flourish. Early the next morning, all disciples were summoned, with the senior disciple and others tasked with teaching them basic sword techniques. The disciples were diligent, quickly mastering several fundamental sword forms. Excellent. Our Qinglian sword sect is destined to grow ever stronger. Observing these industrious disciples, Lu Xian brimmed with confidence. He believed that in the near future, the Qinglian sword sect would emerge as a formidable force in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 56. Soul Ring? As Lu Xian worked to strengthen the Qinglian sword sect, Li Qinglian gave birth to their second child within the sect. The disciples of the Qinglian sword sect recounted that day when they were initially unaware of what was unfolding. They merely saw what appeared to be a flash of lightning across the sky, followed closely by the vague emergence of a golden dragon from the clouds, gracefully traversing the heavens. Ultimately, this golden dragon staggeringly descended into the Master's hall atop the mountain. Almost immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, causing many small animals and spirit beasts in the mountains to tremble in fear, crawling toward the summit. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the world, compelling everyone to submit. Some of the less resolute disciples felt as though they were being scrutinized by a pair of eyes from the heavens, a sensation of utter transparency washing over them, akin to the shame of being unclothed. Meanwhile, Lu Xian anxiously awaited outside the delivery room. Madam, for some reason, she seems to be experiencing a difficult labor. The child may be rather large, making delivery challenging. The midwife emerged, visibly anxious. Without hesitation, Lu Xian retrieved some medicinal pills from his sleeve and pressed them into the midwife's hands. These are newly refined pills. Have my wife take a few, and she will regain her strength. Without further ado, the midwife rushed inside to administer the pills to Li Qinglian. These pills were crafted from top-tier celestial herbs and medicinal materials, a life-saving remedy in such circumstances. After consuming the pills, Li Qinglian regained some strength and, with a determined effort, successfully delivered the child. As the baby's cries echoed throughout Qinglian Mountain, the disciples of the Qinglian sword sect felt the oppressive sensation dissipate. Immediately, an exquisite wave of comfort enveloped him, akin to the gentle caress of a soft breeze, the soothing touch of a flowing stream, and the warm embrace of sunlight, creating an experience that felt as refreshing as a spring day. Some disciples of lesser cultivation became utterly entranced, closing their eyes and lingering in this blissful state until a fellow disciple shook them awake. Awaken. Were you not dreaming just now? Your face bears an expression of rapture. I don't know, I just feel so comfortable, warm all over. I truly wish to sleep. It was indeed peculiar. Today was undeniably strange. At this moment, Wang Yang, the eldest disciple of Qinglian sword sect, stepped forward. Now, at the golden core stage, he possessed a deeper understanding than most. It is not mere strangeness. We are encountering an extraordinarily powerful consciousness. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, many disciples exhibited expressions of sudden realization. Meanwhile, Lu Xian held the child, feeling a tumult of emotions. The child's cries were faint, and his eyes were of different colors. Lu Xian sensed that two distinct forces seemed to be intertwining and repelling each other within the child. The instant the child opened his eyes, Lu Xian felt a slight pain in his head, though others did not perceive it. Lu Xian distinctly observed layers of radiance manifesting around the child. A soul ring? Initially uncertain, Lu Xian's doubts faded as the light became increasingly prominent. A surge of blue energy erupted from the child, coalescing into a phantom resembling a plant behind him. At this moment, Lu Xian was nearly certain of the child's origins. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully birthed a child with the potential of a quasi-emperor. Rewards are forthcoming. Please check your inventory. Lu Xian was well acquainted with this sequence of events. He opened the hefty rewards package, which left him gasping in astonishment. Good heavens! Are these rewards for real? Although he had previously been aware of the system's generosity, witnessing it firsthand was indeed shocking. 100,000-year soul ring? This is actually a reward? The three items, 100,000-year soul ring, the 8 spider lances, and the Haotian hammer, left Lu Xian dumbfounded. These rewards were undeniably suited for his child. At this juncture, Lu Xian couldn't help but murmur, who could have imagined this child as mine? It was evident that these rewards were intended for the child. Yet the package also contained rewards for Lu Xian himself, 1,000,000 spirit stones, and an upgrade in formation or alchemy skills. Naturally, he opted for the formation. Now that he had a sect, he required more offensive capabilities. Without hesitation, he selected formations. As golden light flashed, new knowledge surged into Lu Xian's mind, and the compendium of formations in his hands thickened, clearly unlocking new formations. While Lu Xian reveled in the joy of his newborn and the upgrade, a group of individuals was gradually closing in on Qinglian sword sect, wielding a compass-like device. Earlier, Lu Xian had specifically set up a concealed formation to prevent malicious individuals from locating them. However, beneath this compass, Lu Xian's hidden formation was laid bare. Among these individuals appeared to be a formation master, who swiftly dismantled the formation with ease. The Qinglian sword sect should be right here. I am eager to see how these turtles will respond. The speaker's eyes gleamed with malice. Upon realizing that someone had breached his formation, Lu Xian immediately sensed the danger. Without a moment's pause, he flew out from the peak of the sect, cradling the child, and issued a warning in the air. Soon, numerous disciples gathered in the open grounds of the sect. An external threat has emerged. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Lu Xian amplified his voice with spiritual energy. When the group entered, they were met with the vigilant disciples of Qinglian sword sect and Lu Xian. What a coincidence! I hadn't anticipated that the sect leader Lu Xian would have a son. How delightful this is! The leader of the group remarked mockingly. Lu Xian immediately recognized the individual. Fazang, have you lost your mind? Daring to intrude upon Qinglian sword sect? Are you here to seek death? The derision on Lu Xian's face was unmistakable. Hearing this mockery, Fa Zong erupted in laughter. You, an insignificant ant, dare to mock me? Today, I am here to send you on your way. With that, Fa Zong brandished a black sword, and the compass behind him expanded, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that surged toward Qinglian's sword sect. Everyone be cautious. Lu Xian retreated while cradling the child. Summoning a long sword in his hand, he swung it with precision, unleashing a sword aura that severed the sinister energy. You possess some ability, but it remains insufficient. Fa Zong sneered, as a sword light emerged behind him, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically, with chaotic winds swirling and an aura of destruction radiating. 5 mountains, sword formation. 5 beams of sword light encircled Lu Xian from different directions, merging into one, rendering all colors in the world but one sword insignificant. Chapter 57, Qingyan sword sect versus Lianghua sect. The sword energy surged like a tempest, possessing immense destructive power. Lu Xian's expression shifted, sensing the peril emanating from the sword light. Even li gong sword formation. He wielded the long sword, gathering sword energies within it, and then unleashed a massive sword aura that obliterated the imminent threat. Quite intriguing, Fa Zong remarked derisively, swinging the black sword while the compass behind him continued to magnify, with malevolent energy surging forth. It seems you require a taste of true power to comprehend your own limitations. Fa Zong growled vehemently. In the next instant, he thrust the black sword into the compass, unleashing a wave of even more sinister energy. As this malevolent energy materialized, an oppressive aura permeated the air, causing several disciples of Qinglian's sword sect to kneel involuntarily. Rise, Fa Zong commanded fiercely. The sinister energy surged towards Lu Xian under his control. Lu Xian's expression changed. He felt the impending danger of this malevolent energy. He retreated while holding the child, yet the speed of the sinister energy was too swift, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Faced with this dark energy, Lu Xian had no opportunity to evade. He could only withstand it. Heavenly gong raite usnes. A golden radiance emanated from Lu Xian, forming a golden shield before him. The malevolent energy collided with the shield, failing to shatter it, yet causing it to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, the shield ultimately fractured, and the sinister energy continued its relentless advance toward Lu Xian. Burning fire technique. A pillar of fire erupted from Lu Xian's hand, engulfing the dark energy in an instant. The malevolent energy was incinerated to nothingness within the flames. However, this victory brought Lu Xian no joy, for Fa Zong had already appeared before him, thrusting a sword towards his heart. Faced with this strike, Lu Xian had no means of escape. This is bad. Just as Fa Zhang's sword was about to pierce his heart, Lu Xian silently invoked his son's power. Suddenly, a hammer materialized in the void. Haotian hammer. Lu Xian let out a low growl as the Haotian hammer manifested in his hand, swiftly crashing down upon Fa Zong. The moment Fa Zhang's sword met the might of the Haotian hammer, it shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, all assaults were repelled by the force of the hammer. Fa Zhang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the Haotian hammer, and he attempted to retract his sword and retreat, but it was already too late. With a resounding thud, the Haotian hammer struck Fa Zong, sending him flying beyond the gates of the Qinglian sword sect. The onlookers gasped in horror as they beheld Fa Zhang's injuries. He coughed up blood, his visage pale as a ghost. Lu Xian, you have managed to wound me. It seems you have made considerable progress in recent times. Fa Zong regarded Lu Xian with a glint of trepidation in his eyes. Lu Xian smirked coldly, declaring, for a wretch like you, a mere injury is but a fleeting moment. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, his figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage. Instantly, Fa Zong felt a chill at his chest, and when he discerned the situation before him, a gash had already appeared on his neck. Fa Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Eliminate him, commanded the leader of the group upon witnessing Fa Zhang's demise, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The group surged towards Lu Xian, seeking death. Lu Xian scoffed, his sword dancing in his hand, unleashing waves of sword energy that swiftly felled his assailants. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Lu Xian coldly surveyed the crowd, yet none dared to move, all struck by the magnitude of his power. We must retreat. At that moment, a figure appeared from afar, followed closely by a throng of black-clad individuals encircling the Qinglian sword sect. Lu Xian's expression shifted slightly as he sensed that these newcomers were formidable. Although he was unperturbed when faced with them alone, the presence of these individuals at the sect's doorstep posed a significant threat, particularly with countless new disciples within the sect, who were as defenseless as fledglings. Should these intruders unleash their madness upon the disciples, Xuan would find himself overwhelmed. Just then, a melodious voice called out, "Husband, we have come to assist you." Xuan turned to see none other than Luo, Yang Wu Zhao, Bai Ling, Lu Wan, and the newly joined Yunlei. The innocent Yunlei, upon hearing the others collectively refer to Xuan as husband, instinctively joined in, only to realize her faux pas. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hid behind Luo. Yang Wu Zhao's face contorted in disgust upon seeing the intruders, especially Fa Zong, as he remarked, "I thought some mud had come barking at our gates, but it turns out to be the vile lot from the Lianhua sect." Bai Ling chimed in, "Indeed. Did not the Lord of Qingcheng County declare he would eradicate you? How is it that you still dare to stir trouble?" The mention of this matter soured the expressions of the black-clad figures. One impetuous youth, unable to contain himself, charged forward, pointing at the intruders and shouting, "Had it not been for your meddling, could our Lianhua sect have fallen to such ruin?" Xuan snorted derisively. "Those who engage in wrongdoing shall meet their own demise. The Lianhua sect has long indulged in nefarious deeds. Its current plight is merely a result of its own misdeeds." The youth's face turned crimson with anger, and others quickly sought to calm him. Xuan discerned that this young man was no ordinary figure, and indeed, others began to refer to him as the young sect master. With Fa Zong now deceased, Xuan believed the remaining foes posed little threat. "I shall grant you an opportunity to depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for annihilating your entire force." Xuan, having recently welcomed a son, wished to avoid any misfortune on this auspicious day. However, the young sect master had other ideas. Convinced that deploying the remaining elite forces of Lianhua sect would surely allow them to conquer the Qinglian sword sect, they could then infiltrate the sect, using it as a cover to escape their pursuers in Qingcheng County and re-establish their own sect. Within mere seconds, Xuan discerned the youth's intentions. He smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the young man's plan. The youth had indeed calculated well. Had Xuan not seen through it beforehand, the young man might have succeeded. But now, are you certain you wish to proceed? Xuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. The confident youth nodded resolutely. "At this juncture, we have no choice." "Very well." Xuan nodded. "I shall grant you a swift end." With that, he extended his hand towards a void and then gently grasped. In an instant, the Haotian hammer reappeared in his grasp. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the young sect master's eyes. The next moment, he squeezed a drop of blood from his palm, letting it fall onto Fa Zhang's lifeless body. To everyone's astonishment, Fa Zhang, who had previously shown no signs of life, suddenly stood as though revived. Wang Yang, the eldest disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, exclaimed in disbelief, "This is indeed a vile necromantic art. Has your Lianhua sect unwittingly succumbed to dark magic?" Xuan cast a sidelong glance, his expression unchanged as he remarked, "This is rather intriguing." No sooner had he spoken than Fa Zong let out a piercing howl, his form expanding dramatically, veins bulging beneath his skin as if something were about to burst forth. Soon, fine black scales began to sprout from his body, his hands and feet transforming into claws. His face contorted, his eyes turning blood red, and his teeth sharpened, resembling a beast. Bai Ling's face paled, and she cried out, "This is the blood demon transformation of the 10,000 Poisons Master. We must flee." Yet at that moment, most were unable to react in time. Fa Zhang's power surged explosively, nearing the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. In a flash, he pounced upon the nearest disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, sinking his teeth into the youth's neck. The blood demon transformation, as its name implies, exacts a toll on one's life force to gain immense power for a brief period. Once unleashed, it inevitably demands blood. To activate the transformation, one must consume the blood of others. Should the blood of 81 individuals not be drained, the wielder of the blood demon transformation would perish within a day, having exhausted their life force. The 10,000 Poisons Master had orchestrated this trap using Zhu Yin as a vessel. As long as Xuan and his companions assisted the Lianhua sect, they would seize this opportunity to counterattack. If they succeeded in draining the blood of 81 individuals, Even if some managed to escape, they could slip away unscathed. By the time the Qinglian sword sect discovered their sect, only a heap of bones would remain. Such a desperate gambit sent chills down the spine. The Qinglian sword sect disciple who had been pounced upon by Fa Zong only realized his plight when it was too late, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Fa Zhang's deadly grip. Just as the disciple thought he was about to meet his demise, a blinding flash of golden light appeared, and a hammer struck the ground before him. Lu Xian wielded the Haotian hammer and forcefully sent the nearly lifeless Fazang flying. How dare he attempt to siphon my essence in front of me? Does he truly believe I, as the sect leader, am merely a decoration? Although Fazang was briefly repelled, he had already become a living corpse, devoid of any awareness, driven solely by his bloodthirsty instincts. At this moment, the young master of Lianhua Zong seized the opportunity to attempt an incursion into the Qinglian sword sect, likely aiming to execute his insidious plan. A flicker of anger flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned his son's Bazu spear. The web ensnared him. A voice echoed, and the young master of Lianhua Zong, caught off guard, found himself entangled by an object resembling a spider's web, immobilizing him. Fazang, save me. The young master of Lianhua Zong pitifully called out to the living corpse for assistance. However, at this moment, Fazang was already influenced by the blood demon transformation. Reduced to mere instinctual desire, he inhaled fiercely into the void, and a stream of blood light erupted from the ensnared young master, drawn into Fazang's mouth. This scene left those around them trembling in fear. The blood demon transformation showed no mercy, even to its own sect members. The young master's face reflected despair. He had meticulously plotted, but never anticipated falling victim to such a treacherous tactic. After draining the young master of Lianhua Zong's blood, Fazang turned and attacked the nearest disciple of Qinglian sword sect. Junior brother, Wang Yang called out urgently, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that momentarily pushed Fazang back. Yet, at that moment, Fazang's power had surpassed the great perfection of the Golden Core realm. Although Wang Yang's strike wounded him, it did not slay him. Instead, it provoked a terrifying roar from Fazang, who then extended his hand and lunged fiercely at Wang Yang. Under this assault, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, as if struck by a colossal beast, sending him hurtling backward. Poof! Wang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, his eyes reflecting a hint of dread. Fazang's strength had exceeded the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, nearly approaching the nascent Soul realm. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had dramatically increased, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xian's eyes glimmered with a cold light. He turned to Bai Ling and instructed, "You go protect their retreat." "What about you?" Bai Ling asked, concern evident in her gaze. "Do not worry about me," Lu Xian replied with a slight smile. This technique is also a profound spell, specifically designed to counter such malevolent forces. With that, Lu Xian grasped the Haotian hammer firmly. Haotian hammer, fourth form, suppress evil. With a thunderous shout, the Haotian hammer expanded instantaneously, radiating a terrifying aura. Fazang trembled under the oppressive might of the Haotian hammer. Despite possessing the formidable power of the blood demon transformation, he lacked the strength to withstand such force. Under the hammer suppression, fear flickered in his eyes. Just then, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, enveloping Fazang. "Qian Kun King Guang," Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Although the name sounded beautiful, it was a veritable dark path formation. This so-called azure light acted like a stimulant, capable of exponentially amplifying the potential and desires of demonic entities. Lu Xian turned his gaze behind him, spotting an ominous-faced elder who continuously gestured incantations. Clearly, this individual was the formation master of Lianhua Zong, truly formidable. With the backing of a formation master, any ordinary sect would be annihilated. Lu Xian could not allow this to happen. With this thought, the Haotian hammer emitted an even more terrifying pressure. "Come down now." With his fierce shout, the hammer unleashed a tremendous pulling force. This power clashed violently with the Qian Kuan Qin Guang. As the two forces wrestled, Fazang's form quivered in midair. Yet, at this moment, the Qian Kuan Qin Guang had already enveloped him completely, causing his body to swell increasingly. Seeing this, Despair flickered in Lu Xian's eyes. The true horror of the blood demon transformation lay not only in its ability to significantly enhance a person's strength in a short span, but also in its capacity to transform a living being into a corpse-like material, vastly increasing their defensive capabilities. This explained why Fazang could survive Wang Yang's sword energy. This battle was no longer against a living corpse, but against the formation master behind the living corpse. With Lu Xian's furious roar, the Haotian hammer erupted with a terrifying force. Under this pressure, the blood demon chi was instantly shattered. Without the support of the demonic energy, Fazang's body fell from the air. Seal! Lu Xian extended his right hand and pointed at Fazang. An invisible force surged forth from his fingertip, freezing Fazang in midair. At this point, Fazang was no longer the same being. His skin had been consumed by the blood demon transformation, taking on a texture akin to that of a desiccated corpse. Flames flickered in his eye sockets. Is this the battle you have long desired? Lu Xian gazed at Fazang, his voice trembling slightly. Fazang remained silent, but the flames in his eyes burned brighter. If so, I shall grant you this. With that, Lu Xian waved his right hand, and the Haotian hammer transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into Fazang's chest. As the hammer struck, Fazang's body trembled violently, and the flames in his eyes dimmed. Poof! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the fire in his eyes extinguishing entirely. Devoid of the blood demon transformation as support, his body began to revert to its original form. Seal! Witnessing this, Lu Xian once more pointed at Fazang, and an invisible force immobilized him in place. Now, without the support of the blood demon transformation, Fazang was no longer the formidable figure capable of challenging the nascent soul realm. He had reverted to being merely an ordinary golden core, great perfection cultivator. You have lost, Lu Xian stated as he approached Fazang. Fazang did not reply. The vitality in his eyes gradually faded. I shall not kill you, Lu Xian said, placing a finger on Fazang's brow, for you are not worth my blade. With that, he turned to leave. Fazang remained in place, frozen like a puppet. Bai Ling, not far away, observed this scene with admiration glimmering in her eyes. My husband is truly remarkable, she murmured softly. Standing alongside Lu Xian, Wang Yang nodded, a deep sense of wariness crossing his features. After this battle, he had genuinely witnessed the terrifying nature of profound spells. Were it not for Lu Xian's intervention, capturing Fazang would have undoubtedly come at a grave cost. Now it appears that the price paid is indeed worthwhile. With Fa Tsong captured alive, the morale of the remaining disciples of Lianhua Zong has significantly diminished. Their eyes filled with an expression of despair. However, the young master of Lianhua Zong is not one to relent easily. You have destroyed my sect and slain my elder. Today, you shall pay the price. After declaring this, the young master silently recited several incantations before slicing open his wrist. Blood gushed forth, yet strangely did not spread outward, but instead formed an eerie pattern upon ground. An overwhelming aura of malevolence suddenly surged, enveloping everyone present, instilling a sense of oppression in their hearts. Luo, with her inherited memories, found the patterns somewhat familiar, yet was unable to recall their significance in that moment. In an instant, the blood on the ground coalesced into a demonic figure. The young master raised his bloodied wrist and pointed into the void, causing his spiritual energy to explode forth. Good heavens, that is the aura of a Yuaning. Wang Yang exclaimed in sulk. Other disciples with lower cultivation levels fell to their knees, unable to rise. The entire Qing Lian Jianzong fell silent, as under this immense pressure, everyone felt as if a stone weighed heavily upon their chests, rendering them speechless. At that very moment, a sudden cry of an infant pierced the air. The piercing wail resonated in everyone's ears, a sound that should have been disturbing, but at that moment, seemed to shatter some barrier, alleviating half the pressure on all present. Truly, my son is remarkable. Lu Xian felt the weight on him lift, realizing that the child must have sensed the peril his parents faced and sought to assist. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian wasted no time in hurling all the items awarded by the system at the young master. He sensed a looming crisis. If the young master was not subdued now, greater dangers would surely follow. Countless bizarre objects struck the young master, yet it was as if an invisible shield surrounded him, deflecting everything. Was this ambush all orchestrated by the young master? Wang Yang inquired. It seemed so, Lucian replied slowly. The young master likely believed that immense fortune resided within me, prompting his attack. Little did he anticipate the existence of my precious son. Lucian's face beamed with pride, grateful for the assistance of his son. At that moment, the young master began to approach Lucian deliberately, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you think this will suffice to kill me? Naive. Oh, Lucian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Before I unleash my powers, I consumed a forbidden elixir. I have now reached the pinnacle of Yuan, and you cannot kill me, the young master declared slowly, his tone oozing arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lucian's expression changed slightly. All the items he had thrown were effortlessly blocked by the young master. If the young master truly was at the pinnacle of Yuan, then they were not his match. Just then, the cry of the infant rang out again. Everyone turned to see the baby in Luo's arms gazing intently at the young master with wide, sparkling eyes. To their astonishment, the young master halted in his tracks. Standing still. What is happening? Wangyang asket. I do not know, Luo replied, shaking her head slowly. No matter, we must strike first. Lucian had determined that the young master was a nefarious foe. Thus, there was no need for mercy. He formed seals with both hands and then touched his forehead. However, as his spiritual energy began to circulate within him, the young master suddenly bellowed, "Get away." With that shout, a powerful force slammed into Lucian, sending him crashing to the ground. Husband, Luo exclaimed, rushing to Lucian's side. Wangyang's expression shifted slightly. This creature was truly formidable. Wangyang, take care of Lucian. I will hold off the young master, Luo declared as she steadily rose, seemingly unscathed. Wangyang nodded and hurried to Lucian's side. With a wave of his hand, a blade of energy enveloped Lucian, pulling him to safety. Are you all right? Wangyang asket. I'm fine, Xuan replied, shaking his head as he stood. This young master is rather peculiar. As he spoke, a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes. Previously, he had underestimated the young master, thinking him merely at the early stage of Yuan, but now it was apparent that he had overestimated his own capabilities. The young master had not only reached the pinnacle of Yuan, but possibly possessed other strange abilities yet to be revealed. Caution was paramount in this battle. As Lucian contemplated this, the young master had already engaged Luo in combat. With life and death at stake, both combatants fought with all their might. Within a radius of several thousand meters, all structures were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere stone and soil. However, Luo, being merely at the Jindan stage, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Were it not for her inherited memories, she might have already faced defeat. Wangyang narrowed his eyes. The young master's full-force attack would undoubtedly lead to significant consumption of energy. With a loud shout, he unleashed a sword strike, also putting forth his full effort. With a resounding crash, his sword met the young master's palm. The force reverberated through him, causing him to stagger backward. It seems Qing Lian Jianzong has a promising successor, the young master acknowledged with a nod, seemingly unfazed by Wangyang's ability to withstand his blow. You, a dying man, need not feign such concern, Wangyang retorted with a cold laugh, then struck again with his sword, this time with all his might. After all, when faced with one's own life, it would be folly to hold back. The young master regarded Wangyang's reckless determination with increasing intrigue, as he felt Wangyang's techniques bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had encountered before. What is your name? The young master inquired while exchanging blows with Luo. Wangyang, he replied, striking once more. Wangyang? The young master appeared momentarily stunned. Wangyang. Lucian also joined the fray, shouting. I understand now. The young master nodded slightly. The instant he uttered the name, Wangyang felt an invisible sword energy sweep past him. A chill ran down his spine. This young master was employing some method to discern his true strength. Since you all seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the young master's eyes. As his malice surfaced, he appeared to transform entirely. A formidable aura descended from the heavens, enveloping an expanse of several thousand meters in an instant. Beneath this overwhelming presence, Wangyang felt himself bound in every conceivable manner. His movements and the flow of his internal spiritual energy seemed to slow as if caught in a web. Is this a domain? A flicker of profound terror crossed Wangyang's eyes. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a legendary phenomenon known as a domain. A domain is defined as a space extending several kilometers around an individual, where one imprints their spiritual essence. Within this domain, one achieves a transcendent state where the individual is enveloped by their surroundings, resulting in actions and speed that far exceed that of the external world, often by several times or even dozens of times. The fact that this young sect master could wield such a domain indicated he was a superlative being who had mastered the spiritual imprint. Although Wang Yang had previously suspected the young sect master's power, it was evident now that he had underestimated his capabilities. "You three shall perish," the young sect master declared coldly, launching a fist toward Wang Yang. Within that punch was an eerie force that seemed to tear through space, approaching Wang Yang with alarming speed. A shadow of apprehension flickered in Wang Yang's gaze, and he retaliated with a sword strike. However, the moment his sword appeared before the young sect master's fist, it was obliterated into fragments. "What?" Wang Yang cried out in terror. At that moment, the sharp wail of an infant pierced the air, and Lu Xian felt the Haotian hammer in his grasp begin to radiate warmth. In the next heartbeat, the Haotian hammer propelled him forward, crashing toward the young sect master. The young sect master furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Lu Xian hurtling backward. "Brother!" Witnessing Lu Xian being struck away, a deep fear overtook Wang Yang. "Haotian hammer!" he shouted fervently. As his voice resonated, the Haotian hammer, which had been flung away, seemed to pause mid-air, then reverse direction, once again hurtling toward the young sect master. "What?" The young sect master was filled with both rage and disbelief. He had clearly dispersed all the energy from the Haotian hammer, so how could it launch another attack? Under the onslaught of the Haotian hammer, the young sect master had no choice but to retreat temporarily. However, the moment he stepped outside the range of the hammer's assault, it once again hovered in mid-air, shifting direction to strike at him anew. "Damn it!" The young sect master cursed inwardly, compelled to evade once more. Yet, as he narrowly escaped, the Haotian hammer struck at another location. Thus, within this domain, the young sect master found himself relentlessly pursued by the Haotian hammer, his situation becoming increasingly dire. Both Wang Yang and Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this spectacle. Just then, the infant's cries began to weaken, leading the young sect master to believe his opportunity had finally arrived. However, he soon discovered that the Haotian hammer was growing ever more formidable. After just 3 strikes, the young sect master's cultivation plummeted in stages, and by the time the Haotian hammer withdrew, he had been reduced to a mere foundational level practitioner. What kind of malevolent artifact is this? The young sect master could hardly fathom that he, a practitioner of dark arts, would ever utter such words. Lu Xian snorted disdainfully as he reclaimed the Haotian hammer, realizing that even if he refrained from intervening, any of his disciples could easily subdue the young sect master. "Take him to the dungeon. Those who dare to provoke must face the consequences." Seeing their leader captured, the remaining members of the Lianhua sect exchanged glances, relinquishing their weapons and ceasing their resistance. The ensuing matters were left to Wang Yang and his fellow disciples to handle, while Lu Xian led Luo and the others back to their hall. Only after Lu Xian returned with the women did he finally have a moment to gaze upon his child, the one who had provided him with immeasurable support during the battle. Having yet to bestow a fitting name upon him, Lu Xian decided that from this day forth, the child would be named Lu Tang-san. His eyes sparkled with hope. Li Qinglian looked at her son with a heart brimming with affection. Now that Lu Xian had 4 sons, he had previously kept them in a nursery pouch during his travels. With the establishment of the Qinglian sword sect, he contemplated releasing the children from the pouch. After months apart, the children had undergone significant changes, and Lu Xian, since they were growing at a faster rate than their peers, the eldest could now stand and take a few steps. Li Qinglian and the others gazed upon their children with immense love. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, the children's eyes revealed a hint of confusion and wariness. Although not every woman had given birth, nearly all the women in Lu Xian's life showered equal affection upon each child. Yunlei, having had little contact with outsiders, felt curious about the harmonious atmosphere. Despite her lack of experience with others, she was not unaware of etiquette. Upon seeing the children, she rummaged through her ring and retrieved several small gifts. I recall that in the mortal realm, it is customary to present children with tokens. As this is our first meeting, allow me to offer these small tokens to the children. Holding various items, Yunlei distributed them into the hands of different children. Perhaps due to her pure intentions or her keen intuition, each gift captivated the children's attention. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the children. Lu Xian replied warmly. As he looked at the tall and handsome Lu Xian, with his striking features and gentle demeanor, Yunlei felt her heart race inexplicably. Unaware of Yunlei's unusual reaction, Lu Xian turned his focus back to the children, feeling a pang of guilt. If not for his incessant travels, how could he have allowed these children to remain so sheltered from the outside world since their birth? Come, children, this pendant is a gift from your father. Lu Xian produced from his bag a collection of items bestowed by the system. Among them were various treasures suitable for children, including a peculiar pendant that appeared to be whimsically crafted without a specific form. Within it lay a small space capable of holding anything. Lu Xian filled it with spiritual elixirs that could enhance physical capabilities, toys specially prepared for the children, and even some books. While he recognized the children were still too young to utilize them, his heartfelt intentions compelled him to fill the space to the brim. This pendant was a gift from the system, merely described as a storage space. However, as the children donned the pendant, Lu Xian noted an alarming surge of spiritual energy rushing toward the Qinglian sword sect at an unprecedented speed. What is happening? Young Wu, who had been playing with the children, furrowed his brow upon noticing the anomaly. The disciples training on the mountainside also sensed the disturbance. Could this surge of spiritual energy signify the emergence of a rare treasure? However, it seems to emanate from the courtyard atop the mountain. Could it be that the master is in seclusion? Is the abundant spiritual energy converging there a sign of impending advancement? Various speculations circulated among the disciples of Qinglian sword sect, prompting many to hasten their steps towards the foot of the mountain. My dear, what is this jade pendant? Yang Wuzhao gazed at the children, a flicker of suspicion crossing her eyes as she noticed her previous hidden injuries gradually mending. This is a treasure for spatial storage, possibly of alien origin, the system had once described. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian instinctively relayed the system's introduction of the jade pendant. Hiss! Yang Wuzhao gasped in astonishment at Lu Xian's explanation. Could such a mere object incite such unusual phenomena? This pendant must be more than an ordinary storage-type artifact. I concur. But with all the spiritual energy gathered here, it feels so dense it could almost drip. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Lo Luo expressed her concerns. At that moment, the children sensed the changes in their surroundings and looked up at Yang Wuzhao and Lu Xian. Their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Yang Wuzhao approached them, gently stroking their hair, and smiled. Do not be afraid. This is the wondrous effect of the jade pendant. It attracts spiritual energy to aid your cultivation. Upon hearing this, the children's faces lit up with smiles. Though they were still quite young, Lu Xian and the others felt that these children understood their words. Lu Xian, looking at their joyful faces, felt a warmth and satisfaction in his heart. He patted their heads and softly said, "You must cultivate diligently, and one day we shall travel together." Meanwhile, the perceptive Yang Wuzhao regarded Lu Xian with a serious expression. This jade pendant is extraordinary. It will likely attract the envy of others. We must guard it well to prevent it from being taken. Lu Xian nodded, aware that Yang Wuzhao's words held truth. In this world, treasures inevitably invite conflict. They needed to safeguard these artifacts to avoid theft. With the spiritual energy now concentrated here, it was time to activate the protective array of Qinglian sword sect. This would provide some concealment. Lu Xian swiftly made his decision. For the spiritual energy at the mountain's peak had reached a terrifying intensity, akin to the humid summer air that could be wrung out for water. In such an environment, not only the children, but even their mothers and Lu Xian's other wives felt overwhelmed by the sheer density of spiritual energy. Despite its abundance, it proved somewhat beneficial. At the very least, the women were fervently absorbing the energy, and before long, some with lower cultivation levels began to experience breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the energy flowed in an orderly manner towards the 4 children, who seemed like conduits, absorbing the spiritual energy without any apparent changes. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. The onlookers were taken aback to find a stranger among them. Having just endured an ambush from Lianhua sect, Lu Xian and the others were not eager for another confrontation. Yet this unfamiliar individual appeared from nowhere and even spoke of their backgrounds. Do not be alarmed. I was merely drawn here by the unusual fluctuations of energy. In a location where the density of spiritual energy is excessively high, it could easily result in an explosion. I wish to offer you a warning. The visitor spoke with a gentle tone and amiable demeanor, seemingly without any intent to provoke. Chapter 62. No ivory from a dog's mouth still. Xuan stood on high alert, his weapon gripped tightly in hand. Since taking command of the sect, he had learned sword techniques from Qinglian sword sect, now having cultivated to the first level. Although it was just the first level, it could be wielded with the power of the second. Thus, Xuan could unleash a peak golden core level strike in his full state. Such a powerful technique came at a cost, draining all his internal energy with a single blow, compelling even early nascent soul experts to retreat. This technique relied on the proper circulation of internal energy. Without sufficient rotations, its full power could not be realized. As Xuan activated the sword techniques of Qinglian sword sect, his internal energy surged, rapidly reaching its peak. He approached the stranger, each step drawing in the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. Yet, no matter how much pressure Xuan exerted, the stranger remained unfazed, indicating that this individual's cultivation was certainly on par with or even superior to his own. This person is formidable, Xuan thought to himself. The stranger smiled at Xuan. Youth is filled with vigor. I have come today to quell the disturbances within your Qinglian sword sect. Quid disturbans? Xuan asked, puzzled. Indeed, the stranger replied directly. There lurks a demon within your sect, though I cannot ascertain its true strength. I sense it is attempting to lead you down a dark path. It appears to be hiding at the mountain's base, observing us. At this revelation, Xuan felt perplexed. This was the domain of Qinglian sword sect, and here stood an unknown stranger making wild claims of a demon within their ranks. After stating this, the elder circled around Xuan, shaking his head. Your fate is quite peculiar. I sense some bloodthirst upon you. If you do not mind, I could assist you in dispelling it. Hearing this, Xuan lost interest and scoffed. I expected someone capable, but it seems you are merely a charlatan. The elder's expression stiffened at Xuan's words. It turned out that he had merely stumbled upon this place, intrigued by the peculiar energy fluctuations. Since the protective array of Qinglian sword sect had yet to be activated, he had blended in. Typically, this elder engaged in deceitful activities, and upon seeing Xuan and the others, he had hoped to gain something with mere words. However, Xuan saw through his ruse. The spiritual energy remained dense, rapidly infiltrating the bodies of the children at an astonishing rate. Xuan felt a surge of concern that the elder might notice the children's unusual absorption of energy. Without hesitation, he gathered the spiritual energy and struck out towards the elder. Sensing the danger, the elder attempted to flee, but Xuan would not allow him to escape. I merely spoke a few words, and you seek my life. Why is your temper so volatile, young man? You threaten to strike and kill at the slightest provocation. If you wish to settle this, I shall depart. As he spoke, the elder attempted to escape outside. However, Xuan would not permit his departure, having witnessed the children feverishly absorbing the spiritual energy. Who knew what the elder's true intentions were? With one move after another, Xuan unleashed his attacks. Now, a peak golden core expert capable of contending with some early nascent soul practitioners. Such formidable strength, and yet the old man was seemingly evenly matched. Although the elder rambled nonsensically and darted about, Xuan quickly realized that none of his strikes landed on the old man. This was not due to the elder's remarkable skill, but rather an uncanny ability to evade. It was akin to aiming an arrow at the elder's back, with every shot clearly directed at the target. Yet, just as it neared the old man's heart, he would either stumble unexpectedly or veer off course, evading capture through a series of unforeseen maneuvers. Xuan sensed something was amiss. At that moment, Dabao had finished absorbing spiritual energy and perhaps overwhelmed by the excess. He let out a powerful cry that sent the elder tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Seizing the opportunity, Xuan pinned the elder down and began to search him. He had concluded that a mere trickster from the Jianghu would not possess the capacity to evade to such an extent without any magical artifacts. A gentleman speaks rather than strikes. Release me. The elder ceased his pretense, unleashing a torrent of foul language. After a thorough search, Xuan finally extracted a bead from the elder's coiled hair. Upon its removal, the elder's agitation was palpable, and his curses grew even more vile. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he suddenly launched a silver needle from his hand, aimed directly at Dabao's throat. Clearly, the elder harbored sinister intentions. Seeking to eliminate Dabao, realizing the urgency of the situation, Xuan could not intervene in time, and the other women had yet to react. Dabao had just completed absorbing the spiritual energy, and Xuan feared he had not yet recovered. Indeed, this was the moment when a cultivator's defenses were at their most vulnerable. "How dare you?" Xuan seethed with fury, and without hesitation, he swiftly snapped the elder's neck. The elder died with his eyes wide open, and Xuan turned to Dabao, anxiety etched across his face. Suddenly, he noticed that Dabao appeared significantly taller, with silver needles scattered on the ground. "Do not worry, father, these cannot harm me," Dabao spoke fluently. Not only was Xuan astonished, but the other women were equally taken aback. Just moments ago, Dabao had resembled an infant of 7 to 8 months, and now he appeared as a lively toddler of 3 or 4, articulating words with remarkable fluency. No one had ever taught him to speak. "Father, mother, you can rest assured. I will protect my younger siblings without fail," Dabao declared, tilting his head with remarkable maturity. A vast surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, forming an invisible barrier around the other children who had yet to awaken. Xuan cast a grateful glance at Dabao and instructed the others to sit down and begin their cultivation. Though relieved of worries, Xuan remained vigilant, fearing further unforeseen events. Thus, he cultivated while keeping a watchful eye on Dabao and the others. Chapter 63. Growth soon, as all the spiritual energy was absorbed. The children exhibited astonishing transformations. Xuan observed that nearly all of them now bore the appearance of toddlers aged 2 to 3. Their auras ascending steadily to the early stages of the Golden Core realm. This was their limit, as they were still mere children. Nevertheless, Xuan considered this an extraordinary achievement, reaching such heights in a short span of time. If those of mediocre talent in cultivation were to witness this, they might very well be driven to despair. Many individuals spend their entire lives barely scraping the surface of foundational cultivation, while these children, at the most 5 months old, had already attained the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Xuan noted an intriguing point. Typically, those who reached the Golden Core stage appeared youthful. Yet these children were growing progressively. Although they were born a maximum of 5 months ago, their cultivation breakthroughs had accelerated their development to that of 2 to 3-year-olds. Could it then be inferred that as their cultivation improved, the children would gradually mature? Xuan formed this preliminary notion but did not dwell on it. Regardless of their appearance, he would cherish them. Once reliant on others for carrying, the children now resembled energetic toddlers of 2 to 3 years, running about the courtyard. Though initially disconcerted, the women quickly adapted to this new reality. That evening, dinner preparations commenced in the courtyard. The women took turns, swiftly crafting a sumptuous meal. During this time, due to the children's boisterous antics, Xuan penalized them with a moment of reflection against the wall, yet to his surprise, each child faced the wall and began to cultivate. Seizing this opportunity, Xuan nurtured his inner energy. Having expended considerable stamina in his recent skirmishes with the young sect leader and in playing cat and mouse with the elder. While toying with the bead he had taken from the elder, an idea struck him. He placed the bead upon himself and said to Luo, "Strike me." Luo, astonished by such an unreasonable request, repeated his question in disbelief. Xuan nodded vigorously. "Give it a try." Hesitant, Luo aimed a soft, probing strike that lacked any real force. Xuan stood unyielding, and as the spiritual energy approached his arm, he keenly observed a protective aura enveloping his body. The energy glided off as if repelled by an unseen barrier, missing him entirely. From Luo's perspective, it appeared as though the energy lost its potency and veered slightly away, landing harmlessly on the ground. No wonder that elder had such confidence. It must be due to this trinket. What a treasure! Xuan mused, excitement illuminating his features. Among the many women present, all had made progress in their cultivation. Save for Xuan. Xuan had previously endured considerable physical depletion due to fortuitous circumstances, making her cultivation efforts more arduous than others. She had yet to surpass the foundational stage, Yet her gentle temperament only heightened Lu Xian's protective instincts. Thus, after discerning the purpose of the bead, Lu Xian thoughtfully decided to gift it to Xuan. "May this artifact safeguard you, allowing me to rest easy," he said to Xuan with a smile. Receiving the bead, Xuan felt a surge of shyness, and with nimble fingers, she soon transformed it into a beautiful bracelet to adorn her wrist. Once Lu Xian completed this gesture, he turned to see the children awakening from their cultivation, all bearing expressions of satisfaction and joy. "Little brothers, have you all awakened? Are you hungry? If so, dinner will be served soon," the Bao inquired, bending down before the other children. A few children nodded their heads. Although they were uncertain about the situation, their trust in Debao grew from the depths of their hearts as they beheld him and found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. "You all did splendidly. After we finish our meal, I shall take you to play," Debao said with a smile, eliciting great joy from the children. At that moment, the meal was ready. A few women, working in perfect harmony, set the dishes on the table. The spread was particularly sumptuous and composed of items essential for cultivators. Despite some of these women hailing from humble beginnings, their association with Lu Xuan had afforded them the opportunity to enjoy such precious fare. Initially, they struggled to manage the abundance, as some of the ingredients were entirely new to them. However, after spending considerable time with Lu Xuan, they had grown accustomed to these luxuries. Debao positioned the children around the table, and with a command from Lu Xuan, the family began their meal. "Husband, did you prepare this? It's delicious," Bailing exclaimed, her mouth agape. Lu Xuan nodded, smiling as he replied, "The ingredients were sourced from the spirit spring. Luoluo's culinary skills are indeed impressive." The meal concluded amidst laughter and lively conversation. After dining, Debao took the children to play while the women began tidying up. Lu Xuan made his way to the back mountain, where he had prepared the elder's body for burial. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was taken aback to find all the children kneeling on the ground. This unexpected sight left Lu Xuan bewildered. The 4 children were lined up in a row according to their height, facing none other than Yang Wuzhua, who sat in a seat before them. "What transgressions have these children committed?" Lu Xuan inquired of Yang Wuzhua. The latter had refrained from punishing the children, waiting for Lu Xuan's return to determine the course of action. "My dear husband, you have finally returned." Yang Wuzhua breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Xuan. "What on earth has happened?" Lu Xuan asked hurriedly. Yang Wuzhua helped the children to their feet and recounted the events of the day. It turned out that the little ones had approached Yang Wuzhua after the meal, each one voluntarily admitting fault, which puzzled her greatly. Initially, Debao seemed to behave normally, but as the younger ones began to confess, Yang Wuzhua became increasingly confused. "These children came to me to confess," stating that they had discovered a mysterious individual in the back mountain. They intended to bring this person back for questioning, but Sanbao inadvertently allowed the mysterious figure to escape. Thus, they all came to admit their mistakes to me. Chapter 64. To train upon hearing Yang Wuzhua's explanation, Lu Xuan felt a surge of emotion. He gazed at the children, his eyes reflecting a mixture of compassion and understanding. "My dear children, your bravery and honesty warm my heart," Lu Xuan spoke gently. "However, you have not erred. On the contrary, your actions reveal your integrity and sense of responsibility. The escape of this mysterious individual is not your fault. You merely sought to protect the Qinglian Jinzong." The children, upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, exhibited expressions of surprise and relief. They had anticipated reprimand, but were instead met with understanding and forgiveness. Lu Xuan continued, "In this circumstance, you have committed no wrong. I also hope you understand that we, as your parents, are your support, and you may come to us at any time." The children's eyes sparkled with determination and confidence as they realized they had received their family's approval and support, further solidifying their convictions. Yet, Lu Xuan did not wish for them to grow up in an environment of undue pampering. Thus, he addressed the children, "Given your encounter with this mysterious figure, it seems you share a connection with this matter. Therefore, I entrust you with the task of investigating the situation. Look into why this mysterious individual came to the Qinglian Jinzong and who might be directing them from behind the scenes." Suddenly infused with purpose, the children felt exhilarated, sensing the honor of being entrusted with such a responsibility by Lu Xuan. "Father, we will do our utmost to complete this mission. We will uncover the origins of this mysterious individual and the forces behind them, finding answers for the Qinglian Jinzong." Du Xuan smiled and nodded, encouraging them, "Excellent. I believe you are more than capable of this task, but remember, safety is paramount. Do not take unnecessary risks. Should you encounter any difficulties or dangers, return immediately and report to us. The other 3 children also expressed their determination and confidence, thrilled by this novel experience. Yang Wuzhua approached them gently, saying, "Children, you must collaborate and assist one another. Remember, the strength of teamwork is boundless. Should you need anything, always lend a helping hand to one another." Watching the children depart, Xuan's smile and encouragement gradually faded. This matter seemed far from simple. Despite having activated the protective mountain array, an intruder still managed to infiltrate, indicating that this individual possessed formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing their own. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Yang Wuzhua gasped in shock and quickly reacted with concern. "We must call the children back. How can we allow them to investigate such a powerful adversary?" Xuan shook his head. "Precisely because of this, I have sent them to investigate. It will cause the one behind this to relax, and I genuinely wish to provide Debeo and the others with an opportunity to grow. Their cultivation is advancing too quickly. If their minds cannot keep pace, it will surely lead to disaster in the future." Yang Wuzhua's expression shifted to one of realization. "In that case, it is indeed beneficial. Nevertheless, the intricacies of this situation warrant a thorough investigation." Xuan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He then summoned the other women to join them. "Ladies, this is the situation. Based on the sensations from my array, it is quite possible that the mysterious individual remains hidden within the Qinglian Jian zone, so we must remain vigilant. Any unusual occurrences must be reported immediately." The mountain range where the Qinglian Jian zone resided was expansive, encompassing 3 significant peaks. One peak was occupied by Xuan and his sect, another by the disciples who practiced their cultivation, and a third served as a training ground for the disciples, akin to a small secret realm. The treasure vault of the entire Qinglian Jian zone was also situated atop this peak. After careful consideration, the first location the group decided to search was the mountain where the treasure vault was located. This was where the most valuable items of the Qinglian Jian zone were gathered, and if the mysterious individual sought wealth, they would undoubtedly come here. Debeo was firm in this belief, and the others wholeheartedly agreed. The one endowed with the power of thunder, Sanbao, nodded and remarked, "If that individual is not present here, it effectively eliminates one of his motives, namely, that he is not here for wealth or treasures." The group unanimously agreed and decided to first proceed to the mountain where the treasure pavilion was located to conduct a search. Under the guidance of Debeo, they swiftly arrived at another summit of this mountain range. This peak resembled a vast labyrinth, riddled with various traps and illusions, designed to test the wisdom and strength of the disciples of the Jian zone. Even members of the Qinglian Jian zone had to tread carefully through its treacherous paths. Xuan and his companions cautiously explored every nook and cranny, remaining ever vigilant and ready to confront any potential danger. However, as they traversed the area, time slipped away, and after approximately 2 hours, not a single trap had been triggered. It could be said they had a smooth passage. "What is going on? Wasn't it said that this place is exceptionally perilous?" A hint of doubt crept into Erbao's heart. At that moment, Sanbao let out a cold snort. "Humph. I wonder what tricks the Qinglian Jian zone is up to. If they have any methods, let them reveal themselves." Wait a moment. Though the surrounding environment has shifted over the past 2 hours, do you not find it remarkably familiar? The group was suddenly awakened to this realization. Could it be that this is an illusion, or perhaps there is a formation at play? Erbao furrowed his brow and spoke. "I just employed the Qingxin spell and found no signs of any obfuscation, which suggests that this is likely a genuine illusion rather than a formation. A mere inferior illusion thinks it could trap us? How laughable!" Xuan scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a golden light as he swiftly formed a hand seal. Break! A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, immediately crashing into the surrounding scenery. The once vividly realistic sights shattered into fragments in an instant. As the shards dispersed, Xuan and the others finally beheld the true landscape outside, shattering the ethereal sense that had previously enveloped them. Chapter 65, Captured. Suddenly, a ghostly light flashed, and a figure darted past from the nearby woods. The group immediately heightened their alertness, intently focusing on the figure. "It's him." Sanbao's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he instantly gave chase, with the others following closely behind, engaging in a fierce pursuit. They navigated through the illusion, leaping over traps as they pursued the mysterious figure. The figure exhibited incredible agility and astonishing speed, yet Xuan and the group did not falter. They summoned their utmost strength to close the distance. At last, in a clearing, the mysterious figure found himself cornered. He halted, slowly turning to reveal a youthful, handsome visage. The group's gaze locked onto him, wary of any misstep. They understood that this individual's prowess was not to be underestimated. The mysterious figure smiled at the group, speaking in a calm tone. "Indeed, you are not ordinary to have pursued me this far. I have long been curious about the treasures of the Qinglian Jianzhong, which is why I infiltrated this place." Sanbao fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you interested in the treasures of the Qinglian Jianzhong?" The mysterious figure smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I am Bai Yunfei, a disciple of the Baiyun Jianzhong. My passion for the sword path has led me to hear tales of the Qinglian Jianzhong's collection of supreme sword techniques and precious sword artifacts, which prompted my venture here." The group was taken aback by Yunfei's words. They had anticipated encountering a formidable adversary, only to discover that he was merely a young sword cultivator with a deep love for the sword path. Bao sighed in relief. He remained cautious of Bai Yunfei's strength, but bore no malice. "Since you have come for the sword path, we may be able to discuss matters. The Qinglian Jianzhong has always been eager to share the essence of the sword path. If you are sincere, perhaps we can collaborate to explore the mysteries of swordsmanship together." Upon hearing this, Bai Yunfei's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had not expected that his goal could be realized through cooperation with the Qinglian Jianzhong. He smiled slightly, indicating his agreement. "Thank you very much for your openness and sincerity. I am more than willing to collaborate with you. The mysteries of swordsmanship are vast and boundless, and I have always yearned to break through my limitations and seek a higher realm. If I can share and exchange ideas with you, I believe it will yield significant rewards," Bai Yunfei said earnestly. Debao nodded, a smile gracing his face. He felt that this unexpected encounter could mark the beginning of a friendly collaboration between the Qinglian Jianzhong and the Baiyun Jianzhong. However, compared to his other brothers, Debao remained slightly more cautious. "While I admire your bravery in your quest for exploration, you have indeed breached the protective formation of the Qinglian Jianzhong and disrupted our daily cultivation. Therefore, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation regarding this matter. If there is no justification, I believe you are aware that such actions can be perceived as a provocation in the realm of cultivation, correct?" Bao quickly understood Debao's intent and supported him. Facing such inquiries, Bai Yunfei remained unfazed. "I did not expect that you few children, though young, possess clear logic and are not easily intimidated. You are truly remarkable kids, but I presume this matter is not something we can discuss." Initially, Debao and the others had a favorable impression of Bai Yunfei, but upon hearing his words, they all bristled. "What do you mean, this is not something we can discuss? Did we not capture you?" Sanbao, the first to express his discontent, retorted with fiery indignation. Observing the children becoming agitated, Bai Yunfei merely smiled slightly. "If you were not accompanied by your guardians, I might have entertained a discussion with you." The children, hearing the implication, were taken aback. "Since I have come here, I also hope to meet your sect leader," Bai Yunfei implied directly. At this moment, Xuan and the others, who had been concerned about the children's safety, finally revealed themselves. "Guests are always welcome, regardless of how they arrive. Since Brother Bai has come, why not join me in my hall for some tea?" Upon their arrival, Bai Yunfei's demeanor shifted noticeably. The children, too, were suddenly invigorated, though each possessed exceptional talents. They had only just begun their training and were still young, uncertain of how to handle such situations. With Xuan's presence, they felt as if they had found a solid anchor. Since the esteemed members of the Qinglian Jianzhong have extended such a sincere invitation, it would indeed be a mistake for me not to accept, Bai Yunfei remarked with a smile. Amidst swirling clouds and the harmonious calls of celestial cranes, beneath an ancient parasol tree, Bai Yunfei sat across from Xuan. "To be candid, I have heard of the reputation of the Baiyun Jianzhong, yet I wonder how such a prominent sect in the realm of cultivation would take note of our humble Qinglian Jianzhong." Xuan posed a question, both curious and probing. Bai Yunfei responded candidly. "The recent reputation of the Qinglian Jianzhong is not at all inferior to any other sect. From emerging from your sect, to triumphing in the grand competition and vanquishing the demonic path. Which of these feats has not captured the admiration of many? Bai Yunfei's tone was calm and humble, a stark contrast to his earlier assertiveness. However, Lu Xian could sense that Bai Yunfei's praise was sincere. He believed that if other powerful sects encountered similar situations, they would not disregard us, as we had merely undertaken actions that anyone would. Bai Yunfei shook his head, stating that not every sect could withstand the pressure to accomplish such feats. He continued directly, expressing that he did not arrive alone, but rather with the intent of his master. The Baiyun Sword sect currently lacked the spirit of unwavering determination, and thus, his master sent him to learn from us. Accidentally breaching your mountain protection array was indeed my fault. This ring contains treasures I have accumulated during my missions, and I offer it as an apology for my abruptness. Lu Xian accepted the ring and probed it with his spiritual energy. Even if he wished to exert control, he was still dazzled by its contents. It was no surprise that a top sect would casually possess such exceptional resources, including top-tier immortal herbs and countless spiritual stones, as well as some rare materials from celestial beasts and ancient, extraordinary artifacts. Since it was an apology, I shall accept it. Just as Lu Xian was about to stow the storage ring, Bai Yunfei continued, Brother Lu, I have heard that your Qinglian sword sect is in need of some magical tools. Although our Baiyun sword sect does not utilize such items, we do possess some that can invoke the elemental forces of heaven and earth. I would be willing to exchange these magical tools for your Qinglian sword technique. Chapter 66. Bai Yunfei. Lu Xian's expression suddenly turned cold. The Baiyun sword sect was among the most prestigious in the cultivation world, yet he was aware of the principle that one is influenced by their surroundings. The success of our Qinglian sword sect stemmed from our ability to forge our own path. If we were to exchange everything, it would render us no different from an auction house. Lu Xian's voice was not loud, yet each word was pronounced with crystal clarity and conviction. Bai Yunfei chuckled awkwardly, admitting his mistake. He expressed a desire for Brother Lu to visit the magnificent landscapes of Baiyun sword sect, where some of his elders and peers wished to meet a talent like Lu Xian. As he spoke, he presented a jade token, explaining that it held his communication technique. Should Brother Lu find time, he could contact him at any moment. Bai Yunfei had shown goodwill and humility, yet Lu Xian's demeanor remained somewhat unfriendly. This dialogue served as Bai Yunfei's attempt to gauge Lu Xian's limits, and now that he had discerned them, Bai Yunfei no longer appeared as urgent as before. He acknowledged his previous abruptness, stating that it was not necessary to insist on an exchange, as mutual communication and sparring between sects were equally important. His master had sent him with the hope of fostering some opportunities for exchange and learning with the Qinglian sword sect. At this point, Lu Xian's expression softened somewhat, for the Baiyun sword sect was indeed one of the foremost sections. The ease with which Bai Yunfei had infiltrated the mountain protection array suggested that numerous concealed experts resided within that sect. However, Lu Xian could not comprehend why. Among so many sects, Baiyun sword sect had fixated on theirs. Yet, Bai Yunfei spoke with great discretion, and Lu Xian found it impossible to inquire further. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to agree and observe the situation. Lu Xian nodded, saying, In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Once we have addressed our affairs within the sect, I will visit Baiyun sword sect. Bai Yunfei's expression brightened slightly, but he quickly composed himself, clasping his hands and saying, I shall await your esteemed presence at our sword sect. During their conversation, which lasted over an hour, Bai Yunfei had successfully relaxed the defenses of the Qinglian sword sect. After such an extended period, it was ample time for Bai Yunfei to accomplish much. Having achieved his primary objective, Bai Yunfei decided not to linger any longer. After bowing to Lu Xian, he turned and leaped onto a nearby peak, soaring into the sky and swiftly vanishing from sight. At that moment, another individual who had been secretly observing from the shadows revealed themselves. Any cultivator passing by would surely recognize this figure as Elder Xiao of the beast-taming sect, a prominent member of the Elder Council in the cultivation world. No one knew why he had come to the vicinity of Qinglian sword sect and was covertly hiding to spy. During the previous hour, Elder Xiao had been quietly watching. Upon emerging, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, truly, a genius capable of slaying foes beyond their rank. Facing such a scene with such composure is remarkable. If it were us, we would have been at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Bai Yunfei had returned directly to Yunjian Peak, where the leader of Bai Yun Sword sect awaited him. Master, I am inept. I could not acquire the Qinglian sword manual, Bai Yunfei said, bowing with a hint of self-reproach. The leader of Bai Yun Sword sect shook his head. This was anticipated. Do not be too hard on yourself. Master, there is something I do not understand, Bai Yunfei said as he bowed again. Our Bai Yun Sword sect is far superior to Qinglian Sword sect in strength. Why must we go through such trouble to obtain their sword techniques? You only know part of the story, the leader explained patiently. While we may surpass them in strength, there are secrets within Qinglian Sword sect. I sense that this Lu Xian is far more complex than he appears. He possesses hidden depths, and with his temperament and insight, he could very well bring those secrets to fruition. Thus, I wish for you to engage more with him. If he can grasp anything, it would be a significant boon for our Bai Yun Sword sect. Bai Yunfei bowed again, acknowledging his oversight. You have worked hard this time. Please take the time to rest. Thank you, Master. Simultaneously, Lu Xian recounted the events of the past hour to the women and children at Feishua Peak. This individual possesses terrifying strength. If nothing unexpected occurs, Bai Yunfei is likely at the level of half-step Yuaning, had it not been for my timely activation of the Mountain Protection Array. Our entire Qinglian Sword sect would have been left exposed, as if unclothed before others. How infuriating! Why is such a prodigious talent not among our disciples? As the crowd expressed their fears, they could not help but feel a sense of regret. Lu Xian took a deep breath and addressed them. The reason I instructed the activation of the Mountain Protection Array today has another layer of meaning. Bai Yunfei would not come to our Qinglian Sword sect without a purpose. This is also why I urged you not to let your guard down. Lu Xian looked at the women and said, what do we possess within our Qinglian Sword sect? The protective mountain formation is formidable, yet there are disciples who have yet to reach the Yuanying realm, and even some who lack the strength of the Jindan realm. What does the Bai Yun Sword sect possess? Aside from a few exceptional beings who have attained the Yuanying realm, what else do they have? Lu Xian's rhetorical question rendered everyone speechless. The disciples of the Bai Yun Sword sect likely only surpass us in numbers. Our Qinglian Sword sect consists of merely a few hundred individuals, while they boast over 1,000. In terms of numbers, we hold no advantage, nor do we excel in resources. Despite this, the Bai Yun Sword sect dares to send representatives to our domain, which certainly implies a nefarious intent that we must remain vigilant against. Particularly alarming is the fact that their sect leader has dispatched his most esteemed disciple, thus demonstrating their strength to us. However, upon further contemplation, can Bai Yunfei truly surpass their sect leader? If their leader had chosen to come personally, the situation would have been entirely different. They would not have needed to regard any considerations. Yet, they specifically sent their most powerful disciple, who lacks experience, prompting us to ponder deeply the underlying motivations. Luo interjected, and the others began to reflect on the complex relationships at play. Furthermore, while our Qinglian Sword sect may not be the mightiest, our reputation is formidable enough to deter other factions from underestimating us. Bai Yunfei has undoubtedly come seeking to leverage this reputation, with the simple objective of subjugating our Qinglian Sword sect to expand the influence of the Bai Yun Sword sect. However, they have gravely miscalculated by brazenly breaching our protective mountain formation, thus challenging my limits. Lu Xian expressed his concerns candidly. The women present were left in stunned silence upon hearing Lu Xian's words. What should we do now? Bai Ling inquired anxiously. There is nothing we need to do. Lu Xian responded, surveying the group. At first glance, Bai Yunfei seems to possess some sincerity, indicating that the Bai Yun Sword sect does not intend to sever ties. Moreover, we will have an opportunity for communication with them, which we can use to ascertain their true intentions. Lu Xian's thoughts were methodical, and the other women nodded in agreement. Now, everything is in place, awaiting only the right moment. This moment is the forthcoming exchange competition between the Bai Yun Sword sect and our Qinglian Sword sect. The exchange competition will unfold promptly in early autumn, involving both factions. Disciples from the Qinglian Sword sect and Bai Yun Sword sect will engage in mutual challenges, adhering to straightforward rules of one-on-one combat, with the losing side conceding defeat. Additionally, there will be a contest among the elders and sect leaders of both factions. Given the stark disparity in strength, Many anticipated a one-sided affair. However, the outcome defied expectations. Quite unexpectedly, several disciples from the Baiyun Sword Sect were defeated by those of the Qinglian Sword Sect, and notably, these defeats occurred within the same realm. As the competition progressed to the elders and sect leaders, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The elders and sect leader of the Baiyun Sword Sect, brimming with confidence, viewed the Qinglian Sword Sect members merely as stepping stones. Consequently, they entered the contest with an air of arrogance, dismissing their opponents entirely. Yet the results were disappointing for them. Their elders failed to endure even 30 exchanges before being decisively defeated by Xuan, while the remaining elders met a similar fate within mere rounds. As for Baiyun Fei, who had previously breached the protective formation of the Qinglian Sword Sect, he too fell victim to Xuan's keen observations and was ultimately defeated. In front of all present, Xuan released Baiyun Fei, making his intentions unmistakably clear. He possessed the capability to detain them if he wished. However, the individuals from the Baiyun Sword Sect, clinging to their pride, believed they could not afford to lose, especially under such circumstances, and thus opted to withdraw, intending to re-enter the fray after 30 exchanges. Little did they know that Baiyun Fei, upon his release, knelt before Xuan, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment. I, Baiyun Fei, accept the wager. As we agreed prior to the duel, the defeated must kneel and fulfill a request. It turned out that before their duel commenced, Xuan and Baiyun Fei had engaged in a wager stipulating that both would exert their utmost effort, with the defeated party obliged to fulfill a request from the victor. With the results clear, Baiyun Fei was bound to honor the agreement. Our Baiyun Sword Sect has dispatched 3 elders of the Jindan realm, and I am the most outstanding disciple of this generation. Even so, we could not hope to defeat you in 30 exchanges. I concede defeat with full acceptance. According to our previous wager, you are entitled to make one request of me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. The declaration left everyone in shock. Are you willing to become my servant? Xuan inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I am willing. Baiyun Fei hesitated momentarily before nodding, as if accepting his fate. Given the high stakes of their wager, it was inevitable that one party would face such a consequence. Baiyun Fei had already steeled himself for the humiliation of servitude. Yet what Xuan said next left him utterly astonished. Very well. In that case, our Qinglian Sword Sect has gained another protector. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Baiyun Fei involuntarily trembled. He could hardly fathom that this legendary waste would so readily agree to such terms. In the past, they had often spoken disparagingly of this so-called waste, particularly as his reputation had grown in recent years, leading them to scorn him. However, it now appeared that this waste was not as ineffectual as they had presumed. As he contemplated this, Baiyun Fei cast a glance at Luo, who smiled back at him, prompting him to dismiss any lingering doubts. He could never have anticipated that he would one day become a protector of the Qinglian Sword Sect, and under the command of a sect leader he had once looked down upon. Yet, recognizing the reality of his defeat, Baiyun Fei understood he had no choice but to accept his fate. Sect leader, Baiyun Fei began, only to be interrupted by Xuan. Though you're a newly appointed protector, you are now a member of the Qinglian Sword Sect. You may move freely within the sect, but I expect you to uphold your role and refrain from any actions that could tarnish our reputation. Xuan's tone was somewhat frosty, aiming to convey to Baiyun Fei that despite his new title, his standing within the Qinglian Sword Sect remained inferior to that of the other elders. Yes, sect leader. Baiyun Fei was not foolish and quickly grasped Xuan's meaning, promptly agreeing. Now that you have become a protector of the Qinglian Sword Sect, I must fulfill my promise. Xuan declared, gently waving his hand, causing a beam of light to descend into Baiyun Fei's palm. Chapter 68. The Baiyun Fei gazed at the jade vial in his hand with a hint of surprise, recognizing it as one of the stakes he had wagered with Xuan, a pill usable in the realm of Jindan. Although you serve as the protector of the mountain, you are also a part of our Qinglian Sword Sect. I believe you will undoubtedly become a significant asset to our sect in the future, Xuan stated calmly. Despite their prior grievances, as the leader of the sect, Xuan would not treat this protector too harshly due to past animosities. Moreover, since Baiyun Fei had distinguished himself as the most exceptional disciple of the Baiyun Sword Sect, he possessed undeniable merits. If Xuan could harness his abilities, it would greatly benefit the Qinglian Sword Sect. Yes. Thank you, sect leader. Bai Yunfei, not one to indulge in pretense, responded promptly. You may leave now, Lu Xian said with a gentle wave of his hand. Yes. Bai Yunfei nodded and subsequently turned to exit. With his departure, the atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. Although this competition was a significant event within the sect, it fostered a convivial ambience among the participants, who were all fellow disciples. While there was a competitive spirit, camaraderie would prevail after the trials concluded. Furthermore, the winner of this contest was their very own sect leader, which only heightened their collective joy. Wonderful! The sect leader has triumphed. Congratulations, sect leader, the disciples exclaimed in unison. Thank you. Thank you, Lu Xian replied modestly. The rewards for this contest included 2 volumes of Earth-level sword techniques, which, alongside the previously mentioned spirit stones and pills, were highly coveted by all. However, these 2 Earth-level sword techniques did not belong to the sect as a whole, but were the rightful claim of the top 2 contenders in this competition. Lu Xian's acquisition of these techniques was widely anticipated, and no objections arose against it. Amidst the laughter and applause, the competition gracefully concluded. As the disciples gradually departed, the hall grew noticeably quieter. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Luo's sweet voice rang in Lu Xian's ears. Ah, it is nothing extraordinary, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly. My dear, you are indeed impressive, Luo said, her tone laced with admiration and trust. Lu Xian smiled, but did not respond, instead inquiring, Luo, what are your plans moving forward? I wish to follow you. Luo replied softly, her voice a mix of shyness and determination. Then accompany me, Lu Xian nodded, welcoming the idea of having such a delightful companion by his side. Really? That's wonderful. You are the best, Luo exclaimed joyfully. However, I must caution you that the days ahead may be arduous. There is much I still need to learn and improve upon, Lu Xian said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Luo. I am not afraid. As long as you are with me, I fear nothing, Luo declared, lifting her chin resolutely. Very well, let us strive together. Lu Xian smiled slightly, his heart brimming with anticipation and confidence. In a shadowy corner of the hall, a cold gaze flickered, watching Lu Xian and Luo depart. Lucky boy, but do not think this is over, a sinister aura began to spread. The figure was none other than Elder Xiao of the Elder Council. He slyly pointed a finger to the ground, unleashing a wave of black energy that seeped beneath the feet of the disciples from Baiyun Sword Sect and Qinglian Sword Sect, unnoticed by anyone. This malevolent essence swiftly permeated the entire sect, and all disciples and elders remained oblivious to the lurking threat. Elder Xiao smirked, thinking to himself, boy, do you believe you can easily secure victory? I am eager to see what you can stir up under my grip of death. With that, Elder Xiao's figure vanished, leaving behind a shadow of darkness. Lu Xian and Luo walked side by side out of the hall, sunlight bathing them, both wearing radiant smiles. Where are we headed, my dear? Luo cheerfully asked. Lu Xian glanced at her and replied, I need to meet someone. You go find the managing disciples of the sect and ask them to arrange accommodations for the Baiyun disciples. Understood, my dear. Luo nodded and departed to find her acquaintances. Suddenly, Lu Xian felt an unusual resistance beneath his feet. Upon looking down, he keenly noticed something amiss. Lu Xian quickly realized the gravity of the situation and called for the competition to halt. Bai Yunfei and the others had yet to comprehend the issue, but when Lu Xian raised the ground a foot high, everyone beheld the concealed, dark spiritual energy beneath. Search for them. Dig 3 feet deep, if necessary, to unearth the hidden individuals. The 2 sects shared a singular purpose in this endeavor. Disciples of both Baiyun Sword Sect and Qinglian Sword Sect sprang into action, digging fervently to uncover those concealed underground. Lu Xian stood aside, contemplating. Elder Xiao is indeed formidable, managing to hide so deeply. Had I not been perceptive, I might have fallen into his trap. At that moment, Elder Xiao's figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Xian, striking toward his back with a palm. Lu Xian's body jolted, and he swiftly turned, evading the blow. He steadied himself, readying for the next assault from Elder Xiao. Kid, you are still too inexperienced. Now, I shall let you experience my grip of death, Elder Xiao declared coldly, his palms spreading wide as a powerful malevolent force surged forth, enveloping Lu Xian entirely. Lu Xian felt himself ensnared by this overwhelming power, rendered immobile. Alarmed, he thought, Elder Zhao's grip of death is indeed formidable. If I cannot break free in time, I may face grave danger. Just then, a figure soared in from afar, appearing behind Elder Xiao in an instant, thrusting a sword toward his back. Elder Xiao had not anticipated an ambush from behind and was punctured by the blade. Yet, he did not collapse immediately. Instead, he pivoted to lunge at his assailant. The attacker was evidently not an easy opponent, swiftly retreating to evade Elder Zhao's counterstrike. "Who are you?" Elder Xiao inquired, his voice icy. "How dare a rodent like you ask for my name?" Yang Wuzhao sheathed his weapon and stood beside Lu Xian, granting him precious moments to recover. At this juncture, Yang Wuzhao suddenly produced a token inscribed with the character Xiao. "Elder Council? You are." Chapter 69. The Battle with Elder Xiao. Lu Xian inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he addressed Elder Xiao. "So it is you, Elder Xiao? Since you have orchestrated so many underhanded schemes, allow me to show you my true strength." With that, Lu Xian's form vanished in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage. He charged toward Elder Xiao with incredible speed. As he passed, a surge of formidable energy erupted, drawing the attention of all present. Before him, Elder Xiao stood atop a mountain peak, looking down at Lu Xian's approach, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Boy, you have finally arrived." Elder Xiao spoke, his voice chilling and eerie. Lu Xian halted several dozen zhang away from him, gazing intently, his heart filled with trepidation. He could sense the formidable aura emanating from Elder Xiao, understanding that this elder was certainly not an easy adversary. "Elder Xiao, do you truly believe these petty schemes of yours can harm me?" Lu Xian replied coldly. Elder Xiao chuckled, evading the question, and remarked, "Young man, you possess some skill, but I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. What do you intend to do?" Lu Xian frowned, feeling the waves of sinister energy radiating from Elder Xiao. "I shall make you experience the taste of death," Elder Xiao said icily, vanishing from his position and lunging toward Lu Xian. A shiver coursed through Lu Xian's heart as he swiftly retreated, evading Elder Xiao's assault. He focused intently, bracing himself for the next wave of attacks. Elder Xiao's figure reappeared behind Lu Xian, a palm striking toward his back. Lu Xian's body jolted, spinning around just in time to dodge the blow. Good reflexes, but still insufficient. Elder Xiao sneered, vanishing once more, this time materializing above Lu Xian, delivering a heavy punch downward. Lu Xian's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped, evading the punch, then retaliated with a thrust of his sword toward Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao deftly evaded the strike, taunting, "You are still unworthy of battling me." With that, he vanished again, reappearing behind Lu Xian, aiming another palm strike at his back. Lu Xian's heart raced. He performed a quick roll to escape the blow and swiftly turned, thrusting his sword once more at Elder Xiao. However, Elder Xiao had already disappeared, appearing at Lu Xian's side, landing a punch toward his chest. Lu Xian's body trembled as he retreated, narrowly dodging the punch, then quickly countering with a slash of his sword. Elder Xiao's figure materialized in the darkness, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that this young man's strength had advanced to such a level, allowing him to hold his ground. Yet, he possessed even more formidable techniques. Elder Xiao's hand gently clenched, gathering a powerful energy in his palm that made the surrounding air tremble. A brilliant light erupted from his hand, instantly transforming into a colossal energy beast that roared as it charged toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed. He could feel the overwhelming power of this energy, stronger than any previous attack. He did not falter, but instead met it head-on with his sword. A radiant light burst forth from the sword, colliding with the energy beast. A massive shockwave spread out, dispersing everything in its vicinity. As the dust settled, the two stood 10 zhang apart, gazing at each other. A flicker of astonishment crossed Elder Zhao's eyes. This young man's strength could rival his final strike, a realization that caught him off guard. However, Lu Xian's expression grew more serious. He understood that he had yet to achieve a true breakthrough, and there remained a significant gap between his power and that of Elder Xiao. Nevertheless, he had one final card to play. He slowly raised his sword, its tip pointing at Elder Xiao, and began to gather energy. The air around him seemed to be drawn away, a powerful force erupting from his sword. consuming everything in its wake. Elder Zhao's gaze sharpened. He sensed the might of this energy, far surpassing any previous assault. He did not retreat, but similarly raised his sword to meet it. A brilliant light erupted from his blade, colliding with the energy once more. Another powerful shockwave surged forth, scattering everything around them. Yet this time, Elder Zhao could not withstand it, being pushed back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Xian's figure appeared in place. His complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes radiated determination and a sense of victory. He had finally broken through, reaching the realm he had long pursued. He felt as though he had touched a brand new world, one he had never imagined before. Elder Zhao looked at him, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. He had never expected this young man to achieve a breakthrough at such a critical moment, unleashing such formidable power. Elder Zhao's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retreated, avoiding Lu Xian's sword, then taunted, "You actually broke through so easily." With that, his figure vanished, leaving behind a shadow of darkness. Lu Xian watched the direction in which Elder Zhao had disappeared, silently reflecting. This Elder Zhao is indeed powerful, but I have yet to employ my ultimate technique. Next time, I will surely make him witness my true strength. With that thought, Lu Xian's figure vanished, leaving behind an afterimage. From a spot he had disappeared, a powerful aura surged forth, drawing the attention of all. Elder Zhao's figure flickered in the darkness, his sword tracing eerie arcs as it seemed to search for Lu Xian's presence. Lu Xian swiftly navigated through the night, understanding that this battle had reached a pivotal moment. He must unleash his ultimate technique to its fullest. Otherwise, he could not defeat Elder Zhao. His body suddenly appeared at the sword's point, a tremendous energy erupting from his fist, momentarily pushing Elder Zhao back several steps. Yet Elder Zhao was not defeated. He quickly regained his composure, vanishing once more into the shadows. Lu Xian remained vigilant, aware that the battle was not yet over. He focused his energy, attuning himself to the flow of air around him. Suddenly, his body vanished, leaving behind an afterimage. A blinding light flashed through the darkness, and Elder Zhao's figure reappeared. However, his eyes were filled with astonishment and respect, for he had witnessed a dazzling sword light. The sword light swiftly cut through the air, enveloping Elder Zhao's body with a powerful energy, before his figure vanished once again. Lu Xian's figure emerged from the darkness, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He gripped his sword tightly and swung it with all his might. A blinding light illuminated the dark night sky, and then all returned to tranquility. Chapter 70. Former Friends Lost. After Lu Xian sheathed his sword, the onlookers beheld Elder Zhao standing in disbelief, a gust of wind causing him to collapse to the ground, his eyes forever closed. It seemed almost too simple to have resolved Elder Zhao, leaving Lu Xian feeling somewhat perplexed. Cautiously, he approached to examine Elder Zhao with his spiritual energy, confirming that he was indeed lifeless. "It appears there is something on him. I think I see a golden token," Bai Yunfei added from the side. Lu Xian hurriedly inspected, and indeed, he discovered a golden token at the elder's waist, inscribed with archaic characters. The writing was indiscernible, as it was not the commonly used script of the cultivation realm. It resembled more of a symbolic representation. "This is the token of the Elder Council," Bai Yunfei recognized immediately. If it truly belonged to the Elder Council, then matters could become dire, for that group of fanatics is known for their fierce loyalty. Moreover, they will resort to any means to achieve their ends. Today, Elder Zhao likely did not come for mere personal gain, which means, Lu Zhongmin, you may have inadvertently provoked the Elder Council. When Bai Yunfei uttered these words, his brow was furrowed, and an inexplicable emotion flickered in his eyes. Although Lu Xian did not possess a clear understanding of the Elder Council, he could sense from Bai Yunfei's mere words and reactions that this was a rather formidable organization. Nonetheless, Lu Xian, having witnessed grand spectacles, remained unfazed by such matters. As the two conversed, Lu Xian detected another presence nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yunlei. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Lu Xian inquired, noticing the dazed look in Yunlei's eyes. Yunlei frowned slightly. "I have an unsettling feeling that someone familiar is nearby." Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Lu Xian and Bai Yunfei instinctively heightened their vigilance, expanding their spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. "You need not be overly anxious. If it truly is someone I know, there should be no ill intent. Yun Lei reassured them, though her tone carried a hint of hesitation. In contrast to Bai Yunfei, Lu Xian's spiritual awareness was rather unrestrained. Given that the entire mountain belonged to the Qinglian sword sect, and as its leader, he could search as he pleased. Consequently, Lu Xian quickly discerned an area that appeared unusual. Who was hiding there? Care to reveal yourself? Lu Xian scoffed, directing a surge of spiritual energy toward the stone behind 3 trees. Yun Lei, it is indeed you. I did not expect you to have emerged from the secret realm. A gentle feminine voice resonated. Soon, a woman stepped forth from that location, and Yun Lei's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Yun, I truly did not anticipate encountering an acquaintance here at the Qinglian sword sect, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Qin Yun, what brings you here? Yun Lei asked, astonished. At that moment, Lu Xian stood nearby, equally surprised. Yun Lei, noticing Lu Xian's unfamiliarity, explained, this is someone I met in the secret realm. She often tried to steal my spiritual treasures, yet she is not a bad person. The other women understood. She was simply a frenemy. However, the current situation seemed somewhat off-kilter. Qin Yun approached Yun Lei, asking, I came here to inquire about your intentions in associating with the Qinglian sword sect. This question took Yun Lei aback, as she had not anticipated that Qin Yun would harbor such strong opinions about the sect. 2 women, once bound by friendship within the secret realm, now found themselves hesitant to trust each other outside of it. Qin Yun's gaze shifted to the fallen Elder Xiao. In truth, she had witnessed everything that had transpired. What surprised her was that Yun Lei could maintain her composure without screaming at such a scene. Yun Lei cast a disdainful glance at Elder Xiao's motionless form, stating, a person like him, who cannot discern right from wrong, is no great loss. Qin Yun's expression grew complex. I never thought I would hear you say such words, she exclaimed. Why have you emerged? Were you not searching for something in the secret realm? Yun Lei asked, her spirits lifting at the sight of an old acquaintance. Their friendship had blossomed during their time in the secret realm, where Qin Yun had always been different from other cultivators, never resorting to coercion. Often, in her quest for medicinal herbs, Qin Yun displayed remarkable resilience, and Yun Lei, believing her to be unaligned with any faction, would secretly place herbs along her path. While I was still in the secret realm, I was preparing to find you, but I did not expect you to come out on your own. Qin Yun replied after a moment of silence. You little traitor, why did you not wait for me, or even inform me? Yun Lei retorted, astonished at Qin Yun's boldness. Qin Yun's gaze turned cold. At least it is better than associating with someone from the Qinglian sword sect. And let me tell you, Yun Lei, if you continue to ally with them, do not expect me to show any mercy. Yun Lei frowned. This is my choice. By what right do you interfere with my freedom? Because you're my friend, Qin Yun stated. Yun Lei appeared touched by Qin Yun's words, but quickly regained her composure. I am sorry, Qin Yun, but I am no longer the person I once was, and I firmly believe in the path I've chosen. You need not intervene. Qin Yun scrutinized Yun Lei for a moment before responding. If that is the case, we need not say more. Take care of yourself. With that, Qin Yun turned to leave. Yun Lei lifted her gaze to Qin Yun's retreating figure, pondering the oddity of her intense aversion to the Qinglian sword sect. Qin Yun did not look back, merely waving her hand before gradually vanishing into the night. The other women fell silent, contemplating the nature of their former friendship. Lu Xian quietly began to gather Elder Xiao's remains. Turning to Yun Lei, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. In a distant place known as Shiming Mountain, shrouded in mist, cranes fluttered about, and countless rare beasts roamed the woods. Yet, they did not seem like free creatures, but rather like pets confined within a pen. Hidden within a pavilion on this mountain was a suspended palace. The soul lamp of Elder Xiao has extinguished. A voice shattered the stillness within the hall. Useless fool. He could not even manage to find the spirit beast Qilin that escaped 1,000 years ago, a hoarse voice echoed. Simultaneously, another voice interjected, these are trivial matters. Since he met his demise, it indicates that there must be traces of the Qilin around him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront it. Indeed, search thoroughly and pinpoint that fool's last location. The elderly voice commanded languidly, filled with determination. Meanwhile, countless miles away on a small hill, the ground where Elder Xiao's corpse lay suddenly vanished, warping the surrounding space. Qin Yun's figure materialized on this small hill. Yun Lei, since you have chosen to associate with the Qinglian sword sect, "Do not blame me for being ruthless," Qin Yun proclaimed, her eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. With a flick of her finger, a wisp of dark light dissipated into the night. After completing her task, Qin Yun gradually vanished into the darkness. At the same time, in a forest not far from the Qinglian sword sect, a shadowy figure appeared, cautiously surveying the surroundings before gradually making its way deeper into the woods. It was Elder Xiao. Though his soul lamp had indeed extinguished, it did not signify his true demise. Qin Yun had merely triggered a life-saving talisman she had previously given him. This is a most extraordinary talisman, imbued with a curse that, when faced with exceptional circumstances, can awaken the full potential of its master, elevating their strength to unparalleled heights. Yet, such power exacts a grave toll on one's life. Nevertheless, for Elder Xiao, this endeavor holds immense value, as he fulfills his final task in life, to relay a message to the members of his sect. The Qinglian sword sect's Chilan auspicious beast lies concealed. Regrettably, Lu Xian's fierce assault left Elder Xiao's spiritual essence unstable, allowing him to transmit only a fraction of his energy before dissipating into a black stone, sinking into a deep slumber amidst the forest. At that moment, Lu Xian and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they had attracted unwanted attention. Meanwhile, the Bao and his younger siblings were frolicking in the courtyard when Air Bao suddenly twitched his nose. Do you not feel the surrounding spiritual energy has grown significantly denser? Upon hearing Air Bao's observation, the others began to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Could it be that Father has once again set up a gathering array? San Bao shook his head, stating, "Given the current abundance of spiritual energy in our sect, there is no reason for such a measure. Zabao Suget, let us seek it out directly and discover the source of this energy." The children, filled with curiosity, eagerly embarked on a quest within the sect, traversing corners and mysterious places they had never before visited. Suddenly, they inhaled a refreshing breeze, as if they had stepped into a verdant forest. Following this alluring scent, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, where a crystal-clear pond lay at its center, adorned with a small, peculiar rock formation that seemed to narrate an ancient tale. Beside the pond stood a diminutive stone house, within which rested a large bronze cauldron. As the children approached the cauldron, they discovered it was brewing a fragrant tea. Unable to resist, they gathered around the cauldron and indulged in the aromatic brew. At that moment, they felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the cauldron, intoxicating them as if they had entered a realm of immortals. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from within the cauldron. "I never imagined that after millennia, I would be graced by the presence of children." The children looked up in astonishment to see an elderly man clad in a cerulean robe emerging from the cauldron. His face bore a gentle smile, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Who are you?" they inquired, astonished. The elder smiled and replied, "I am but a remnant image of an ancient soul from millennia past. You may call me Qing Feng." The children were taken aback, realizing they stood before someone from thousands of years ago, and they promptly knelt in reverence. Qing Feng chuckled as he assisted them to their feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Instead, dedicate yourselves to earnest cultivation and become true practitioners." The children nodded eagerly, pledging to devote themselves to their training. Satisfied, Qing Feng turned and approached the central rock formation of the pond. With a gentle wave, the small mountain began to radiate dazzling light. To their astonishment, the children recognized this small formation to be the legendary gathering spirit beast. They immediately sought Qing Feng's wisdom regarding its origins and purpose. He explained, "The gathering spirit beast is a miraculous entity that can accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the density of the surrounding energy manifold. However, it is a rare and enigmatic creature seldom seen in the mortal realm." The children were left speechless, unable to fathom the fortune of encountering such a wondrous being. Qing Feng continued, "Yet, remember, the power of the gathering spirit beast is not infinite. If overexploited, its essence will gradually dissipate. Thus, you must learn to harness its strength wisely." The children readily vowed to cherish this opportunity and not squander the beast's power. Qing Feng smiled contentedly before vanishing back into the cauldron. The children, filled with awe, realized their Qing Feng was a masterful warrior and sage. They resolved to train diligently, determined not to disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, in another part of the sect, Qin Yun stealthily appeared in a secluded corner, observing the distant courtyard with a glint of malice in her eyes. Yet, a flicker of confusion stirred within her. She had distinctly sensed Elder Zhao's essence here, but now it had vanished without a trace. With a lingering gaze at the courtyard, she slowly disappeared into the night. Having acquired the gathering spirit beast was an unexpected delight. It seems we have found the source of spiritual energy. Let us depart. Zhao Bao An now, leading the others along with the beast. However, Bao, ever perceptive, shook his head, sensing something amiss, an inexplicable feeling gnawing at him. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly he spotted a small orb. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, conjuring a spiritual cage to ensnare the elusive object. Chapter 72. Sacrifice. I've caught you. Bao brought the cage closer, revealing a pure white creature within, devoid of any spiritual energy, yet undeniably adorable. Its eyes pleading for mercy. How intriguing. This creature possesses an unusual awareness. Bao, stop playing. We must leave. Casting a glance at the creature, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Just as they prepared to depart, an unusual wave of spiritual energy surged from the distance. It seems something is amiss. We must hurry, Sam Bao asserted, charging ahead with urgency. Bao cradled the gathering spirit beast in one arm, while using the other to secure the unknown creature. Upon reaching the source of the disturbance, they discovered their parents present, facing none other than Qin Yun, flanked by approximately 30 disciples clad in ethereal robes. Yinlei, I have warned you. If you disregard my counsel, regret shall surely follow, Qin Yun remarked with a smile, her gaze fixed intently onto Bao and Bao, particularly on the gathering spirit beast in Bao's grasp. Regret? I stand firm in my decisions. Had I known you were this type of person, I would never have turned a blind eye to your appropriation of so many celestial herbs. Yunlai retorted defiantly. Qin Yun's expression flickered with a complex tapestry of emotions, guilt, nostalgia, and resentment. Let us not dwell on past grievances. I offer you one final chance. Depart now, and I shall overlook previous transgressions. And if I refuse? Yunlei replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yun. Then do not blame us for being merciless, Qin Yun declared, raising her hand, signaling her followers to prepare for an attack. However, Lu Xian remained unfazed, seemingly unfazed by the impending onslaught. Just as the attacks were about to land, the children interjected. Father, mother, allow us to test our skills. Qin Yun scoffed. Children who have yet to mature are overestimating their abilities. Countless attacks surged forth, and while the children managed to block a majority, their lack of combat experience rendered them unprepared for a second wave. Bao's expression shifted dramatically as he unfurled the gathering spirit beast, channeling its energy to absorb all incoming attacks in an instant. The Zhuling beast let out a thunderous roar, instantly unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. This energy bore a striking resemblance to Bao's, yet, in contrast to Bao's gentle essence, this force appeared far more ferocious and domineering. As this energy surged forth, everyone felt their own spiritual essence being irresistibly drawn toward its source. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Qin Yun cast a glance toward Bao, her originally black pupils transforming into an uncanny shade of violet. That gaze seemed to encapsulate tremendous power, leaving Bao feeling as if his body had been frozen in place, unable to move. Subsequently, Qin Yun turned her gaze to the other women. Luo, and the others felt their bodies enveloped by an icy sword aura, as if all their internal spiritual energy was being summoned toward the Zhuling beast. All present were taken aback, utterly astonished that Qin Yun possessed such formidable strength. Among the crowd, only Lu Xian remained composed, his fingers deftly moving as countless inconspicuous strands of spiritual light were flicked away, landing discreetly in unknown locations. At that moment, Bao struggled to resist the force that sought to draw him in, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape its grasp. His gaze suddenly met Qin Yun's, and he sensed a familiar aura within that power. However, he too found himself unable to resist this mysterious force. Bao managed to utter with great difficulty. Qin Yun nodded slightly before shifting her attention to the other disciples. They too felt the weight of this mysterious power, their bodies freezing in place, unable to budge. Then they witnessed Qin Yun's hand slowly extending outward, and their bodies were propelled toward the Zhuling beast. Just as they were about to reach the creature, Qin Yun's hand clenched, halting them midair. They then felt a tremendous force surging from their dantians, propelling their bodies in various directions. Some unfortunate souls collided directly with the surrounding walls, losing consciousness on the spot, while others landed on the ground, similarly succumbing to unconsciousness. Even De Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao could barely withstand the force without being swept away. At that moment, only Lu Xian and Air Bao remain alert. How dare you resort to such despicable tactics? Luo exclaimed angrily at Qin Yun. You have forced my hand. I am merely leveraging circumstances, Qin Yun replied coolly. Suddenly, a sharp sword materialized in her hand, and she swiftly aimed it at Air Bao. Just as the blade was about to pierce Air Bao's body, a white figure appeared before Qin Yun, and the sword struck this white shadow instead. This white shadow was the small creature Air Bao had previously captured. No! Air Bao felt a mix of emotions, gratitude, surprise, and overwhelming guilt. He had merely picked up this small creature, without the chance to nurture it. Yet, it had sacrificed itself to save him, a sentiment that would haunt him forever. However, Qin Yun's expression abruptly shifted, and with the intent of retracting her sword, she braved the repercussions of spiritual backlash. Upon retrieving the sword, she discovered it had sustained cracks. A Qilin beast? Qin Yun's face paled, recognizing the true identity of the small creature. This was precisely her purpose for coming, to locate a Qilin beast and safely return with it. Yet now, she had inflicted harm upon it, and the sight of blood was a clear indication of its severe injury. You have a heart of stone, Bao shouted in fury. You were simply inadequate. How else would the Qilin beast have been in the way? Qin Yun retorted. Bao was left speechless. It was evident that the Qilin beast had charged forward on its own, yet she twisted the truth. Consider yourselves fortunate today, Qin Yun said coldly, turning to leave, though her retreating figure betrayed a hint of panic. Stop. Let us clarify matters before you depart, Air Bao called out. However, Qin Yun remained silent, quickening her pace. Once she had departed, Air Bao's attention shifted to the Qilin beast. He saw it lying on the ground, trembling slightly, with blood continuously seeping from its mouth. Hey, little one, don't die on me. Please don't, Air Bao implored, channeling his life force into the Qilin beast. Yet, the only response was silence. Little one, you cannot die. If you do, I will be consumed by guilt. Tears streamed down Air Bao's face in desperation. Lu Xian also intervened, using his spiritual energy to sustain a flicker of life within the Qilin beast. Just as Air Bao was about to further pour his life essence into the beast, the Qilin opened its eyes. It emitted a soft whimper, and a faint soul form emerged from its body, coalescing into a small figure resembling Air Bao. Do not cry. By rescuing me from that place, you have saved my life. I have been trapped there for so long, and now I have returned the favor. The small figure spoke, its voice bearing a striking resemblance to Air Bao's. Are you all right? Air Bao asked anxiously. I won't die. Consider this a repayment of your kindness. The small figure reiterated. Little one, do not say such things. Otherwise, I will be overwhelmed with guilt. Air Bao exclaimed, taking the small figure in his hands. Let me go. This is hurting me. The small figure protested. I apologize. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Would you be willing to return with me? I can heal you. Air Bao offered. No need. You have already helped me once. A second time is unnecessary. The small figure replied haughtily. Little one, please. At least allow me to repay you. Air Bao insisted once more. No need for repayment. Just promise me one thing. The small figure said. Speak. As long as it is not too unreasonable, I shall agree. Air Bao replied. It is quite simple. Whenever you encounter others of my kind, ensure they have a path to escape, the small figure instructed. That is easily done. I agree. Air Bao readily consented. Wonderful. Now I have repaid my debt to you. Alas, my true form has been damaged by that villain. I will have to be reborn, the small figure lamented. How can I assist you? Air Bao blurted out. At that moment, Lu Xian approached, lifting his foolish son, Air Bao, into his arms. Have you forgotten the knowledge I imparted to you regarding exotic entities? He chided. According to the records, deep within the southern ridge of this continent lies a valley of 10,000 beasts. home to a celestial herb capable of restoring flesh and nurturing souls, though it is difficult to locate. Bao's eyes brightened with understanding. Clenching his tiny fists, "I will go find it." The Chilan beast's soul form shook its head in reluctance. "You cannot go. It is perilous, filled with formidable monsters that could kill you. You should accompany me to find my kin," the small figure suggested. Yang Wujiao was quite astonished. It is widely believed that the Chilan beast, a creature of great fortune, has become extinct. It is indeed surprising to encounter one today. "Do you truly have kin?" The Chilan beast's small figure replied in a childlike voice. "We have a connection among our kind. I know they're still alive. It is likely that the fear of being captured and hidden away by malevolent beings has gripped them, much like myself." Lu Xian wove a formation to ensnare the comatose form of the Chilan beast, subsequently stating, "You risked your life to save Bao. This kindness will be remembered by all in the Qing Lian Sword sect. Rest assured, we shall guide you to your kin. We cannot allow your soul to drift alone." Addressing the group, Lu Xian continued, "Bai Ling, Luo, Xuan, you must safeguard the other children within the sect. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to us." Several other children expressed their desire to join, but Lu Xian firmly declined. This was no game, and recklessness was not an option. "Bao, I once bestowed upon you a life spirit pearl. Why not attempt to let the Chilan beast rest within it for recuperation? The soul is exceedingly fragile and can easily dissipate." Bao nodded, working alongside his father, Lu Xian, to properly tend to the Chilan beast's corporeal form. They inscribed several seals within its body to temporarily stifle its vitality, ensuring that it would not perish entirely in the short term. Thus, even during their journey to Nanling, the Chilan beast's form would not succumb swiftly to death. Thereafter, Bao began to sense and search for his innate magical artifact, that crimson pearl. Soon, he established a connection with the Chilan beast's soul through his own innate artifact, drawing it into its confines. Consequently, even as they traversed towards Nanling, Bao could continuously nurture and sustain the Chilan beast spirit, striving to maintain its awareness. As long as they could endure until they reached Nanling, near Wanyaogu, Bao was confident that he could locate his kin through the unique bond they shared. Regrettably, as they passed through a small town, they encountered a monstrous creature. Lu Xian momentarily lost focus, and Bao could not retract the Chilan beast in time. When he finally did, the scene of Bao enveloping the Chilan beast within himself astonished the onlookers, who believed they had witnessed a ghost. Rumors had circulated that the Chilan beast had been extinct for millennia. How could this one possibly exist? Some speculated that the two sword cultivators had brought it from an unknown origin, while many believed it to be their mount. For ancient beasts capable of speech were exceedingly rare, and those suitable for sword cultivators even more so. Yet, regardless of their conjectures, none could fathom that the Chilan beast had been absorbed by Bao. They were oblivious to the fact that the creature's corporeal form was on the brink of death, with its soul confined within the life spirit pearl, vulnerable to dispersion with the slightest misstep. Those slightly familiar with Bao knew of his most remarkable trait, his ability to nourish a sword with his essence, forging an inexplicable connection with the sword talismans within him. Now, a similar bond had formed between Bao and the Chilan beast spirit. Did this signify that he could henceforth command the Chilan beast like any other cultivator? Thus, whispers of the Chilan beast and the two sword cultivators began to circulate quietly throughout the cultivation world. Countless treasure seekers, akin to hyenas, commenced their relentless quest for the Chilan beast and its wielders, unbeknownst to Lu Xian and the others. They had already squandered too much time and needed to hasten their journey to the depths of Nanling in search of Wanyaogu. However, despite their rapid sword flight, they found themselves still several thousand miles from their destination upon arriving in the heart of Nanling. The depths of Nanling were vast and teeming with formidable beasts, many of which possessed considerable power. Among them were fierce creatures with nascent intelligence, alongside lower-tier beasts that had recently awakened their sentience. Though these newly cognizant creatures were far inferior to the adept cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm and above, their ferocity surpassed that of those who had yet to master flight. For Yang Wujiao and Lu Xian to reach Wanyaogu, situated thousands of miles away, was no trivial endeavor. Bao's ability to nourish a sword and forge a bond with the sword talismans within him could be deemed a significant combat asset. particularly as he matured and dedicated himself diligently to cultivation after these events. Nonetheless, he remained a child, and the perilous surroundings left Lu Xian and the others with lingering apprehensions. Upon reaching the depths of Nanling, Yang Wu Zhao instructed Air Bao to continuously nurture and sustain the Qilin beast spirit inscribed within his sword talismans. In the depths of Nanling, news of the Qilin beast and the two sword cultivators spread like ripples from a stone cast into a lake, while thousands of miles away, Yang Wu Zhao and Lu Xian faced unprecedented challenges. They ventured deeper into Nanling, surrounded by ferocious beasts. Some lay in wait, eyes glimmering with cunning. Others soared above, their scales glinting coldly. Each individual remained taut with tension, unwilling to let their guard down. Yet, amidst this ancient land, a glimmer of life persisted. Before them lay a dense primeval forest, towering trees casting a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the desolate world. This forest marked the entrance to Wanyaogu. However, at the mouth of the valley lay an ancient formation, pulsating with enigmatic light. Everyone be cautious, Yang Wu Zhao cautioned, her pale hand gently resting upon the formation. A mysterious force surged forth, intertwining with the array. The pulsations of the formation intensified, as if welcoming their arrival. Suddenly, a fissure emerged at its center, seemingly beckoning them forth. Unbeknownst to them, within the seemingly tranquil ancient grove, pairs of cunning eyes observed their every move. "They have finally arrived," whispered the owner of one set of eyes, a cruel smile curling upon their lips. Meanwhile, Bao was undergoing his own transformation. With his eyes tightly shut, the sword talisman upon his forehead shimmered with mysterious light. A chilling sword intent enveloped his form. This inexplicable connection, born from his ability to nourish the sword with his essence, was the key to his ascension as a sword cultivator. Just then, a horde of ferocious beasts erupted from all directions, encircling them. They growled menacingly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, poised to strike at any moment. Yang Wu Zhao's expression shifted slightly as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, releasing a powerful force that coalesced into a massive shield, protecting everyone within. Simultaneously, Lu Xian readied himself, gripping his long sword firmly, its tip poised against the ground, embodying a readiness for battle. In an instant, the leading beast lunged forward, its agile form darting towards them like a flash of lightning. The other beasts followed suit, raising a whirlwind of dust and chaos, the air crackling with sword energy. Yet, amidst this dire moment, Airbao suddenly opened his eyes. Determination shone within them, as if he had at last grasped his true purpose. Grasping the sword talisman tightly, a powerful sword intent surged forth from his being, resonating with the spirit of the Qilin beast within him. Instantly, their combined aura erupted like a tempest, driving back the encroaching beasts. "Go!" Lu Xian commanded sharply, leading the group swiftly through the formation and into Wanyaogu. The moment they stepped into the valley, Airbao felt a surge of formidable power emanating from the Qilin beast spirit within him. This surge of power instantaneously merged into his being, intertwining with his sword intent, elevating his cultivation to new heights. However, at that moment, they were confronted with an even more formidable challenge. The ferocious beasts within the valley were significantly more powerful than those outside, including those whose spiritual awareness had yet to awaken, as well as low-tier ferocious beasts that had only recently gained sentience. Their ferocity was formidable, showing no fear of their sword intent. In the face of this onslaught from the beasts, Airbao once again showcased his prowess. He traversed among the beasts like a celestial dragon, stepping upon swordlight. With sword symbols gleaming brilliantly, each strike of his blade claimed the life of a ferocious beast beneath it. In this desolate depth of Nanling, Airbao finally began his transformation. He was no longer a child in need of protection, but a true sword cultivator. Just then, Lu Xian heard the long-awaited voice of the system in his mind. "Congratulations, host Z, for breaking through your realm. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the Gene Dance stage, awakening the ancient sword intent within you. Reward: 2,000 years of cultivation luck value, can be used for draws, and 1 heavenly grade soul nourishing pill." This reward came at the perfect time. Lu Xian immediately consumed the 100 years of cultivation, causing his cultivation to surge to the pinnacle of Gene Dan. He felt he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, yet it was still insufficient. There was no rush, for the immediate priority was to enter Wan Yao Gu to find the kin of the little Qilin. Cultivation could wait. Lu Xian maintained a positive mindset. Before entering the formation of Wan Yao Gu, he placed the heavenly-grade soul-nourishing pill into the mouth of the little Qilin. Instantly, its soul body visibly solidified. "Thank you." The little Qilin affectionately nudged Lu Xian's hand with its small head, then suddenly soared into the air, roaring at the countless ferocious beasts above. An invisible force radiated outward. The airborne beasts seemed to sense the awakening of the little Qilin's bloodline, collectively bowing their heads in submission. Air Bao, having slain a dozen ferocious beasts, suddenly felt a pull from the bloodline in the sky. Looking up, he saw countless ferocious beasts lowering their heads in subservience to the little Qilin. That was the bloodline of the Qilin. Air Bao exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us go together," Lu Xian shouted. The little Qilin let out a roar and led the myriad ferocious beasts deep into Wan Yao Gu, leaving the stunned crowd behind. "Is this the legendary Wan Yao Chao Zong?" Yang Wu Zhao said in bewilderment. I actually witnessed this legendary scene," Yang Wu Zhao stammered. "Shall we pursue?" he inquired of the others. "Pursue," Lu Xian replied. With the Qilin beasts leading, these ferocious beasts would not hinder their entrance into Wan Yao Gu. They proceeded smoothly into the depths of Wan Yao Gu. The atmosphere within Wan Yao Gu was extraordinary. The spiritual energy was abundant, as if the essence of heaven and earth was converging and lingering here. Lu Xian sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Chapter 75, The White Jade Coffin. No wonder these ferocious beasts gather here, Lu Xian mused. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more likely it is to give birth to demon spirits. The little Qilin led the horde of beasts, soaring towards the depths of the valley under the guidance of 4 formidable level 4 ferocious beasts. They flew at an astonishing speed, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Lu Xian and Yang Wu Zhao, despite employing their escape techniques, were left far behind. A gathering place for demon beasts. Er Bao exclaimed in surprise. Below them, in a certain part of the valley, white mist billowed, resembling a celestial realm, with countless demon beasts congregating there. Boom! Er Bao gazed in wonder at the slightly diminished little Qilin and asked, "Can you suppress them with your bloodline here?" The little Qilin rolled its eyes and replied, "The outskirts of Wan Yao Gu are filled with beasts that have yet to awaken their intelligence or possess low intelligence. My bloodline can still exert some control, but here, that is impossible. This is a gathering place for mid to high-level ferocious beasts. They aspire to rule and dominate. How could they be suppressed by bloodline?" Just as they were speaking, Lu Xian sensed a terrifying aura. Immediately, he unleashed his spiritual energy, pushing everyone aside. Crash! With a thunderous sound, a massive ferocious beast crashed down at the spot where they had just stood. This beast had 9 serpent heads and a bovine body, appearing quite bizarre. Furthermore, its gaze towards them was filled with greed. "It's a Qilin. Consuming my cultivation will surely enhance its own." The 9-headed serpent emperor's eyes shimmered with avaricious malice, speaking human words, indicating that this beast had indeed awakened its intelligence and had existed for quite some time. "Run!" Lu Xian summoned his flying sword, urging everyone to flee. The 9-headed serpent emperor possessed only a fraction of its strength, currently constrained by the laws of the inheritance grounds, and could only unleash 2 strikes. The first was evaded. However, during the second attack from the 9-headed serpent emperor, Lu Xian and the others were not so fortunate. Yang Wu Zhao was struck by a whip-like tail, spitting blood and being sent flying. Er Bao, along with Yang Wu Zhao, had their escape light shattered instantly under the 9-headed serpent emperor's assault. "Do not move," Lu Xian commanded. He summoned his flying sword, infused with the essence of the god-slaying sword, and thrust it towards the 9-headed serpent emperor. Thud! The flying sword pierced one of the serpent's eyes, inflicting a wound. But that was all. The hide of the level 6 ferocious beast was exceptionally thick. "You shall remain here," the 9-headed serpent emperor growled ominously. Simultaneously, 6 of its heads opened their mouths towards Er Bao and Yang Wu Zhao, whose escape light had not yet had the chance to flee. "Not good," Lu Xian cried out. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the nine-headed serpent descended upon Airbao and Yang Wu Zhao. The nine-headed serpent emperor growled menacingly. Just then, a resplendent beam of light descended from the sky, akin to the aurora of the nine heavens, instantly severing 3 of the nine-headed serpent emperor's heads. Roar! The nine-headed serpent emperor howled in pain, its remaining 6 heads glaring furiously at a certain point in the sky. The void slowly split open, and a white jade coffin fell from within. The little Qilin, upon seeing the white jade coffin, erupted in ecstatic roars. Hearing the little Qilin's cries, the level 4 ferocious beasts in the sky bowed in reverence to the white jade coffin, as if paying homage to a sovereign. The lower-tier beasts trembled before the white jade coffin, as though worshipping a supreme deity. That is a sacred artifact of the Qilin clan. Yang Wuzhou exclaimed in sulk. What? Airbao did not catch that. That is the coffin within a coffin. A legendary item, Yang Wu Zhao said in a daze. The legendary coffin within a coffin. Airbao exclaimed in astonishment. The coffin within a coffin is a sacred artifact of the Qilin clan. It is said only the emperors of the Qilin clan can wield it. Yet, the Qilin bloodline before us, despite its richness, is merely equivalent to a first or second-tier spirit beast, far from reaching the status of an emperor. The little Qilin, filled with excitement, flew swiftly towards a white jade coffin. Simultaneously, the myriad ferocious beasts parted the way, allowing the little Qilin to pass. The little Qilin deftly caught the white jade coffin, and as it gazed upon it, tears of joy glimmered in its eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. The little Qilin excitedly looked towards Lu Xian and the others. A sacred artifact has come to receive me. My kin must be nearby. The nine-headed serpent emperor, eyeing the white jade coffin in the little Qilin's grasp, roared furiously with its remaining 6 heads, yet it seemed to harbor some trepidation towards the white jade coffin and did not attack directly. The little Qilin eagerly glanced at Lu Xian and the others, then gently shook the white jade coffin in its hands, signaling to them. That is. Yang Wu Zhao gazed in shock at the white jade coffin held by the little Qilin, as if recalling something. The legendary Gui Yuanyu. Airbao Izo exclaimed in astonishment. Gui Yuanyu. Yang Wu Zhao repeated in a daze. Gui Yuanyu is one of the sacred relics of the Qilin clan, said to be wielded solely by the rulers of this noble lineage. However, the present Qilin bloodline, while robust, falls significantly short of royal stature, leaving them astonished and perplexed. The young Qilin let out an exuberant roar that echoed into the sky. Sensing an unfavorable turn of events, the nine-headed serpent king hastily struck at the gathered crowd with his 9 heads. It would be a grave mistake to allow the Qilin clan to discover the young Qilin's presence, especially if they realized it was attempting to consume their offspring. Such an encounter would undoubtedly lead to a relentless pursuit. The only viable course of action was to silence the threat and swiftly eliminate the young Qilin. Caution was paramount. He could retaliate. Lu Xian's fingers danced through the air, initiating a formation. Meanwhile, the nine-headed serpent king, recognizing the peril, unleashed a furious roar from all 9 heads, releasing 9 waves of energy in diverse hues. These waves morphed into chains of death, ensnaring the group, as if intent on strangling them instantaneously. Caution was paramount. He could retaliate. Lu Xian's fingers danced through the air, forming a protective array. A powerful aura surged from him, and a colossal phantom appeared behind him, wielding a massive sword that radiated immense pressure. With both hands, he formed seals, channeling his inner energy to conjure a grand formation that enveloped and shielded the others. Bang! The nine-headed serpent king's 9 energy waves collided violently with the formation, producing a thunderous sound. The array flickered ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. The young Qilin, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of anxiety. Hold on, everyone, Lu Xian commanded. A surge of energy emanated from him, and the phantom behind him grew more substantial, as if preparing for a decisive strike. The young Qilin, observing this, felt a surge of determination. With a gentle breath, it transformed the Gui Yuanyu into a long white whip. Clearly, its kin were uncertain or entangled, hence the need to pass down the clan's treasure to navigate the peril. The nine-headed serpent king intensified his onslaught, leaving them with little time. A glimmer of insight crossed Lu Xian's eyes as he unleashed a formation from his hands, instantly obliterating one of the serpent's heads. I will annihilate you, roared the nine-headed serpent king in fury. Chapter 76. Transmission. The young Qilin seized the opportunity to activate the Xuan Yu, enlarging the jade coffin to engulf the second elder and Xiao Xiao, simultaneously expanding the advantageous space around them, alleviating some of the pressure on the group. Hold on. I am about to initiate the final teleportation array, Lu Xian urged amidst the frantic attacks of the nine-headed serpent king. We cannot flee. The Qilin clan is here, and leaving would make it impossible to return. Though the second treasure was unstable, it had to persist. Why must you be my son? Lu Xian sighed, frantically altering the array's trajectory. I need time, he bellowed. I shall assist. The young Qilin interjected suddenly. The group was taken aback as the young Qilin emanated a brilliant white light. Subsequently, a tempest arose, and beams of white light cascaded from the sky, targeting the nine-headed serpent king's heads below. With a fierce battle cry, the young Qilin's form expanded in the air, revealing that the earlier attack was but a fraction of its true power. The white jade coffin soared high, catching the nine-headed serpent king's attention, and then accelerated with blinding speed, descending upon the serpent king with tremendous force. Perish! The young Qilin bellowed from above, channeling mysterious power through its body. It pressed down upon the nine-headed serpent king. The serpent king felt the weight of this force, sinking towards the ground, and faint traces of blood began to appear around its form. Cursed beast! The nine-headed serpent king realized that if this continued, its demise was inevitable. Gritting its teeth, all nine heads unleashed beams of energy with diverse attributes. Though varied, each beam was imbued with extreme ferocity, dissipating the young Qilin's descending power entirely. This is a fixed-point array. The teleportation radius is within 100 meters and remains within the Wan Yao Valley. Lu Xian exclaimed, sweat beading on his brow. The simultaneous expulsion of energy beams caused the nine-headed serpent king's body to lose balance, sinking further towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the young Qilin rushed to the teleportation array previously established by Lu Xian, transforming the Xuan Yu into a white whip that plunged into the array. Activate! The young Qilin urged, fatigue evident in its eyes after the exertion. A faint glow emerged from the teleportation array, unnoticed by the others, and suddenly, they felt the world whirl around them. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Lu Xian gazed at the young Qilin, who had bravely secured their escape from the nine-headed serpent king's domain, and could not help but exclaim, well done. The rest of the group, relieved to be safe, also exhaled deeply. The second treasure, after catching its breath, turned and lunged towards the young Qilin, exclaiming, little one. The young Qilin deftly evaded the embrace, laughing heartily as the second treasure missed. What are you laughing at? The second treasure, undeterred by the miss, expressed mild dissatisfaction with the young Qilin's teasing. Second treasure, you must not behave in such a manner. After all, it is the esteemed Qilin. Lu Xian interjected, unable to contain himself. Having just secured victory, the young Qilin grew increasingly proud, but it was also aware that its ability to harness such energy was largely thanks to Lu Xian's soul-nourishing pill. Otherwise, a single head of the nine-headed serpent king would be more than enough to overwhelm it. Suddenly, it felt warmth emanating from the white jade whip in its grasp. Is that you, my kin? The young Qilin exclaimed with delight. The white jade whip swayed anxiously, clearly distressed. What is it? Is my clan in peril? Realizing they had ventured deep into the Wan Yao Valley without encountering any clan members, only the white jade coffin appearing to assist, and with no messages from the flying cranes, the young Qilin surmised that trouble had befallen its kin. Lead the way. The young Qilin urged the white jade whip anxiously. Upon hearing the young Qilin's plea, the whip transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, with the young Qilin following closely. After traveling several hundred miles, the group sensed something amiss beneath their feet. Before they could react, the ground shifted violently. Suddenly, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. They stood before a vast cavern, inscribed at its entrance with the words Qilin Cave, undoubtedly a sanctum of their clan. To their astonishment, several horned children lay unconscious at the entrance. These are my kin. I can sense their bloodline. It cannot be mistaken. The young Qilin cried out. What has happened? The young Qilin swiftly descended to the ground, probing the aura of one of its kin. They had been poisoned and rendered unconscious. Anger flickered in the young Qilin's eyes. Everyone awakened. It called upon its clan members. After a brief moment, several groans echoed as the Qilin children gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening their eyes and seeing the young Qilin before them, joy spread across their faces. Young master, several small Qilin spoke up in unison. One of the small Qilin turned to Bao and Lu Xian, declaring, "Indeed, I am Yi Qing, the young master of the Qilin clan." Bao gazed at the small Qilin in astonishment, primarily taken aback by the unexpected revelation of his noble status. However, a chilling thought crossed his mind. If even the young master could be captured, the forces behind this abduction must be terrifyingly powerful. "I have returned," Yi Qing affirmed with a nod, then shifted his gaze towards Lu Xian and Bao. His successful return was largely due to the support of this father-son duo, yet now that he had located his kin, they could ostensibly remain uninvolved. However, the situation of the Qilin clan was precarious, and despite being the young master, Yi Qing was still quite inexperienced. The clan was left with only a handful of small Qilin, placing them in a dire predicament. Lu Xian keenly sensed the unspoken difficulties faced by Yi Qing. "Since you have come this far, we will not turn a blind eye. Rest assured," Lu Xian said as he led everyone to find a place to sit within the cave. Yi Qing was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Please tell us what happened." It turned out that not long ago, a group of elegantly dressed cultivators, wielding various celestial-grade magical artifacts, had invaded the secret realm of the Qilin clan and engaged in battle with the adult Qilin. Outnumbered and outmatched, the elders had resorted to a secret technique that transported them to Wan Yao Valley, after which they lost contact with the 18 elders. A small Qilin, resembling a plum ball, spoke through tears as he recounted the tale. Chapter 77. Pursuit and Escape. Yi Qing fell silent, fully aware of the implications. "How did only you manage to escape?" he inquired. "Only 10 of us made it out. Just moments ago, that group found us again, but for some unknown reason, they only took away the brothers Qing Yin and Qing Tang. Then we opened our eyes and saw you, young master." They had sensed Yi Qing's presence before the group arrived and had intended to seek him out, but were caught up in the chaos. Qing Yin had resorted to sending out the white jade coffin left behind by the second elder to find him. The sequence of events was finally clear. Yi Qing clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. "Regardless, I must rescue Qing Yin and Qing Tang, as well as the elders who were taken. Even if I must go alone, I shall do it." Lu Xian recognized that although this young fellow was still quite naive, he possessed an indomitable spirit at his core. "Well said. Since you have made up your mind, let us set off. However, be mindful. This group is formidable and possesses numerous celestial-grade artifacts, so we must act with caution. Additionally, my talismans are running low, so I will need you all to exert your utmost strength." Lu Xian turned his gaze to Bao, sensing that his aura had significantly strengthened since before. It appeared that Bao had also grown considerably. This journey might be fraught with challenges, but Lu Xian was confident that they would achieve victory. "Father, I feel my cultivation has improved again." Throughout their journey, he had conversed extensively with the Qilin clan members and heard many different stories. Particularly after learning about the small Qilin Yi Qing's circumstances, Bao felt a deep sense of connection. If this young Qilin could be so resilient despite his youth, how could he, as a grown man, dare to falter? "Excellent. Since you are unharmed, let us depart." Just as they prepared to leave, Yi Qing suddenly halted, an expression of distress crossing his face. Lu Xian and the others paused, looking at him in concern. "Is something the matter?" Yi Qing hesitated and said, "I suddenly remembered something very important. If I leave with you, what will happen to my companions? This place is no longer safe." Lu Xian pondered for a moment before stating, "Send them to Qing Liansword's sect." Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would be willing to take his pursued kin to his own sect. "Are you serious?" Yi Qing asked, incredulous. "Indeed, Qing Liansword's sect is my sect, and I will ensure their safety," Lu Xian affirmed confidently. Upon hearing this, Bao's face lit up with joy. He too wanted to return to the sect soon. Meanwhile, the other Qilin clan members were filled with astonishment and gratitude, never expecting Lu Xian to take such a significant risk to aid them. Thus, under Yi Qing's guidance, they hastened towards Qing Liansword's sect. Yi Qing led Lu Xian, Bao, and the other Qilin clan members onward, racing towards Qing Liansword's sect. This familiar yet foreign place filled Air Bao's heart with anticipation and excitement. As they approached the sect, a streak of sword light suddenly sliced through the sky, hurtling towards them. Yi Qing's expression turned tense as he quickly positioned himself in front of Lu Xian and Air Bao. However, as the sword light neared, it made a sharp turn and flew directly into the sect. "It's one of the disciples from our sect," Lu Xian explained. "They are on alert and patrolling to prevent any outside invasion." Yi Qing exhaled in relief, leading everyone swiftly into Qing Lian's sword sect. Inside, they encountered numerous disciples dressed in Qing Lian's sword sect attire, some practicing sword techniques while others engaged in discussions. Lu Xian introduced Yi Qing's kin to Wang Yang and the others, succinctly outlining their situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling promptly arranged for Yi Qing's kin to be accommodated, ensuring they would receive the utmost care. "Thank you, sect master, for your kindness," Yi Qing expressed with gratitude. "No need for thanks. Your safe return brings fortune to the sect," Luo replied with a smile. "Moreover, hearing Lu Xian speak of your battle against the dark forces reminds me of our own past experiences." The group chuckled at this. Air Bao sensed a warm atmosphere enveloping the sect, which reassured him as he entrusted his kin to their care. The other small Qilin, initially wary in this unfamiliar environment, gradually relaxed upon witnessing the harmony among the Qing Lian sword sect disciples. "Young master, you may go. We will diligently practice here," the other small Qilin said with understanding. Yi Qing clenched his fists, reassured by their maturity. "Rest assured, while at Qing Lian sword sect, behave well and do not cause trouble. Do not make things difficult for Master Lu." After ensuring everything was in order, Lu Xian prepared to take Yi Qing and others away from Qing Lian sword sect. Now that they were embarking on a quest to search for individuals, they would undoubtedly require some leads. Or perhaps there existed some unique methods among the Qilin clan to locate those who had been taken. Lu Xian posed this as an astute question. Once anger and impulsiveness subsided, what lay before them were these harsh realities. One could not rely solely on emotion to seek out clues. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. He lifted his head and addressed Lu Xian and the others. "Perhaps there is a way to find them." Lu Xian and the others paused to listen. "Within my clan, there exists a secret technique. By burning a drop of my blood, I can discern the general direction of my kin. However, this method does not provide precise location, only a vague sense of direction." "All right," Lu Xian nodded. "Then we shall follow this direction to search for them." He then turned to the other small Qilin, stating that Yi Qing had important matters to attend to and could not accompany them. "You must listen to Yi Qing and not wander off. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master Lu," the little Qilin responded in unison. "If there is anything needed, you can have Yi Qing contact me at any time. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Xian waved his large sleeves and vanished from the spot. After arranging matters for his clansmen, Yi Qing led Lu Xian and Air Bao to the location of the altar in their family. This altar was dedicated to the worship of their ancestors and was typically used only during significant events or decisions. Yi Qing carefully set up the altar, then, gritting his teeth, he drew a line across his palm, creating a wound from which blood began to flow. Enduring the pain, he let the blood drip onto the altar, then pressed his palms together, commencing the invocation of the family's secret technique. As Yi Qing chanted, the blood upon the altar began to ignite slowly. Within the flames, a phantom figure began to emerge. Chapter 78. Blood burning to forge a path. The apparition appeared ethereal. It did not hinder Yi Qing's performance. Gradually, the figure faded away, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Air Bao, witnessing this scene, asked in surprise, "What was that?" "This is our family's secret technique. By burning our essence blood, we can create a conduit leading toward our clansman's location," Yi Qing explained. Air Bao, astonished, gasped, "Won't this have any adverse effects on you?" "It is of no consequence. I simply cannot exert my full strength for a time," Yi Qing replied calmly. Since they were friends, mutual assistance was essential. Just as Air Bao was committed to helping, so was Yi Qing. Their actions were all directed toward ensuring the safety of their kin. During the process of burning his essence blood, Yi Qing's face grew increasingly pale, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of discomfort. Air Bao, observing from the side, felt a surge of concern and admiration. As the flames on the altar gradually extinguished, Yi Qing's hand trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he successfully completed the ritual, and a pathway leading toward their clansman's direction slowly unfurled in his perception. "Let us proceed," Yi Qing said to Air Bao, weariness evident in his voice. Air Bao nodded silently, fully aware of the arduousness of this journey for Yi Qing. Yet, they both understood the necessity of their actions. To rescue those taken by dark forces. Much of what lay before them was an illusion of their clan's environment. It was not entirely fabricated. Within this illusion, they might influence the real-world circumstances surrounding their kin. Lucian immediately grasped the concept, realizing it resembled a simulation of combat. However, should they succeed in this endeavor, it could alleviate the struggles faced by the Qilin clan in the real world. We should do our utmost. The primary task is to imprint the surrounding environment in our minds, enabling us to deduce the precise location of individuals based on subtle clues, Lucian articulated clearly. And throughout the journey, his decisions earned the respect and trust of Air Bao and Yi Qing. Thus, they instinctively chose to place their faith in Lucian. The three of them ventured into the passage, only to find themselves in an unfamiliar realm filled with desolation and decay, as though it had suffered a great calamity. In the distance, they beheld those who had been taken, imprisoned within a vast formation by dark forces. They are trapped within this formation. We must shatter it to liberate them, Yi Qing stated, his body trembling slightly. Witnessing his kin ensnared by this array, he could see through the illusion that the power and essence of the confined Qilin were being relentlessly siphoned away, rendering them weaker by the moment. Perhaps sensing their impending demise, the Qilin's eyes held no spark of hope, only resignation to death. Do not despair. We must do everything in our power to rescue them. Air Bao keenly perceived Yi Qing's unstable emotions and quickly offered words of comfort. Hearing Air Bao's voice, Yi Qing took a deep breath, steadying himself as the hatred in his gaze softened. "You are right. I should not lose my composure at this moment. Let us see if there is an opportunity to disrupt their plans." The two of them moved in synchrony. Yi Qing focused on observing and studying the formation while Air Bao patrolled the surroundings, ensuring Yi Qing's safety. Although their actions were perilous, they were united by a singular objective: to rescue those who were imprisoned. Lucian followed closely, maintaining vigilance over the entire periphery, just as they prepared to advance further. The agents of the dark forces appeared abruptly, launching an attack upon them. Faced with this onslaught, Yi Qing and Air Bao did not falter. They stepped forward to shield those who were captured. The dark forces soon realized that something was amiss. The individuals dispatched to suppress them were all at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In some places, such power would signify the presence of a sect elder. Yet here, in this illusion, they were merely foot soldiers. This underscored the formidable strength of the forces behind them. Yi Qing and Air Bao relentlessly sought opportunities to approach the formation, while Lucian remained at the rear, offering assistance as needed while scrutinizing the formation closely. This formation seemed vaguely familiar. Had he seen it in a compendium of formations? Now, facing off against those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, Lucian found it comparatively manageable. Yet, the surrounding environment felt peculiar, as though there were additional strange formations besides the one binding the Qilin clan. It appears there is a concealed formation beneath your feet, which may be the key to breaking this impasse. Lucian quickly discerned this hidden element through the dissection of the formation. "You all distract them while I investigate the specifics of this formation." Lucian noted that beyond the primary formation, there were additional arrays that impeded the flow of spiritual energy. It was evident that their own spiritual energy felt sluggish amidst this battle. As the fight progressed, Yi Qing and Air Bao gradually drew closer to the formation, scrutinizing its operation in hopes of uncovering a method to dismantle it. "Father, how are things on your end?" Air Bao inquired, simultaneously unleashing a sword energy that repelled a dark force disciple. "This formation is quite unique. It seems to require a special bloodline to activate," Lucian replied, engrossed in the study of the runes within the formation, searching for clues. "A special bloodline?" Air Bao queried, puzzled. "Are you suggesting it requires the bloodline of the Qilin clan to activate?" "Indeed, only those possessing the Qilin bloodline can activate this formation," Lucian confirmed, a spark of insight illuminating his eyes. "I understand now. This formation is essentially a teleportation array modified to necessitate the Qilin bloodline for activation. Then we can utilize the teleportation array beneath their feet to accompany the imprisoned Qilin clan members and discover where they might be sent, thus seeking a glimmer of hope. Bao proposed. Indeed, the teleportation array requires the bloodline of a Qilin to activate, and we need someone with such lineage. Lu Xian spoke, determination flickering in his eyes. As the esteemed heir of the Qilin clan, I refuse to believe my blood is inadequate. Ye vink shouted fiercely. Chapter 79. Rescue. At that moment, disciples of the Dark Forces launched another attack, encircling the three. You hold them off first. I will activate the formation, Yi Qing declared, turning towards the array. Bao and Lu Xian swiftly countered the assault from the Dark Forces, buying Yi Qing precious time. Approaching the array, Yi Qing closed his eyes, connecting his bloodline to the formation. He felt his essence coursing through the array, a peculiar power gradually surging within him. The array began to operate slowly, the surroundings warping as if time and space were being distorted. The disciples of the Dark Forces sensed something amiss and rushed to thwart Yi Qing. But it was too late. The array had already activated, and a tremendous force propelled everyone away. Yi Qing, Bao, and Lu Xian were transported to another realm. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Alongside them were several Qilin clansmen who had been captured and imprisoned within the array. Their fates unknown for what seemed like an eternity, their magical powers and bloodlines diminished. Young master, one of the Qilin, battered and scarred, exclaimed in shock upon seeing Yi Qing. Bao, puzzled, approached Yi Qing and inquired, "Are we still interacting with them through an illusion as before?" Lu Xian shook his head. "After activating that formation, our true selves came here. We are now in the same realm as the Qilin clansmen, devoid of any illusion." Yi Qing, filled with emotion, walked towards his kin, who bore the marks of suffering, evidently having endured endless torment during their imprisonment. "You have suffered greatly. I will take you home," Yi Qing murmured, his eyes glimmering with resolve. "Young master, how did you arrive? This place is perilous. You must leave quickly." A Qilin clan member urged anxiously. "Do not worry. We have discovered a method to dismantle this formation, and soon we shall depart from here," Yi Qing reassured them, then turned to Lu Xian and Bao, stating, "We must locate the exit of this realm to leave swiftly." "The exit of this realm?" Bao questioned. "Did we not arrive here through the teleportation array?" "The teleportation array of this realm is not limitless. It requires a special key to unlock the exit," Lu Xian explained. "We need to find that key." Essentially, everyone had merely traversed through the teleportation array to an alien space. This space was likely deliberately orchestrated by the Dark Forces. Therefore, they needed to leave swiftly before those forces could react. Otherwise, they might face another fierce battle. The most pressing matter at hand was to find the key to exit this realm. "Let us commence our search," Lu Xian declared, extending his spiritual sense to meticulously scour the space. Bao and Yi Qing also unleashed their magical powers and bloodline strength to assist Lu Xian in the quest for the key. Within this realm, numerous bizarre creatures and plants thrived, some exuding formidable auras, clearly powerful beings also imprisoned there. However, time was of the essence, so Lu Xian and his companions could not afford to explore these mighty beings. As Lu Xian's spiritual sense swept across the entire space, he finally uncovered some clues. "I have found something," he exclaimed joyfully, pointing in a direction. The group hurried towards it, and soon they discovered a mysterious stone door. Beside the door was a small mechanism, inscribed with a verse. "This mechanism requires unraveling a riddle," Yi Qing remarked, observing the inscription, suggesting that the key would not be easily obtained. "Do not fret. We can unravel the riddle at our own pace," Bao consoled. The group began to study the riddle, which seemed to be a lantern riddle at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was more than that. One of the Qilin clansmen previously mentioned was Qing Yan. "I believe I know the answer." Qing Yan stepped forward, tapping the stone wall. They successfully solved the riddle, unlocking the stone door. Behind it lay a treasure trove containing a divine artifact capable of opening spatial portals. "Splendid. We can finally escape this dreadful place," Bao exclaimed with excitement. "Do not let your guard down. We must remain vigilant against the pursuit of the Dark Forces," Yi Qing cautioned. The group nodded in agreement, leading the Qilin clansmen with the artifact as they departed the realm. Before leaving, Lu Xian felt an inexplicable sensation and glanced back towards the southeastern corner of the space. Just moments ago, he sensed a message trying to reach him from that direction, only to be swiftly consumed by the realm. Had time not been so pressing, Xuan might have lingered to investigate the imprisoned formidable beings. However, constrained by the situation, he cast a deep glance at the southeastern corner before turning to guide the others away. They traversed through space, emerging in a desolate desert. Though the environment was unfamiliar, they remained on high alert to prevent any attacks from the dark forces. What we do now? Expelled. We need to find a safe location to examine this artifact, Yiqing replied. After a challenging journey, they arrived at an abandoned ancient city. Here, human presence was scarce, seemingly a secure place. Entering the ancient city, they found crumbling walls and a scene of devastation. Yet at the city's center stood a tall tower, distinctly unique. Let us ascend and explore, Yiqing suggested. As they climbed the tower, they increasingly sensed its extraordinary nature. The interior was lavishly decorated, resembling another realm. At the pinnacle, they discovered a mysterious runestone. When Xuan directed the artifact towards the runestone, it suddenly emitted a radiant light. In an instant, they were transported to an unfamiliar place. The sky was overcast, and the earth cracked, as if doomsday had arrived. Where are we? The group felt a surge of terror. This place is steeped in darkness and malevolence. I sense a formidable threat, Qing Yin remarked. Everyone, be cautious. I suspect the dark forces are also present here. Ye Ving Varnit. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures appeared before them, led by a sinister-looking man. Do you believe you can escape our pursuit? The man sneered. Xuan stepped forward, coldly huffing. I do not slay nameless wretches. Who dares approach? Chapter 80. The Council of Elders upon hearing Xuan's words. The man scoffed. I know who you are. You are none other than Xuan, the current leader of the Qinglian sword sect. I never expected someone from such a small sect to emerge so audaciously to provoke us. Bao stepped forward with a cold snort, demanding, Who are you? The man cast a look akin to that of one gazing upon the deceased, and replied, You are all nearing your demise. It matters not if I disclose my identity. I am He Biqing, a 9th grade disciple under the Elder Council. Xuan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retorted, A mere 9th grade disciple dares to be so arrogant? You are but at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The intent behind Xuan's words was to provoke the disciple, hoping to elicit more valuable information. As anticipated, He Biqing's fury ignited upon hearing such disdainful remarks. A mere broken sect from a trifling land. Not everyone in our Elder Council can attain the rank of disciple. Though I am but a lowly 9th grade disciple, it signifies that I have fought my way through thousands of Golden Core disciples. In our Elder Council, there are only 100 9th grade disciples. Do you truly believe I am an ordinary Golden Core practitioner? Bao chuckled from the side. We know not how formidable your cultivation is, but your intellect seems rather lacking. The audacity of a mere child ridiculing him sent He Biqing into a rage. Today, I shall see just how capable you are, little brat. In the next moment, He Biqing charged forward with his companions, attacking Xuan and the others. Xuan smirked coldly, swiftly drawing his long sword, transforming into a streak of azure light to meet the onslaught. His movements were as swift as lightning, and his swordplay resonated like a dragon-esque roar as he engaged in fierce combat with the figures clad in black. Bao and the others were not idle either, brandishing their weapons to confront the black-clad assailants in a heated counterattack. He Biqing's movements were exceedingly peculiar, seemingly possessing a mesmerizing quality that caused Xuan's strikes to frequently miss their mark. However, Xuan remained undeterred. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he thrust his sword towards He Biqing. A desperate struggle. He Biqing sneered, producing a black long sword to counter Xuan's assault. When their swords collided, a metallic clang echoed, forcing both parties to retreat. Xuan was inwardly astonished. He did not expect He Biqing's prowess to be on par with his own. Be cautious. Just as Xuan was taken aback, He Biqing suddenly issued a chilling shout. Vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Xuan, thrusting his sword toward his back. Xuan gasped in surprise, but maintained his composure, swiftly turning around to block He Biqing's attack with his sword. Interesting, He Biqing remarked coldly, disappearing once more, this time appearing above Xuan, bringing his sword down. Xuan glanced up at He Biqing, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and in an instant transformed into a streak of azure light, evading the strike. Cultivation sword technique? He Biqing inquired, recognizing Lu Xian's movements and swordplay. Indeed, Lu Xian replied icily, "It is the Qinglian sword technique." Ha ha ha. It seems I have stumbled upon something invaluable without much effort. He Biqing laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. They had not anticipated that He Biqing's objective was the Qinglian sword technique. Yet, Lu Xian found it peculiar. Throughout this time, they had encountered various factions and sects, all of whom held some interest in the Qinglian sword technique. As He Biqing had stated, to them, his minor sect was merely a small establishment. Was the sword technique passed down from such a modest sect truly so captivating? Lu Xian sensed that there were matters unknown to him beneath the surface. At that moment, He Biqing launched another attack, his figure flickering like a ghost in the night as he appeared before Lu Xian, slashing downward with his sword. Lu Xian focused intently, his Qinglian sword piercing forth to clash with He Biqing's blade, producing a shrill sound of metal scraping against metal. Think you can escape? He Biqing scoffed, vanishing once more and reappearing behind Lu Xian, thrusting his sword toward his back. Lu Xian inwardly cursed, realizing that He Biqing's speed surpassed his expectations. He exerted every ounce of strength to charge forward, attempting to evade the impending strike. However, He Biqing's sword seemed to possess a locking capability, relentlessly pursuing Lu Xian regardless of how he dodged. "It appears that you will find it quite difficult to leave here today," He Biqing mocked, his tone laced with derision and disdain. Lu Xian clenched his teeth, aware that he needed to devise a strategy lest he find himself trapped. Just then, Bao charged in from the side, wielding a small iron hammer, and swung it fiercely toward He Biqing's sword. "Let me show you my strength," Bao shouted. He Biqing sneered, swiftly retreating to avoid Bao's strike. His gaze turned murderous as he addressed the child coldly. "You truly do not know when to quit." Yet, Bao stood undaunted, puffing out his chest and asserting, "My father said, if you can fight, you're a good one." At these words, He Biqing paused, glancing at Lu Xian as if to confirm the veracity of the statement. Lu Xian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he speaks the truth. He Biqing's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating something as he assessed Lu Xian and Bao, weighing their strength and resolve. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. You have no direct ties to the Qilin clan. If you surrender the Qinglian sword technique, I will spare both of your lives and allow you to return." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian snorted coldly, without hesitation thrusting his sword forward. "You must be dreaming. So, you both refuse to allow me to acquire the Qinglian sword technique?" He Biqing sneered. Lu Xian and Bao nodded simultaneously, demonstrating their determination. "Very well, I admire your courage, but you cannot thwart me," He Biqing stated coldly, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Lu Xian, swinging his sword down. Lu Xian felt a chill creeping up his spine, pivoting instantly to block He Biqing's strike. Yet, the force behind He Biqing was overwhelming, causing Lu Xian to stagger back several steps. Seeing this, Bao rushed forward, swinging his small iron hammer at He Biqing. However, He Biqing had already disappeared, appearing behind Bao with a sword aimed at his back. Bao's heart raced at the sight, but he did not relent. He quickly turned around, using his small hammer to deflect He Biqing's attack. A flicker of surprise crossed He Biqing's gaze. He had not anticipated such courage and strength from these two youths. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and launched another assault. Chapter 81. He Biqing. Must I, Lu Xian, and Bao continue to fend off He Biqing's relentless attacks, their hearts brimming with unwavering resolve. They would not allow the Qinglian sword technique to fall into enemy hands. Just then, a streak of azure light shot in from afar, swiftly arriving behind He Biqing. Yi Qing's figure materialized behind He Biqing, sword raised for a downward strike. Earlier, Yi Qing had dealt with the minions He Biqing had brought along and had hurried over to assist Lu Xian and the others. However, the Qilin clan members bore injuries. Their vitality significantly diminished from the previous battle's intensity. He Biqing was compelled to turn and defend himself. But he was unprepared for the fact that the Qilin clan's young master, Yi Qing, possessed strength surpassing his own, causing him to stagger backward. Yi Qing did not pause, launching another attack that forced He Biqing into a defensive position. "You all should leave," Yi Qing called out, his voice brimming with determination. Airbao certainly did not wish to abandon his friend to face the ordeal alone. Yet, Yi Qing shouted, "I have a way to escape. You must go first." Yi Biqing already sensed an ominous premonition. Thus he began a frenzied counterattack, clearly intent on leaving no survivors. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xian and Airbao understood that this was their sole opportunity, and they immediately turned to flee deeper into the forest. Yi Biqing attempted to pursue them, but suddenly, a blue flame engulfed Yi Qing's entire being. During this time, everyone had overlooked the fact that Yi Qing's physical form remained in slumber, while it was his soul that had been tirelessly roaming outside. "Young master, do not burn your soul body." "Ging Dan, Ging Dang," and other members of the Qilin clan cried out, their voices filled with desperation. Upon hearing their cries, Lu Xian's brow furrowed, his expression drastically changed, and without hesitation, he turned back. At that moment, Lu Xian activated the system to share his son's cultivation. Instantly, a mass of thunderclouds gathered above Lu Xian's head. Simultaneously, he wielded a serpent staff in his hand. "Die, you old fool!" Lu Xian's heart surged with fury. He had not intended to be driven to such extremes. But it appeared that the Elders' Council had truly lost their sanity. A tremendous thunderclap resounded in the heavens, interrupting Yi Qing's conflagration. Yi Qing gazed in astonishment at Lu Xian, who exuded an entirely different aura than before. Goodness gracious, Airbao's father is actually this formidable. At that moment, Yi Biqing had closed the distance to Lu Xian and the others, his eyes flashing with malice as he thrust his sword toward Lu Xian's chest. Lu Xian's heart tightened, yet he remained composed, instantly unleashing the cultivation he had just shared from Sibao, expertly wielding the serpent staff with impenetrable precision. Yi Biqing's sword met Lu Xian's defense, but he did not relent, launching successive attacks that compelled Lu Xian to continuously parry. Airbao, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. He knew he must devise a way to assist Lu Xian. Just then, he noticed a protruding rock beside him and was struck by inspiration. Grasping the stone, he yanked it free and swiftly hurled it toward Yi Biqing's back. Infused with spiritual energy, the stone transformed from a mere rock into a lethal projectile. Yi Biqing felt a sharp pain in his back and turned to see a small stone had struck his left shoulder, momentarily halting his assault and granting Lu Xian a precious opportunity to breathe. "Well done, Airbao!" Lu Xian exclaimed in admiration. "You flatter me," Airbao chuckled, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a beam of azure light shot from afar, swiftly arriving behind Yi Biqing. Another Qilin appeared, striking down with a sword. This was Qing Tang, the adult Qilin who had been captured earlier. He had regained some strength after a brief respite. Yi Biqing was compelled to turn and defend himself, but he was unprepared for the overwhelming might of Qing Tang, causing him to stagger backward. "Humph! You little brats possess some skill," Yi Biqing sneered, his tone rife with derision. "And so what?" Yi Qing retorted coldly. "Do you believe you have one?" Before Yi Biqing could respond, a deafening clap of thunder resonated across the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive thundercloud gathering above. Yi Biqing furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, landing directly above Yi Biqing. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The lightning struck his body directly. Yi Biqing was sent reeling backward, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. He was utterly astonished, never anticipating that his attacks would be so effortlessly neutralized by these individuals. "Humph, do you think you've triumphed?" Lu Xian spoke icily. "We are not so easily defeated." Before Yi Biqing could finish his retort, another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. This time, the force was even greater, sending Yi Biqing tumbling through the air. Once more, he spat blood, his body unable to withstand the onslaught. He was filled with shock and resentment, never imagining he would fall at the hands of these young ones. "Do you think you've won?" Yi Qing laughed coldly. "Our battle is far from over." With a sword in hand, Yi Qing charged toward Yi Biqing, and the others followed suit, ready to deliver the final blow. Just then, another azure light soared from afar. This time it was Qing Yan. "Young master, the Elders' Council has been dealt with. We can retreat now." Qing Yan knelt before Yi Qing, speaking respectfully. Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that his people had emerged victorious. He turned to glance at Yi Biqing and coldly declared, "Did you hear that?" Yi Biqing, unable to rise, lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with malice and unyielding defiance. "You will pay for this. This matter is far from over," Yi Biqing sneered. "We await your return," Yi Qing replied coldly, then turned to depart deeper into the forest. Lu Xian and Air Bao followed closely behind, aware that this conflict had reached its conclusion. Yet before they left, Lu Xian controlled his flying sword to deliver a fatal strike to Yi Biqing. One must eradicate the root to prevent future calamities. Lu Xian seized this opportunity to impart wisdom to the two youngsters. Yi Qing and Air Bao pondered his words thoughtfully. "Qing Tang, are you all right?" Yi Qing inquired with concern. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, young master," Qing Tang replied with a faint smile, feeling deeply grateful. "All right, we must leave this place swiftly," Lu Xian urged. The group nodded, hastily departing. Although the young members of the Qilin clan bore injuries, they ultimately succeeded in protecting their kin and exacting a toll from the Elders' Council. Chapter 82. The Repulsive Fly. Having rescued a portion of the Qilin clan members, Yi Qing felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Relying solely on his own strength, he would have struggled to locate these kin. However, observing Yi Qing in his childlike form, Lu Xian understood that there was a more pressing matter at hand. "Yizving, perhaps it would be wise to first escort your kin back to Qing Lian Sword Sect for their safety, and then I shall take you to another location." Yizving, still bearing some injuries that had yet to heal, abruptly turned, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, which caused him discomfort. "Where are we going?" Yi Qing expressed his immense gratitude toward Lu Xian and Air Bao for their assistance in these endeavors. Lu Xian sighed and stepped forward to offer Yi Qing another pill. "Your physical body is in slumber, and you have managed to endure thus far relying solely on your soul body. Although you may not realize it, from my perspective, you are on the brink of exhaustion. Your soul body could disperse at any moment." Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Qing Tang, Qing Yan, and the other members of the Qilin clan were taken aback. Their previous encounter had been too hasty, and amidst the battle, they had failed to discern the true state of their young master. "Who has injured you to such an extent?" Qing Yan clenched his fists. "Our Qilin clan has secluded itself to this degree. Who could possibly seek to annihilate our kind? Although Bao is still quite young, he possesses a remarkable clarity of perception regarding this matter. It is likely due to the fact that your Qilin clan harbors treasures that others covet. Or perhaps your very existence serves as a shortcut on their path to cultivation." As Bao spoke, his fists clenched tightly. "Ye vink seek hit." Remarking that the Qilin clan is replete with treasures, their skin could be torn away to forge heavenly-grade artifacts, and their flesh and blood serve as potent elixirs for enhancing one's cultivation, let alone the energy-concentrating dantians and hearts. These individuals merely seek to exploit these resources. Although Lu Xian and his companions were aware of the Qilin status as auspicious beasts long ago, they were utterly astonished to learn that every part of the Qilin's flesh is so invaluable. It is no wonder that some would go to such extreme lengths. Simultaneously, Bao expressed concern for Yi Qing's physical form left at the Qinglian Sword Sect. If his corporeal body were to remain behind, there was no guarantee it would not fall prey to malicious hands one day. "Do you have a way to assist the young master? If he continues to act solely through his soul body, it is indeed perilous." Since the young master was taken, Qing Tang had assumed the role of the elder brother within the clan, often embodying a protective figure for Yi Qing as he grew up. "It seems we must venture to the Jiuyudi." Lu Xian hesitated before uttering those three words. Jiuyudi? But isn't that place located? Indeed, it lies within the territory of the demon clan, and it is a forbidden zone. I have only heard of it, but am unaware of its exact location. Thus, we shall require your guidance to reach it. Upon seeing the resolute expression on Lu Xian's face, Qing Yan nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Then, let us embark together." Qing Tang and other members of the Qilin clan also nodded in agreement. They had come to regard Lu Xian and Bao as kin, and after the recent discussion, they understood that the rescue of their clan leader relied solely on these two individuals. Therefore, they naturally decided to accompany them. Qing Zhu led them through another tunnel within the Qilin clan, an exit to the outside world, conveniently located near the Qinglian Sword Sect. Lu Xian initially intended to escort the injured Qilin clan members back to the sect. However, the vicinity of this exit was already swarming with those clad in black robes. making any attempt to leave exceedingly difficult. These individuals are likely associated with the Elder Council. How could they have infiltrated here? Meanwhile, the Qilin clan was also anxious, fearing that their troubles had inadvertently implicated Lu Xian as Qinglian sword sect. Sensing the emotional turmoil among the Qilin clan, Lu Xian reassured them with a smile. Rest assured, the Qinglian sword sect is currently the foremost sect in Qinxin County. If the Elder Council were to eliminate a sect ranked first without cause, it would surely undermine their credibility across the realm. Thus, should they wish to act, they can only do so from shadows. Bao continued. Moreover, Lu Xian is acutely aware that the members of the Elder Council are primarily focused on surveillance at this moment, as most of those dispatched are at the Foundation establishment stage. It would be a folly to think they could significantly impact the sect. Do you believe Luo and the others are merely idle? Perhaps you should lead these clan members to safety while I remain to divert those black-clad individuals. Yi Qing suggested, a hint of panic in his voice. However, Lu Xian shook his head. We shall walk boldly forward. Observe whether those black-clad figures dare to impede us even a fraction. At present, Lu Xian harbored absolute confidence in intimidating those black-clad figures. Very well, Yi Qing acquiesced, nodding. Although he was currently a soul body, he could still sense the formidable pressure emanating from Lu Xian. This pressure was undoubtedly terrifying to those in black robes, making them reluctant to act. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Qing and the Qilin clan members departed under Lu Xian's protection. This relentless targeting of our clan's young master is utterly intolerable. The Qilin clan shall retaliate. Qing Tang's fists tightened, ready to confront the black-clad individuals. If you act now, the fate of our clan leader will be irrevocably jeopardized. If you are wise, you will seek to protect yourselves and devise a means to rescue the clan leader in secrecy. Bao implored, using his small stature to restrain Qing Tang. The rescue of the clan leader would undoubtedly entail a fierce confrontation. Bao and Lu Xian had both resolved to take action against those from the Elder Council who dared to threaten the Qinglian sword sect. Let's return for now. Lu Xian remained dismissive of the black-clad figures, believing that their dispatch of individuals with such low cultivation was merely a nuisance. They are akin to flies buzzing above your head. Even if you shoo them away, they will persistently hover around. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these flies will converge like vultures. Ultimately, it was merely a petty tactic to irritate. After comprehending this, Lu Xian snorted softly, declaring, "Since you approach me openly, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics." Lu Xian and Bao continued escorting the Qilin clan members back to the sect with dignity and transparency. True to Lu Xian's expectations, the black-clad figures offered no resistance, merely watching as they departed, hesitant to take action. Upon their return, however, they did not head to the sect's main residence, but instead to the small courtyard previously established by Luo. This location had been fortified with barriers that would be difficult for ordinary individuals to breach, and even if someone attempted to invade, Luo's formations would certainly alert them. "Young master, you still bear injuries. Perhaps we should tend to them first." Qing Tang expressed concern as he gazed at Yi Qing. Yi Qing gently shook his head. "There is no need. My injuries are manageable, and with the elixirs provided by Lu Xian, I'm already on the mend. You all should focus on healing your respective wounds." Qing Tang shook his head. "What Lu Zhongmin mentioned about finding a means to restore your soul body at Jiuyudi, we wish to accompany you." Yi Qing was taken aback, noticing the determination in Qing Tang's eyes. He understood that even if he declined, Qing Tang would likely follow him covertly. Given this, he thought it prudent to bring them along from the outset, sharing both hardships and triumphs. Furthermore, he recognized that without their protection, he would struggle to reach Jiuyudi unscathed. Very well, Yi Qing agreed without hesitation. After all, having more companions would provide additional support along the way. Moreover, he trusted that the individuals arranged by Lu Xian were indeed reliable. "Thank you, young master." Qing Tang exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. For individuals like them, the loss of the patriarch of the Qilin clan was already a grievous blow. They absolutely could not afford to lose the young master as well. Otherwise, the purest bloodline of the Qilin clan would face extinction. Should the bloodline falter, the entire lineage of the Qilin would vanish, plunging them into an irreversible demise. "You should go tend to your wounds," Yi Qing said, furrowing her brow slightly before gesturing gently with her hand. The companions at her side bore various injuries, and since they had resolved to venture into the unknown realm of Goud, it was imperative that they adjusted their conditions accordingly. Understood. Qing Tang hesitated momentarily, but eventually clasped his hands in respect and retreated. The courtyard was soon left with only Luo, Air Bao, Yi Qing, and Lu Xian. Father, I still wish to accompany you, Lu Xian declared. Yi Qing is my friend. I picked him up, and he was injured while saving me. I feel it is my duty to see this through. Lu Xian's brow knitted as he cast a complex glance at Air Bao. It was evident that after the recent events, Air Bao's demeanor had transformed significantly. Although he was the second among the children in this moment, he displayed an air of poise that surpassed what one would expect at his age. Father, you are being quite partial, only bringing Air Bao along for your errands while leaving us behind. The Bao emerged from the corner, looking woefully at Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt a twinge of headache. It was the first time he realized how troublesome having so many children could be. This expedition to Goud was no leisurely outing, yet every child insisted on joining. If they all were to tag along, their mothers would likely demand to accompany them as well, turning what should be a mission into a family outing. All right, you little rascals, stop causing trouble. You have a far more significant task entrusted to you, so do not meddle in Air Bao's affairs. Luo said with a smile, glancing at the slightly exasperated Lu Xian. He cast a look of gratitude towards Luo. Without her mediation, the prospect of all those children wanting to join would have been overwhelming. Luo had been poring over texts in the library of Qing Lianjianzong, while Lu Xian and the others went to rescue the Qilin clan. During that time, she had discovered a unique medical tome. The text indicated that to restore a Qilin, an ancient auspicious beast, to its proper form, one must not only rely on personal effort, but also on certain external conditions. Upon hearing Luo's words, all eyes turned to her. The Qilin clan has always favored serene environments, and historically, they appeared to protect the mortal realm. The book recorded that to expedite the Qilin clan's recovery, it was best to locate a tranquil human village characterized by harmonious relationships among its inhabitants, allowing the Qilin to absorb the peaceful energy present there. This is a pivotal task. I entrust it to Bao. You will lead your younger brothers to accomplish it, and let Qing Lianjie accompany you. Upon hearing this arrangement, Bao and the others exchanged glances, and indeed, they were no longer as boisterous as before. Then we shall complete this task. Lu Xian discreetly gave Luo a thumbs up from a position the children could not see. After dispatching the energetic children, Lu Xian took advantage of the days the Qilin clan members needed to heal to spend time with the women in a more intimate manner. During this period, he noticed that the black-clad figures outside had not departed, lingering with a sense of intent to establish a presence. Lu Xian, however, did not concern himself too much. Who would truly be angry with a bothersome fly? Yet, he did not completely dismiss the matter. One night, Lu Xian gathered the women for a meeting. The current situation is as follows. We are uncertain why the Elder Council has inexplicably set its sights on Qing Lianjianzong, and they will likely not easily let us go. Lu Xian recounted the events of recent times, including the matter concerning Yi Qing and the Qilin clan. Among the women, Yang Wuzha was the most astute and quickly pieced everything together. The Elder Council is likely targeting the Qilin. Air Bao rescued the auspicious beast Yi Qing, which made them focus on us. However, since Yi Qing saved Air Bao, we cannot abandon him. Moreover, the Elder Council has a decent reputation in the cultivation community, but it seems they are double-faced. Should they fixate on us, they might devise ways to eradicate our sect entirely. Yang Wuzha's statement stunned everyone. While they had speculated on this possibility, they had not expected her to voice it so directly. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly during this time. We need to quickly identify any weaknesses of the black-clad individuals and simultaneously bolster our sect's defenses to prevent any sudden assaults. Lu Xian nodded, deeply agreeing with Yang Wuzha's analysis. You all will have to work hard during this period. Please be cautious. After a tender moment with the women, they each returned to their respective places. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures were indeed targeting the Qilin, sent by the Elder Council specifically to monitor Qing Lianjianzong. Their intention was not merely to capture the auspicious beast, but also because they had already uncovered the true identity of the sect leader, seeking this opportunity to capture him. And who was this sect leader? It was none other than Lu Xian, the very thorn in the Elder Council's side. However, these black-clad individuals understood that capturing this leader would not be an easy task, given his formidable strength and the capable women by his side. Thus, they awaited the opportune moment to devise a strategy to seize him. Previously, Xuan had regarded these black-clad figures as mere nuisances, never anticipating that they could orchestrate a significant operation. Just before Xuan and his group set out for Jiuyud, the black-clad figures initiated their assault. After a period of observation and reconnaissance, they had discerned the strength distribution and personnel composition of Qing Lianjianzhou. They recognized that this was an exceptional moment. On that evening, Xuan was in seclusion, and according to the intelligence the black-clad figures received, his retreat would last 2 days, leaving the entire sect in a leaderless state. Thus, on a moonless night, the black-clad figures launched their attack. Despite their preparations, the members of Qing Lianjianzhou were still taken aback by the strength of the black-clad assailants. These figures were not only formidable, but also seemed utterly fearless, as if they had no regard for their own lives. Luo Luo, Yang Wu Za, and the others fought with all their might to repel the onslaught of the black-clad individuals. Who are these people? Why are they so powerful? It was evident they were affiliated with the Elder Council, but their strength was leagues beyond that of the previous observers at the entrance. It seemed the Elder Council had dispatched new individuals. They truly intend to annihilate the disciples of Qing Lianjianzhou. Yang Wu Zha's expression darkened. She had never encountered such formidable opponents before. The assassins from the Elder Council exhibited remarkable skills. However, the techniques they employed were rather peculiar. Yang Wu Zhao observed that nearly every spell they cast landed in empty spaces, and many failed to hit their intended targets. It was evident that these individuals were equipped with some sort of shielding artifacts. Be wary. Their bodies likely bear some concealed treasures, Lolo's sharp voice interjected, as she caught a glimpse of strange artifacts flickering on the dark-clad figures. Ladies, heed my command. Refrain from using your Yuan power and engage them with your physical strength. Yang Wu Zhao decisively made the most prudent choice. Upon receiving the order, the female warriors swiftly gathered their Yuan powers and prepared to confront the assailants with their bare bodies. Without the aid of Yuan energy, the black-clad individuals could no longer utilize their shielding artifacts, and their own energy would deplete more rapidly. It must be said that Yang Wu Zhao's tactic proved exceedingly effective. Stripped of Yuan power, the attackers' assaults weakened significantly. The female warriors surged forward, quickly overpowering the dark figures. Caution! These assailants likely have hidden cards yet to reveal, Lolo warned again, sensing that the enemies were concealing greater strength. Indeed, the black-clad figures had yet to unleash their full potential. Their mission was to eliminate the sect leader, Xuan, and they had been conserving their strength for a direct confrontation upon his emergence from seclusion. However, they had not anticipated that the disciples of Qinglian's sword sect could withstand their onslaught, forcing them to reveal their hidden strengths prematurely. A plume of black smoke erupted from the dark figures, and as it dissipated, 9 shadowy forms clad in black robes emerged. These are grade 9 assassins. Everyone be vigilant. Yang Wu Zhao's countenance turned pale, as she had never envisioned that the black-clad figures would deploy grade 9 assassins. These formidable warriors, part of the Elder Council's subordinate organization, were renowned even within the realm of cultivation. A single grade 9 assassin could rival a peak golden core cultivator, let alone 9 of them. Furthermore, their formidable prowess was accompanied by an array of arcane skills. The disciples of Qinglian's sword sect found themselves utterly helpless against the grade 9 assassins. Despite their commendable cultivation levels, their agility and combat techniques paled in comparison to the elite assassins. In an instant, several lower-ranking Foundation establishment disciples fell victim to the grade 9 assassins. What do you truly seek? Do you not fear the consequences of your underhanded methods? Yang Wu Zhao's eyes reddened, as she comprehended that if they failed to thwart this threat today, Qinglian's sword sect would be in grave peril. Young, I advise you to cease your resistance and surrender the Qilin auspicious beast. I can spare you from death. The lead assassin spoke in a tone devoid of urgency, as if discussing a trivial matter. Do you even understand what the Qilin auspicious beast is? To covet it so recklessly? Yang Wu Zhao retorted, her heart weighed down by despair. It was imperative that Xuan's meditation remain undisturbed today, for he had retreated to mend the hidden injuries sustained during previous battles. Moreover, with the techniques he wielded, He was poised for a breakthrough. Any disturbance could yield irreversible repercussions. She now surmised that these black-clad figures were indeed linked to the Chilean auspicious beast, given their desperate desire to acquire it. Yet, she could not fathom their willingness to resort to such extreme measures, even enlisting grade 9 assassins. The lead assassin dismissed further dialogue with Yang Wuzhao, uttering a single word. Although he desired to capture a hostage, he understood that individuals like Lu Xian were not easily subdued by mere assassins. Thus, he opted to strike while Lu Xian was absent, aiming to eliminate these women. Chapter 85. The fierce battle. He sought to avert any unforeseen complications, for the success of his mission was paramount. The grade 9 assassins charged forth, each targeting a specific opponent. Although Lolo and her companions possessed commendable strength, it proved inadequate against the grade 9 assassins. Soon, several of the women bore numerous wounds. A mouthful of blood erupted from Yang Wuzhao, her eyes filled with indignation and despair. Though she had long prepared for a fierce battle, the reality of the moment brought forth an indescribable sorrow. She was a true sword cultivator. With a sword in hand, the world was hers. Yet today, she found herself defeated, and by sheer, overwhelming force. Ultimately, I am too weak, Yang Wuzhao thought, her gaze growing hollow. Cowardly scoundrels, resorting to such treacherous methods. Engaging in stealthy night raids. If you have the courage, face me openly. Just as the group began to falter, a voice echoed from afar. Lu Xian shout. Upon hearing the sound, everyone's spirits lifted, and they eagerly turned toward the source. When Lu Xian, clad in a blue outfit, approached from the distance, the crowd was left astonished. The grade 9 assassins had not anticipated Lu Xian's early emergence from seclusion. Likewise, the women were taken aback that he would forsake his breakthrough in such a critical moment. They worried that Lu Xian's abrupt exit might have consequences. Clearly, Lu Xian sensed their concerns. He paused to wink at the women, a flicker of spiritual energy illuminating his hand. The purity of that energy conveyed a reassuring message. His emergence from seclusion bore no adverse effects. Yang Wuzhao pondered more deeply than the others, a bold hypothesis flashing through her mind. Perhaps this so-called seclusion was merely Lu Xian's ruse. The more she realized this, the more she admired Lu Xian's cunning and wisdom. However, at this moment, Lu Xian's focus was not on the women behind him, but rather on the so-called grade 9 assassins. Observing Lu Xian's unexpected arrival, the assassins felt a twinge of panic. Yet Lu Xian approached with calm composure. You dare to approach while I was in seclusion. Is this your cowardice? Is this what the Elder Council has taught you? Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the lead assassin scoffed and shook his head. What Elder Council? I know nothing of it. Lu Xian replied with a smile. Even if you deny it, your pretense has revealed your true nature. How could anyone in the realm of cultivation be unaware of the Elder Council? Enough. Since you were sent by the Elder's Council to kill, I shall not waste my breath on you. You may choose your fate. Die now or face my hand later. The 9 ranked assassins exchanged glances and drew their weapons. Though they were assassins, they possessed their own pride and would not easily concede defeat. Lu Xian nodded, having anticipated their reaction. He addressed them directly, instructing them to rest aside as he claimed the bounty on their heads. Yang Wuzhao and the women exchanged glances, realizing they could not assist, and retreated to the side. Lu Xian stood alone against the 7 9-ranked assassins, devoid of fear. He had resolved that these cloaked figures would not leave this place, for they sought his life. Why should he show them any courtesy? Soon, the 9-ranked assassins launched their attack. Despite their elite status, they found themselves outmatched by the peculiar prowess of Lu Xian. One by one, they were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. You dare harm my brothers? The leader of the assassins seethed. Lu Xian snorted, if you succeed in your endeavor, that would be my true failure. Yet, despite his bravado, facing 9 opponents was taxing. Their strikes aimed directly at his life, and they excelled in prolonged combat. If the battle dragged on, it would be Lu Xian who faltered first. With that thought, he disregarded the leader's fury and beckoned the others closer. Though Yang Wuzhao and the others felt a tinge of worry, they cautiously approached. Do not fear. I possess a secret technique that can enhance my strength in a brief moment, Lu Xian assured them. The group paused, and Yang Wuzhao could not help but inquire. Is it true? What is this secret? Lu Xian smiled mysteriously. It is a technique passed down through my family, known as Quangbao Dan. It unleashes my full potential. granting me sufficient power to defend myself against these 9-ranked assassins. The group looked on with astonishment, though some concern lingered, for such techniques often bore risks. Do not fret. I have prepared a Quangbao Dan. I shall consume it now, so step back to avoid any backlash. They exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to trust Xuan. Retreating to a safe distance, Xuan produced a crimson pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Immediately, an astonishing aura emanated from his being. The 7 assassins staggered back, intimidated by the force. At that moment, the Quangbao Dan took effect, and Xuan's strength surged to unprecedented heights. With a fierce shout, he struck the nearest assassin with a powerful punch, sending them flying, blood spilling forth. With an ease that defied expectation, Xuan dispatched the remaining assassins, one by one. Yang Wuzhao and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how one man could become so formidable in such a short span. Approaching the fallen assassins, Xuan coldly remarked, "Is this what the Elders' Council has taught you? To rely on such despicable means?" The 7 assassins lay unconscious, unable to respond. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Xuan immediately surveyed his surroundings, noting the unfamiliar figures approaching. He surmised they belonged to another faction, drawn by the commotion. "You all retreat to the side. Do not let anyone near," he commanded Yang Wuzhao and the others. Though they were uncertain of his intentions, they complied and stepped aside. Xuan inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. His breath elongated as if every pore in his body opened to absorb the spirit energy of the world. Soon, visible tendrils of spiritual energy converged from all directions, enveloping him. The approaching individuals halted, astonished by the spectacle. "This is the gathering spirit realm," one exclaimed. In martial cultivation, the gathering spirit realm is a crucial threshold. Only by reaching this state can one truly harness the energies of heaven and earth. However, such a state is exceedingly rare, with few in the entire Jiuyou realm achieving it. The onlookers became increasingly intrigued by Xuan, eager to uncover the origins of this remarkable youth. Xuan aura intensified, and the surrounding spirit energy thickened. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance shining forth. Then, his body trembled violently, as if an unseen force erupted from within. The surrounding spirit energy coalesced into a massive halo, encasing him. What is happening? Yang Wuzhao and the others were left awestruck. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon, as if the very heavens were under Xuan's command. Meanwhile, the distant figures began to approach, drawn by curiosity. At that moment, Xuan unleashed all the spirit energy within him. The women were puzzled, for the masters had already been incapacitated. Why release such a vast amount of energy? As they pondered, Xuan unleashed a monumental pillar of light that descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire battlefield. Yang Wuzhao and the others felt a powerful force emanating from the light, enveloping them within. The pillar gradually shrank, binding the 7 9-ranked assassins tightly. Their bodies trembled, faces contorted in agony. In a fleeting moment, they dissipated into wisps of green smoke. Concurrently, Xuan's residual spirit energy seemed to seep into the hidden corners of the area. It soon became apparent to everyone what Xuan intended. The black-clad figures who had been lurking outside Qinglian Sword's sect like flies were also ensnared by Xuan's energy, swiftly transforming into wisps of green smoke. What is happening? Yang Wuzhao and the others were left astonished once more. They had never witnessed such a scene, as if the very fabric of reality was at Xuan's command. At that moment, figures from the distance began to draw near, eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a silhouette descended from above, landing before Xuan. Dressed in a black robe, the young man bore a slight smile. "Xuan, you have done well," he said. Yang Wuzhao and the others were taken aback, for they had never heard of this name. Yet the man spoke to Xuan with such familiarity. "Who are you?" Yang Wuzhao inquired. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know where you intend to go next, Jiuyou." The individual spoke, and then turned to Xuan, saying, "I wish to accompany you to that place, but I wonder if it is convenient for you, Master Liu?" Xuan nodded slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with this figure clad in black, it was evident that the person was not an accidental passerby, as they were aware of his identity. Moreover, Xuan trusted his instincts, sensing that this person harbored no ill intentions. "If that is the case, let us proceed together," Xuan replied. Yang Wuzhao and the others could not help but feel astonished at the mysterious origins of this black-clad figure and pondered why Lu Xian would so readily place his trust in him. However, they refrained from questioning further. Since Lu Xian had consented, they had no objections. Thus, the group continued their journey towards Jiuyudi. Jiuyudi is a mystical realm, said to be inhabited by various demons and spirits, a place inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Yet, for practitioners of cultivation, Jiuyudi is of utmost significance, as it is rich in yin energy, essential for cultivating certain yin attributes techniques. However, entering Jiuyudi is no easy feat. One must undergo a series of trials and challenges to gain access. Upon reaching the entrance of Jiuyudi, the group discovered a gathering of individuals. Among them were some familiar faces, such as disciples from the Qing Lian Sword sect, alongside others from different sects, all seemingly drawn to Jiuyudi for their own reasons. You have come for Jiuyudi as well? The black-clad individual inquired. Lu Xian nodded without elaborating. I am Lin Xian, a disciple of Yin Fuzong. I have heard that there exists a yin attribute treasure within Jiuyudi that I seek to acquire. Lin Xian introduced himself. The mention of Yin Fuzong elicited surprise among Yang Wuzhao and the others, as it is a formidable sect of yin attributes. We too have come in search of treasures from Jiuyudi, Lu Xian stated. In that case, let us enter together, Lin Xian proposed. The group nodded in agreement and proceeded into Jiuyudi. Once inside, they were met with a chilling atmosphere, enveloped in mist, with an exceptionally intricate terrain. The landscape here is exceedingly complex. We must tread carefully, Lu Xian cautioned. The others nodded in accord, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a terrifying laughter echoed, followed by a horde of demons and spirits charging towards them. These creatures appeared grotesque, some with large fangs, others covered in scales, while a few were engulfed in flames. Everyone be cautious, Lin Xian shouted. The group swiftly prepared to confront the threat, with Lu Xian and Lin Xian showcasing their exceptional sword techniques to vanquish the demons. Yang Wuzhao and the others, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed their own formidable skills, filling Jiuyudi with the sounds of fierce combat. After an extended struggle, they finally triumphed over the demonic assailants. However, they remained vigilant, aware that further trials awaited them within Jiuyudi. Let us move forward, Lin Xian urged. The group nodded in agreement and continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous hardships, yet they persevered, steadfast in their resolve. Ultimately, they arrived at the depths of Jiuyudi, where they discovered a grand palace. That is the Jiuyu Palace, Lin Xian declared. The group nodded in affirmation, preparing to approach the palace. They understood that to assist Yi Qing, currently existing in a soul state as a Qilin spirit, they must inquire within the Jiuyu Palace for a solution. At that moment, the individual who had forcibly joined their ranks suddenly chuckled. You wish to enter the Jiuyu Palace. Why not ask me? Lu Xian and the others were taken aback, surprised that he possessed knowledge of the palace's entrance. The reason Lu Xian had initially agreed to accompany this unfamiliar person was due to an instinctual belief that he harbored secrets and, more importantly, had no malicious intent. Yet, throughout their journey, this individual had not revealed his purpose for being in Jiuyudi, which puzzled Lu Xian. Nonetheless, this person had assisted them greatly, even rescuing members of Lu Xian's party during some encounters. In summary, this individual was shrouded in mystery. You know the entrance to the Jiuyu Palace? Yang Wuzhao inquired. The man smiled and turned toward a cliff. The group followed his lead, witnessing him effortlessly leap into the depths of the chasm. Lu Xian and the others exchanged glances, astonished by his remarkable agility, indicating his formidable strength. They followed him down into the abyss, discovering a narrow passageway that led to a stone door. This is the entrance to the Jiuyu Palace. Push this door open, and you shall enter, he instructed. The group combined their efforts to open the stone door and found themselves in a vast cavern, thick with yin energy. Be cautious. The Jiuyu Palace is fraught with traps and mechanisms. Should you trigger one, you may find yourselves trapped forever, the man warned. The group nodded in agreement, proceeding with utmost care. The passage was indeed lined with traps, yet with their considerable cultivation levels and Lu Xian's keen instincts, along with the man's timely warnings, they navigated the path without incident. Eventually, they arrived at the core of the Jiuyu Palace, where they discovered a massive altar. Atop the altar rested a colossal pearl, radiating potent Yin energy. This is the Jiu Pearl. If you can obtain it, you shall be able to harness its power to assist Yi Qing's soul in returning to its rightful place, the man explained. However, Lu Xian did not hasten to seize the pearl. Instead, he turned to the enigmatic figure who had guided them throughout, asking, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The man allowed a hearty laugh and suddenly peeled away a layer of skin from his face. "I am a master of Jiu Palace." Lu Xian and the others stared in astonishment at the individual before them, realizing he was indeed the master of Jiu Palace. "You need not fear. I harbor no malice," he assured them. The group exchanged wary glances. "You need not be tense. I do not intend to harm you. I merely seek to enlist your assistance, and in return, I shall help you achieve your goals," the master of Jiu Palace continued. After a moment of hesitation, the group decided to place their trust in him. Thus, they joined forces to uncover the secrets of the Jiu Pearl. They discovered that the pearl contained boundless Yin energy, along with a mysterious force. "Have your young Qilin consume this pearl, directing all the Yin energy into the core of its soul," the master instructed. Under his guidance, they learned how to wield the power of the Jiu Pearl to aid Yi Qing in returning to his rightful form. After considerable effort, Yi Qing's soul was finally restored, and the space beside Lu Xian, once occupied by Yi Qing, now stood empty. It was likely that Yi Qing had returned to his corporeal form. Soon, Lu Xian and the others received a message via a flying crane from Yi Qing. "Thank you. Without you, I fear I would never have returned to my original self," Yi Qing expressed joyfully in the message. At that moment, the master of Jiu Palace reappeared before the group. "Now that you have achieved your objectives, I must be candid with you." Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Jiu Palace, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. Since there was a matter at hand, the previous actions of this individual could now be reasonably justified. However, what could this matter be that compelled a dignified palace lord to open the doors of his abode and generously offer his treasures? The Lord of Jiu Palace took a deep breath and stated, "In truth, I am a friend of Yi Qing from both past and present. The reason I allowed you to enter Jiu Palace was to assist Yi Qing in reclaiming his soul. Now that you have successfully completed this task, I can reveal the truth to you." The crowd gazed in astonishment at the Lord of Jiu Palace, bewildered by the depth of his connection to Yi Qing. "What is it that you wish us to do?" Lu Xian inquired. In fact, the power of the Jiu Pearl extends beyond merely aiding Yi Qing's soul to return. It holds an even more significant purpose. Only by mastering the power of the Jiu Pearl can one control Jiu Palace and shape the future of the Jiu realm, the Lord of Jiu Palace declared. The group exchanged glances, surprised to learn of the immense importance of the Jiu Pearl. "So, do you wish for US to help you seize control of Jiu Palace?" Lu Xian asked. "Not at all. I already have dominion over Jiu Palace. I desire your assistance in securing the future of the Jiu realm," the Lord of Jiu Palace replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their reluctance to assume such a role in the Jiu realm. "You need not worry. I shall not make you my pawns. I merely seek to enlist your strength to maintain peace and stability within the Jiu realm, for many malevolent forces lurk within, posing a threat to the entire realm," the Lord of Jiu Palace explained. "I simply require your help in maximizing the effects of this Jiu Pearl to deter the other restless forces." Lu Xian replied calmly, "Firstly, I am grateful for your loan of the Jiu Pearl. However, we are not denizens of the Jiu realm and do not wish to meddle in your affairs. I am perplexed as to why you sought us out at Qinglian Sword Sect, but I fear I must disappoint you. We are not the best candidates." The Lord of Jiu Palace regarded Lu Xian with a discerning glance and sighed. "I possess knowledge of celestial phenomena. On the day I sought you, I had gazed at the stars, and the initial guidance directed me to your Qinglian Sword Sect, where the brightest star among you shines. That star is you. I even foresaw that you would utilize the Jiu Pearl, and that only you could aid in resolving the current plight of the Jiu realm." Lu Xian was taken aback, realizing the Lord of Jiu Palace possessed such extraordinary abilities. He hesitated for a moment before responding. "Even if what you say is true, we do not wish to become entangled in your affairs. We are merely ordinary individuals seeking to cultivate." Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, a hint of disappointment crossed the Lord of Jiu Palace's face, but he did not press the matter further. Instead, he said softly, "Since you are unwilling to assist me, I cannot compel you. However, I must inform you that the Jiu Pearl is an invaluable treasure, imbued with immense power and unfathomable secrets. Should you choose to aid me, I will offer you ample rewards." Chapter 88. Politely declining, Lu Xian adhered to the adage that extraordinary circumstances often harbor ulterior motives. Thus, he found the Lord of Jiuyou Palace's requests to be rather peculiar. Firstly, they, as members of Qinglian Sword sect, were not inhabitants of the Jiuyou realm. Yet he sought to place them in positions of responsibility for its future. Secondly, the mere Jiuyou pearl could not possibly bind them to his will. It was a fanciful notion. Consequently, Lu Xian resolutely rejected the proposal, stating, "Managing Qinglian Sword sect already leaves me stretched thin. Thus, the future of the Jiuyou realm must remain your concern." Following his clear refusal, the Lord of Jiuyou Palace's expression darkened. However, he merely smiled faintly and said, "No matter. Soon you shall understand why I am so anxious. At that time, you may find yourselves returning here." Lu Xian and his companions were left in confusion, sensing that the Lord of Jiuyou Palace was speaking in riddles, yet they thought little of it. If that day were to come, they would address it then. With a faint smile, Lu Xian turned and departed Jiuyou realm, feeling no resistance, evidently due to the Lord of Jiuyou Palace's influence. Uncertain of the Lord's true intentions, Lu Xian pondered as he made his way back to Qinglian Sword sect. Upon his return, he was met with Yi Qing, who eagerly approached him. Upon seeing Lu Xian, Yi Qing knelt before him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for preserving my soul and restoring my physical form. Such a profound favor is beyond my ability to repay." Yi Qing, the young master of the Qilin clan, appeared solemn, his eyes filled with heartfelt appreciation. Lu Xian, slightly exasperated by Yi Qing's display of gratitude, replied with a gentle smile, "Now that I have restored your body, there is no need to address me as benefactor. You may simply call me Lu Zhongmen. Besides, had you not selflessly saved our Erbao, he might have faced dire consequences. It was only right for us to assist you. Yes, from now on, I shall refer to you as Lu Zhongmen." Yi Qing readily agreed, acknowledging that Lu Xian had already rendered him considerable assistance. He felt that even if he wished to repay Lu Xian, he was somewhat powerless to do so. However, given Lu Xian's help in granting him a second chance at life, Yi Qing felt a strong sense of obligation to express his gratitude. Not only Yi Qing, but the entirety of the Qilin clan, who had been rescued by Lu Xian, shared this sentiment. They were receiving exceptional care and treatment at Qinglian Sword sect, and every Qilin was aware that their young master owed his survival and return to his physical form to Lu Xian. Consequently, the members of the Qilin clan wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to assisting the disciples of Qinglian Sword sect as a means of reciprocating their gratitude. After witnessing Lu Xian and his companions return, Yi Qing pondered briefly before declaring, "Lu Zhongmen, your repeated assistance has left me deeply grateful. In the future, should you require anything, I, Yi Qing, will not hesitate to risk my life." Yi Qing spoke earnestly, and Lu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, we should support one another. Today, you face challenges, and I lend my hand. Tomorrow, it may be I who requires your assistance." Yi Qing readily agreed, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he spoke. "Lu Zhongmen, should you ever need my help, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost." His voice trembled slightly, suggesting he was concealing something from Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian paid it no mind, merely nodding in response. After all, Yi Qing was the young master of the Qilin clan. He was not a naive child. It was only natural for him to keep certain matters hidden for the sake of his kin and personal interests, and Lu Xian did not dwell on the matter. After finishing his conversation with Yeqing, Lu Xuan returned to his room, puzzled by the actions of the Lord of Jiuyou Palace. What was the true purpose behind such decisions? Moreover, what was the significance of the Jiuyou pearl? Would he truly return to Jiuyou? Although he had feigned indifference at the time, he could not help but feel a sense of unease, especially considering the certainty in the palace master's tone. A barrage of questions swirled in Lu Xuan's mind, and he realized he could not resolve them in short term. Since clarity eluded him for now, he decided to shift his focus to the matters concerning Qinglian Sword sect. Recently, he had frequently left Qinglian Sword sect, setting up numerous protective formations around the mountain, and even fabricating a puppet to feign seclusion in the back mountains of the sect. This had created the illusion that the sect's master was absent. Now that he had returned, it signified that Qinglian Sword sect could soon regain its former glory. One day, after observing the disciples training on the mountainside, an idea struck Lu Xuan. In the following days, He announced that Qing Lian Sword sect would no longer be bound by any constraints and would actively recruit disciples. The news sent ripples through the mundane world. As one of the strongest sects in Qing County, Qing Lian Sword sect's newfound independence and recruitment efforts signified its transformation into a major sect, distinct from its former self. To be considered a significant sect, it was essential to possess a wealth of books, treasures, and heritage. Otherwise, a vast sect without the means to provide its disciples with appropriate cultivation methods and various knowledge would hardly qualify as a major sect, lacking the necessary credibility. Disciples who sought to join various sects inherently hoped to rely on the resources available in larger sects for some redistribution of benefits, primarily desiring access to cultivation techniques and magical artifacts. Regrettably, the recruitment policies of major and mid-tier sects were often quite restrictive. Xuan's bold move caught many off guard, presenting a tantalizing opportunity that was hard to resist. The sudden unveiling of such a significant prospect stirred a sense of urgency among those who had previously held back. Simultaneously, Jiuyudi began to experience its own turmoil. Chapter 89. The situation in Jiuyu, particularly those factions that had long revered Jiuyao Palace, were now contemplating betrayal, seeking allegiance with other sects beyond Jiuyudi. Unbeknownst to many, some internal factions within Jiuyao Palace had already begun to fracture. It was several days later that the disciples of Jiuyao Palace received the news, and upon hearing it, they were filled with alarm. When the palace master realized the state of affairs, he let out a deep sigh, gazing at the few remaining disciples scattered throughout the vast palace, feeling an unprecedented sense of sorrow. Ultimately, it was his inadequacy that failed to protect them, given the complex and volatile circumstances in Jiuyudi. If any of you have a place to go, you should leave early. Those who remained in the palace during such times were not the fickle-minded. Upon hearing his words, many felt a lump in their throats, their eyes reddening. One disciple could no longer contain his emotions and pointed an accusing finger at the palace master. "Master, what are you saying? Are we truly so ungrateful? If we were ungrateful, we would not be waiting here for you to rally us." In recent days, a mysterious force had relentlessly persecuted the disciples of Jiuyudi, with some captured and never released, facing execution instead. It was only due to the palace master's personal intervention that they had managed to escape with their lives. However, while their lives were spared, other disciples from factions that had arrived with them had not been so fortunate. They had been sent back, only to be ridiculed for days, leaving the disciples of Jiuyao Palace feeling bitter. Silence. The palace master's countenance darkened, yet his expression bore a hint of helplessness. He had also faced significant setbacks and never anticipated that Xuan and his companions would refuse assistance. The divination had indicated that they were indeed the saviors of Jiuyudi, yet they had no intention of staying. Now, with the Jiuyao Pearl in turmoil and disciples inexplicably vanishing, during this tumultuous period, you must not venture out. The palace master sighed deeply. Not only had the turmoil reached the ears of those in Jiuyudi, but even the outside world had begun to take notice. This was a source of great distress for the palace master, for by all accounts, his esteemed position should not have succumbed to chaos. The Jiuyao Pearl was far too formidable. A mere Jiuyao Pearl had the power to nearly shatter his very soul, a reality he had never foreseen. Nonetheless, it was too late. The pressing matter now was to contemplate the future. Firstly, the identity of the malevolent force plaguing Jiuyudi remained undiscovered. Secondly, with the Jiuyao Pearl in disarray and divination suggesting Xuan was indeed a benefactor, how could he be summoned once more? Lastly, gazing at the bloodline on his wrist, the palace master sighed deeply. My time is short. In this vast Jiuyudi, where shall it turn? Who else would genuinely offer protection besides myself? After contemplating for a day, the palace master decided to visit Qing Lian Sword sect once more. He arrived in spirit form, opting to investigate discreetly. Regrettably, the protective formations around Qing Lian Sword sect were formidable. You say the disciples of Jiuyao Palace have come seeking you? In the grand hall of Qing Lian Sword sect, Xuan toyed with an ancient, elegant celestial sword, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, sect master, they seem quite eager. A disciple responded respectfully from below. Eager, you say? Given the palace master's demeanor, it seems he must be in trouble, Xuan mused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Should we extend our assistance to Jiu Yao Palace? The disciple inquired. Assist Jiu Yao Palace? Xuan chuckled coldly. While we share some camaraderie with them, we are not foolish enough to seek our own demise. So what do you imply? The Jiu Yao Pearl is indeed a treasure of extraordinary power, but the palace master is not so easily controlled. The factions in Jiu have likely already sensed the disturbance caused by the Jiu Yao Pearl. Our involvement would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. With the Jiu Yao Pearl emerging, those factions will undoubtedly act. We are in a favorable position now, so why complicate matters unnecessarily? Xuan replied with a faint smile. Astute as always, sect master, the disciple remarked, admiration evident on his face. However, it is indeed true that Shao Qi and Yi Qing received assistance from the Lord of Jiu Palace. Thus we cannot stand idly by in their time of need. If they make any moves, promptly relay the message back. Lu Xun declared. Yes, sect master. Additionally, return the traitor who has escaped from Jiu to them. They must prepare themselves in advance to avoid being caught off guard later. Furthermore, closely monitor the movements of those external forces. They must have received news by now. Lu Xun instructed. Understood. Lu Xun nodded slightly, sensing that turmoil in the Jiu realm was imminent. Meanwhile, the Bao and the others were still deep within the mountains, diligently searching for the tranquil aura of the peaceful village. This was also a form of training for them. Lu Xun had equipped these children with life-saving artifacts, so major issues were unlikely to arise. Feeling that the cultivation world was on the brink of chaos, Lu Xun gazed at the distant starry sky with a deep sigh. The protective mountain formation of the sect had undergone numerous enhancements under Lu Xun's guidance. Although he had fortified the defenses as much as possible, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. This was primarily due to the uncontrollable nature of the Jiu Pearl, which now resembled an unstable bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Previously, within Jiu, Lu Xun could even sense the increasingly potent, malevolent energy emanating from the Jiu Pearl, which was undoubtedly a foreboding sign. However, there was no recourse now. They could only take one step at a time. At present, the most pressing concern was to contemplate future actions. Sect Master. At that moment, Wang Yang, the eldest disciple of Qing Lian Jianzong, hurried over. What is it? Lu Xuan inquired, turning to Wang Yang. Sect Master. I have just received news that a faction from Jiu seems to be preparing to make a move against us. Wang Yang said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Oh. Lu Xun furrowed his brow slightly. Does the Lord of Jiu Palace know about this? Given the strength of our Qing Lian Jianzong, we can certainly resist those forces teaming up, but it will undoubtedly be quite taxing. Chapter 90. The traitor. Based on the previous demeanor of the Lord of Jiu Palace when seeking help, this does not seem like something he would undertake. The specifics are still unclear, but it appears to be the case. Wang Yang nodded in affirmation. Let's go back. Lu Xun's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of azure light and sped away. Simultaneously, the Lord of Jiu Palace, unable to infiltrate, could only present a visiting card and formally request an audience with Lu Xun, the sect master of Qing Lian Jianzong. At the same time, the Lord of Jiu Palace was promptly informed of this news, causing a slight change in his expression. He truly did not expect these factions to be so oblivious to the situation. With the Jiu Pearl out of control and disciples of Jiu mysteriously disappearing, how dare they take action against Qing Lian Jianzong during such tumultuous times? Damn it, the Lord of Jiu Palace bellowed. And then his spirit sped away directly towards Qing Lian Jianzong. He was eager to find out who had the audacity to act against him at this juncture. Meanwhile, within Qing Lian Jianzong, Lu Xun had just returned to the sect when he heard this news. His expression also shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the Lord of Jiu Palace would arrive so swiftly. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, as he intended to have a thorough discussion with the Lord of Jiu Palace to see if he could leverage his power to quell the turmoil in Jiu. Sect Master. At that moment, Wang Yang also stepped forward to greet him. Has he arrived? Lu Xun glanced at Wang Yang and asked nonchalantly. Yes. He is waiting in the main hall. Wang Yang replied with a slight nod. Let us go and see. Lu Xun nodded slightly and led the way towards the great hall. Moments later, as they settled into the hall, the Lord of Jiu Palace appeared before them. It has indeed been a while. Lord of Jiu Palace. Lu Xun greeted with a smile and a respectful gesture. Lu Xun, although we have had some past acquaintances, Let us not forget that we are not foolish enough to seek death. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace replied with a resigned smile. What does the Lord mean by that? Xuan maintained his smile. Not long ago, your Jiuyu extended assistance to us. This situation is clearly the result of a scheming instigator. However, we do not wish to meddle in the affairs of others. So I kindly ask the Lord to take action and resolve this matter. Then, I must trouble Sect Master Liu to bring forth the traitor for me to interrogate personally. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace said with a slight nod. Though he was already a Yuan stage cultivator, he remained courteous, clearly a person of refinement. While waiting, Xuan engaged the Lord of Jiuyu Palace in casual conversation. I presume your visit is also to ascertain the situation, Xuan remarked lightly. Indeed, I am somewhat concerned about the Jiuyu Pearl's loss of control. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace nodded slightly. In that case, may I ask you to employ the soul-searching technique to investigate which faction from Jiuyu has instigated this provocation? Xuan suggested with a gentle smile. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yang brought the person in. The individual is in the side hall. Please feel free, Lord. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace nodded slightly, and then his spirit vanished from the grand hall in an instant. Moments later, the Lord of Jiuyu Palace reappeared in the grand hall, his expression somewhat grim. It is indeed the people from Xuesha Zone, he stated solemnly. Xuesha Zone is considered the second largest faction in Jiuyu, always eyeing Jiuyu Palace covetously. Unfortunately, although this sect comprises legitimate cultivators, their cultivation methods are far more brutal and terrifying than even those of the demon realm. For many years, thanks to the suppression of Jiuyu Palace, they have not stirred up much trouble. Alas, now that the Jiuyu Pearl is in turmoil, they will likely not remain idle. I knew it. Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging that Xuesha Zone had been secretly plotting for years to seize control of Jiuyu. With the Jiuyu Pearl's loss of control, they must believe they have an opportunity to act against us. Ridiculous. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace scoffed coldly. They should realize that although our Jiuyu is remote, it is not a place they can easily provoke. Sect Master Liu, has your Qing Lianjian Zone faced any provocations from Xuesha Zone in the past? Our Qing Lianjian Zone has always refrained from involving ourselves in the conflicts of Jiuyu, thus we have not offended Xuesha Zone. Xuan replied with a slight smile. However, should they dare to act against Jiuyu Palace this time, they must not expect me to be courteous. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace responded with a chilling smile. What does the Lord intend to do? Xuan asked, his brow furrowing. Xuesha Zone has been developing in the shadows for years. Their strength can no longer be underestimated, the Lord of Jiuyu Palace stated gravely. Therefore, I must return to see if other factions in Jiuyu can unite. The Lord is rightly concerned. The current situation in Jiuyu is uncertain. It would be wise for you to take precautions, as rebellions often begin with those closest to you. Xuan nodded in agreement. Very well, if that is the case, I shall set off now to confront Xuesha Zone for clarification. The Lord of Jiuyu Palace said with a cold smile. With that, his spirit vanished from the grand hall in an instant. After the Lord of Jiuyu Palace departed, Xuan pondered for a moment within the hall before turning to leave. He felt a sense of foreboding, believing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Although the Lord of Jiuyu Palace spoke of uniting all factions against Xuesha Zone, Xuan knew that many uncertainties lay ahead. Furthermore, he sensed that this incident seemed to be intricately linked to Qing Lianjian Zone. It appears that I must venture into the Jiuyu. Xuan silently resolved within himself. His intention was not to confront the Xuesha sect, but rather to comprehend the situation and seek a potential solution to the problem at hand. Although the Qinglian sword sect possessed considerable strength, Xuan harbored no desire to witness a large-scale conflict erupt within the Jiuyu. He aspired to alleviate this crisis through his own efforts. Zhangmen, at that moment, Wang Yang approached, stating that the Lord of Jiuyu Palace had already departed. Shall we also prepare to? Yes, let us make preparations to journey to Jiuyu tomorrow. Xuan replied with a slight nod. Understood. Wang Yang nodded slightly before turning to leave the grand hall. Xuan then returned to his chamber, commencing the organization of his belongings in preparation for the journey to Jiuyu. At that moment, Luo and several other women observed Xuan preparing to depart once more, casting him forlorn glances. Xuan felt a twinge of emotion and instinctively offered them some comforting words. This time, he opted to travel alone. believing that this venture was primarily for covert investigation rather than exploration, thus minimizing his own objectives. On the following day, Xuan disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator and embarked on the journey to Juyo. This realm, located at the southernmost edge of the cultivation world, was vast and desolate. The climate here was harsh, and the environment exceedingly inhospitable, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to survive. Yet, it was home to numerous formidable factions, with the Juyo Palace and the Xuan sect being the most powerful among them. Chapter 91. Xuan sect. These two major forces maintained a delicate balance of power in this desolate expanse. As Xuan journeyed southward, he soon entered Juyo. Here, he sensed a unique aura, one filled with coldness, bloodshed, and death. Disguised as an ordinary cultivator, he traversed the streets of Juyo City. The inhabitants lived in hardship, yet few complained, for they understood that grievances held little merit in this place. Moreover, having been born and raised here for generations, their bodies had become unaccustomed to the spiritual energy found outside Juyo, causing them discomfort upon departure. Thus, over time, hope had waned. Xuan gathered information about Juyo, learning that the relationship between Juyo Palace and the Xuan sect had reached a critically tense juncture. Recently, the Xuan sect had been aggressively seizing cities and expanding its territory. "Friend, from where do you hail?" A sudden voice disrupted Xuan's contemplation. He looked up to see a middle-aged cultivator standing before him, bearing a look of caution and curiosity. "I hail from afar, here to observe," Xuan replied with a gentle smile. "An outsider? This is no place for you. I advise you to leave swiftly." The middle-aged cultivator tightened his vigilance. "I understand and shall depart promptly." Xuan nodded slightly. He recognized that the cultivator was warning him to refrain from meddling and to vacate the premises. "Thank you for the warning." Xuan smiled faintly, internally vigilant, aware that caution was paramount in this place to avoid arousing suspicion. He continued onward, collecting more information about Juyo. However, he understood that to truly grasp the situation, a visit to the Xuan sect was essential. Xuan had always found this sect peculiar, akin to puppets. Disguised, he infiltrated the main city of the Xuan sect, where he discovered an atmosphere even more chilling and oppressive than Juyo City. He sought information and learned that the Xuan sect was continuously expanding its influence, having not only captured more cities within Juyo, but also launched attacks against other factions. Their power had significantly increased, instilling a profound sense of threat in neighboring forces. Xuan remained internally vigilant, recognizing the necessity of acting with great caution to avoid suspicion. He deliberately committed an offense and was soon apprehended by the guards on the street, taken to the prison of the Xuan sect. After inquiring about the location of the prison, he resolved to investigate further. Around the prison, he noticed many cultivators and demonic beasts, not native to Juyo, imprisoned within. They appeared frail, as though they had been confined for an extended period. Who are these individuals? Xuan pondered internally. He decided to delve deeper into the prison, hoping to glean some information. Within the prison's vicinity, he spotted several guards of the Xuan sect, yet they harbored no suspicion toward him. Xuan ventured further inside, where the atmosphere grew even more sinister, as if shrouded by a terrifying presence. Under the cover of night, while the guards were in a state of drowsiness, Xuan employed a technique of deception, causing the guards to believe he remained within the prison while he had already cast a spell to float away. He pressed on, reaching the innermost depths of the prison. There he beheld a middle-aged cultivator clad in a black robe, seated on a stone bench, engrossed in an ancient tome. "Who are you?" the middle-aged cultivator inquired, raising his gaze to meet Xuan's. Xuan's heart raced. He realized his identity had been compromised. He quickly devised a strategy, and upon noticing a hidden symbol on the cultivator's person, he decided to take a bold gamble and disclose his identity to the middle-aged cultivator. "I'm a cultivator from outside, here to understand the affairs of the Xuan sect," Xuan replied in a grave tone. "Oh, a cultivator from beyond Juyo? You must be aware of the relationship between Juyo Palace and the Xuan sect." The middle-aged cultivator narrowed his eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate Xuan's thoughts. "Indeed, I am aware." Xuan nodded slightly, "but there are matters I need to comprehend personally. Do you not know that this is not a place where an outsider may wander freely?" The middle-aged cultivator stated coldly. "I understand." Xuan smiled slightly. Yet I possess a means to convince you of my sincerity. Oh, what means? The middle-aged cultivator inquired with curiosity. Observe, Lu Xian smiled faintly, swiftly executing the Qinglian sword technique, thrusting his sword toward the middle-aged cultivator. Caught off guard, the middle-aged cultivator hesitated momentarily before deftly evading the attack. Huh? You are a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect? He exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Lu Xian. Indeed, Lu Xian nodded slightly. I am a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, and I bear no affiliation with Jiu Palace. I merely seek to comprehend the circumstances surrounding the Xuesha sect. Then tell me, why do you wish to understand the Xuesha sect? The middle-aged cultivator inquired in a serious tone. This is a personal matter. Lu Xian replied with a faint smile. You need only know that I am not an enemy. What of it if you're a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect? Had it not been for the good rapport between your sect leader and the Lord of Jiu Palace, I would have expelled you long ago, the middle-aged cultivator remarked coldly. Then you may expel me now. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Interesting, the middle-aged cultivator returned the smile. Very well, I shall trust you. He rose from his seat, approached a nearby table, and retrieved a small wooden token. This is the key to the forbidden area. Take it, he said, extending the token toward Lu Xian. Thank you. Lu Xian accepted the token with a faint smile. However, I must caution you that within the forbidden grounds, numerous guards from the Xuesha zone are present. You must act with utmost caution to avoid detection, the middle-aged cultivator stated. Understood. Lu Xian nodded slightly in response. Furthermore, do not entertain any malicious thoughts. Otherwise, you shall regret it, the middle-aged cultivator added coldly. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you any harm, Lu Xian replied with a faint smile. He then turned to leave the room, internally vigilant, aware that the forthcoming actions would be fraught with peril. Following the directions indicated on the wooden plaque, he arrived at the entrance of the forbidden grounds. There, he observed several guards from the Xuesha zone, yet they harbored no suspicions towards him. As Lu Xian ventured deeper into the forbidden area, he perceived an even more sinister atmosphere, as if shrouded by some terrifying presence. Chapter 92. Ning Xiang. He continued onward until he reached the innermost depths of the forbidden grounds. Here, he encountered a daughter of the Xuesha zone named Ning Xiang. Ning Xiang was an exceedingly beautiful girl, possessing large, expressive eyes and an enchanting smile. Regrettably, her countenance bore a cruel and vindictive expression. Lu Xian deliberately made a noise. Starting, Ning Xiang. Who goes there? She called out sharply, prompting Lu Xian to emerge from the shadows. A handsome stranger emerging from such a place filled Ning Xiang with wariness. What do you want? She asked coldly, eyeing Lu Xian with suspicion. I wish for nothing but to inquire about a few matters, Lu Xian replied with a smile. Who are you? Ning Xiang asked, her gaze scrutinizing him, as she failed to recognize Lu Xian. I am a cultivator from the Jiu Gong, curious about the circumstances surrounding the Xuesha zone, Lu Xian stated. Jiu Gong? A cultivator? Ning Xiang regarded Lu Xian quizzically, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. Indeed, the relationship between Jiu Gong and Xuesha zone has always been strained. I seek to understand the thoughts of your sect leader. Lu Xian disclosed his purpose directly. You desire to know our sect leader's thoughts? Ning Xiang asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yes, and I also wish to learn about the conditions within the Xuesha zone, Lu Xian said candidly. Then first, tell me your origins, Ning Xiang replied cautiously. I am an inner disciple of Jiu Gong, here to gain insight into the Xuesha zone. Lu Xian nodded slightly. An inner disciple? Ning Xiang paused, then recalled. I have not seen your name on the list of inner disciples. You are not from Jiu, confess. Lu Xian had not anticipated that this young girl would be aware of the inner disciple roster, yet it demonstrated that the Xuesha zone was indeed thoroughly prepared. You must be Lu Xian from the Qing Lian Jian zone, who has recently been closely associated with Jiu Gong. You know of me? Lu Xian expressed mild surprise, deciding to be forthright. Of course, it is said that you are the youngest cultivator in the Golden Core stage, a promising leader. Our sect leader holds you in high esteem, Ning Xiang remarked with a slight smile. That is wonderful. Could you tell me what your sect leader truly thinks? Lu Xian continued, speaking as though to a younger sister. In truth, Lu Xian was acutely aware that from the moment he appeared, Ning Xiang had been signaling and relaying messages, and their dialogue was merely her tactic to stall him. However, Lu Xian had his own contingencies, so he did not mind indulging in this charade with Ning Xiang. I'm not entirely certain, But we could inquire directly, Ning Xiang suddenly suggested. Inquire? How? Lucian asked, puzzled. We can use the teleportation array within the Forbidden Grounds to enter the sect leader's secluded chamber and ask him ourselves, Ning Xiang said mysteriously. The teleportation array? Lucian's heart stirred, realizing it might be a trap. Observing Lucian's agreement, Ning Xiang smiled confidently and proceeded towards the teleportation array. Lucian followed closely behind, secretly on guard, for he knew that a beautiful woman often harbored treacherous thoughts. The array flickered with light, instantly transporting them to the sect leader's secluded domain. This was an isolated space, endowed with its own sun, moon, stars, and spiritual energy, a most peculiar place. We have arrived. Ning Xiang turned to Lucian and said. Indeed, Lucian nodded slightly, yet remained vigilant within. He sensed the spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense, as if any movement could incite a violent reaction. Do you truly wish to meet the sect leader? Ning Xiang inquired suddenly. Of course, Lucian affirmed. I have come here specifically to meet him. Very well. Ning Xiang smiled gently, then raised her hand to press on a specific spot. Almost instantaneously upon her touch, the entire space began to collapse. Countless fragments rained down from above like a torrential downpour. The thick spiritual energy within the space surged violently, transforming into lethal weapons. Lucian lifted his head, calming his mind, and moved like a spirit snake, swiftly weaving through the chaos. Ning Xiang gazed at his figure, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Just then, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping Lucian entirely. This was the image of the sect leader. He regarded Lucian with a faint smile before gradually vanishing from the space. You are impressive, his voice echoed within the confines. I shall remember you. However, before that, I hope you can survive and leave this space, the sect leader of Shueisha Zone remarked. Lucian smiled faintly, aware that this space was a trap meticulously designed by the sect leader, and once triggered, it would unleash a series of deadly mechanisms. Yet, for him, this posed little challenge, as he was protected by the Qing Lian sword technique and wielded the Divine Lotus Pagoda obtained from the system. The assaults were merely superficial injuries to him. He swiftly navigated through the space, evading the descending rocks and lethal spiritual energy, all the while searching for Ning Xiang's whereabouts. He could sense her murderous intent and knew she would not let him escape easily. However, he had little time to seek her out, as the assaults within the space intensified, threatening to entrap him. At that moment, a red light swept past him, instantly enveloping him within its embrace. It was Ning Xiang. She had finally made her move, and it was a lethal one. Lucian smiled faintly, his form transforming into a streak of azure light, evading Ning Xiang's attack. As she missed her strike, Ning Xiang halted, looking at Lucian with astonishment. You cannot evade my pursuit, she declared coldly. That remains to be seen. Lucian replied with a slight smile. A blue long sword manifested in his hand. It was his fateful weapon, the Qing Lian sword, transforming instantly into a streak of azure light aimed at Ning Xiang. Her expression changed dramatically as she retreated swiftly, drawing forth a blood-red long sword to counter the Qing Lian sword. The two swords clashed, emitting a deafening sound. Lucian could sense the guard from the Shueisha Zone rapidly approaching. Realizing he could no longer delay, he swiftly retreated, producing a small pagoda from his hand. It was his Divine Lotus Pagoda, which transformed into a streak of azure light, enveloping Ning Xiang within. Her complexion paled as she attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The Divine Lotus Pagoda swiftly encased her, gradually vanishing from the space. Lucian smiled faintly, aware that the task at hand had been accomplished. He turned to leave the space, feeling a sense of relief within. Although this space posed little challenge for him, he had found himself somewhat burdened by the pursuit of Ning Xiang. Chapter 93. The Unyielding Master of Shueisha Sect. Now, with Ning Xiang under his control, the subsequent matters would prove considerably easier. Outside, numerous Shueisha Wei had already gathered. To exit, he first needed to release Ning Xiang from her restraints. A rugged, scarred red-haired man brandishing a large knife blocked Lucian's path. Lucian smiled slightly, recognizing that the priority was to exit safely rather than engage in unnecessary conflict. He slowly stepped out of the space and approached the red-haired man. I merely passed through here, unaware of your Shueisha sect's affairs, Lucian stated nonchalantly. Nonsense. If you were truly ignorant of our Xuan sect, how could you possibly appear here so suddenly? The red-haired man retorted coldly. Xuan feigned ignorance, smiling as he wished to avoid wasting time. A small tower materialized in his hand. His Shunlian Bao Ta transformed into a beam of azure light, enveloping the red-haired man. The man attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The Shunlian Bao Ta swiftly enveloped him, gradually vanishing from this space. Xuan smiled faintly, knowing the task was complete. A mere Jindan stage. Thinking to intimidate me? Xuan spoke icily. In truth, he too was at the pinnacle of the Jindan stage, yet he found himself curiously stuck at this peak, as if perpetually just short of advancement. He exited the space, feeling relieved once again. Now he had also subdued the red-haired man, making the following endeavors significantly easier. Xuan departed from the Xuan sect and discreetly used a disguise technique to return to the initial prison cell. The guards inside remained oblivious to any anomalies. In a secluded chamber of the Xuan sect, the sect master suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, incensed that this young man had truly breached his defenses. The sect master, growing increasingly furious, burst out of the chamber, employing a blood transformation spell to forcibly summon Xuan. With a wave of his hand, the ambient spiritual energy coalesced into shimmering particles, gradually forming Xuan's visage. You audacious boy, daring to disrupt the affairs of my sect. The sect master's expression turned cold as a blood-red, long sword materialized in his hand, aimed at the luminous figure of Xuan. However, Xuan merely smiled, retreating swiftly as a blue longsword appeared in his grasp, meeting the red sword head-on. The clash of their swords reverberated through the entire chamber. The sect master's gaze sharpened as he sensed a formidable power within Xuan's sword, one that could rival his own attack. What kind of treasure is this? He pondered, intensifying his spiritual energy output. Yet, Xuan appeared largely unfazed, his figure only swaying slightly as he launched another attack with his azure sword. The sect master was alarmed. Xuan's strength clearly surpassed his expectations and seemed far from easy to contend with. He swiftly retreated, summoning a defensive formation that enveloped the chamber. The azure sword struck the formation with a thunderous crash, shattering it instantly, causing Xuan's sword to vanish from this realm. The sect master was taken aback once more, realizing that Xuan's power had exceeded his projections, and his attacks seemed capable of disregarding his defenses. Who are you? He asked, a hint of trepidation creeping into his heart. I am someone you can never provoke, Xuan replied coolly, his voice laden with menace. The sect master felt a jolt of fear, recognizing the threat embedded in Xuan's words, realizing he had fallen into a perilous situation. His instincts heightened. He conjured the blood-red sword once more, attacking Xuan. However, Xuan seemed intent on denying him further chances, transforming into a beam of azure light and vanishing from the space. The sect master's expression shifted. He understood that Xuan had escaped. He concealed his aura, releasing a sigh of relief. Xuan was formidable and evidently not easily subdued. Should he truly seek to confront him? The sect master feared he would lack the strength to resist. Who exactly is this young man? The sect master mused, feeling a sense of apprehension. He realized Xuan's strength had surpassed his expectations, and his actions appeared to lack ulterior motives, merely aiming to disrupt the plans of the Xuan sect. No matter who he is, he must not be allowed to leave this place, the sect master resolved, summoning the blood-red sword once more to strike outward. Yet, Xuan seemed to have anticipated his move, evading the attack with a swift transformation into azure light. The sect master was again astonished, sensing Xuan's growing wariness and his increasingly cautious demeanor. He summoned the blood-red sword once more, launching another assault, but Xuan had already vanished, eluding capture once more. Xuan transformed into azure light, slipping away from the sect master's perception. The sect master seethed with frustration. This is utterly unlike the reports. How could he possibly possess strength beyond that of a Jindan pinnacle? Bring me a search party. I want Xuan found, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. Xuan had been released from the cell, yet he sensed the tightening winds around him. As the Xuan sect vigorously searched for him, he noted that among the searchers were individuals wielding devices akin to detection instruments, making it perilously close to being discovered several times. Once more, during the Xuan sect's search, he moved swiftly, realizing he had been spotted by their disciples. He hastily tore through the void, disappearing from space. He arrived in a desolate valley, devoid of life, save for crumbling structures and fallen trees. It seemed no one had come to this place in quite some time, Xuan thought to himself. He decided to temporarily elude the Shueisha sect's search here, also hoping to seize the opportunity to further comprehend their plans. As he explored the valley, he discovered remnants of deceased Shueisha sect disciples, who appear to have been executing a mission before being slain by others. Who were these individuals? Xuan pondered. He began to investigate their identities and found that they were not disciples of the Shueisha sect, but rather from other sects or forces. What connection do these individuals have with the Shueisha sect? Xuan contemplated. He traced their movements, discovering that they had all previously visited a singular location, the headquarters of the Shueisha sect. From the positions of the corpses and the remnants of spells on their persons, it seemed they had been attempting to reach a specific destination, all following the same direction. These individuals appear to be seeking assistance from the Shueisha sect, Xuan mused. During my previous dealings with the leader of the Shueisha zone, I had heard whispers of a certain plan. Xuan, with his keen intuition, sensed that something was amiss. He began to investigate the schemes of the Shueisha zone. However, given the current circumstances of being pursued in such a remote location, he found himself at a loss. Naturally, to uncover internal plans, one must consult those within the organization, Xuan pondered to himself. In Chapter 94, what exactly is the plan? Xuan released Ningxiang, whom he had previously confined within a tower. Having been imprisoned for so long, she had essentially been in a deep slumber, albeit with a consciousness aware of her forced captivity. The inability to control her own circumstances drove Ningxiang to the brink of madness. Now that she was finally freed, her instinctive reaction was to attack Xuan. He swiftly grasped her wrist and remarked, "I assume you are still unaware of the true situation. Do you genuinely believe me to be easy to negotiate with? Understand that the only reason I released you from the tower is to gain insight into the true nature of the Shueisha zone. However, should you prove to be uncooperative, your life would hold little value, and I could easily dispose of you here in this desolate place without anyone knowing." Ningjiang Baosit, her desire to kill Xuan clashing with the realization that she was no match for him. She then inquired, "What is it that you wish to know about the Shueisha zone? Who is the individual behind it all? What are their true intentions and plans?" Xuan pressed for the two pieces of information he most urgently sought. A flicker of panic crossed Ningxiang's face, but she quickly regained her composure. "I do not know who is behind the Shueisha zone, but I am aware that this person possesses immense power, reducing even the sect leader to a mere insect in comparison. As for the so-called plan, my rank is too low to access any core details, so I'm unaware of any specifics." Ningxiang divulged all she knew, understanding that there was no reason to conceal anything. Furthermore, she recognized that Xuan was already privy to many of her secrets. Should she choose not to cooperate, she would become the next target of pursuit. After contemplating her words for a moment, Xuan instructed, "In that case, you may return for now. I shall seek you out when I have further questions." While Xuan was amiable, Ningxiang dared not overstep her bounds. As she turned to leave, Xuan wasted no time and reopened the tower, confining her once more. It was absurd to think he would release someone affiliated with the Shueisha zone. Xuan was not one to be overly compassionate. He clearly recognized her as an enemy. Ningxiang's cries echoed as she was taken back, and although Xuan could faintly hear her curses, it mattered little to him. His primary concern was unraveling the identity of the individual behind the Shueisha zone and the depth of the conspiracy hidden within a plan that even someone of Ningxiang's stature was unaware of. If she had knowledge, surely there were others of higher rank who could provide insight. It was implausible that the Shueisha zone was impenetrable. As Xuan pondered these matters, a new plan began to form in his mind. When Ningxiang was released once more, she erupted into a torrent of insults. Xuan, uninterested in her tirade, swiftly sealed her mouth with a spiritual contract and extracted a drop of her blood. Ningxiang's eyes widened as she comprehended everything in that instant. To be trusted by the sect leader and granted access to the Shueisha zone's forbidden grounds. She was no ordinary woman. When the seal was not tightly secured, she gasped in shock. "You can use forbidden techniques. You seek my blood relatives?" Xuan scoffed, revealing no intention of hiding his intentions. To him, Ningxiang was already a dead woman walking. A malicious expression crossed her face as she cursed. "I curse you to an untimely demise. Be more aware, Lu Xian retorted coldly. You still hold some value, and I will spare your life as long as you lead me to your blood relatives. Once I procure what I seek, your life may very well be forfeit. With that, he sealed her mouth again, preventing her from speaking. Though shocked, Ningxiang found herself powerless to act. In the days that followed, Lu Xian utilized Ningxiang's blood as a guide, advancing westward toward the core of the Xuan zone. However, he found it perplexing that, despite detecting faint traces of bloodline energy, he was unable to pinpoint their location. Logically, using Ningxiang's blood to trace her relatives should have yielded results. Yet he remained unable to discern the whereabouts of the individual behind the Xuan zone. After several fruitless days, Lu Xian severed Ningxiang's meridians and poisoned her. Should she plead for mercy or attempt to escape, the poison would claim her life. During this time, Lu Xian noted the diminishing effectiveness of the blood. However, he was confident that the formation he had set was flawless, and Ningxiang's blood was equally reliable. Eliminating all impossibilities left only the most plausible conclusion. No matter how absurd, he positioned a sword at Ningxiang's throat and demanded, "Did you tamper with the blood?" With a sinister grin, she retorted, "I will not grant you your desires." At that moment, realization struck Lu Xian. Her expression did not align with that of a young woman. And based on his previous encounters, it was evident that Ningxiang was not the type to lose her composure so easily. Everything began to make sense. This body was likely under the control of another, or perhaps she had been completely replaced. It was clear that after administering the drug, Ningxiang had remained silent until now, only to suddenly act erratically. As Lu Xian scrutinized her smile, confusion deepened within him. This woman evidently held knowledge of something significant. Was it possible that someone had placed a constraint upon her, or had she been entirely usurped? Though inundated with uncertainties, Lu Xian recognized the urgency of keeping this woman under his control. As long as she remained in his grasp, he had little to fear regarding her resistance. However, to his astonishment, this woman, despite having her meridians severed and being poisoned, dared to take her own life before he could act. Chapter 95, Infiltrating the Xuan zone. Observing the woman before him, now devoid of her meridians, Lu Xian's expression was one of bewilderment. Who was she, and why had she chosen to end her life? This was not the expected course of action. Lu Xian, propelled by the aura surrounding him, swiftly arrived at the gates of the blood slaughter sect. At this moment, chaos reigned within the sect, as the sect leader had met an untimely demise. The suddenness of his death was shocking. Only recently had the sect leader engaged in combat with Lu Xian. How could he have vanished so quietly? This was a significant matter for the blood slaughter sect, as the sect leader was a formidable Yuan Ing realm expert, a figure of considerable weight throughout the Jiuyu region. Yet, such a prominent individual was inexplicably murdered. Who possessed the audacity to commit such an act? While everyone was engulfed in disbelief, Lu Xian was the first to keenly sense the underlying intricacies of the situation. Although the death of the sect leader was indeed astonishing, the absence of the experts who had been in close proximity to him was conspicuously abnormal. Logically, even if someone could have slain the sect leader, it would have been impossible to eliminate his accompanying experts in such a brief span of time. There had to be something amiss. With a flicker of thought, Lu Xian employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of Ningxiang and made his way directly to the blood slaughter sect's forbidden area. Who dares to trespass into the blood slaughter sect's forbidden grounds? Before Lu Xian could make a move, he was intercepted by several elders of the sect. At that moment, he had no time to explain himself to these elders and simply waved his hand, sending them all tumbling aside. Ningjiang, how dare you invade the forbidden grounds and lay hands on the elders, boldly harming our blood slaughter sect's elders? Amidst the scoldings, the grand elder of the blood slaughter sect arrived in the forbidden area. Observing Ningxiang before him, his expression turned wary. Grand Elder, this matter is of great significance. I implore you not to impede me. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What was this little girl saying? Did she think she spoke for her father? Ningxiang, do you even comprehend what you are saying? If it weren't for your relatively docile behavior in the secret realm these past days, you would already be a dead person. The Grand Elder spoke sternly to Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian had no time for verbal sparring with the Grand Elder. With a mere wave of his hand, the Grand Elder was sent flying. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples of the blood slaughter sect were left in shock. The Grand Elder was a peak Golden Core realm expert, a top-tier figure within the sect. Yet he had been defeated by this junior with a mere gesture. How utterly absurd. Listen to me. The sect leader of the Bloodslaughter sect was not killed by anyone else. He took his own life. Before the crowd could take action against Xuan, he boldly declared, "What?" The assembly was taken aback, collectively stunned by his statement. How could such a thing be possible? You speak nonsense. Our sect leader is a Yuan realm expert. How could he possibly commit suicide? Do not spread your fallacies here. An elder of the Bloodslaughter sect roared at Xuan. Yet, Xuan refrained from elaborating further, knowing that only by demonstrating the truth would they believe him. With that thought, he swiftly waved his hand, and a strand of sword energy pierced through the sect leader's palm. In the midst of the crowd's shock, a trickle of black blood began to flow from the sect leader's palm. When the world is happening, everyone gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. As the black blood continued to pour forth, dark patterns gradually emerged upon the sect leader's face. These are the marks left by the forbidden techniques of the demon domain. But how could the sect leader of the Bloodslaughter sect have any dealings with the demon domain? Had he truly fallen victim to their forbidden arts? Behold, these black markings are the unmistakable signs of the demon domain's forbidden techniques. Surely, the sect leader had some transaction with them, but it went awry, leading to his death at their hands. As the onlookers beheld the dark patterns on the sect leader's face, a chill ran down their spines. They were acutely aware of the relationship between their sect leader and the demon domain. Yet how could such a relationship culminate in the sect leader's demise within his own sect? It was utterly unfathomable. At this point, if the Grand Elder still failed to recognize that this was not Ning Xiang, he would have wasted years of training. Who are you? How do you know all this? The Grand Elder's expression turned grave. The appearance of this young man was far too coincidental. Furthermore, how could Ning Xiang, a peripheral figure, possess such extensive knowledge? There had to be some hidden motives behind this. Grand Elder, this matter is of utmost importance. I beseech you not to obstruct me. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xuan took a deep breath. Although the Jiuyu region is ostensibly free, it surely should not align itself with malevolent forces. Collaborating with the demon domain is utterly unacceptable, Xuan stated plainly, unmasking the Bloodslaughter sect's position. Regardless of whether the sect was morally upright, it could not afford to acknowledge such an alliance. For once entangled with the demon domain, the entire realm of cultivators would converge upon them, and the sect would be doomed. Observing the unfolding chaos, Xuan was amused and dropped another bombshell. The forbidden techniques learned by your sect leader require the consumption of disciples' blood and cultivation, including that of your elders. With that proclamation, Xuan turned and fled the forbidden area, leaving behind a group of elders in utter astonishment. What? No wonder the third elder went missing. The sect leader never seemed to care much. No wonder his cultivation had soared at an alarming rate, becoming unbeatable. The elders began to harbor suspicions, but only Xuan, who had escaped, knew that all of this was fabricated. Having left the Bloodslaughter sect in disarray, Xuan had no intention of lingering. He proceeded to the Jiuyu Palace to seek out the Palace Master. The Bloodslaughter sect is in turmoil. If I were you, I would take the opportunity to send people to infiltrate and investigate the situation. With that remark, Xuan departed, leaving the Palace Master deep in thought. The Palace Master of Jiuyu Palace nodded slightly. Xuan's suggestion held merit. The Bloodslaughter sect had always been an enigmatic organization, a persistent source of concern for the Jiuyu Palace. Now that an opportunity presented itself amidst the chaos, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Thus, the Palace Master promptly dispatched a portion of disciples, disguised as ordinary disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, to infiltrate the sect. They would gather intelligence regarding the internal affairs of the Bloodslaughter sect and their connections with the demon domain. At this moment, Xuan was far from idle. The collusion between the Bloodslaughter sect and the demon domain was a matter of great consequence that could not be overlooked. In the region where Jiuyu borders the outside world, there existed a unique sect known as the Boom sect. This sect was particularly special, as it comprised monks, yes, those who had renounced the worldly life. Yet its name was the Boom sect. In essence, Xuan understood that this sect regarded the demon domain as a sworn enemy. This was indeed an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Xuan remained vigilant and proactive. He journeyed to Bummy Zone and recounted all his experiences and observations from Shuesha Zone to the sect master of Bummy Zone. Although the master was profoundly astonished by the revelations, he refrained from taking hasty actions, opting instead to secretly gather evidence. Should Xuan Zong indeed have ties with Moyu, they would possess ample justification to disclose this information to the entire cultivation world. Thus commenced a discreet investigation involving three major sects: Xuan Zong, Jiuyou Gong, and Bummy Zong. The entire situation stemmed merely from a statement and a decision made by Xuan. Perhaps at that moment, Xuan was unaware that he was quietly altering the very landscape of the cultivation realm. In the days that followed, the three sects operated covertly. The infiltrators from Jiuyou Gong gathered intelligence within Xuan Zong, while Bummy Zong conducted discreet investigations for evidence. Xuan, meanwhile, engaged in cultivation within Bummy Zong, pondering the intricacies of the unfolding events. In Moyu, a thick, black mist pervaded the atmosphere, with numerous demonic beasts straying in and becoming corrupted into mindless monstrosities, wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting. At the deepest recesses of the realm, an oddly shaped individual reclined upon a throne. How utterly useless! A mere Xuan Zong has you all spinning in circles? Are they defying us now? Although this man appeared hunched and aged, his voice rang clear and crisp, reminiscent of a youthful boy. Before him stood several figures cloaked in black, emanating a dense aura of demonic energy, each one a member of the demonic race. Should anyone else have witnessed this assembly, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for these demons were inherently ferocious. Generally, the demonic race would never submit to others. They were embroiled in internal strife, not of the intellectual kind, but rather through brute force. The swelling demonic energy within them fueled their innate belligerence. Hence, if others were to observe these beings yielding to such an unconventional individual, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. The demon lord, Xuan Zong, is merely an accident. A robust demon declared disdainfully. The demon lord sighed. How many times must I reiterate that we must employ our intellect in our endeavors? What are you all thinking? Simply killing them is far too simplistic. Does no one comprehend this? If everyone were to act as you have, not only would grand ambitions elude us, but even a modest inheritance would slip through your fingers. The demon lord, exasperated by the ragtag assembly before him, struggled to maintain his composure. I will grant you 2 more days. Since you previously made contact with the sect master of Xuan Zong to incite rebellion, I expect you to identify a suitable candidate to replace him within this time frame. He stated kindly, yet his tone shifted abruptly. However, should you fail in 2 days, I assure you, my patience will wear thin, and you must contemplate the nature of your demise. Upon concluding this statement, the demon lord extended his tongue, licking his hands clean. This gesture was undeniably fearsome, causing the gathered demons to hold their breath in silence. Moreover, you worthless creatures, remember this. The sect master of Xuan Zong must not die, understood? The reason I forbade you from killing him was to allow you to devise a means to sway him. If we can turn him, he shall serve as our insider within Xuan Zong, facilitating our future endeavors against them. However, at that moment, the previously bold demon exhibited a look of distress. The sect master of Xuan Zong, he is dead. Dead? The demon lord's expression darkened immediately. Curse it! Was it not ordered that you not kill him? Why can't you comprehend this? I do not understand either, demon lord. We have only just received the news. The demon replied, visibly anxious. Hurry, we must return to the demon realm. The demon lord had never anticipated such a rapid unraveling of events. Just moments ago, he had said nothing, yet now it seemed there was little left to do. The situation at Xuan Zong had deteriorated utterly, and the implications were dire. These were a band of murderers. Lacking any capability, they excelled only in infighting, and their execution skills were woefully inadequate. The demon lord, while hastening ahead, internally grumbled about his inability to control his temper. Upon their return to the demon realm, the demon lord and his subordinates immediately set to work, seeking to unearth the identity of the individual responsible for the sect master's demise. However, after extensive investigation, they uncovered no valuable leads. Useless fools! The demon lord bellowed in rage. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. What else are you capable of? His voice echoed throughout the demon palace, instilling trepidation in all present. Demon lord, we simply cannot locate the murderer. A timid voice quavered. Cannot locate? Are you implying that you are all worthless? The demon lord's fury intensified. If you cannot find them, then allow me to take charge. He closed his eyes, concentrating, using his demonic energy to sense everything around him. His power spread like a vast net, emanating from every corner of the palace, searching for even the faintest hint of a lead. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, locking onto a particular direction. Listen closely. Keep watch on this direction. If anyone attempts to leave the demon realm from there, inform me immediately, the demon lord commanded. The direction he indicated was that of Xuan's zone. Understood. The demons responded in unison. The demon lord harbored a growing suspicion that the sect master's murder was merely a facade for a more significant conspiracy. He resolved to personally visit Xuan's zone to uncover the truth. However, as he prepared to depart, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Demon Lord, what are your intentions? It was the voice of the guardian of the demon realm, who had silently protected the realm, never revealing himself. Yet, his existence was well known among all demons, for he was the protector of their realm and the demon lord's greatest ally. I intend to investigate the circumstances surrounding the sect master's murder at Xuan's zone, and I shall show those disobedient fools a taste of my authority. The demon lord replied. Excellent. Your course of action is prudent, the guardian affirmed. However, I must caution you that those behind Xuan's zone are not to be trifled with. Exercise caution and do not expose your whereabouts recklessly. Rest assured, I know what to do, the demon lord proclaimed with confidence. Now that the so-called sect master of Xuan's zone is deceased, his corpse shall be precisely what I require. The demon lord squinted his eyes with determination. Soon after, a thunderous shock reverberated through Xuan's zone as the sect master's corpse mysteriously vanished. Coincidentally, Xuan arrived just in time. Initially, he had no intention of returning to Xuan's zone, but at the behest of the sect master of Bummy Zone, he reluctantly complied. Little did he know that he would find himself entangled in this inexplicable occurrence of the missing corpse. The head of the Bummy Zone harbors an inexplicable fondness for Xuan, and without further ado, he takes Xuan along to investigate. Intrigued, Xuan follows him to the Bloodshot Zone's master's chamber, only to discover that the room has already been searched. Yet it is evident that the searchers found nothing significant. Xuan's gaze falls upon the bed. Upon approaching it, he observes some disordered traces. Gently, he reaches out and feels a slightly damp mark. A thought crosses his mind. It seems that something indeed transpired here. Have you found anything? The Bummy Zone head inquires. Noting Xuan's expression, there are some clues, but further investigation is required, Xuan replies. Just then, a disciple from the Bloodshot Zone rushes in, drawing their attention. What is it? The Bummy Zone head asks. Reporting to the head, we have discovered a suspicious trace in the back mountain, suspected to belong to a Bloodshot Zone disciple, he says. Let's go take a look. The Bummy Zone head interrupts, turning the head outside. Xuan smirks slightly and matches his pace. Upon arriving at the back mountain, they find a large pit that appears to have been dug out. Approaching it, they discover a concealed mark within the pit, indicating that something was buried there. Evidently, this is the suspicious trace the Bummy Zone head observes. Hurry, dig up this pit and see what lies within. The disciples of the Bloodshot Zone promptly begin to excavate, and soon they unearth a corpse. The body, clad in a black robe, exudes an air of mystery. It bears no visible wounds, yet its complexion is unnaturally pallid. This is the Bummy Zone head exclaims in surprise. The demon lord of the demon realm. A flicker of astonishment crosses Xuan's eyes as he gazes at the corpse, feeling a sense of unease. He seems to have deduced something, yet he requires more evidence to substantiate his conjecture. We need to take this body back for further examination, Xuan states. Additionally, we must investigate the true identity of the Bloodshot Zone's master. Agreed, the Bummy Zone head nods in assent. I will instruct my disciples to conduct the investigation. In the subsequent days, Xuan diligently probes into the matters concerning the Bloodshot Zone's master and the demon lord. He discovers that this master is no ordinary individual, seemingly intertwined with the demon lord in countless ways. Furthermore, he uncovers hints suggesting that the master may not have been slain by the demon lord, but rather by another force. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xuan states, if the Bloodshot Zone's master is indeed in such a predicament, then a very plausible outcome is that this body, although resembling the demon lord, is in fact not him at all. This is merely a ruse to deceive us. To validate his hypothesis, Xuan, without hesitation, leads a select group from the Bumi Zone to stealthily approach the border between the demon realm and the Juyo territory. This juncture remains eerily still. It is said that although the demon lord rules over the entirety of the demon realm, his minions are not without their own unrest. If the demon lord were truly dead, then the realm should be rife with chaos, as his minions would inevitably turn against one another. Xuan scoffs. The members of the Bumi Zone beside him nod in agreement. It appears there are indeed unseen hands attempting to mislead us, Xuan remarks. The news is relayed back to the Bumi Zone, and the head, holding a string of prayer beads, begins to perform rites for the demon lord's corpse. Under the solemn atmosphere, the body gradually reveals its true identity. As Xuan suspected, this is not the demon lord, but rather an ordinary disciple of the Bloodshot Zone, tragically falling victim to his sinister plot. The master of Juyo Palace soon arrives, expressing his concerns. I suspect this is not merely a conspiracy against the Bloodshot Zone, but rather one targeting the entirety of the Juyo territory. Upon his arrival, the tension in his demeanor is palpable. He looks at Xuan and the Bumi Zone head, stating the formation beneath the Juyo divine spring has begun to weaken. The Bumi Zone head, typically composed, displays signs of alarm upon hearing this revelation. This is evidently a different situation. Xuan does not wish to involve himself excessively. He has already done his utmost regarding the Bloodshot Zone. Thus, he announces, it appears the remaining matters pertain solely to you in the Juyo territory. I, from the Qinglian Sword sect, have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The Juyo Palace Master, upon hearing Xuan's intent to depart, becomes visibly anxious and instinctively exclaims, Xuan, you cannot leave. Xuan halts, bewildered, and looks at the Juyo Palace Master. What prompts such urgency? Previously, Xuan had sensed the Palace Master's reticence regarding the matter, always alluding to some grand purpose for remaining in Juyo, yet never revealing the reason. This time, Xuan chooses not to indulge his ambiguity, resolutely preparing to leave. Chapter 98. The reason seeing Xuan's determination. The Juyo Palace Master sighs deeply and finally divulges the circumstances. In truth, there exists a powerful artifact in Juyo that suppresses ferocious beasts, which has become unstable. Should this artifact lose control, the entire Juyo territory would face obliteration, resulting in a scene of carnage. Thus, my intent in remaining is to assist in locating this artifact. Therefore, I am to help you find this artifact. Xuan articulates the Palace Master's unspoken concern. The Juyo Palace Master nods in affirmation. Xuan smiles wryly. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. I have my own sect to manage. Does your sect face any pressing matters? The Bumi Zone head inquires. Xuan responds, it is impossible for a sect to lack affairs, especially with numerous internal matters requiring my attention. The Bumi Zone head, fully aware of the gravity of the Juyo Palace Master's situation, clearly desires to persuade Xuan to remain. Would you consider aiding Juyo? Xuan, no longer inclined to play coy, directly asks, why must it be me? I find it perplexing. Since my arrival, there have been such lofty expectations placed upon me. I wish to understand why I am perpetually cast as an uninformed bystander. Realizing Xuan is not easily swayed, the Juyo Palace Master exhales a long breath, finally revealing the background. It turns out that in the Juyo territory, there was once no such entity as the Bloodshot Zone, only the Juyo Palace, which protected the area. Furthermore, each Juyo Palace Master possessed the ability to foresee the future. Years ago, during a rebellion in the demon realm, the Juyo Palace suffered severe losses, resulting in a ferocious beast from the demon realm being sealed beneath the palace. Ever since that time, the Juyo Palace has been in decline, its vitality waning with each generation. The beast, too formidable to kill, could only be contained. However, an edict from the ancestors proclaimed that in this era, a person named Xuan would possess the capability to vanquish this beast. This is why I have persistently implored you to aid the Juyo territory. You are the one foretold in the prophecy. Xuan is taken aback. Is it truly I? Are you certain? The master of Juyo Palace nodded with unwavering certainty. It is indeed you. Through my observations of the celestial bodies and the calculations based on the ancestral 8 characters, along with your facial features, I am 100% certain it is you. However, despite the gravity of the situation, Xuan remained reluctant. You, the master of Juyo Palace and the leader of the immortal sect, must clearly see my cultivation level. I am merely at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. To combat a beast that, centuries ago, required most of Jiuyu's power to seal, seems nothing short of folly. Thus, there is no need for further persuasion. I shall not intervene. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, and with my abilities, it would be a stretch. However, I trust that the realm of cultivation is filled with talented individuals who can rise to the occasion. With that, Lu Xian turned to leave. The master of Jiuyu Palace, feeling desperate, suddenly launched an attack as Lu Xian was about to depart, attempting to use force to retain him. Yet, Lu Xian effortlessly evaded the assault. Master of Jiuyu Palace, your actions are quite inappropriate, Lu Xian remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with icy determination. The master of Jiuyu Palace felt a twinge of panic. He understood his actions were excessive, but he was compelled to act for the safety of Jiuyu. I apologize, Lu Xian. I was left with no other choice. You have disappointed me with your actions towards the people of Jiuyu, Lu Xian replied, turning to leave once more. However, as he prepared to exit, the leader of the immortal sect spoke up. Lu Xian, perhaps we can assist you. Lu Xian turned to face the leader. You? Indeed, we at the immortal sect possess a treasure that can aid you, the leader declared, producing a talisman from within his robes. This talisman, neither gold nor jade, emitted a faint glow, evoking an aura of mystery. This is our sect's treasured artifact, known as the Immortal Talisman. It can significantly enhance your strength for a brief period, enabling you to contend with that beast. However, be advised that this talisman carries certain risks. Its overwhelming power may lead to backlash if not controlled properly. Lu Xian gazed at the talisman, feeling uncertain. He recognized the leader's sincere desire to help, yet the risks associated with the talisman were evident. He needed to deliberate whether to utilize it. Moreover, using this talisman would entail personal sacrifice. The master of Jiuyu Palace understood that his relationship with Lu Xian was insufficient to warrant such a commitment. If Master Lu is willing to assist, the secret arts and manuals of Jiuyu Palace are at your disposal. You may take as many as 100. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. It was evident that the master of Jiuyu Palace was earnestly offering this. In any sect, the depth of their resources lay within these secret arts. With a history spanning a millennium, Jiuyu must possess a wealth of hidden treasures and techniques. The opportunity to take 100 would greatly benefit Qing Lian's sword sect, potentially even unearthing some long-lost methods. Not only Lu Xian, but even the leader of the immortal sect felt a twinge of envy. Master Lu, I believe this is a decision you need not contemplate further. It is an astounding temptation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian's eyes flickered with resolve. Very well, I accept your offer. He carefully received the immortal talisman from the leader's hand and pressed it against himself. Instantly, a surge of formidable power erupted from within him, as if it sought to tear apart everything around him. Both the master of Jiuyu Palace and the leader of the immortal sect watched in astonishment, astounded by the talisman's immense strength. Now, let us proceed to vanquish that beast, the leader of the immortal sect urged. Together, the three ventured deeper into Jiuyu Palace, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. They understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of Jiuyu. After enduring a grueling battle, they finally arrived at the lair of the beast. It was imprisoned within a colossal cavern, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled dread in their hearts. Go forth, Lu Xian, commanded the leader of the immortal sect. Lu Xian nodded and charged at the beast. His speed was remarkable, allowing him to reach the beast's side in an instant. Delivering a powerful punch, the beast emitted a pained roar as it was sent flying by Lu Xian's strike. The beast, having been sealed for a millennium, had just begun to regain its breath when it unexpectedly encountered such a formidable opponent. Yet, the creature was not to be underestimated. It exhaled a plume of demonic flames directed at Lu Xian's heart. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lu Xian swiftly retreated, wielding his sword to meet the inferno. With a resounding explosion, Lu Xian was pushed back, yet the flames were significantly diminished. Although the beast's strength rivaled that of the demon lord, its power was considerably weakened due to its long imprisonment. Otherwise, it could have easily obliterated Lu Xian upon its release. Again, Lu Xian bellowed, charging forward as his sword radiated a terrifying brilliance. The beast screeched in response, its crimson eyes shooting forth slender black beams aimed directly at Lu Xian's brow. Umph! Lu Xian scoffed, shattering the beams with his aura. The beast's flames bore a resemblance to those of the demon lord, yet there was an essential difference. These flames could erode a warrior's spirit, making them particularly troublesome. As Xuan battled, he meticulously observed the beast's fighting style. Aside from its crimson eyes that could unleash demonic flames, the creature possessed a revolting tail capable of ensnaring foes like a constrictor, before opening its gaping maw to devour their heads. Of course, the beast would need more time to threaten Xuan's life. With another strike, Xuan repelled the beast and shouted, "Kill." No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying aura erupted from him, particularly from his fists, which shone with a golden glow. The strength of the dragon elephant. Xuan realized as he struck the beast, sending it crashing into the mountainside. When the creature finally managed to extricate itself from the rock, its crimson eyes reflected a newfound gravity and fear. Though its intelligence was limited, it understood the implications of its terror. With a fierce screech, the beast leapt into the air, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Xuan's brow. In the next moment, the creature appeared before Xuan, unleashing another beam of crimson light from its eyes. As the beam struck Xuan's brow, it shattered upon contact. Yet at that moment, Xuan's momentum surged to an unprecedented level. Dragon Elephant Power Strike! Xuan roared, delivering a punch devoid of flair, but imbued with unparalleled strength. With a resounding impact, Xuan's blow sent the beast deep into the mountainside. The beast attempted to struggle and rise, but after several futile attempts, it realized the impossibility of the endeavor. It could only lie there, its crimson eyes now filled with fear and helplessness. Although it was a king among beasts, having been sealed for a millennium rendered it powerless to unleash its true strength. Furthermore, due to the severe injuries sustained at the time of its sealing, it was no match for Xuan. As Xuan prepared to channel a stream of spiritual energy towards the beast's heart, he suddenly felt a surge of resistance. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this unexpected resistance would come from a person. Yeqing? Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the presence of Yeqing in this place, and it appeared that Yeqing was poised to attack him. Xuan, please spare it, Yeqing implored, his voice trembling with urgency. What are you saying? Xuan was bewildered. This was a beast, and Yeqing was a Qilin, an auspicious creature. What could have compelled such actions? If you proceed any further, do not blame me, Yeqing declared, a terrifying aura emanating from him, particularly intensified by the gray glow radiating from his fists. Xuan suddenly comprehended the source of Yeqing's earlier discomfort. He perhaps had some connection with the beast. What relation do you share with it and why? Yeqing sighed, his eyes abruptly turning a deep red, brimming with murderous intent. Xuan murmured, realizing that Yeqing might be contemplating an attempt on his life. This was indeed intriguing. Was Yeqing under some form of control? Xuan sliced his palm, drawing forth a drop of blood to inscribe a formation. Break. The formation was propelled towards Yeqing. Caught off guard, Yeqing coughed up blood, and Xuan stepped forward and inquired, "Are you awake?" Yeqing slowly lifted his head, his eyes still a fierce crimson, resembling a wild beast charging at Xuan. While the beast, not yet completely bereft of combat ability, also lunged toward Xuan. Bang! Another sound echoed as the beast was halted by an invisible barrier before it could reach Xuan, subsequently being sent flying backwards until it collided with the mountainside, where it finally came to a stop. Although the beast had not regained its full strength, that impact entirely robbed it of its combat capability. "I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender or perish," Xuan declared, his aura intensifying. The beast lay there, its crimson eyes fixed on Xuan. Despite its reluctance to concede, it recognized the overwhelming power of this human. Should it continue to fight, its demise was inevitable. Quack! The beast suddenly let out a deafening cry, and then a figure erupted from its body. This figure landed and transformed into a doppelganger, identical to the beast itself. The doppelganger roared, charging towards Xuan. "Xuan, be careful," Yeqing shouted from a distance, his gaze filled with urgency and his eyes still a fierce red. "Watch out," Yeqing cried out again, then dashed forward, unleashing a powerful punch against the doppelganger. Bang! The doppelganger was sent crashing against the mountainside. Before it could recover, another figure surged forward. Xuan found it strange. The formation he had used earlier had failed to awaken Yeqing's consciousness, yet now he seemed suddenly alert. This inconsistency left Lu Xuan puzzled. Kill. Just as Lu Xuan pondered this, he felt a gust of sand swirl behind him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side and, after rolling, turned to see that the one who had attacked him was none other than Yeqing. Thus, there had been no awakening of consciousness. Yeqing's eyes remained red, and he was still aligned with the beast. Then I have no choice but to offend you. Lu Xuan sighed, gathering the power of the Jiuyou pearl within him. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards him, transforming into a colossal blade that he wielded, charging fiercely towards the beast. At that moment, no one could have anticipated that Yeqing would step in to shield the beast from this attack. The immense force of spiritual energy, combined with the ferocity of the Jiuyou pearl, caused Yeqing to spit blood and collapse unconscious. Meanwhile, the beast licked its claws and suddenly swelled in size, emitting a terrifying roar. In that instant, Lu Xuan perceived a stark contrast. Yeqing's aura had diminished to a mere whisper, while the beast's presence surged dramatically. Lu Xuan suspected that the beast had siphoned all of Yeqing's vital essence and spiritual energy while he lay unconscious. Enough, abominable creature. Do not harm anyone before me. Lu Xuan, though unsure of Yeqing's current state, was resolute in preventing the beast from exploiting the life he had fought so hard to save. Jiuyou Palace Master, Zhongzhu of the Bummy Sect, come lend me your strength. Lu Xuan bellowed, his spiritual energy swelling within him, causing blood to trickle from his lips. Simultaneously, he silently implored the system to share the strength of his sons with him. This time, he was determined to see the beast perish. The Jiuyou Palace Master and the Zhongzhu of the Bummy Sect swiftly arrived. The three of them combined their spiritual prowess under Lu Xuan's command, utilizing the violent power of the Jiuyou Pearl to amplify their assault against the beast. Bang! A crimson figure was expelled from the beast's body, a fragment of its divine soul, indicating that the beast had sustained severe injuries. Although the beast was significantly weakened, it still retained half of its strength. If it were to unleash its full power, it would undoubtedly overwhelm Lu Xuan and the other two masters. Let's strike together, commanded the Jiuyou Palace Master. The Zhongzhu of the Bummy Sect nodded in agreement, and together, the three launched their assault. The enraged beast strength had surged to the peak of the Yuaning stage, surpassing Lu Xuan by an entire realm. Were it not for the assistance of the two masters, the amplification from the Jiuyou Pearl, and the shared strength from his sons, Lu Xuan would have fallen victim to a mere swipe of the beast's paw. At that moment, all their intentions converged upon a singular objective: to vanquish this beast. The ethereal chains binding the beast gradually dissipated, signifying the weakening hold of the Jiuyou Palace's formation over it. The opportune moment had arrived. Jiuyou Hanbingjian, the Jiuyou Palace Master, formed a seal with her hands, then waved, releasing a pitch-black flying sword from her grasp. Vajra Fist. The Zhongzhu of the Bummy Sect unleashed his full might, delivering a punch directly to the beast. Concurrently, Lu Xuan sprang forward, forming another array as he sent it forth. Explode. With a thunderous roar from Lu Xian, the formation erupted explosively. The magical beast had yet to react when it was pierced through by the Jiuyou Hanbingjian. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from a beast. Although it could barely exert its peak yuaning power, it was still no different from an ordinary magical beast at that moment. Proclaimed the unyielding true man, and with a swift gesture, the beast's head exploded. As the creature perished, Yeqing plummeted from the sky. Lu Xian prepared to catch him, but unexpectedly, Yeqing performed a nimble flip and stood upright. Are you all right? Lu Xian inquired, observing that Yeqing's eyes had turned completely black. The leaders of Jiuyou Palace and the unyielding sect, witnessing this transformation, instinctively believed Yeqing had returned to normal. They stepped forward to assist him, only to be astounded as Yeqing transformed into his Qilin form and charged at the three who had just fought fiercely without a word. I have been sealed for 1,000 years, and now that I have finally emerged, you three dare to obstruct me. Do not blame me for being merciless. Today, I shall use your powers to aid me. A voice that did not belong to Yeqing resonated from his form. In that instant, Lu Xian comprehended that the deceased magical beast had seized control of Yeqing's body using fragments of its soul, manipulating him to commit acts of violence. It was unfathomable that such a heavy aura of malevolence could emanate from the body of a Qilin, a creature of auspiciousness. However, the others were not to be trifled with. Despite having expended a significant portion of their energy and spiritual essence, they could still muster one last strike for a counter. A few more streams of spiritual energy shot forth from the Jiu Pearl, striking Yi Qing. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Qing in Qilin form exhibited an extraordinarily high defense. Simply put, his skin was thick. When these spiritual attacks hit the Qilin, it felt akin to a tickle, leaving merely white marks behind. One more strike. We must expel the fragments of the soul. The unyielding sect leader, already on the brink of exhaustion, realized he had depleted too much energy, and the surrounding malevolent aura severely hindered their recovery. Once everyone's energy was exhausted, and they were surrounded by magical artifacts, the ensuing situation would be dire. There would be no opportunity for retaliation, placing all three of them in grave danger. Jiuyu's secret technique. The leader of Jiuyu Palace recognized the severity of the situation and swiftly plunged a dagger into his heart, channeling his blood to paint symbols upon his forehead. In that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the leader of Jiuyu Palace. However, the others were aware this was a secret technique, likely a forbidden art of Jiuyu Palace that came at a substantial cost. A sword flew from behind the leader of Jiuyu Palace. This sword, his life-bound flying sword, was unlike ordinary ones. Upon contact with his blood, it transformed into countless blades, forming a sword array directed at the magical beast. A blood streak appeared on Yi Qing's form, sending him flying backward. Opportunity. Lu Xian's chance had arrived. He brandished a formation flag and plunged it into the ground. Qiankun mi yuan formation. With a loud proclamation from Lu Xian, the flag shot up from the earth. This formation, although incomplete, had been acquired by Lu Xian from his system and was capable of confusing simple souls. The fragments of the soul within Yi Qing had not anticipated such a formidable assault from the three. Momentarily caught off guard, it was struck directly. The soul emitted two piercing cries. Following that, the fragments that had infiltrated Yi Qing's body surged out. A figure crashed to the ground from midair. Under the combined force of the unyielding true man and the leader of Jiuyu Palace, Yi Qing was jolted, spitting out blood. Damn it! The air resonated with curses from the fragments of the soul. Seizing the moment, Lu Xian rapidly reached out and grasped the fragment of the soul. The instant his skin made contact, the fragment attempted to burrow into Lu Xian's body, only to be crushed under his grip. This should be the end, Lu Xian sighed, exhaling a breath of relief. Observing the disarray surrounding him, he managed to smile and remarked, "Though I knew this would be a fierce battle, I never anticipated it to be so outrageous. This magical beast is indeed formidable. Has it been eradicated?" The leader of Jiuyu Palace, well aware of the beast's origins, surveyed the surroundings, calculating with his fingers. A look of unmistakable delight crossed his face. According to the divination, the magical beast had indeed been vanquished. As I stated, Lu Xian, you are the benefactor of the entire Jiuyu realm. With the beast's removal, the leader of Jiuyu Palace shall no longer face future calamities. The joy on the leader's face did not wane as Lu Xian hoisted Yi Qing onto his shoulder. Following the leader of Jiuyu Palace and the unyielding sect leader toward the realm's exit. Though the magical beast had been eliminated, Lu Xian sensed that Yi Qing still harbored secrets. It was only natural for everyone to possess their own mysteries. Yet he felt that Yi Qing's secrets were intrinsically linked to the beast. Therefore, he hoped the two leaders could assist in healing Yi Qing's wounds, enabling him to clarify the origins of the matter. The unyielding sect leader inspected Yi Qing's body, noting first he was drained of his blood essence, and now he is possessed by a fragment of soul. This little Qilin's body is truly riddled with wounds. I can only try my best to awaken him. I will fetch some celestial herbs from our sect. I shall return shortly. Meanwhile, the leader of Jiuyu Palace understood that this turmoil was instigated by the magical beast of Jiuyu, and he assured Lu Xian, "Rest assured, our sect possesses some resources as well. I will search for herbs that may aid Yi Qing." The unyielding true man departed, and shortly thereafter, the leader of Jiuyu Palace approached, cradling a pitch-black ancient herb. Not long after the leader's arrival, the unyielding true man returned, holding another herbal remedy. The leader of Jiuyu Palace nodded to the unyielding true man and stated, "This is the Ming Luo herb from Jiuyu, renowned for its ability to revive the dead and restore flesh. It may indeed pull this little Qilin back from the brink. However, such celestial herbs demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy. I shall prepare at once." The unyielding true man remarked, I never anticipated you would possess such a treasure. Leader of Jiu Palace. The herb I hold, known as the Jiangzhu herb, should amplify the effects when combined with your celestial herb. Thank you, sect leader. I shall handle this matter myself, for it was indeed the trouble caused by Jiu Palace that led to this predicament. The leader of Jiu Palace interjected, preventing the unyielding true man from leaving. The immortal figure known as Bu Miezhan Run nodded slightly before gracefully settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. Although Lu Xian too bore injuries, they were merely superficial. A sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. Had Yi Qing been overtaken by that monstrous beast, Lu Xian knew he would have been unable to escape calamity. Moreover, had he not harbored doubts and kept his guard up against Yi Qing, he would likely be the one in dire need of those medicinal herbs now. With Yi Qing's fate hanging in the balance, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming weight upon his spirit. He silently prayed for Yi Qing's endurance through this trial. After a full 15 days of treatment, they finally pulled Yi Qing back from the brink of death. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Qing's first utterance was that the beast was his ancestral lineage, a Qilin before succumbing to demonic corruption. Everyone was taken aback. None had anticipated such a profound connection. The leader of Jiu Palace stammered, questioning why the beast had been transformed into such a formidable demon that wreaked havoc in Jiu. Ye King sighed deeply, recounting a tragic tale. The beast was originally a steed of an ancient power known as Qilin. During an era when the realm of cultivation brimmed with spiritual energy and gods roamed the earth, this ancient being was a member of the divine race, and Qilin took great pride in serving him. One fateful day, for reasons unknown, the ancient power was suddenly overtaken by madness, inadvertently transmitting demonic energy to Qilin, which plunged the creature into a frenzy overnight. However, not long after, the ancient power regained some clarity, yet by then, Qilin had irrevocably transformed into a beast devoid of reason. Due to its Qilin form, few in the realm of cultivation could inflict harm upon Qilin. After its transformation, Qilin became a malignant presence in the realm. Aware of his impending demise, the ancient power sealed Qilin within Jiu, erecting a great formation to isolate it from spiritual energy, thereby preventing any creature within Jiu from breaking the seal. To their astonishment, thousands of years later, Qilin escaped the seal, absorbing countless demonic energies within Jiu, ultimately becoming a true monster. Although the beast slaughtered many inhabitants of Jiu, the formidable forces within the realm prevented its escape. Upon learning of these events, the previous leader of Jiu Palace transformed Jiu into a perilous domain, severing its ties with the outside world. This explains the isolation of Jiu and its sparse spiritual energy. The Jiu Pearl was originally intended to suppress the beast. However, the current leader of Jiu Palace, endowed with the Jiu divine vein and adept in fate calculations, frequently employed the pearl to discern solutions to this calamity. Yet for over a millennium, no divination indicated that the beast's fate was at an end. It was only with Lu Xian's arrival that a glimmer of hope emerged. Chapter 102. Unveiling the truth upon learning the intricate details from Yi Qing, Lu Xian could only exhale a heavy sigh, muttering about the capriciousness of fate. Thus, when you battled and were controlled by Qilin, was it voluntary or forceful? Despite Yi Qing's prior explanations, Lu Xian remained acutely aware of certain nuances. Yi Qing's expression stiffened momentarily before he sighed, casting a furtive glance at Lu Xian, and replied, "It was voluntary." Hearing this, a trace of sorrow crossed Lu Xian's face. "You are the child rescued by our family's heirbao. I have always been open-hearted with you. How could you be so blind to right and wrong in this matter? Even if Qilin is your ancestral forebear in the current situation, he has succumbed to madness and become a beast devoid of reason. To side with such a creature leaves me somewhat disheartened." Yi Qing recognized his misstep in this matter. However, he was aware that there were deeper reasons behind his actions. "I must share this with you. The reason Qilin fell into madness was not by choice, much like how he is currently bound beneath us." Yi Qing then revealed a shocking revelation. "Unlike other beasts, my forebear Qilin is not entirely under control. Within him resides a conscious soul." The astonishment in the eyes of those present was palpable. It was well known that in the realm of cultivation, No beast was said to possess consciousness. Beasts represented total subjugation to demonic energy, losing all rationality and becoming mere instruments of slaughter. You claim that Mo Qilin retains a fragment of his consciousness? Lu Xian's countenance darkened. A beast with awareness was an entirely different existence, symbolizing a flicker of hope, the possibility of Mo Qilin's revival. This implied that if the awakened consciousness could seize control of the corrupted body, then Mo Qilin might have a chance to return to his former self. Should the beast regain normalcy, it would signify the resurgence of a steed once capable of contending with the divine race. In that event, the formidable Qilin's alliance with Qing Lian's sword sect would elevate their power to unprecedented heights. In mere moments, Lu Xian had envisioned a far-reaching future. What he contemplated also crossed the minds of the leader of Jiuyu Palace and the head of Bumie's sect, especially the leader of Jiuyu Palace, who was engulfed in complex emotions. For generations, Jiuyu Palace had been the main force in subduing Mo Qilin, and if the consciousness within Mo Qilin were indeed lucid, it would mean he was aware of his confinement. Should Mo Qilin awaken to consciousness, it could lead to a reckoning with Jiuyu Di, sparking unforeseen turmoil. Yet, if the predecessors of Jiuyu Palace allowed a beast with lingering consciousness to remain unchecked, it would be akin to nurturing a tiger for disaster. In this predicament, the leader of Jiuyu Palace was left with no clear path forward. The prospect of Mo Qilin regaining consciousness loomed as a truly unpredictable future. The mere thought sent a chill through the leader's heart. However, to suppress such a being would prove far more challenging than slaying a powerful beast. After all, this was no ordinary creature but a steed of the divine race, once capable of standing against them. How could this be? I have never heard of a beast possessing lingering consciousness. The leader of Jiuyu Palace stammered, his eyes betraying uncertainty. Although he no longer feared Mo Qilin escaping, the prospect of subduing a beast with residual awareness left him profoundly unsettled. Yi Qing was acutely aware of the precarious situation facing Jiuyu Palace. At this moment, Yi Qing respectfully stated, "Regarding this matter, I initially had no intention of speaking, but given the circumstances, I believe it is imperative to inform you. The esteemed master of Jiuyu Gong. After all, you are the leader of Jiuyu Gong, and should any mishap occur, it would be difficult for those of us beneath you to provide an explanation." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the master of Jiuyu Gong felt a wave of uncertainty. "Do not fear, esteemed master. The reason I was able to be controlled by the venerable Mo Qilin during battle was twofold. First, I sought to take a risk, hoping to establish a connection with the awakened consciousness within the venerable's body. Second, I discovered that the venerable Mo Qilin bore the formation marks of a previous master of Jiuyu Gong, which provided me a measure of protection." "You reckless youth!" Lu Xian exclaimed, striking Yi Qing lightly on the forehead. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Qing stuck out his tongue and said, "Fortune favors the bold." Meanwhile, the master of Jiuyu Gong and the leader of the unyielding sect were increasingly concerned about whether the connection had been successfully established and if any significant information had been conveyed by the awakened essence within Mo Qilin's body. So, was there a connection with the venerable Mo Qilin? Did he say anything? The master of Jiuyu Gong asked eagerly. Yi Qing's expression turned grave as he nodded. "While I was under control during the battle, my consciousness had already linked with that of the venerable Mo Qilin. He revealed to me a staggering secret." All eyes turned toward him. He disclosed that he and his master, an ancient powerhouse, had been framed. There exists a force lurking outside, intent on invading the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the master of Jiuyu Gong's expression stiffened, sensing that this matter was of grave importance. To what extent has this force grown in strength? He inquired. The venerable did not specify, but he mentioned that his master had reached the tribulation stage at that time. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. A powerhouse at the tribulation stage was taken down without a fight? The master of Jiuyu Gong questioned in disbelief. "Indeed, esteemed master, I too find it utterly incredulous." Yet, the venerable Mo Qilin spoke thus. The leader of the unyielding sect's gaze flickered. Could such a being capable of easily ensnaring a tribulation stage cultivator truly exist in this world? Chapter 103. The unknown forces behind. I can assert with absolute certainty that this is true. The venerable Mo Qilin stated that after he and his master were betrayed by that force, his master was compelled to reincarnate, to eliminate the venerable Mo Qilin entirely. They imprisoned him deep beneath Jiuyu. In essence, while it appeared to be an act of sealing by the master of Jiuyu Gong, it is possible that those within Jiuyu Gong were either part of the scheme or under some form of control at the time. The force believed that such actions would completely suppress the venerable Mo Qilin, yet they underestimated the fact that this led to the preservation of a fragment of his soul. Over the years, the venerable Mo Qilin has been relying on this fragment to continually challenge the seal, hoping to break free and return to the realm of cultivation. Yi Qing's words carried a weight of seriousness, and all present sensed the gravity of the situation. Should Yi Qing's assertions hold true, the realm of cultivation may soon face a dire calamity once more. Are you suggesting that these forces may have infiltrated Jiuyu Gong? The master of Jiuyu Gong asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Yes, during my connection with Mo Qilin, he informed me that he could sense the presence of those he loathed, the perpetrators. Such a presence is indeed felt within Jiuyu Gong. Yet think affirmed grave. Xuan, upon hearing this, wore a contemplative expression. The possibility of having an insider among them had never crossed the master of Jiuyu Gong's mind, nor did he anticipate the current predicament. What shall we do now? The master of Jiuyu Gong inquired. The situation had surpassed his control. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing proposed, I believe we should disseminate this information. Let the entire realm of cultivation be on guard, while we continue to investigate Jiuyu and eliminate these forces completely. Simultaneously, we could enlist external assistance to rescue the venerable Mo Qilin. Xuan nodded in agreement, fully supporting Yi Qing's plan. Given that this matter concerns the entire realm of cultivation, there is no need for secrecy. It is essential that more individuals are informed, allowing various sects to take precautions. The leader of the unyielding sect clasped his hands together, frowning. However, Jiuyu is rather remote. How can such significant news be effectively communicated, and how can we ensure its credibility? Yi Qing, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. He couldn't simply announce the affairs of Jiuyu Gong and the venerable Mo Qilin everywhere. Otherwise, he would surely be regarded as mad. What if we disguise ourselves as disciples from a prominent sect, using that identity to spread the message? An idea suddenly struck Yi Qing. The master of Jiuyu Gong frowned. This approach is feasible, but how can we convince other sects of the truth behind it? That is simple. We can fabricate some evidence, such as certain secret techniques or treasure inscriptions from Jiuyu Gong, and then find a way to disseminate that through others, Yi Qing suggested. The leader of the unyielding sect's eyes brightened. Excellent idea. With such evidence, we will have a proper foundation. We could even sell these items under the name of Jiuyu Gong. Indeed, as long as we establish a solid basis for this information. Even if someone wishes to doubt its authenticity, they will find themselves at a loss. Yi Qing concurred with the leader's thoughts. They realized that as long as they set the groundwork properly and took further steps, it would surely raise suspicions among others. Let us now divide our efforts. I am relatively unknown in the realm of cultivation, so I will seek out a major sect to infiltrate and spread this news as widely as possible. Xuan volunteered to tackle this challenging aspect. His determination to assist Jiuyu stemmed from his connection with Yi Qing and the many Qilins he had already rescued. Furthermore, he suspected that the events behind this matter were intertwined with the Council of Elders, knowing that the Council had always been targeting Qing Liansword's sect. If he could seize this opportunity to infiltrate a major sect, investigate the Council, and simultaneously disseminate this information to alert other sects, it would be a remarkable achievement. Xuan stood up, patting Yi Qing on the shoulder. Rest well. Once you have recovered, we shall discuss our subsequent plans together. Yi Qing smiled gratefully at Xuan. Thank you. The master of the Bu Mie sect rose and cast a profound glance at Yi Qing, stating, if it were not for your fortunate turn of events, we might still be kept in the dark. Your contributions are indispensable. This is all I can do. Yi Qing gently shook his head. At this moment, the master of Jiuyu Palace hesitated and inquired, given the circumstances, I still have a question for Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at him in confusion. During the earlier battle, we have slayed the magical beast Mo Qilin. May I ask if the conscious and true will of Mo Qilin that resided within him has also been eradicated? If it has indeed been obliterated, we would have lost the most crucial witness, rendering all our subsequent efforts futile and devoid of purpose. Yi Qing glanced at Xuan and then at the other two. Hesitating for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, Lu Xian, having spent considerable time with this young man, patted Yi Qing on the shoulder, encouraging him. Both masters are not ill-intentioned. Speak your mind freely. They are trustworthy. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing finally revealed the truth. After I was controlled, I sought every means to conceal a fragment of the elder Mo Qilin's conscious will within my own body. As a scion of the Qilin clan, my bloodline is the purest, thus allowing the elder's spirit to thrive within me. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Xian sighed as he facepalmed. So all our efforts were in vain. Yet, it was not entirely futile, for at least we dismantled the beast's demonic form. Chapter 104. Yusho Shang Qinggong. The crowd found the situation both amusing and absurd. However, they recognized that the essence of the problem did not merely lie with the magical beasts. The pressing question remained. How many more beasts like Mo Qilin have been created by the unseen forces behind this? What grand aim did such a powerful faction pursue? Did they merely wish to conquer the realm of cultivation? If that were the case, why go to such lengths? It seemed that a far greater secret lay hidden beneath the surface. Enough. I shall take Yi Qing and depart first. We will infiltrate a major sect. While the masters of Jiuyu Palace and Bu Nye sect, your tasks are no less daunting. At the very least, you must unify the forces of Jiuyu D, binding them as one, and relay this information to the more reputable sections. Both masters nodded in agreement, assuring him, rest assured, we shall succeed. You must also be cautious. Should the forces behind this detect your intentions, you may find yourself in the gravest danger among us. Lu Xian smiled calmly, untroubled. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. No matter the circumstances, we shall take it one step at a time, ensuring they do not perceive us as helpless. At that moment, Lu Xian exuded an aura of righteousness, appearing remarkably impressive. He then intended to select the largest sect for himself, as the top 10 sects in the realm of cultivation were well known. He did not plan to have Yi Qing join him in the same sect. The risks involved were too great, drawing too much attention. Furthermore, given Yi Qing's Qilin identity, placing him within a sect like Jian Zong or Fa Zong could be counterproductive. Instead, it would be more fitting for him to find a sect with a greater presence of kin, thus achieving a more discreet effect. Lu Xian led Yi Qing directly to the 5th-rank sect, Yusho Shang Qinggong. This sect primarily focused on spirit beasts, making it likely that if the unseen forces had indeed arranged for magical beasts, they would be better cared for within this sect. The grandeur of Yusho Shang Qinggong was evident. The main hall was constructed entirely of blue stone, and the eaves were adorned with intricate carvings of various spirit beasts. The carvings of the twin dragons playing with a pearl, as well as the divine eagle hunting, were remarkably lifelike. Such exquisite craftsmanship was not something ordinary sects could rival. The twin dragons depicted were 5-clawed golden dragons, which were indeed true dragons. The carving of the divine eagle was equally detailed, with each feather appearing lifelike. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Both spirit beasts were of ancient lineage, especially the 5-clawed golden dragon, a royal among dragons. How could a sect ranked 5th possess such formidable ancient spirit beasts? There had to be something amiss. However, this was not the time for such considerations. His primary concern was to arrange for Yi Qing to be placed elsewhere. Though Yi Qing appeared quite docile at the moment, Lu Xian had an unsettling feeling that once out of his sight, Yi Qing would inevitably cause some trouble. Young friend, may I inquire from where you hail? A venerable elder smiled warmly at Lu Xian and Yi Qing. This elder was not particularly formidable, possessing only peak Yuan in cultivation. Yet Lu Xian sensed that he was far from an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have been able to appear silently within the hall, devoid of any palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that his control of energy had reached an extraordinary level. This suggested that his cultivation was undoubtedly superior to theirs. We come from Qingyang City, Lu Xian replied candidly, not wishing to feign. What brings you to our Yusho Shang Qinggong? The elder continued to inquire with a smile. Just as Lu Xian was about to respond, Yi Qing suddenly interjected, we wish to join your esteemed sect. The elder's gaze fixed upon Yi Qing, appraising him from head to toe, causing Lu Xian and the others to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, Lu Xian had unwavering faith in the elixir provided by the system. Prior to their arrival, at Yusho Shangqing Gong. He had discreetly given Yi Qing a concealment pill, designed to mask his Qilin aura and scent. Thus, he could present himself as an ordinary cultivator while infiltrating the major sections. However, Yi Qing's persona was that of a self-taught rogue cultivator, which implied that he had undergone prior training, whether by unconventional or orthodox means, rendering him unmanageable. Typically, such rogue cultivators faced stringent requirements when attempting to join major sections. Thus, the Elder's first question was quite telling. To join, one must pay the initiation fee. Do you have anything to present? This was essentially a test by the major sects to assess whether the incoming rogue cultivator possessed any strength or resources. It was a harsh reality. Without such offerings, the major sects would not accept them. In truth, Xuan lacked neither resources nor strength, as he had the entire Qing Lian Sword sect backing him. He could even provide celestial beast blood and elixirs to enhance the cultivation of spirit beasts, with a clear path laid out before him. Should he present such treasures, Yusho Shangqing Gong would undoubtedly treat Yi Qing as a distinguished guest. Yet, given Yi Qing's current guise as a rogue cultivator, revealing his possession of such treasures could incite greed among the sect's members. Xuan's main objective was to keep Yi Qing under the radar of their enemies, rather than thrust him into another lion's den. While Yusho Shangqing Gong appeared seemingly innocuous, the elder gave Xuan an impression that was difficult to decipher. The more seemingly harmless individuals appear, the more terrifying they truly are. Xuan is acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Grand Elder. Should the two of them be together, once the Grand Elder senses something amiss, there would be no escape for either of them. Especially now that Yi Qing has spoken, Xuan decides to follow Yi Qing's lead. The so-called apprenticeship gift has been meticulously prepared by my foolish brother for over 6 months, and he has already achieved commendable results. Xuan speaks directly, while Yi Qing, internally puzzled as he had no prior knowledge of this matter, maintains a facade of sincerity. Nodding earnestly, all these elixirs and the inner cores of the spirit beasts were painstakingly gathered by my foolish brother, one task at a time, solely to gain entry into our Yusho Shangqing Palace. Oh, to join our Yusho Shangqing Palace? The Grand Elder inquires with a smile. Indeed, Xuan nods affirmatively. Chapter 105. A distinguished outer sect disciple, the Grand Elder, suddenly poses a question, inquiring about the cultivation method practiced by the young friend. Xuan furrows his brows. Although the Grand Elder's inquiry is somewhat veiled, he discerns the underlying intention. To join a sect, one must ascertain the individual's cultivation level and the techniques they employ, thus facilitating better arrangement for instruction. The Grand Elder's true aim in asking this question is to probe the strengths and weaknesses of Xuan and Yi Qing. Without hesitation, Yi Qing reveals his cultivation level and the method he practices. Prior to this question, Xuan had already rehearsed the response with Yi Qing. He is at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, practicing the Qingyun sword technique from a minor sect. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's facial muscles twitch slightly before he nods, choosing not to elaborate further. Clearly, Yi Qing's aptitude is rather average, at least within such a sect. Individuals of his caliber are abundant, prompting the Grand Elder to quickly lower his guard. Very well, since you are so earnest, let us first grant you the title of a registered disciple in our sect tomorrow. The Grand Elder nods, offering a response he deems quite enticing. However, for Yi Qing, who has intentions of joining this sect, such a status suffices. Ideally, one would aspire to be an inner sect disciple, yet for Yi Qing, achieving that status would be somewhat ostentatious. The current outer sect disciple status signifies that while he cannot join the core disciples of Yusho Shangqing Palace, he has nevertheless crossed the threshold. One must understand that as long as Yi Qing can infiltrate Yusho Shangqing Palace, he can then execute his subsequent plans. Since my foolish brother has fortuitously managed to enter the sect, it is time for me to depart. Xuan feigns reluctance as he prepares to leave. The Grand Elder, however, is somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Xuan genuinely does not wish to join his sect. He had intended to reserve an outer disciple position for both of them should Xuan choose to join. Xuan's sudden withdrawal leaves the Grand Elder feeling somewhat disoriented. Each person has their own aspirations, he reassures himself inwardly. The following morning, Xuan rises early and begins to discreetly observe Yi Qing's every move within the sect. His concern stems from the fear that Yi Qing may inadvertently stir up trouble, prompting his careful scrutiny. After finishing breakfast, Yi Qing begins his training. Although these outer disciples bear the title, they are also required to perform numerous menial tasks. Yi Qing, unwilling to squander time and energy on such trivialities, resolves to participate in a forest trial hosted by Yusho Shangqing Palace. By securing a top 3 ranking in this trial, he can be directly promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. Yi Qing had overheard this information during a previous trip, as some individuals nearby were discussing it. I must seize this opportunity for the trial. Only by doing so can I swiftly ascend to the rank of inner disciple and gain access to the core elders and their resources, Yi Qing contemplates. Having formed this plan, he realizes it is time to put it into action, starting with registering for the forest trial. When Yi Qing approaches the registration desk, the person in charge scrutinizes him from head to toe, quickly revealing a disdainful expression. Another outer disciple come to dream? If the trial were that easy, why would there be so many outer disciples in the sect? The registrar scoffs, causing Yi Qing's expression to falter. However, upon catching sight of Lu Xian feigning indifference nearby, Yi Qing regains his composure and meets the registrar's gaze. Let's make a wager. If I place within the top 3, you owe me 100,000 spirit stones. The registrar huffs derisively. And what if you fail? Yi Qing, chin held high, retorts fiercely. If I fail, I will give you 100,000 spirit stones. Their shouting draws the attention of those around them, and upon hearing the enticing wager of 100,000 spirit stones, many gather to observe. For such events are exceedingly rare. I accept the challenge. A voice erupts from the crowd, filled with bravado. This individual, a golden core warrior, is among the more prominent outer disciples and steps forward with confidence. I am Su Liang. I leave no nameless grievances in my wake, so allow me to introduce myself. The audacity of this man is remarkable. Yi Qing scoffs, preparing to respond, when suddenly he hears a voice nearby. I bet Yi Qing will make it into the top 3. The voice is loud, and the crowd falls silent. Even Su Liang, the top golden core disciple, has come forth to support Yi Qing. Perhaps he truly has a chance. Su Liang is no trifling character. It is said he is on the brink of the nascent soul stage, his power undeniable. This promises to be thrilling. Many begin to murmur. Simultaneously, attention shifts to Lu Xian, who stands quietly aside. This brother appears unfamiliar. Is he also a newcomer? Regardless of his origin, the focus now lies on this wager. With Su Liang backing Yi Qing, victory appears more likely. Who is Yi Qing? How could he possibly